many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, girl, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, girl, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work.
All right. Welcome, everyone, to this special 12-hour working people live stream fundraiser for the families of East Palestine, Ohio, and the surrounding area, who, as we know, if you've been listening to our show and if you have not been living under a rock for the past 10 to 11 months, they experienced a devastating industrial accident, one of the worst in our country's history, when a Norfolk Southern freight train derailed on February 3rd. That train was carrying many cars filled with toxic substances, including vinyl chloride. As we all remember, after the train itself derailed on February 3rd, 2 days later, the decision was made by local officials, pushed strongly by Norfolk Southern itself, to release 5 cars worth of toxic vinyl chloride essentially into a ditch and set it on fire, releasing a massive toxic death plume that, frankly, the image is burned into all of our minds seeing that. And I can only imagine what folks in town and around the area were thinking and feeling when they saw that. But it looked like the gates of hell had opened up and were spewing all of their toxic contents into the air, over the land, into the water. We saw the videos of dead fish coming down streams. We've heard testimony after testimony of residents reporting negative health effects, nosebleeds, nausea, mouth numbness, and lots of worse symptoms, many worse symptoms, in fact. And that's to say nothing of, property values plummeting, local businesses struggling to survive, all while for a few months this story became a national media frenzy. It became a political soapbox upon which certain pundits and politicians could try to make hay for their own career advancement. But as time has worn on, as the year has gone on, people have been forgetting about East Palestine. People have stopped talking as much about East Palestine. But the nightmare that folks in and around East Palestine are living through has not ended. And that's why we're here today. So, I guess to maybe take a quick step back, my name is Maximilian Alvarez. Folks who subscribe to this channel, listen to our show, will know who I am. But I know that we've got a lot of folks tuning in around the country and beyond who maybe have just heard about the show. Maybe they just heard about me and my boy Jules, our podcast producer, who is on the stream with me right now. We're gonna bring Jules on to say hi in a sec. We're just two guys, right? I mean, we've been out here, doing our best for years to keep this show going. Working People is a podcast about the lives, jobs, dreams, and struggles of the working class today. For years, I have been interviewing working people around the US and even beyond about their lives, where they come from, how they came to be the people they are, how they came to do the work that they do, what that work entails. We also talk about and have talked about many of the high stakes strikes that we've been seeing in recent years, the unionization efforts, and much, much more on the show. It's something I'm incredibly proud of, and I'm incredibly proud and honored to get to work with Jules on it. But it was through the show and through my work at the Real News Network, where during my day job, I am the editor in chief at the Real News Network in Baltimore, where we've also been, covering the crisis in East Palestine and the crisis on the nation's freight railroads. And that's really where a lot of this began for us. Jules and I were scrambling around trying to talk to railroad workers last year when the 12 rail unions representing over 100,000 rail workers across the different uh, uh, um, departments. There are many people who make the railroads run. You got the engineers, the conductors on the train, you got the signal callers, you got the dispatchers in the dispatch office, you got the machinists in the yard, you've got the maintenance of way folks checking the track, you've got the carmen checking the cars. So we were talking to, all these different railroad workers who worked at the major class one freight rail carriers throughout the year last year. And we published those interviews on this podcast. We published them at the Real News. I did interviews for my guest segment at the channel Breaking Points, where I also spoke to railroad workers. And I got to tell you, it was in the midst of interviewing railroad workers last year that something really started to, um, really freak me out, right? There was a constant shiver going down my spine because I was realizing that so many of these workers were warning that something catastrophic was going to happen on the railroads if the rail companies' greedy, profit obsessed corporate practices, shareholder dividend maximizing, profit maximizing, executive pay maximizing practices. This is a sickness. This is a Wall Street led sickness of greed that has taken over this industry that controls a vital component of our supply chain. And railroad workers are the ones who are experiencing the effects of that. They have been experiencing the effects of cost cutting, corner cutting, of a managerial philosophy that prioritizes profit and a low operating ratio above everything else, including safety. And workers kept warning me throughout the year last year that if something didn't change, not only were workers going to continue to flee the industry that they loved because they can no longer make a living there, or they can no longer handle the stress and the toxicity of the work environment, and they could no longer do what these companies are asking them to do, which is the work of 5 people piled onto one and without any paid sick days, right? And being on call 24/7, right? So not only were you going to have a massive crisis on the rails in terms of labor, but what these workers kept warning us was that if you didn't address the issues that they were fighting for in their contract fight last year, someone was going to get hurt. And that, unfortunately, is exactly what happened on February 3rd, right? When I saw the news of the Norfolk Southern train derailment on February 3rd, it was I was experiencing a real mix of emotions. Uh, I was I was horrified by what I was seeing. I was terrified about what could happen in the coming hours, given, the contents of that train, what we knew, what we didn't know. I was thinking about the people living around the track. And then when I saw the massive death plume, um, I can't even describe what I was feeling. But all the while, I just couldn't shake that anger. I couldn't shake that frustration that this was avoidable. Workers were warning us this would happen. They were telling us how to prevent it, and we didn't do it. We instead, Congress, President Biden, the media, like everyone jumped on board to squash the railroad workers' struggle last year when they were trying to address these issues in their contract negotiations with the rail companies. Um, and so, we didn't listen to the workers. And Lord knows in the time since, we have not been listening to the residents, at least nearly not as much as we should, right? But that's how we got into covering this tragic story. It was through railroad workers and through friends and fellow journalists, some of whom you're going to hear on the live stream today, that I was able to connect with people living in and around East Palestine. And these are working people too, right? Even if I don't talk to them about their jobs, we're all working people, right? And these trains, these massive death trains that are 1, 2, 3 miles long, that have 2 people on the train, that are carrying toxic substances that they don't have to really disclose to anybody. Like these are trains that are passing by working people's backyards, like East Palestine. Matt Weaver, a longtime railroad worker who we're actually going to talk to later on the stream. He's also an organizer with Railroad Workers United, a cross-craft solidarity net group of railroad workers around the U.S. He told me something that really stuck with me after, because he was the first railroad worker I interviewed after the derailment in East Palestine. And he told me, he said, these trains, these massive trains, they're not running through the backyards of the rich. They're running through our towns, right? They are sitting idled in the middle of our main streets, right? They are passing by our kids' little league games and schools, right? It is our children who have to crawl under these damn trains just to get to school, risking their own lives and limbs to do so. Like, this is a corporate menace for whose greed for which we are all paying right now. That includes railroad workers, that includes all of us around the country who live near a rail line. And it includes all of us who are participating in the economy because the railroad's practices, and we're going to get into this throughout the 12-hour live stream today, they are hurting everyone and for the benefit of the shareholders and the executives. And we as a country, we as a community, we as fellow workers need to step in and do something about it before more people get hurt and more communities like East Palestine are destroyed, or severely, put in a severely horrible position and receiving no help, which is basically what the folks of East Palestine have been living through ever since February 3rd. So anyway, we got 12 hours of live streaming, so I'm not going to just yak on endlessly now, but I just wanted to sort of remind folks why we're here and remind folks about the seriousness of everything we're talking about here. right? We are talking about real flesh and blood human beings. These are our neighbors. These are our fellow parishioners. These are, folks whose kids are playing our kids at hockey games and everything else, right? I mean, we are all just fellow working people here. And they didn't ask for this. They didn't have any responsibility for the derailment on February 3rd. And they've been ignored, they've been abandoned, they've been lied to by Norfolk Southern, by government agencies, by state and federal governments. And it's frankly unforgivable. And we're going to talk to residents from East Palestine throughout the day. We're going to hear from a range of folks, journalists who have been covering this, advocates and organizers in the area and beyond who are trying to help however they can, trying to investigate this catastrophe and the fallout, trying to hold this company, Norfolk Southern, accountable, trying to hold our elected officials accountable, and trying to get the people of East Palestine the help that they need. And we wanted to help with that effort, right? As I said, Jules and I are just two guys. We do this podcast together. Jules is a talented musician who's got a lot of other stuff going on in Texas. I'm the editor in chief here at the Real News Network, and running around here in Baltimore. But we do this show because we really care. We have a deep, deep, abiding love for our fellow working class people. We have a deep, deep belief that working people deserve so much better than what we're getting in this society, in this economy. And we have a deep, deep belief that only by banding together, by showing solidarity with one another, by loving one another and fighting for one another, are we actually going to be able to change anything right now. And so we are trying to imbue that spirit, and use it to help as many folks as we can in East Palestine right now. So here are the basics. And we are going to be here hosting this live stream for 12 hours. So we'll be here until from 10 a.m. Eastern time to 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight. It's going to be a long ride, but we're going to have fun. We're going to inform folks. Like I said, we're going to have a whole range of incredible guests joining us throughout the day, including, and we are prioritizing the voices and stories of folks in East Palestine. And I'm going to say more about that in a second. But we're also going to have folks working in and around East Palestine, doing great work like water testing, right? Independent water testing, or medical studies to examine the health effects that residents are feeling. Journalists who have refused to give up on this story and give up on these folks, continuing to report on what they're going through and what progress has been made or not been made in terms of, legislative efforts to address the issues that led to the derailment itself, so on and so forth. We're also going to have, like I said, a lot of fun. It's 12 hours. We got to keep the energy up. It's the holiday season, and we are doing this to help East Palestine families with the holiday costs. So we're going to have, great friends jumping on the stream throughout the day, like the great Kim Kelly, author of the book Fight Like Hell, The Untold History of American Labor. We're going to be checking in with our friends from Alabama at the Valley Labor Report, Hayden Wright, from the UMWA, who was integral to the coal miners' strike at Warrior Met Coal for 2 years down there. We're going to be talking to railroad workers and representatives from Railroad Workers United, all manner of folks. It's going to be fun, and it's going to be, like I said, 12 hours. And we're going to try to inform folks as best we can. We're going to try to lift up the stories and struggles of folks in East Palestine as best we can. And ultimately, what we are doing is we are trying to raise as much money as we can for these families so that they can get some additional help to pay for holiday costs, right? I mean, after everything folks have been through, after not receiving the aid that they should have been getting this entire time. It's just been a hell of a year for folks in East Palestine. It's unimaginable. And then you add on to that the holidays, which should be a time of joy, togetherness, relaxation, football, food, all that good stuff. And we want it to be that for folks in East Palestine, and we don't want them worrying and stressing about how they're going to get presents for their kids, how they're even going to buy the turkey or stuff like that. And so this idea came out of interviews that I have been doing with residents in East Palestine, including with the great Chris and Jessica Albright, who are incredible. I mean, they're two of many incredible folks from East Palestine that I've had the honor of meeting and chatting to on the show. But we recently published an episode with the Albrights, and they were talking to us about the impossible situation they're in heading into the holidays, and we wanted to do something to help. We couldn't just stand by and not try to do more. And so we've been working with the Albrights. We've been working with just so many incredible folks in and around East Palestine, who you're going to hear from today. It's been a real group effort. Like we're doing as best we can. Like I said, we're a podcast. We know that one fundraiser is not going to give these folks everything they need. We don't know how much we're going to raise, but we're going to leave it all on the field, and we're going to try to raise as much money as we can. We have, and all of that money is going to the donation portal, which is at the very top of the YouTube description of this video. We're going to keep reminding folks to go there to donate. It is a portal that connects you to the Way Station, a local nonprofit in the East Palestine area. They do incredible work, and we are so grateful to them for hosting and administering that fundraising portal. They're going to be giving us updates throughout the day about how much we've raised. I got word that we've already raised over $500 before we even started the stream, so that's a great head start. We got a lot more to do, and we've been asking residents around town to sign up. We're trying to keep it very basic. We don't want to gatekeep anything. We don't want to touch the money. We just want to help people raise it. We want to raise as much as we can. So we're just asking folks, what's your name, email, your zip code, so that we just so we can know that you live in the area. But we're not limiting it to just folks in East Palestine, because those toxic chemicals flow all around the area, right? That's one of the points we're going to talk about today. But we're just asking folks, how many kids you got, 18 and under. We want to help everybody, but again, we don't know how much we're going to raise, so we are prioritizing folks with families with kids 18 and under at home, so that they can at least help provide for their families and get some presents and all that good stuff. And so we're gonna close things off. Sign up will close. The fundraiser will close at the end of this live stream. We're going to basically take all the signups, calculate how many kids we gotta try to get money to. We're gonna average out the based on what we raised, split it up evenly, and then all of those funds are gonna be dispersed in the form of gift cards to either Target or Amazon. Folks in East Palestine who have signed up have told us which they prefer. We're not friends of Amazon. We don't, we're not huge proponents of Target, but I don't care. I just want to get these folks some aid, and this felt like the easiest way to get a digital gift card using the money we raised as quickly as possible to folks, so that they can have it leading into Christmas and New Year's. That's the basic premise. So we got guests coming on soon, but I've been yakking on for 20 minutes here, and I want to bring on my boy Jules to introduce him to y'all and to just get a little check-in. How you doing, brother? You've been amazing. Jules is running all of the stream. He's going to be bringing guests on throughout the day. He's got his coffee. My man in Texas, how you doing, brother?
Good morning. I am here, and I'm excited to be here. I'm happy to be here, and I just before we even launch into stuff, man, I just want to say that it's really a blessing, having Max as a host, man, because every now and then he gets these wildly altruistic sort of ideas that are just, and he invites you to. He's like, hey, how about you commit to 12 hours of raising money for a really great cause? And
hey, you doing anything on the 16th?
yeah, right. I'm spending 12 hours right here, man. I moved the coffee maker over here, man. It's like this is where it's at for today, and I'm really excited about it. And man, I will just say that a whole other layer to just how amazing it is to be involved continually with this project is that, I mean, you were mentioning how you were speaking to um, railroad workers, and in the infant stages of that, man, I remember those moments, and when this happened, and how surreal all that felt at that time. It was like, are you telling me that Max was on a case when this happened, and it was just like, it was one of those moments of like, when the impossible becomes like, this is actually happening. It was, I mean, so when I say it's surreal, it's honestly like, it's we're just two guys working on a podcast, and so we do what we can to raise awareness and raise worker voices. um, but just when were talking about that, it sent me back to that time, of how surreal that was to see all this happening. And so, for what it's worth, man, I'm very happy to be here right now, to be working towards this cause. And thank you, Max, for inviting me to this 12-hour live stream here.
Thank you. I guess you're welcome.
Right, right,
And
right,
I'm sorry.
right.
But I love you to death, brother. And I'm so like, this is why Jules is our producer, right? Because Jules is one of like three people on earth who will, like, when I tell him, hey, I may have just committed myself to doing a 12-hour live stream fundraiser for these folks. He's one of like the few people on earth who will say, I'm there, let's do it. What do we need? Like, and it's just yeah, just my brother in arms, and we're charging into battle here for a good cause. And we've got, like I said, a lot of great folks who are helping out. I want to also really stress something I forgot to mention up top. As I said, we've been working with Chris, Jessica Albright. We've been working with folks at the, Hillary Flynn at the Unity Council, like just so many incredible folks. Savage Joy Marie, who's going to be on the stream later today. Just an incredible amount of folks who are in town, around town, who have been covering this, who just wanted to help. I wanted to give you guys a huge, huge, huge thank you. I wanted to thank the Way Station again for running the live stream. I wanted to thank everyone watching. Please share this, like, comment, engage in the live chat, because the more engagement we get, the more that tells YouTube's algorithm to push it out to people who aren't subscribers to this channel. Have some fun, share some links, keep sharing the fundraising link, pass it around to your networks on social media. Let's try to get as many folks to the live stream as possible, to the donation portal as possible. But I also want to mention that the Chris Albright, who's been working his butt off on the ground, who folks who listen to the show have heard me talk to Chris and Jess multiple times. He's running around like a chicken with his head cut off right now, working with folks on the ground. They're going to be hosting an in-person party at the East Palestine Eagles Club today. Now, they can't get into the Eagles Club until noon, but that's when they're going in to set up. They're going to be having folks from around town coming in. There's donated food. That's where we're going to have a computer station set up so that folks from East Palestine can be coming on throughout the day, mixing it up with me and Jules and the guests that we're bringing on. And you guys are going to get to hear directly from them. To everyone in East Palestine who's watching this, who's going to come into the Eagles Club. Like we said, we're just two guys. We want to hear from you. We want to try to bring on as many folks as we can. We can't promise that we'll be able to bring everybody on, but we just wanted to let y'all know we love you, we support you, we want to do what we can to help. We really appreciate y'all taking a leap of faith on us, and we're going to try our absolute best not to let you down, and we're going to try our absolute best to help you out. Right? That's what this is all about. It's the holiday season. We've all seen the Christmas movies. We've watched, the Muppet Christmas Carol, National Lampoon's Elf. Like, we've seen the stories. You got to climb, down into the muck before the Christmas miracle happens. So let's make the Christmas miracle happen today. If you're in East Palestine, head on over to the Eagles Club later today. Thank you to everyone who's making that in-person party happen. Thank you to everyone who's donated supplies to that. And we're going to be, as I said, checking in regularly throughout the day with folks in EP through that computer that we're going to set up at the Eagles Club. Now, we're going to have we got 11 and a half more hours to go. I don't want to just like hit it off at 100 miles per hour at the beginning, because we've also got our great guests who are going to be rolling in starting now. Jules, I wanted to check while I'm here chatting. Do we have our first guest lined up to come on?
Yes, we do. I'm going to let her in right now.
Amazing. So, our first guest today, like I said, we've got an incredible host, incredible cast of folks who are going to be coming on, talking to us about the work that they're doing, sending love to folks in EP, and we just want to get to know them, hear more about their work, why it's important, and what we can do to support it. And I am incredibly honored to have our first guest on. This is Heather Holton Van Tassel. She is the executive director of Three Rivers Waterkeeper. Heather, thank you so much for joining us on the stream today. Good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to, help bring some light to these families this Christmas season, and I hope that we can get some donations started today.
Me too, baby. Me too. Let's do it, gang. Like everyone who's watching this, again, before we get going and talking to Heather about the great work she and the folks there are doing, I'm going to remind folks as many times as I can throughout the stream, the donation portal where you can send money to the general fund that we are raising money for to try to help families in East Palestine have a good Christmas. The link to that is at the very top of the description on YouTube to this live stream. It's on all the social media posts we put out. We'll throw it in the live chat throughout the day. Again, please donate what you can. We're going to get updates from the Way Station, the nonprofit that is running that portal, throughout the day about how much we're raising. We came into the stream with about $550 raised already. Let's keep getting that up every hour. So thank you guys again. Thank you again, Heather, for joining us and for being the brave soul taking the first slot. I know that's maybe a little nerve-wracking, but again, I promise we're just here to have fun, to chat, to learn more about you and the important work that you're doing. So why don't we start there? Let's just introduce you to the great live stream viewers and listeners. Tell us a bit about yourself. Tell us about Three Rivers Waterkeeper and your connection to the community and to this disaster that folks have been living through.
Yeah, so Three Rivers Waterkeeper, we're an environmental nonprofit that works to protect the water quality of the Allegheny, Monongahela, and Ohio rivers, particularly in southwestern Pennsylvania. And we really have this vision of drinkable, swimmable, and fishable waters, and we are the scientific and legal advocate. So we really focus on understanding water quality and holding polluters accountable when the water quality is diminished or polluted, particularly through industrial pollutants. We first got involved with the East Palestine derailment. For those who don't know, the derailment happened right near Sulphur Run, which flows into Leslie Run, which flows into Little Beaver Creek, eventually empties into Pennsylvania and the Ohio River. And so, our water that we're working to protect was going to be impacted by this derailment. And so we immediately wanted to, monitor that impact. And so we went out and we took some water quality samples, within the first week of it happening. And so we were still kind of still learning what should we even be sampling for, because there was a lot of lack of transparency that happened. And I feel like community probably experienced that a lot too. And so we were sampling, not getting lab results back, right? Because the labs in our region were also being utilized by the government because of the amount of samples that they had to take. So we were kind of in the dark and still wanting to help the community. And so we started really paying attention to, what Ohio EPA was putting out on the internet, right? So they were doing their own samples, and that's why we weren't getting ours back, because we were using the same lab. And so we decided we're just going to start paying attention to the data they're putting out if we can't have our own data for analysis. And that's where we started getting really concerned, because there was a lot of mismatch between what we felt was being put out by, these broad statements of everything's fine, everything's safe. But then their data suggested that there were high levels of contaminants in the surface water. And so we were able to come to a community meeting and help people understand that you can say statements that are not false, but they're misleading, right? So we were finding that they were saying your drinking water is fine, your drinking water is safe. While they were finding things in the drinking water, they weren't at a level that was outside of standards. But they weren't talking about what they were finding in the surface water, which was really high contamination. They weren't talking about the fact that, there was a complete, fish kill basically immediately after. And the fact that a lot of these community members don't get their drinking water from a public water source, and how long it takes for that public water source to be contaminated. There was that lack of, right now we're not finding high levels where we're concerned. We're going to have to monitor for a long time because our, aquifer is really deep, deeper than a lot of your wells. So we should also be monitoring your wells. And so we are trying to, figure out how we can communicate that we should be asking more questions. Their statements are not wrong. They're just not the whole picture, right? And so I think they're using it to calm the community. But what we found we're actually doing is creating this, mistrust, because people knew what they were seeing. They were smelling it. They could see the pollution. They were getting, sick. They weren't feeling well. So there was very dismissive of the community. And then we saw, unity councils start forming. And so we thought that was absolutely amazing that this community heard what they were saying and wanted to fight against that misleading conversations that they were having. And so that allowed us to kind of take a little step back as well and let the community take charge. We really saw them push back on a lot of things, and we continued to monitor the Ohio River. And then really recently we joined forces with Unity Council and did some sampling in Sulphur Run again. It's been a while. There's been a lot of, restrictions lifted on the environmental side. They're starting to, they're taking the wastewater is no longer hazardous. And so we're like, now's a good time to kind of figure out what's in our surface waters that we're exposed to. And we sampled both the sediment, so that the bottom of your riverbanks, and we sampled the water column itself. What we found is there was extremely high contamination in Sulphur Run in the sediment with, over 10 different organic compounds that are known to be harmful to human exposure. What we didn't find were high levels of those organic contaminants in the water column. So, this shows that if you were just sampling that surface water, you're not actually getting a picture of what the exposures are. And so what this means too is, like, when you're out in the creek and you're kicking your feet around, you're stomping in it, you're kicking up those pollutants, right, and putting them back into the water column. They could potentially, then be exposed into the air. And so there's that lack of, full picture of really where this contamination could go. And it really makes a lot of sense that the sediment's highly contaminated, right? We're almost going on a year now. It's had a year for settling of those contaminants into our sediment. And this becomes really concerning when we think about long-term exposure for these community members as they get kicked up. Wildlife, deer walk through there, they kick it up every time. And so, we're working with Unity Council on how to, let folks know what the data is and what it means, and what we can't draw conclusions for. And so we did that, and then we also then all of a sudden heard that, the village is considering accepting wastewater in their waste treatment facility.
Yeah, tell us a little more about that, because that's kind of like a recent development that folks watching may not have heard about yet. I was wondering if you could just say a little more about what's going on there.
Yeah, I would love to tell you our perspective. And I'm, with Three Rivers Waterkeeper, we understand, we don't live in that community. So I'm not here to tell people what to do with their community. However, I really would like some questions to be answered. So for those who don't know, the village is considering accepting wastewater from the train derailment. And that wastewater is what happens when it rains and it collects up on the site that's polluted, and then they collect it and they have to get rid of it. That is now no longer hazardous, so that opens them up to being able to dispose it and your everyday wastewater treatment facilities. So they'll truck it over to the treatment facility. Now, this is not the drinking water, okay? So this is the wastewater treatment facility. So what they'll do is accept the water, treat it through normal processes, and discharge it into Leslie Run. And so for us, there's a couple like really big red flags. One is that the community members don't get to decide what are the triggering points for accepting that wastewater. Like, what are they measuring? When do they say absolutely not? So those values, the community members should be able to decide what values that they accept as risk for accepting the wastewater. Many of the compounds that could be in that wastewater are not monitored in this facility because they're set up to handle stormwater and sewage water. So you're thinking about, fecal matter and that type of bacteria, as well as your typical oil and grease, because when water flows on land, it picks up oil from our cars and stuff. So that's the typical stuff it's meant to handle. And so a lot of those other types of potential compounds that are hazard or toxic are not going to be measured for once they're in the facility. And so the other problem is whoever's deciding to accept that waste is the superintendent, which I'm sure has a background for understanding a lot of things, but it should not go to one person. It should be a third-party environmental scientist who can say whether or not the facility can handle that wastewater for treatment, because it will be discharged into Leslie Run. The other part that's really concerning is that this facility wasn't made to handle industrial wastewater at that capacity. And so while they might get a financial benefit to accept this wastewater, we don't know how long that facility can handle that wastewater, right? So they're going to have to now have more staff. They're going to have, their equipment changing more frequency, more maintenance. They're going to have to monitor it more heavily because it's more, right? Like, I can bake a cake in my kitchen, but I'm not going to open up a bakery, right? I can't produce that level at a single person, it's just not what my kitchen was set up for. And so while you have all the components needed, is it adequate for the job you're asking to do? That's expensive, right? Maintenance is expensive. And so I would question whether or not that's part of the consideration when they're thinking about that financial benefit for receiving the wastewater. Another challenging thing is that they're not going to change their permit. So to discharge into Leslie Run, they have a federal permit to discharge. And that federal permit comes with limits. So they can't exceed certain pollutants putting into our water. They are now liable for what comes out of that discharge and opening themselves up to Clean Water Act violations and lawsuits. Very heavy on the financial end, and federal lawsuits. Lots of, organizations, community members can sue the industry, not just, Ohio EPA or US EPA, but with the Clean Water Act, there's citizen suit provision. So community members, community organizations that are impacted by that violation can actually take action. And so they're opening themselves up to being liable for what Norfolk Southern gives them through that. So that could be a potential big issue in the long run of what happens then. We mentioned earlier that the sediment's contaminated. So we're thinking heavy flows coming out of this discharge. That could potentially pull up some pollutants that are in the sediment itself that's, being contained right now. And that's going to, again, flow down eventually into the Ohio River, which provides drinking water for 5 million people, as well as a recreational source for 30 million people. Let's not forget, everyone's connected. Everything that happens in East Palestine will flow down into the Gulf, into the ocean. And so, it's a bigger picture. The community members, of course, would be the strongest impacted because it's right there. There'd be the highest exposure. But it's an issue that impacts us all. And I think we should really be asking a lot more questions just besides, well, should we accept this because they'll give us money to take their wastewater? What does that mean? If there's other places that can accept it that were, built, engineered to handle industrial wastewater at high capacities, Wouldn't it be better to send it there so that way we can prevent a failure or a catastrophe in the future?
That's a great question, right? And like I want to talk about that bigger picture for a second,
Yeah.
right? Because especially doing the work that you do, seeing, like trying to take care of our vital waterways. And
Mhm.
I underline vital, right?
Yes.
Because like this is the thing, this is like one of those examples. And also I guess for folks watching the live stream, just so you know, I'm not being rude. The camera's there, the computer's here. So when I'm looking, it looks like I'm not looking at the guests. I am actually looking at the guests, but I'll try to look at the camera when I'm talking to folks. But like um this is one of those issues where it's like, as the pollution gets worse, as the climate changes more, right? As industrial accidents like this happen, as the sort of disasters that we've been seeing not just in East Palestine, but Flint, Jackson, Mississippi, Navajo Nation that's been uranium poisoned for decades, like here in Baltimore. I mean, like you can pretend that you'll be okay if things get worse in the world, but you can store up, in your basement and kind of, like have your provisions. But if you can't drink the water, what are you gonna do? You're screwed. Your plan is bunk at that point. I mean, indigenous, like water and land protectors said it best. Water is life. We cannot live without it. That's as simple as it gets for human beings who are organic beings on this planet. And yet we are seeing stories like this in so many parts of the country where the waterways upon which we depend for our crops, for our drinking water, for everything else, are being contaminated, and we're running out of uncontaminated, good fresh water, which we need for everything. Because when you were talking about this, it made me think about a reporting trip that I did at the Real News Network about 2 years ago, where I traveled to Wisconsin, farming communities in the rural Northwest and Southwest of Wisconsin, to talk to farming communities that were banding together to try to fight off the construction of new hog CAFOs, or basically the CAFOs, concentrated animal feeding operations, for everyone watching, but basically those massive hog factories, right? Which have been studied and proven to produce just millions and millions of gallons of pig feces that like are held in lagoons next to where the pigs themselves are housed. And that stuff can get into the water, and it can, and all the chemicals and all the antibiotics that animals are pumped with, that gets into the water. And this is what all the farming folks were telling me. They're like, when you spray this stuff over the fields and it rains and then it goes into the rivers, like that's not staying here. It's going into our waterways, but then it's connecting to the Mississippi and it's going everywhere. So like it just feels like we're sitting on a massive crisis as concerns our water supply. And I just wanted to sort of ask if you could talk more about that big picture, doing the kind of work that you do. What do you have to say to folks watching and listening to this about what you're seeing as far as like how we are treating our water in this country, and what is going to lie ahead if we don't change?
Yeah, that's, a really great question. Water really connects us all. It's through the evapotranspiration system. Our water can end up anywhere. They find contaminants in Antarctica that should not be there because of the way water flows in our society. It flows through our bodies, it flows through our land, it flows through our air. And we can't exist without clean, pure water. And what happens is just everything gets more expensive. We reduce our life expectancy. And so what's really interesting about environmental exposure, and why it can be so hard to get our government and our people on board about protecting our environment, is that it's a chronic exposure, which leads to chronic health issues and shortened life expectancies that aren't always a direct cause relationship, right? You can't always be like, this exposure did this. It's really hard to prove statistically. But what we do know is that people are living shorter lives now. Our health is declining. our mental health is declining. We talk a lot of things about our sedentary lifestyle, our eating habits, and sure, those can be contributors, but we also know really healthy people still get sick. We also know that really healthy people can have poor mental health. And more of that is showing that environmental exposure is really changing our bodies and our body's ability to live long, healthy lives, mind and, health. And so what we're seeing when is that it's really hard to get people to connect the importance of protecting our environment because we have treatment facilities, right? We'll clean the water, we'll pay to clean the water. I'll get a Brita filter. But what we're doing is we're paying to clean it, but once it comes into certain places, we're not monitoring for things. We're just throwing it through a filter and saying, I think that's good enough. And we really need to shift that burden from the individual to paying higher fees for cleaner water. We need to shift the burden for the community members to have well waters, really intensive filtration systems because their aquifers and well waters are contaminated. We need to shift the burden on the industries. They have the money. The technology exists to clean it. They know what's in their water. They should clean it. If they have water, it should be going in cleaner than the environment around them. So that is what we really advocate for. Once it enters into the water and we don't have a point source, we don't know what it's going from, it's really hard to clean water when there could be hundreds of thousands of things in it. An industry knows what they're dealing with. They know everything that goes into their water for production. And when there's a spill, they know everything that was in those containers that spilled. Whether they share it with us or not is a different story. But they are the best ones to clean it and clean it well. And we're not a lot of us are demanding it, but it's not being heard. And so I hope that people today do two things. One, donate so these families who are impacted and exposed every day can, have a little less stress this holiday season. But also they start pushing back when environmental laws are trying to be deregulated or not enforced. We have really good environmental laws that we often just don't enforce. And then we're constantly deregulating just to make an extra dollar. And what really happens is you pay for it in healthcare, you pay for it in your utility rate paying bills because it needs clean. So we're shifting the dollar back to us versus the industry that needs to be paying for these issues.
And that, is powerfully put. And it's like, I really want people to sit with that because that's also the way that things are going in general, right? So much of the record corporate profits that we're hearing about left and right, including the Class 1 freight railroads who are making more money than they ever have. Sure, Norfolk Southern took a hit this year because they had to clean up their mess and they haven't cleaned up nearly enough of their mess. And we're going to talk about that more later, but that's all just a line item on a budget that is showing billions and billions and billions of dollars of profit every single year. And part of those profits come from socializing the costs, pushing it onto us, and privatizing the profits that are received, right? They get to take all the good, we have to bear the burden of all the bad. Right. I think like that point is so important. And we are speaking with Heather Holton Van Tassel. Just a reminder from Three Rivers Waterkeeper. We only have Heather for a few more minutes because we're trying to be respectful of everyone's time here on the stream. But I really, really appreciate you coming on, Heather. And I wanted to just ask with the few minutes that we've got left, two things. One, just so you have it at the end, I want to make sure that we talk about Three Rivers Waterkeeper, plug the work that y'all are doing, let folks know where they can find you and what they can do to support you. And then before we get to that, though, I just wanted to return to that point you made earlier at the beginning about the Orwellian disconnect here, because that's something that's been really messing with me, and I can genuinely only imagine what it's doing to the minds and hearts of people living in East Palestine. Because so many of them have told me, I don't know if the water I'm drinking or that my kid, the grass my kids are playing in, or the creek they're putting their feet in, I don't know if it's going to hurt them. I don't know what the effects are going to be, but I know something's wrong because I'm seeing all of this, oil slick looking stuff on the top of the water. right? I'm getting nosebleeds when I walk into my house. Like, so you have a really interesting and I think telling phenomenon here where living human beings are their own test, material, right? They're saying, I feel something's wrong and I know my body best, right? I know something is off. And they are being told by their government, by Norfolk Southern, it's all fine. You're good. And I feel like that disconnect was what caught a lot of people's attention because we were hearing that everything was fine. And then we're seeing videos of all these dead fish and we're hearing all these stories. So, like, how do you and how do we like navigate that? I just wanted to kind of toss that question back to you. So, like, the importance of listening to people in East Palestine tell us like what they're seeing, tasting, feeling, experiencing, how that plays into the work that you do and our collective work to get answers and accountability from the people who are telling us everything is fine.
Yeah. No, I think, and this issue just gets the crux of environmental injustices across the US. You know your body, you know what you're seeing, and the fact that it's so dismissed is wrong. So what I would, really push for is continue to ask questions, continue to demand testing. And this is the undue burden of those living in areas that have a high pollutants, right? Is that not only do you have to be sick, be concerned and stressed about your well-being and your future families, but now you have to push just for basic understanding of what you're being exposed to, and that's unfair. Realize that when they say they can't say whether or not it's good or bad for you, that's the truth. The thing is, you have an increased risk of things. And that's where that semantics gets really important because they'll say, we can't tell you whether or not this is harmful. And that at the end of the day is true. There's a lot of exposures we don't know, but we do know there's increased risks of chronic long-term health problems, increased risk of developing, health lung issues, increased risk. And so it's the same thing as smoking, right? Like you can smoke a pack a day for your whole life, never get lung cancer. You do have an increased risk of it, but that doesn't mean you're going to get it. You could get lung cancer from being a healthy, marathon runner, still get lung cancer. So that's the challenge when it comes to health issues and exposure. You just have increased risks. And these communities are not being told what those increased risks are so that they can make their own choices. They're taking that autonomy away from a community that knows they're being exposed, but aren't getting the answers that they need to be able to decide, do I want to stay here? Do I want to continue to let my family grow here? Can I thrive here and be, happy? And I think if they would just help community members understand the increased risks and let them decide. I mean, there's people who still live in Chernobyl, right? Like increased risk. There's people who died instantly, people who still live there. They accept the risk, but they got to choose that, right? They knew the risk of radiation, they chose it. And this community is not being allowed. I think that's one of the most harmful things is that the burden is on them with the stress and the asking questions and they're dismissed, and that's not fair. They need to be told their risk. They won't ever get the perfect answer, of course, but they need to be able to make that choice for themselves. And I really think with things like this today and with the community's unity council and really always constantly asking questions and really pushing for, we're not going to just sit here and let this happen to us, but we're going to push and help this. They don't want to give up their community. They love their community. We all love where we live, right? And we're part of it. We're part of the nature, the society. And I think to just dismiss someone based on, not wanting to cause fear is not appropriate in this type of situation.
Beautifully and powerfully put. Heather, thank you so much for coming on the stream, for sharing your insight with us, and for doing the important work that you do. We really appreciate it. And before we let you go and bring on our next guest, just wanted to ask, where can folks learn more about you, Three Rivers Waterkeeper, and what can they do to fight the good fight and support y'all?
Yeah, so you can find us at www.3rwk.org. We have quite a bit of socials out there, so social media is also a great place, 3R Waterkeeper. And, for us, we really like to get people understanding of what pollution looks like. So we hold a lot of training on how to spot and report pollution. You don't have to know what the pollution is. You just got to know it's out of sight. You're out of the ordinary, and let us know what's happening so we can go check it out. So once the weather warms up and we get back out on our waterways, come to an event with us, and we'd love to get you more connected to the water. Get involved in your community. And just take a walk by your nearest waterway. Reconnect with it. Take a moment, live with it, connect to it. Be there to know that that's where your source of life is coming from. And so that's something anyone can do. Just be really grateful for the water that's around them.
Oh, yeah. Water is life, baby. Heather Holden Van Tassel of Three Rivers Waterkeeper, thank you so, so much for coming on our live stream, for standing with the folks of East Palestine, for doing the work that you do. Thank you so much, sister. We'll see you later. Solidarity from Baltimore.
All right. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. All right, gang. So Jules, are we done yet? Is that felt good?
That felt really
how
good.
much
That
longer
was a
we
great
got?
one. All right, we're down to 11 hours now. I think we just got a text that said we're up to 650, which is totally cool.
Let's go.
Awesome.
Let's go.
And now
that's
we got
$100 in the first hour we got. Let's keep it going,
awesome.
gang.
Let's do it. We got Steve Mellon coming up next. I'm gonna admit him now.
Sweet. My boy Steve. And a reminder to y'all watching, I'm going to remind you, like basically every time we're transitioning to a new guest, new segment, please keep liking, commenting on this video, engaging in the live chat, sharing links in that live chat, and blasting this YouTube link out to your network so we get more folks watching, more folks donating. Again, you can find the link to the fundraising portal that we are directing all funds raised to. Was set up and is being administered by the Way Station, a great local nonprofit over there in East Palestine. And we're going to be getting more updates throughout the day as donations come in. But it is there at the very top of the description to this video. Please donate what you can. Share it, or if you can't donate, share the link with 5 people, right? Let's use the organizing tool of like, bring a buddy with you, and let's try to kind of maximize our impact that way. But we are 1 hour in. We are having fun. We are doing good. We got the caffeine going. And we got another great brother joining us on the stream, someone who I'm honored to know. And in fact, the man who connected me with residents in East Palestine. He was the first one to connect me because I was like blown away by a report that he did. And I had interviewed our guest today, Steve Mellon, for another struggle that we're going to talk about, because Steve himself is an incredible, accomplished journalist. He has been working at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette for many years, doing vital work to report on, the stories that matter for the people in his community. And he, along with his coworkers, has been on strike at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette since October of last year. And even while they were on strike, the striking workers have created a strike newspaper. They're still doing journalism, even if they're not getting paid for it, because that's what they love to do. That's what they were born to do. That's what Steve was born to do. You can tell it in everything that he does. And he's still doing it while being on strike for over a year. And he was going down to East Palestine and reporting on what was happening there for the strike newspaper. And so like that in itself is an incredible, incredible thing. So I wanted, before we introduce Steve real quick, I just wanted to really ask folks, there's a lot going on in the world. We're here today for East Palestine, but please don't forget about our fellow workers at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette who have been holding the line for over a year, and that is not easy. So let's please remember to keep lifting them up, supporting the Pittsburgh Union Progress, which is the name of the strike paper. You can donate to the strike fund there. Just don't forget about them either. So with all that in mind, brother Steve, how you doing, man? Let's bring you on. Introduce yourself to the great live stream viewers and listeners.
Hey, Max. Hey, it's good to see you again.
I'm back at you, man.
Thanks for doing this. You know, it's so important. It's been a year since almost a year since this happened. We're coming, what's 11 months since those trains ran off the track in East Palestine, and it's really important that people there know that they're not forgotten. That's really key. After something like this happens, I've seen this happen in other communities. It's not always an event like a toxic exposure like East Palestine. You have these big entities that have a huge amount of control, and then they create an event, a traumatic event in a community, and then they move on. And the world moves on, because we all want to get back to our normal lives. Everybody kind of moves on, but that community still has to deal with this day after day after day. We saw this. You and I have talked about this. I saw this happen on an economic level in the Mon Valley in the Pittsburgh region when the mills closed down in the 1980s. It was a traumatic event. A lot of the news cameras showed up in the immediate aftermath. Then the newspaper, then all the news organizations, the TV cameras, the reporters all left, and people they still had to deal with the fallout of these gigantic, powerful, money-making corporations moving out, leaving them with a mess, and they're forgotten. And they're left to deal with the economic fallout, with the collapse of their communities, with the collapse of their support network. There's a lot of division because there's so many stresses in these communities. And the same thing has happened. Depression sets in. We've seen this happen over and over and over again. And it's just, we can't forget about these folks. We can't forget that they're still out there. They're still struggling. They're going to be struggling with this next year, guys. You know that. It's going to be the same thing. So things like this are really important.
Well, and I want to ask you a kind of personal question on that, if you're comfortable. We don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. But
Yeah, sure.
because I want to be very clear to everyone, and Steve included, right, that I'm not equating these scenarios. But I'm wondering, as a journalist who is covering this, and a journalist who is on strike, who is also dealing with your own relationship to that phenomenon that you just talked about, right? Because everyone gets excited when a strike starts. And then it's like, okay, we got another one, right? The UAW is going on strike. We were all ready for a UPS Teamsters strike, and it felt like, we didn't get the big national strike we wanted. But we had the Hollywood strikes, the writers, the actors, then the UAW auto workers, right? But then that same thing kicks in, like you said. It's like the news cycle moves on, the attention wanes, the support wanes, but you're still on strike. Like you're it ain't over till it's over. It ain't over till you got that contract. And in fact, the chances of folks getting the contract they deserve goes down as the public support and attention goes down. So you're dealing with your own side of this while you're trying to cover a community that is dealing with their own horrific side of this, of people forgetting about them, of the news cycle making us collectively forget. I'm wondering, just like, if you feel like that has contributed to the motivation and the way that you're covering this, the connection that you have to East Palestine right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think about that a lot. I get up every morning, and when I was working full time, I could say on a Saturday or Sunday, whatever my off day was, I was going to get up and I was not going to think about work at all. And I could do that, and I could get on with my life and do other things to kind of remove myself from that. I get up every day. It doesn't matter what's going on. I get up every day and I'm on strike. That's always in my mind, because you have bills to pay. You have, your support network, your normal routine is gone. All those things that gave your life, I don't want to say meaning, but it kind of gave you an identity. Those are all stripped away from you. And so it does not go away. The people in East Palestine had that to a much greater degree, because they get up every morning and they look out the window and they wonder, is my home safe? Am I raising my kids in a safe place? They can't escape from that. That's always there. Now the world will move on. The news, you're exactly right. The news cameras will move on. They'll come back next month because the 1 year anniversary is coming up. They'll pop in, they'll do their thing, then they'll be gone again. And they probably won't be back again unless something big happens, or unless there's a 5 year anniversary. You know how this runs, Max. This is that's the way the news cycle works. Mm-hmm. So it absolutely is a motivator. When people from East Palestine call me or send me texts and say, don't forget about us. I know exactly what, because I'm doing the same thing. I'm sending out texts and emails to people. Don't forget that we're still on strike. Yeah, the auto workers got their contract. I'm glad for that. The writers got their contract in Hollywood. We're really, we celebrate that. We support that. We don't have that yet. We're still striking. We're still dealing. We spent yesterday talking with tax folks because, what are your tax obligations when you're on strike? We're having to struggle with all of these economic considerations. When you take a paycheck away from a group of people, we're trying to make sure people have money to, just to pay the bills, get through life, healthcare, and all those kinds of things. So, these struggles are ongoing. They don't end, and it does take a community of support, and a community is broad. Thank God for the internet, for things like this, that you and I can talk, and then we can bring a broader community of support to folks who are struggling, like those in East Palestine.
I think that's beautifully and powerfully put, brother. And I wanna kind of dig into that, right? Because to folks who are tuning into the live stream, maybe folks who just joined, we are talking with the great Steve Mellon, longtime journalist who is currently on strike with his coworkers at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. They have been on strike since October of last year. They have also, amidst the strike, started a strike newspaper that Steve, Bob Batts, and the incredible folks who are there on strike have been producing this paper while the strike is going on and while they're not getting paid by the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. And they've done some of the best coverage of the East Palestine derailment. And most of that was Steve, right? Because, and so I wanted to ask before we get to like how, you and I connected, and then you connected me to some of the incredible residents. I was wondering, just for folks who are watching, if you could just sort of take us back, give us the Spark Notes version of like how you guys ended up on strike at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and what it was like for you as a striking journalist with a strike newspaper that y'all had started to learn about East Palestine and to go cover it. Like, how did those, what, I just want to know what your mind state was at that point when those two things converged.
Well, we went out on strike October 18th, 2022, and it's a ULP strike, which means it's an unfair labor practices strike. Our last contract expired in 2017. We worked without a contract for a couple of years. The company had imposed conditions on us, which is illegal. And about a little over, right before the 18th, I think late September, early October 2022, some of our workers at the Post-Gazette had their health care taken away. And at that point, they walked out. These are the production units, the typographers, the pressmen, the Teamsters. They went out on strike. We followed them 2 weeks later. For the 2 weeks they were out, we were trying to support them the way we could, but it got down to the point where they're still putting out a paper. So we had to take a stand. So we walked out on strike. And for the first couple of months, we were just we'd never been on strike before. It's, you spend your life as a journalist. I don't know what it's like to be on strike. So there's a learning curve, and we had to ramp up very, very quickly. I remember when the train derailment happened, we had just gotten, we're still trying to figure out how to get healthcare covered and how to put out a strike paper. We're trying to spin a lot of plates, and we hear about this train derailment. And I remember conversations I had with Bob Batts, the editor, and my fellow striker. Bob and I have worked together for 30 years, and we were like, damn, we got to get out there. I mean, this is like a big story. It's only an hour away from us. We've got to get out there. It took us. We didn't have the manpower. We didn't have the juice to go out there. And I just remember one time in early March, there was a town hall, and I just thought, damn it, we need to be there. So I got my car and I drove out, and it was an extraordinary meeting, Max. I've covered a lot of meetings in my life, but I've never seen the emotion that people just pleading for help from government officials, people who had influence, people who had money were up on the stage in this high school, and residents were pleading for help. And they weren't getting the answers. They weren't getting the responses they wanted to. And you know, I knew something extraordinary was happening there, and I stayed and talked to a lot of people. That met a lot of people there that night, and since then we've made several trips back. I see you know, we talked about the parallels that I see between not just here, but you know, Flint, Michigan, Times Beach, Missouri. You know, I don't. Times Beach is kind of out of the news now, but you know, when I first started working as a journalist at Times Beach, there was a dioxin contamination in Times Beach, Missouri, back in the 70s. And by the early 80s, they had learned about it. The EPA kept this from the people in Times Beach for almost a decade, for about 8 years. They learned there was a toxin contamination. The town no longer exists. Times Beach is, it's been incinerated, buried. Everybody's family pictures. It's a blue collar community, working class community. It's easy to forget about these. It's easy to forget about places like Flint, Michigan. It's easy to forget about places like Love Canal in New York. It's easy to forget about Times Beach. It's easy for people to forget about East Palestine. You know, I was talking to one of the residents in East Palestine a couple of weeks ago. She said, you know what, if this would have happened in Hollywood, if it would have happened in like the Fox Chapel neighborhood of Pittsburgh, where there's a lot of money and a lot of influence, you guys, they'd be all over this. This problem would have been solved like 6 months ago. She's not wrong about that. You know, these are blue collar communities, working class people, working class communities. And, you know, the fact is, you know, these communities don't have the juice. They've been trying to get politicians down there just to visit, to bring some visibility to this issue, you know, let alone signing some legislation or a declaration of an emergency to actually get some federal funding, you know, and it's just not happening. And I have to think that it's because they're small communities of working class people, you know?
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, and you're also right that it's like this is happening all over the place. Like it's like we're racking up sacrifice zones left and right, and the mindset is just like, well, it's those people. It's not me. It's a one-off accident somewhere, and then it happens to you or it happens near you. Like, I mean, we got this here in Baltimore, right? There's a whole community down in Curtis Bay that lives right next to the CSX rail terminal. Hope you guys are seeing a theme here. I've gone to that terminal. I've seen the endless string of rail cars piled high with coal that is not covered. Those coal cars are just spewing coal dust every which way, and you can see it on people's houses. You can see a black film on their houses. People are sending me pictures of the black stuff they're coughing up, and they're just they didn't ask for this. They're just living there, and like basically the whole side of that neighborhood in Baltimore is like it's a sacrifice zone. It's like, well, the city's gonna prioritize supporting the businesses that operate there over the people who live there and have lived there for many years. This is also the case with like towns you may not have heard about, like the one that Steve mentioned, or Tallahassee, Florida is another one that was poisoned by a beryllium company. And my dearly departed comrade and colleague Marshall Eddie Conway reported on this for his show a couple years ago, Rattling the Bars, about how an entire community was being poisoned and had high rates of cancer and miscarriages. And come to find out it's because this beryllium company is poisoning them. And it's like that's not a one-off. Like, this stuff happens, and if we're not careful, if we don't actually pay attention to what's happening, if we keep deregulating and letting these companies do whatever the hell they want, we are the ones who are being sacrificed, right? And that's what I want to emphasize. And the folks of East Palestine are like the folks in Flint, Jackson, Tallahassee, everywhere. Like, they're paying the price for corporate greed, and we all need to be there for them, and we need to fight harder against this crap. And Steve, I wanted to again, like, thank you personally, because it was through reporting on the railroad struggle that that was my main connection to the East Palestine disaster. I was interviewing railroad workers in the immediate aftermath, including some of the folks we're going to talk to today. That was immediately after the February 3rd derailment. But then I saw your reporting on that meeting in March, and I since I had interviewed you for this show, Working People, about the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette strike, I reached out to you asking if it was possible to connect me with the folks you talked to, and you did. You connected me to the great Ashley McCullum, who connected me to Kayla Miller, Christina Syslov. Thank you all so much for being willing to talk with me. It was really really an honor to get to do that, and it all was possible because of Steve, who connected me to them. So I wanted to just ask, man, because we got like 8 minutes left with you here. Um, if you could just, yeah, like take us back to that meeting and like tell us more about what you've been seeing and hearing from folks in EP as they are struggling to get these answers from a government, government agencies, and a company that seem to just be telling them, "You're fine, like go on with your lives, stop bothering us."
Yeah, just back up a little bit on that. You used a phrase that I heard probably back in maybe 15 years ago, sacrifice zone of sacrifice. And, that's just mind blowing to me. Sacrifice to what? Why sacrifice to what? My mother lives in Kokomo, Indiana, small town of Kokomo, Indiana. And I took my girls there. They moved into a house. She moved into a house with a beautiful little creek running behind it. And my kids wanted to go down and play in the creek. They're small, they're young children. And I was told, don't let them in the creek. There's too much toxic runoff from the farmland for them to play in the creek. You got to be kidding me. And I can't take my kids in a creek in Kokomo, Indiana, because it's polluted with runoff from farmland. That to me, it's just, we can only crap in our fishbowl for so long, folks, and then it becomes a place where we cannot live safely. So, the thing about, I think one thing that's kind of lost in all this, I don't think it's lost. It's just, it's easy. I was so happy to hear Heather earlier because she outlined a lot of things for me. She made sense of a lot of things for me. And I'm glad that there are folks that are really paying attention to the contaminants and the testing. One thing that struck me when I talked to people in East Palestine is that a year ago, less than a year ago, they settled in on a Friday night. It was one of the coldest nights of the year. It was like 10 degrees. After a long week, they had just settled in, to kind of to chill out over a long week. And then like this, their lives changed. An 8:54, a train went off the tracks, and they were forced within a couple of days to make life-changing decisions. They didn't ask for this. It wasn't their fault. It hit them out of the blue. And so, there were people who walked out of their door. They were sitting down watching Netflix, listening to music, whatever, on a Friday night. They hear a rumble. They look out their door, and it looks like half the city's on fire. And they're like, what in the hell is this? Within an hour, they got somebody knocking on the door saying, you need to leave right now. Get out of here. And there were people had so many questions about that. That's a traumatic event, to have to deal with something like that. And have to go scramble. People couldn't, there are no hotels in that area. People were scrambling to find a place to go. They were piling into relatives' homes, friends' homes, just to try to get away. And then they had that massive burn-off a couple of days later. And we all saw that. I mean, I was shocked by that. I've never seen anything like that. A man-made disaster of that scale. And then, like a day later, people are told, "Oh, it's fine. You can come back in. It's all cool now."
It's all good.
Yeah, it's like, you got to be kidding me. Like, what world are we living in here? And so when I I didn't put all these pieces together, Max, until I went to that meeting, and because I didn't have to deal with it at that level. It was like a news event that I could watch it and say, "Oh, wow, isn't that something?" And then I could go fix dinner, and move on with my life. When I went to that meeting in March, I saw people who away from it. They woke up every morning dealing with this. The memory of that black cloud isn't that they saw it on TV. They looked out their windows and they saw it. And they were thinking, what is that stuff? That cloud wasn't tested, Max. What was in that cloud? What came down? When people came back after that and they wiped that oily stuff off their vehicles, what's in that stuff? This is the thing that they continue to live with, is not only, as Heather said earlier, people may not get sick today. They might be fine today. They might be fine a year from now. Will they be fine 10 years from now? Will they wake up 10 years from now and have a pain? Is that caused would that be there if not for this toxic contamination? Will their kids be safe? Will their kids develop an illness? These are all issues that these folks have to deal with now every day. And some people made a great financial sacrifice. They made quick decisions, made a great financial sacrifice, sold their homes, and moved out. The threat was that great to them. They felt the threat was that great. Not everybody can do that. Could I just pick up and sell my house without a buyer, especially when my house is in a neighborhood that's got a reputation of being contaminated? Sell my house probably at a loss and move someplace else? Max, I can't afford to do that. There are a lot of people in these communities that cannot. They're elderly people on fixed income who live like 200 yards from the track. Mm-hmm. Where are they going to go? They can't. You can sell a house. Houses in East Palestine are very affordable, right? These people cannot find a house like that anyplace else. It's just some people made choices at great financial cost. Some people can't do that. They can't afford them. They have to live there and deal with these questions day after day after day. When grandkids come to visit, am I exposing my grandkids? I want to spend time with my grandkids. Am I exposing them to something that's going to be damaging to them? Could you imagine what that feels like to wrestle with that?
I can't. But I don't know. I feel like we all got to start imagining it, because again, if we keep going down this road, if we don't change anything, these are going to be the questions that increasingly more of us are going to have to ask ourselves. The question, the horrific questions that Steve just posed, the questions that residents of East Palestine have posed to me, like, what would you do in that situation? I have no idea. And again, like this is the thing that we were talking to Heather about in the last hour, is like, what do you do if suddenly you can't drink the water that's coming out of your faucet? Like, what is your plan for that? You can't just live off bottled water. That shit costs a lot of money. And also, quick parentheses, I know on the show I swear a lot, but I also know that there are going to be families and kids watching this stream throughout the day, so I'm going to try to keep my swearing to a minimum. I can't promise I can eliminate them entirely, but I will try. But yeah, I mean, that's just so powerfully put, man. And I'm so grateful to you, to Bob, to everyone over there at the Pittsburgh Union Progress, not only for holding the line and fighting the good fight for yourselves and your fellow workers to get the contract you deserve, so you could do the work that you were born to do, serve your community. Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, the owners of that paper need to be reminded day after day who makes that paper run and who has brought the legacy of quality journalism to the Post-Gazette. It was not those papers' owners. It was people like Steve and his coworkers who were doggedly reporting on the news that needs to be reported on. And they're doing it even now after a year on strike. So I did want to say, because we're at the top of the segment that we've got with Steve, and I know I got to let him go in a second, but just I wanted to implore folks to please go find the Pittsburgh Union Progress, read it, support it. You can also donate to the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette Strike Fund through that, and check out all the great reporting they're doing. Share it around. Don't forget about them, please, please, please. And as you all know, we are here today raising money for families in and around East Palestine who have been suffering the effects of this February 3rd Norfolk Southern train derailment and the toxic fallout of the controlled release of the vinyl chloride 2 days later. And if you want to contribute to the fundraiser, if you want to help us help the families of East Palestine have a good Christmas this year, so that we can just help a little bit with the costs that are piling up after a hellish year that they've been through, you can find the donation link in the top of the description to this video that you're watching right now. So, Steve, before I let you go, brother, and we bring on our next guest, I just wanted to ask if you had any final words that you wanted to share with the live stream viewers and listeners about your strike, your struggle, and about East Palestine and the situation there as you've seen it, covering it for the Pittsburgh Union Progress.
Well, I tell you what, Max, I appreciate you inviting me on here. I mean, this is exposure for East Palestine, and it's their moment. And it's tough there financially, and this is really important. It's important on a couple of levels, and it's important to raise the money because there are expenses to all of these things. Getting your soil tested costs money, and it's not cheap. That's really important. It's also important, as we've said before, just to keep this before the public. Let people, you don't want people to say, "Oh, East Palestine, what is that?" You want them to know exactly when you say East Palestine right now, and you're talking about a contaminated community. You want them to know exactly what's happening there and what's going on and what continues to happen. One thing that I appreciate about you, Max, is that you're like a connecting point for a lot of these things. This is one place where we can come and talk about a strike and a contaminated community in one conversation. Where else can you do that? This is so. Thanks so much for doing this and keeping these issues in front of people. And not letting it go. I talked to Bob the other day, and I said, "Where does Max get his? I want to know where he gets his energy, because I want some of that. whatever caffeine you guys are running on, I want some of it."
Well, right today it is coming from the fine folks at Red Bull. But again, like we'll see how I hold up around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time tonight. But Steve Mellon, accomplished and incredible journalist on strike at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette, and still reporting on the stories that need to be reported on, including on the ground coverage of the struggle of families in East Palestine to get accountability, to get answers, and to pick up the pieces after they've been thrust into this nightmare. Thank you so much for coming on, brother. Thank you for doing the work that you do. We will not forget about you. We know you won't forget about East Palestine. And so we're right there with you to the bitter end, brother. So thank you once again. Solidarity from Baltimore, and solidarity to you and everyone on strike over there at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Hey, thanks so much, guys. We'll be talking.
Thank you, brother. All right, gang. So let's see. We are at 11:33 Eastern Standard Time. Doing all right. May need a little bathroom break in a little bit, but I'm good right now. Jules, how you holding up, brother?
Oh, I'm great, dude. I'm great. Are you all right?
I'm good. I'm good. Like
Cool.
I got I got the energy. I got the Christmas spirit. I'm excited that soon we're gonna be hearing more from folks who living in East Palestine. We're gonna get that camera set up at the East Palestine Eagles Club once we can get in there at noon and get set up. So that is coming. We got tons more great guests coming your way. To everyone watching and listening, again, please share this stream with everyone you can. Share the donation link, which you can find at the top of the video description. Let's raise as much money as we can for the families of East Palestine so that they can have a good Christmas this year after everything that they have been through and have been put through by Norfolk Southern and by, their greed and our government's negligence. So let's get the holiday spirit going. Let's keep it going. I got some Christmas sweaters I'm going to be throwing on throughout the stream. Not yet though. I wanted to start off with just kind of a blank canvas casual, and then I'll change wardrobe a little bit throughout the day. But yeah, I'm holding up, man. So far, haven't lost my voice. Trying not to scream too much, but we got our next guest in the waiting room.
Yes, we do. We have Mr. Matt Weaver.
Hell
coming in
yeah.
here.
All right. So we got our brother Matt Weaver joining the live stream right now. Listeners of the show will remember Matt. We have had the honor of speaking with him multiple times over the course of the past 2 years. Matt is a longtime railroad worker and organizer with Railroad Workers United. You can see him repping RWU with his t-shirt, which you guys can buy at Railroad Workers United. I got one myself, and I highly recommend the swag they got because their swag game is strong. Matt, how you doing, brother? Welcome to the live stream.
Good, my friend. How do I sound? Everything good?
You're sounding good, man. Yeah,
Not
we
too,
can see
not
you.
too bright.
Nah, you looking good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a little chunky, but
Hey, man, it's the holiday season. That's what this season's for.
Thank you for inviting me. I really appreciate it, brother.
Thank you for coming on, man. I really, really do. Especially and to Matt and to everyone who is giving us their time on a Saturday, no less, a Saturday near the holidays. Everyone's pitching in how they can, and we are so overwhelmed by the generosity and the love and the solidarity. We wanted to personally thank everyone for being so generous with your time and your wisdom, your insight, and all that good stuff. So we and Matt's got a shit ton of all of that. Sorry, a ton of all of that. I'm gonna keep trying not to swear too much. But Matt was the first guy that I interviewed after the February 3rd derailment. I'd gotten to speak with Matt before. I saw that here's this RWU guy, railroad worker. Uh, Suddenly, in the wake of the East Palestine disaster, I'm seeing him talking to John frickin' Stewart on his show and given that perspective from the railroad worker side that was so desperately needed at that moment to understand how this derailment could have happened, how it could have been avoided, who's responsible for this. Matt, I wanted to bring you back in here, brother, and just ask if you could, yeah, say first, just say a little more about yourself, introduce yourself to the great live stream viewers and listeners, talk about your work with RWU and on the rails, and take me back to that moment. Take me back to like what it was like to be called upon by John Stewart to sort of try to help the nation understand what the hell we were watching after the derailment on February 3rd.
Thanks again, Max. So a little history. I hired for the railroad. I will not name my employer because retaliation is alive and well. New ProPublica article just out this morning. But hired in 1994, System Bridge Gang, bridge construction. Went to the track side. Been on all the maintenance away positions, except for really system production. That was where the bridge gang was, but most of our track guys are on system production gangs, tie gangs, rail gangs, that kind of stuff. And it's been a great career. Everyone, when I first hired it, is like, oh my God, you got a job with the railroad. That's amazing. Now it's like, oh, you work for the railroad. It's really shocking in just one generation or even a little more that things have turned so sour for the workers on the railroad. Um, and then, yeah, I mean, I've done legislative issues. I've filed a lot of grievances. We've done a lot of work to bring up the knowledge of railroad workers. Here's your contract. Here's the laws. Here, whistleblower retaliation laws. Things like that. How do you protect the working class? And so then I had asked, I talked to Ron Kamenko and Ed Michael, Railroad Workers United. We came together in 2008. The inaugural meeting was let's do cross-craft solidarity and work better because it seemed like everyone was in their own silo on rail. There's like 13 unions on the railroad. There's transportation, there's mechanical, and there's engineering. So you have car shops. That's the people who could have had more time to inspect the train in East Palestine and found that defective bearing. There's engineering, so signal, electricians, plumbers, maintenance of way. Here's the engineering side, and then there's transportation. My brothers and sisters who are conductors and engineers, and they seem to really divide and conquer, keep us apart. For the beginning 10 years of my career, the engineers and conductors like fought each other over one-man crew or remote controls. They were never in the same bargaining coalition. Last bargaining coalitions were everyone except for maintenance way and the plumbers, smart mechanical, and finally under the oversight of the AFL-CIO, I'm calling that wrong. It's the Transportation Trades Division, but they are part of, it's the AFL-CIO, right? Greg
So.
Regan. Yeah, too many initials.
Yeah, the alphabet soup of the labor movement.
Absolutely, it's frustrating. And so we came under one umbrella for bargaining, and we got to the PEB, and honestly, it was a pretty good contract, but my vote was no because we didn't have sick days. And lo and behold, almost all of us now have sick days after bargaining on a property by property basis, but craft by craft, which is really interesting. And that started with the Brotherhood of Maintenance Away. So after the derailment in East Palestine, the media committee of Railroad Workers United came together, about 14 people, And I mean, we literally have 2,000 contacts across the country. And they said, "Hey, give John Stewart's guy a call. Let's put this together." And that worked out great. And the interview was real light, real informal, like you and I talk, real down to earth. It's the nice thing about this is like, I don't think I'd be a very good union official in a white collar and a tie. I had the internal organizing job for the BMW for about 7 years, and that was just travel all over the country, jump in guys' trucks, go to the job site, and inform them, answer questions, get information. So yeah, and then I went over there a week after. I went over there and the town hall with Erin Brockovich, and I met with her. And in getting the word out to people that there's more that you can do, get the network and communication out there that there's people who can help you. You just have to know how to contact them. And that's why I'm here today. We do some fundraising, getting people knowledge about what's going on, because it seems to have gone to the back burner now with other things happening, uh, with politics, the Railway Safety Act, Senators Sherrod Brown and J.D. Vance in Ohio sponsoring that, and it hasn't happened. We're almost a year out, and that hasn't happened. It's really disgusting that there is this law, this regulations are not coming through to protect the people along the tracks.
I want to kind of like dig into the worker side of things, right? Because we on this show at the Real News, my segments on breaking points, all that good stuff. Like we talked about this at the top of the live stream, right? Last year, before before East Palestine, so I guess what we're talking, 2022, right? Throughout 2022, we were interviewing railroad workers like yourselves, right? And we were talking about the contract fight. And at that point, y'all were in the third year of an expired contract, like still trying to negotiate with these rail carriers. And it was a real learning curve for me, and for like my colleague Mel Buer and others of us who were reporting on it together and learning as much as we could about an industry that has a lot. You got to learn a lot to know what the hell you're saying. And it was because I got to learn from workers like yourself who had the years of knowledge and experience that you shared with me. That was how, over the course of many, many interviews, I finally started to understand as best I could as a non-railroad worker how big of a crisis we actually have on the rail system in this country, upon which like we depend for our lives, for our economy. Like, it is a vital component of our supply chain. We move tons of necessary freight. It is safer than having, like, because you don't want all that vinyl chloride on the highways right next to you and your family in the car. So, like, as terrible as East Palestine, the derailment in East Palestine is, like, that is an example of what ruining a rail system looks like. But
Right.
we still need our rail system, and we need to run it better than that. And the stakes couldn't be higher, I think, as we're all acknowledging. But anyway, I say this all to say, because we can't go over everything now, but in talking to workers like yourself over the course of 2022, we were hearing about how this has been a long process of a sort of corporate, greedy, Wall Street minded mindset, like taking over the industry, and what that looked like for folks like you and the work that you do every day, like the cost cutting, the staff cuts, piling more work onto fewer people, right? I
PSR,
mean,
PSR, absolutely.
PSR. So tell us a little bit about that. Like, connect those dots between like the changes in the industry, the rail industry that you and your fellow workers have experienced over the years, and how that connects to the derailment. You mentioned like a little bit,
Absolutely.
like having more time to check the cars, so we can find a defective bearing. Like, just flesh that out a bit more for folks watching and listening.
So let's go all the way back to post World War One. There were 2.1 million railroaders, Class One railroaders. At 1900, there were 132 Class One railroads, 2.1 million workers. Now we have six Class One railroads. CP and KCS just merged, and at the end of the round of bargaining that just ended, we had 117,500 workers. So 13 unions, they used to have 7 guys on a train. Now they have 2. Sometimes in the yards they have 1. Remote control. I knew a girl who graduated from my high school a couple years before, cut her fingers off in a knuckle. Right running along 2 rail cars, she fell down, ripped those fingers right off in the glove because of her remote control issues. She doesn't work for the railroad anymore. They gave her a settlement. That happens a lot. Um, so we get into where we're at with precision scheduled railroading, a industry thought of like Hunter Harrison brought it from Illinois Central, CN. Then he came to CSX, and that overwhelmed the industry, shooting for a 55% operating ratio. What is fast food at? I mean, they're making tons of money. Fast food's looking for 85-90% operating ratio, something like that. The railroad industry is looking for 55%.
And
That's
just for
absurd.
folks watching and listening, right? That's like the ratio of like the amount of cost that you bear for the business and the amount of like profit you can extract. Like basically pay as little as possible to do the job so you can recoup as much of the profits for yourself.
And give all that money to the shareholders, dividends, CEOs, bonuses, and it's corrupted the industry because now hedge funds own the railroads, and it's all about more profit. And more is never enough. 3%, 5%, 7%. It's never enough. It's always got to be more the next year, and it's not year after year trying to do a better business. It's day after day trying to get better profit margins, quarter by quarter, and it's a shocking awakening when you're doing infrastructure work, maintenance away, building track, building bridges, working on buildings and infrastructure, and you don't have enough people to do the work. They try to contract out the work, and contractors are just unfamiliar with all the rules and regulations. You had said earlier about the bargaining process, and that Railway Labor Act is entirely different than the National Labor Relations Act, and Railway Labor Act is there to make sure commerce moves in America. So airlines and railroads are the only ones in the RLA, and the contract just simply never ends. It continues on from the state to the state, but then bargaining goes, and bargaining goes three. It's been 3.5 years previously that I've seen, and the members, the workers are frustrated with it because it takes so long, and it feels like you're not really making any improvements or any actions. And little by little, we need to get the 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 people of America to realize exactly how much freight is moving on the rails, how much safer it is to have that on the tracks rather than on the roads. I have people all the time saying, well, you should run it by pipeline. Well, you can't have an individual pipeline for vinyl chloride, for petroleum, for ammonia. That's impossible. You can't do that. So that theory is entirely wrong because you can't have 200 different complexes of pipelines across the country. That's not realistic. Rail is far safer, but even after a Lumagantic derailment where the rail cars killed, petroleum blew up in a city in Quebec and killed 43 people, um, there's safer tanker cars out there, and the government is not forcing the railroads to use those tankers. I mean, all those surface transportation hearings we had talking about safety and that kind of stuff, having the shippers on our side saying hire more people, and then when it got to the point where we're going to strike, the shippers were all like, oh, you've got to shove this contract down their throats. We can't win, and we got no new regulations out of the STB. We get no new regulations after the East Palestine disaster, and it's just like, there's so much lobbying happening in the industry that the voice of the people and the voice of the workers is muffled by the money.
Right. I mean, like, it was really, really well put, brother. And like, I think that that's such a powerful point. But it's like, we can see that playing out in front of us right now, right? In the immediate wake of East Palestine and the derailment on February 3rd, we had some, we had public pressure, we had a justifiable and necessary public outcry, demands for legislators who had been asleep at the wheel or in the pocket of these companies prior to the derailment, demands that they do something, that they do more to prevent this kind of thing. And we saw some signs that maybe we were going to get that. Maybe the Railway Safety Act that was pitched as a sort of bipartisan effort right? Senator JD Vance, Senator Sherrod Brown, folks working together across the aisle to, bring more necessary safety regulations to these companies. That's, I mean, it's basically died, right? I mean, it's just sitting, like in the bin of forgotten legislation. And like the thing that I've like stressed to people when I've done interviews about East Palestine or been interviewed about East Palestine, and the thing that I try to start with is tell people that the derailment of the Norfolk Southern freight train on February 3rd in East Palestine and the subsequent decision to do a controlled release of vinyl chloride and releasing all that toxic crap into the air. It was one of the greatest industrial accidents in our country's history, one of the most consequential and horrible industrial accidents in our country's history. And it could literally happen again tomorrow.
In a
It
city.
could in a city.
In a
It could
city.
happen. So
Yeah.
talk about that, like, because I'm trying to get this across, but from a railroad worker's perspective, like, just what do you have to say to folks out there about look, we haven't solved anything yet.
Nothing has changed. No. I mean, there is an amount of workers has been added, mostly in transportation, but some of these guys are coming to the job after the training and saying, "Oh, this isn't for me." Some of the areas are losing 2/3 of the new hires because of the attendance policies, because of the crazy work schedules. It's chaotic, and we're seeing that our nation's cities are connected by the railroads, and these chemicals go through the cities, population centers. East Palestine is a very small town, wiped out by this. But imagine if that would have happened in a population center such as San Antonio or Chicago. Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine. And then, like you said, the EPA allowing them to burn it off, NS took control of the situation, and they had a huge, they made a ditch to hold all the chemicals, and instead of collecting them all in tankers, they lit it on fire and put all that shit into the air. And then here we are, and now there's going to be fallout from that. And then they don't test for all the chemicals, dioxins, or they change the parameters on how you look at this. And you're like, how can an industry be so powerful that they control the government? Like, oh my gosh, how is this possible? You know what? Public servants? Well, that's some bullshit. That they're not serving their constituents. Sorry about my language. I can't.
No, you're good.
It's like I'm shocked by the fact that, I testified for the transportation committee in Columbus about the Stop, Look, and Listen bill. Stop, Look, and Listen bill is coming back again in Ohio. My brother John Esterly from the BLE is pushing that through. He's got a little bit more time than I do for that. And it's about saying, simply to tell the public that there's more than trains on the tracks. Stop, look, and listen. Know that there's equipment, there's trucks, there's cars, there's machines, there's people on the tracks. And when I testified in Columbus a few years ago, there were 7 railroad lobbyists in the room just overseeing the whole thing in the back of the room, the big money from the industry, watching the politicians. How do they, and that's all return on investment. They're all spending that much money because they want to make the profit. The railroads raise their prices for the customers, for the shippers, and fuel's gone down. They didn't lower their prices. It's a shocking dilemma when safety is out the window because the dollar comes first.
Yeah, just from your lips to God's ears, brother. I mean, so what are we gonna do? That's always the question. What are we people here, working people, citizens, what are we gonna do about it? Because no one else seems to be doing anything about it. We need to come up with an answer for ourselves. We need to band together. We need to support one another. We need to be there for one another, and we need to bring our struggles together as best that we can. And that's where I want to end here, brother, because I know I got to let you go in a few. I'm hoping we can get you and our next guest on for at least a couple minutes, because we got the great Gaz Jackson, a fellow rail worker, calling in from the UK in a few minutes. I've had the honor of interviewing Gaz and a number of his fellow union members from the RMT in the UK about their struggle there. But I want to kind of ask you, Matt, before we let you go, because we've got if we want to address these issues, right, let's not forget that the next contract fight for the craft, the 12 or 13 rail unions that were in the midst of their contract fight last year, right? The next contract is up in 2025. So like
We start bargaining next November.
next November. So like we're not going to get caught flat-footed again. Like if folks want to see labor hold these companies to account, because they are our folks on the ground there, the workers who make these railroads run are best positioned to hold those companies to account, to make sure they're doing that work safely, that they're properly staffed, right? That the workers are not being run into the ground and can do their job, their dangerous job, their consequential job at the quality and level that they have been trained to do it. So we can all play a part in that. We can make sure these companies know that we have not forgotten what they did in East Palestine. We have not forgotten about the 1,000+ derailments happening around the country. We have not forgotten about the workers, the railroad workers who have been laid off and run into the ground and had a contract shoved down their throats by Congress last year. We can play a
So,
role in that. So I wanted to ask you, Matt, just how we can bring the railroad worker struggle, the struggle for to helping families in East Palestine, like how we can bring those together.
so coming back to your first question, it's about education of the public. It's about knowledge, networking, communications. And I really appreciate this opportunity because this is how we do it. Get the word out to the people and then spread the word. Plant a seed, start the fire. That's how the public gets involved. Take these issues and blow it up across the nation by saying, hey, we're not, this has not been fixed. This is not, the answer's not been found yet. So then question number 2 was rail labor. How do we bring them all? A rising tide lifts all boats. So we do better in rail, then we do better in automotive. The automotive does better. UPS Teamsters do better, then rail does better. The rising tide lifts all boats is a really good key. So the first part that I see in rail labor is a single bargaining coalition next year. One ask on the contract, this is what we're demanding. It'll be pay, it's the whole package though, pay, benefits, working conditions, attendance policies, time with your family. It's not just one thing, so the sick days was my one thing last time, because how can you work outside every day and not have a sick day, a single paid sick day? That's absurd. So we've gotten that some, but it's not in the national bargaining. It's not in the contract, the collective bargaining agreement. So we have one rail labor bargaining coalition, and then we come together and say to the carriers, this is what we demand. You're doing much better. We took it in the ass the years that the railroads were not doing so well. We accepted 1% and 2% raises. Now it's time to come back with a cost of living increase on January 1st. Our raises are on July 1st. Where's that cost of living? And then if the cost of living is not high, then the railroads don't pay more. But when it is high, we can flourish instead of just suffer through it and put our head down and say, okay, we'll take that. No, let's demand better, and let's all the working class demand better, because the gap of wealthy and working class is increasingly getting farther and farther apart. We're just basically running along the lines of close to poverty, too many guys working paycheck to paycheck or needing that floating money or that overtime to pay the bills, and you're not home to raise your family. I was very fortunate when my kids were young, working 410s, home, coaching teams. I feel blessed to have been able to do that because I was able to be dad. Many in the working class are not able to be home and raise their families, and it's a damn shame.
It is, man. And like, I really love the way you put that, because it brings me back to a line that you said to me that I've used many times and I've credited you. But when like I said, you were the first guy I interviewed about East Palestine after the derailment. And we did like a 20-minute podcast, but it was really good, really important, and really necessary at that moment. And you said something to me that, like I said, just really stuck with me, where you said, like, look, these trains that the companies have made longer and heavier and piled with more toxic substances that they don't have to disclose to the towns that they're running through. Like these trains with 2 people on them, that the rail companies want to get down to 1 person on them. They are not barreling through the backyards of the rich. They are passing through our towns. They are stopped in the middle of our main streets so that ambulances that are trying to get to our neighbors can't get there, right? So that our kids are crawling under these stalled trains to get to school at risk of their lives and limbs, right? I mean, like Matt said, like what happened in East Palestine is as bad as it can get. Well, actually, no, it could get worse, but it's as bad as like we can imagine. But like, what if that happens in an even more densely populated area? What if it's like ammonium or like something that can kill a lot more people just who like come into contact with it? Like, we are really dancing on the lip of a volcano here, and it's the working class that is bearing the brunt of that. It is not the wealthy who are having to deal with the fallout of their own greed and the ways that they are shaping the industries that we depend on and work at. And man, and like I just really can't thank you enough for coming back on the show, for speaking up about this, for doing the work that you do, for always being down to spread the message and fight the good fight with us. Yeah, it's a real honor, brother. I just wanted to ask if you had any kind of final words to the folks in East Palestine, and any kind of final words about Railroad Workers United and where folks can find y'all.
Thanks so much again for the opportunity. And yeah, our hearts are with the families in East Palestine. Our guys, maintenance away guys, my guys had responded to the derailment, and they were there with leather gloves and leather boots and no suits and respirators right off the bat to try to clean this up. And then they brought in the experts who were all suited up and had all of the PPE needed. So there's still fallout from that. There's still fallout from all the chemicals that are still remaining. Like I said, they're not testing for everything that we know of, and they've manipulated things to make it look far more cleaned up than it actually is. But yes, Railroad Workers United, so RWU, railroadworkersunited.org, O-R-G, just a voice of rail labor, cross-craft solidarity at the ground level, rank and file talking amongst each other. We were doing a building up, we did a little bit of donation part ourselves, building up the ranks, bringing people together, and with all the new hires coming in, spreading the word. And I appreciate the opportunity to do that. It's simply cross-craft communication. So a guy from a car shop says, hey man, they're demanding that we inspect these cars in less than a minute. One guy, and it's like, how is that possible? It used to be a guy down each side of the track, taking 3 or 4 minutes per car to inspect the wheels, the bearings, the connections, the knuckles. Now they're getting these trains in the yard, or they're pulling them out of the yard so it shows a departure, and then they're inspecting it afterwards. There's some slick stuff going on, and the railroads are good at manipulating things. Just like you had said, NS had won the Harriman Award, Safety Award, but that ProPublica article goes on about how they intimidate workers not to turn in injuries, go back and take your prescription back to the doctor so you don't have to make it FRA reportable. Shit like that is really devastating to the recovery efforts of a worker who's injured on the job. And it's all about, they base a manager's bonus on injuries, productivity, budget. But one of those things that has been a factor in the manager's bonus is FRA. You have to write up your employees. You have to discipline your employees, find them doing something wrong. So if you have the perfect work group, and none of us are perfect, if you have the perfect work group, you don't get your full bonus. That's some real corrupted stuff on the railroad.
Jeez, man, it's like built in to be exploited for. I'm gonna lose my shit, but I know we gotta let you go in a sec. But we got our brother Gaz Jackson from the RMT in the UK in the waiting room. So I'm gonna have to bug you so we can do a podcast later and scream more about this. But while we got you,
yes,
I want to get some rail worker across the pond solidarity going here. Let's see if we can bring our boy Gaz onto the stream.
Thank you, brother.
Here we
Thank
go.
you, man. Let's see. So Gaz is great, and while Gaz is signing on, folks, just a reminder again: if you listen to our show, you heard about how it's not just the United States that has been experiencing like a wave of strikes and unionization efforts. In fact, if you look around the world, working people have been really taking to the streets, fighting the good fight, taking on the boss, and shit was really popping off over the past couple years in the UK. And Gaz has been with there or in there with his fellow unionists in the RMT, kind of being the tip of the spear. Like they were one of the first ones to like go out on strike, and then after that, after the rail workers go on strike, then you start seeing the healthcare workers, the postal workers, the university workers, the ambulance drivers. Like it's been wild. But we got two rail brothers here from the UK and the US. I just wanted to introduce you guys. Gaz, please meet brother Matt Weaver. Matt Weaver, meet brother Gaz Jackson, calling in from the UK.
Good
Hello, how are you
afternoon.
doing?
Afternoon, brother Jackson. Over here on the other side of the puddle, many rail in rail labor are jealous of you that you're able to go on strike much more easily than we are. It's like they're gonna bring back the guns to stop us from striking, and you guys are really leading the charge by taking action.
Well, you know what, Matt? There's so many hurdles that British workers now have to go through to take industrial action. It takes a lot of organisation and will of the members to do it. And all I would say to your guys across there is stick with it, stick together, and you'll get what you want, and hopefully you'll get to go out on strike and then obviously win the disputes going forward.
Amen, brother. Solidarity is key. Crosscraft solidarity is key to success of rail labor.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, baby. So like, and we even did a great podcast with Gaz, some of his RMT siblings. We had Matt. We weren't able to get you on for that one, but we did have some Railroad Workers United folks. I know we had the great Ross Gruters on that call.
Yep.
And we had our brother Mathieu Beauredat from the CGT in France. So we actually, that was one of my favorite podcast episodes I think I've ever done. Was we had rail workers from the UK, the US, and France on together last year, and Gaz was part of that. And so just seeing you guys on the same call, knowing, having talked to you both about these intense and necessary and vital struggles that y'all have been involved in, is just really doing my heart a lot of good. And of course, to everyone watching, we are all here, all of us on this call, everyone who's going to be calling in, everyone watching, we're here to raise money for the families of East Palestine whose lives were turned upside down because of the corporate greed and negligence of the rail companies, particularly in this case, Norfolk Southern. But they are not the only ones doing this. The elected officials that we rely on to regulate these companies, to enforce those regulations, have not been doing so, and it is working people like the folks in East Palestine, like the rail workers like Matt, who are paying the price for that. And so that is why we're here. If you can, please donate what you can to the fundraiser in the description to this video. And I just wanted to remind folks about that at the top of the hour. And Gaz, I wanted to ask if you could, just say a little more, introduce yourself to the good live stream viewers and listeners, and tell us a little more about what you guys have been up to over there in the RMT in the UK.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Gaz Jackson. I'm the RMT regional organiser for Yorkshire and Lincolnshire. I think my video isn't working very well, so I'm hoping the audio is working fine.
The audio's working great.
Fantastic. I've got a face for radio, brother, so it's probably a good thing.
You're looking good, brother. Well, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Brilliant. Well, that's great. Well, I'm responsible for organising the whole of Yorkshire and Lincolnshire, which is a lot of the north of England and also the east towards the coast. We've got 5,500 members that I'm responsible for across many industries, maritime, rail workers, and also bus workers and road freight. Obviously, as Max said at the beginning, the rail workers within the RMT have had a long, bitter dispute, nearly over 18 months. Our members took 25 days industrial action. And I'm happy to say, certainly in this region, and I'll even go as far as saying across the nation, our members were solid. You know, we've got a resolution to the dispute. It's not perfect. Everybody recognises that it's not perfect, but what it does do is it gives us an opportunity to regroup. It gets us ready to go again if we need to. And we've trusted in our negotiation team, who I want to say have done an absolutely fantastic job getting us into the position that they have. I can't give enough credit where it's due. Our members have been absolutely fantastic. We had a summer of discontent. We've also had a winter of discontent, and then we had a summer of discontent, and almost another winter of discontent. Um, that's how long drawn out it's been. It's been difficult, but what we have found is that the public support, support from other trade unions in the UK and around the world has kept us going. Certainly on them picket lines in the cold winter months, knowing that people like yourselves are looking and watching and listening and sending you messages of solidarity got us through them times. And like I say, our members have absolutely been fantastic. They've been solid. We can't ask for any more.
Well, and I want to kind of just shout you and everyone at the RMT out for holding the line and fighting that fight for that long, because Lord knows that is not easy. The bosses, and I know you also got the government like messing everything up. So like, like these protracted negotiations, the fight to get the contract that y'all deserve and address the systemic issues that are not only hurting rail workers across the board, but the public that depends on the work that you do. And I know there's a lot of connective tissue there between like the fight that y'all are fighting in the UK and the fight that rail workers like Matt here in the US have been fighting. And we talked a little bit about that on the podcast we all did together. But I was wondering if you could just, Gaz, say a little bit more about like what y'all are fighting for, like for folks who here in the US who maybe haven't heard as much about these strikes in the UK and the conditions for rail workers there, and y'all got a bit of a different system there than us. Like if we could just give them like some basic points about what this fight is all about. And Matt, I know you got to go, brother, but like just again wanted to thank you for coming on. Really excited that we got to connect you with Gaz, and let's do more RWU to RMT stuff moving forward. Let's keep the solidarity going. All right, guys.
Amen, brother. Your suggestion yesterday about a global group committee with the railroaders from all other crafts all across the nation or the globe is very exciting. I'm very interested in that, and I will help you with that.
Hell yeah. I mean, well, like Jesus, there was the derailment disaster in India earlier this year.
Yes.
Like, I mean, this shit is happening everywhere, and working people are paying the price. So we gotta come together internationally as workers and fight together. Matt, thank you for fighting that fight, brother. Thank you for coming on the stream. Shout out to you and Railroad Workers United. We'll see you soon, brother. Thanks again.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate it. Brother Jackson, have a good day. I appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Thanks,
See you
Max.
soon.
Thanks, man. And yeah, so guys, just to kind of pick that up, just give folks watching here in North America a little bit of a breakdown of what y'all are fighting for, what y'all are up against, and then I'm just dying to hear like what was it like for y'all, rail workers in the UK, fighting your own fight to see East Palestine happen in February 3rd. Like, what was it like to learn about that? What was going through your mind when you heard about this disaster? But yeah, first start by just reminding us a little bit about the RMT struggle there.
So, in the early 90s, the railway in this country was privatised, which meant that every train operating company and also the people that own the track paid dividends to shareholders, which meant one thing, that they was going to cut back as much as they possibly could. And it become that bad over the COVID period that these train operating companies said, well, actually, we're not making enough money. So the government took over a lot of the companies, the privately owned companies, and became a state-run railway across their certain franchises. So, which led us to a bit of a difficulty, because 9 times out of 10, we would have had a settlement with the private train operating companies without having to take industrial action. As you'll probably all be aware, we've got a Tory government that's walking through the last year of its being like a zombie. And what it's trying to do is make this country as bad as it possibly can for when we get a change in government, hopefully this time next year, and that they're going to have to spend the next 5 years repairing the mess that the Tory government has caused in the last 18 months. And a lot of our people have not had pay rises for 4 or 5 years. So all we was asking for, Max, and you may correct me if I'm wrong, but if you think we're being unreasonable, was a pay rise that kept up with inflation. We wanted to keep our jobs and we wanted to keep our terms and conditions. I don't think that's a lot to ask for.
No, it goddamn isn't, especially again when like the money's there, right? I mean, like again, profits are being made. We're working our butts off. Working people are working longer. We're working harder. This has been the trend for decades, and yet the cost of living keeps going up. Our wages have stagnated or they've gone down, and we're hearing about these record profits and the Wall Street, we're getting reports on how the economy looks from the Wall Street side, but that doesn't translate to us being able to live the comfortable, dignified, restful lives that we all deserve. And it was just so incredible to watch and to report on, because we published a lot of great reports at the Real News Network where I worked during the week, looking at the strikes in Europe this past year. So we had folks there on the ground reporting on these strikes, talking to the healthcare workers, the ambulance drivers, the civil servants, the postal workers, like working people who have had enough of what Gaz was describing. It's like, we've had enough of this crap. Like, we can't live this way. We need to fight back and get what we deserve. Otherwise, like, it's just going to keep getting stripped away from us. And there's a valuable lesson in that for all of us everywhere, wherever you are. No one is going to fight as hard for you as you can, and you can fight harder and you can win more when you fight together and band together with your fellow workers. And that's exactly what Gaz and the folks at the RMT have been doing. Again, huge shout out to them as they continue this epic struggle. So please don't forget about them. Please keep supporting them, lifting up their struggle. And I wanted to circle back to the question of, like, we were talking to Matt about this, right? Like, we were talking about how the issues that were coming out of our interviews with rail workers here in the U.S., how they connect to the disaster in East Palestine. Right? Just to give one example, these Class 1 freight rail carriers here in the U.S., which are making billions of dollars in profits, they've been more profitable in recent years than they've literally ever been. Stock buyback, shareholder dividends, executive pay, all of that is through the roof. Even though we are statistically moving less freight than we should, the quality of service is going down. The quality of life for workers on the rails has been plummeting. People have been quitting the industry in record numbers, and the industry just keeps slashing the workforce to get the operating ratio down, right? Pile more work onto fewer people, make the trains longer, make them heavier, have like one or two people on them. It's just a recipe for disaster, and disaster is what we fucking got on February 3rd, pardon my French. But again, you had so many workers saying, like, we could have caught this, we could have prevented this if we had the time to check these cars, if the railroads weren't relying on like machines to detect whether or not a bearing was overheated, if they let human beings inspect those cars the way they know how to. So there's a lot there that workers were telling us that I know could have prevented the catastrophe in East Palestine, and that is necessary to prevent catastrophes like that from happening again. But I wanted to just ask you, as an RMT, organizer, a longtime worker on the rails, as a fellow working person, like, what was it like for you to hear about this story, and what was going through your head as you were learning more about it?
You know what, Max? There's only really one word that I can describe it: heartbreaking. The sadness that I saw reported on the news channels of the poor Palestinian people going through the suffering that they've gone through. It's quite obvious. Decent people would condemn any kind of collective punishment on the Palestinian people, by the Israeli government. It's led to, a humanitarian disaster by, cutting off the water, the fuel, the electricity. That's not fair. If there's a terrorist, they need taken away. I've got no issue with that. But when you're talking about innocent children, innocent women, innocent men, people they're just going around doing their own business like they would normally would do, basically being punished for these bad people, it's just not right. It's really sad. And my trade union, we've called for an immediate end of hostilities from day one, because we should always try and not get into that position where people are dying because of different political parties, different religions, different races. Like we're doing now, sit round, talk, and hopefully get to in a position where people can agree a peaceful way forward. That's all we want, and that's all I would imagine the people of Palestine, and from what I've seen as well, the people of Israel want.
Right. No, I mean, and like, and that's another thing, right? Is like we're having this conversation, right? And we're raising money for families in East Palestine, U.S., right? Like who are still dealing with the toxic fallout of this train derailment. At the same time that we're seeing across the world, like our fellow human beings being slaughtered, and just all this death and destruction is overwhelming. And we keep hearing bad news about the planet going down the toilet. Like, I know there's so much happening right now, and it can feel just so overwhelming to the point that you just want to kind of curl up and just try to block out as much as you can. Like our hearts can genuinely only take so much. But again, I find a lot of encouragement and inspiration, and I am constantly kind of energized to get back in the fight and do whatever I can on this side. When I look and I see folks like Gaz and unions, in the UK, the US, Australia, taking a stand against genocide, like taking a stand for their fellow, working people in a small town in Ohio that are dealing with a toxic train derailment, and like being lied to by the company and the government. Working people, again, like we've got to be the ones to fix this breaking world, because we've seen what happens when we entrust the maintenance of that world, the stewardship of that world to a few people in elected positions, to people in boardrooms, to people on Wall Street. Like if we give over the reins of our world to them, this is what we get. This crap that's happening all around us, and the suffering that we're seeing. And so it's so beautiful to see unions like the RMT standing up and fighting for what's right, saying we want a damn ceasefire over there. Like we want working people here to have the ability to keep a roof over their heads and like retire with dignity. Like we gotta fight for ourselves, because it's clear that others aren't gonna fight for us. And yeah, the RMT is just really going to the mat, and really kind of leading that charge over there in the UK. And we got to stand with them and make sure that they win their strike and national dispute as well. And Gaz, just with the few minutes that I got you left, I just wanted to sort of ask where things stand now over there in the UK. Like if you guys are also experiencing sort of like concerns about railroad safety in the United Kingdom, and like what folks can do to support y'all at the RMT.
So our members on Network Rail have been told that they're looking at a new maintenance scheme. It's going to be called risk assessed maintenance. Whereas currently they go out on the tracks and they assess the tracks to make sure they're safe. So what's basically going to happen is if 100,000 trains run over this one piece of track and they don't have an accident, they've made enough money that if on the 100,001 time it comes off the track, they can pay the compensations to the people that's died. That's all it is. It's all about risk-based maintenance, and it's absolutely unacceptable. Our members will do what's required if they believe that the tracks are unsafe, if they believe that the trains are unsafe, and they wouldn't only have the support of the local area. It would be the whole national union behind that worker if they're required to do it. Can I just give you an example of how money gets zapped out of the UK rail system and gets sent abroad? So I'm not sure if your listeners will be aware, but until recently, we had a train operating company that was owned by the German State Railway, which basically meant that they was charging extortionate fares in the UK to subsidise their railway over in Germany, whilst putting nothing back into the British rail system. You know, a lot of our tracks and signalling systems are still Victorian. You know, I don't know if you have them over in America, but we have something called a semaphore signaling system, which is basically you pull a lever and the signal goes up. You pull a lever and the signal goes down. Stop, start. There's no colour light systems in some places in the UK.
Wow.
So that just goes to show the kind of railway that we run on. And just going back to talking
Well,
about the
the one
German.
thing I'll say there is that like the braking system for the train, the Norfolk Southern train that derailed in East Palestine, Ohio on February 3rd, that's a Civil War era braking system. Like it has not been updated to account for the length of the train. So like we're dealing with different sides of it too.
Oh, yeah, of course. And I just want to give you the example of how the British Railway and the British passengers are subsidising the German State Railway. And you know what? If we could get this in my country, I'd be ecstatic. So what the German State Railway did last summer for the whole of August was basically say to the German public, you can buy a train ticket for €50, which is around $70, and you can travel anywhere around Germany for a whole month, anytime, no matter where you wanted to go. How fantastic is that for the industry, the economy, people's mental health? Because they're able to get to work cheaper, they're able to go away on holiday cheaper, they're able to visit their families cheaper. The work-life balance is a million times better because they've got a reason to go to a different place and enjoy, different environments. Um, if we could have that in our country, I would be made up. But we don't. We send all the money away, and we still run around on railway that's not fit for purpose.
Man, it's just wild. It really, really is. And like and this is the land of Thomas the Tank Engine. This is, I mean, like you guys got some beautiful, like you guys got some beautiful rail lines. I've been on them. I used to live in England for a spell, and I love taking the train. But I was like, oh man, this thing's expensive. I can't afford it. Like again, just like here in the U.S. and around the world, like we need rail, and we can do so much with rail. We can have a more like ecological transportation system, a safer transportation system, a fun like you can get in a high speed train and bullet across the this incredible landscape here in the U.S. Instead, like we've got a system that is designed to maximize the profit of the people who own the companies, right? And that is not that does not mean the same thing as a rail system designed to maximize the benefits for society and for people. Like they're very, very different things here in the US, in the UK, and around the world. And we've got more great folks coming on, and I want to be respectful of Gaz's time, especially with the time difference in the UK. So Gaz, I just wanted to ask, yeah, if you could like any final words you wanted to share with the folks watching, any final notes about the struggle over there in the UK, and what folks can do to support y'all.
Obviously, we send thoughts and our sympathies to anybody that's been affected by the rail disaster over in the States. You know, it's not acceptable. Accidents do happen, but when it's accidents that are caused by mismanagement and misinvestment, it's not acceptable. It's not acceptable. So the RMT sends solidarity across the pond to you guys. And I just want to say, Max and Jules, what you're doing today is absolutely fantastic. Spending 12 hours doing this, it's going back to COVID time when you used to sit in front of a Zoom meeting for 10 hours a day. I know how draining that is, but it's a small price to pay. You're raising money for an absolutely fantastic cause, and I will be sure to make a donation as soon as I jump offline. And obviously, thank you very much for the invite, and I hope I get to see you again soon.
Right back at you, brother. Thank you so much for calling in across the pond, as you said. One day we're gonna meet in person. I want to get my ass out there. I want to meet you. I want to meet Matthew. I want to meet Kat. I want to meet Clayton. All the great folks at the RMT. But for now, thank you so much for calling in, brother. Thank you for lending your powerful voice to this noble cause, and keep up the fight over there in the UK. We're sending love and solidarity from across the way over here.
See you soon.
See you soon, brother.
Ta-ra.
All right,
Oh,
gang.
man.
It is 12:30. We are 2.5 hours into this bad boy, hanging in there. Like I said, I'm gonna need a bathroom break in a little bit, but I know we got some folks from the area of East Palestine coming on, including we're gonna have one of our a member from one of our partners at the Way Station, the great nonprofit that is running the fundraising portal that we're trying to drive as many donations to. They're going to be hopping on to just give us a little update on how that's going, tell us a little bit about the work that they do. And we're going to hear folks, we're going to hear from Hillary Flint from the East Palestine Unity Council. We got a lot of great guests coming on from East Palestine and beyond. We've got Kim Kelly, we've got the Valley Labor Report, we've got David Griscom, and more great folks coming in over the next 10 hours or so. Jules, how you holding up, brother? How we looking in the waiting room?
I'm good, man. We got 3 people in here right now. I think I'm gonna let them all in at once.
Let's do it. Let's bring folks in. All right, gang, and also so while we're setting folks up, as I said, it is 12:30 here. We've been going for 2.5 hours. We've got a lot more great stuff coming to y'all, a lot more incredible folks joining us here on the stream. As I'm going to keep doing throughout the day, I want to remind folks that we are here trying to raise as much money as we can for families living in and around East Palestine whose lives have been turned upside down by the Norfolk Southern train derailment that happened on February 3rd. The ridiculous, awful, horrific burnoff of toxic vinyl chloride 2 days later that spilled toxic gas and chemicals into the air over the entire area, and people have been living in this. They have been fighting for answers, fighting to hold Norfolk Southern accountable, fighting to get answers and hold accountable their elected officials, fighting to keep their community together, not giving up, even though so many around the country have forgotten about them or moved on. We're not going to do that. We are here to try to raise as much money as we can so that those families can have a little extra help around the holidays after everything that they've been through this year. So please, please, please share this stream with everyone that you know. Spread it around on social media. And most importantly, donate what you can to the live stream, to the fundraising portal that you can find in the at the top of the description of this video that you're watching right now. And in fact, we are going to be getting a nice update here from folks who are there in East Palestine right now. You can see we've got folks kind of setting up our standard computer station at the East Palestine Eagles Club, where we're going to be able to be checking in with residents throughout the day. They can be talking to us, to our guests. We're really just getting started here, but we also got some incredible folks joining us as well, including the great Hillary Flint. Hillary, how you doing, sister?
Oh, I'm good, thank you. It's, been a pleasure to hear all of the support that we have this morning with Steve and Heather, and even the global support has been really amazing. So thanks for having us. This is the first time I've done a live stream fundraiser, and I'm a professional fundraiser. So this is very exciting for me. And I'm very happy to be here with my colleague Jamie Wallace, and of course the wonderful Cheney from the Way Station. So very, very lucky to be here with these ladies today.
Hell yeah. And we are lucky and honored to have you all here. So let's start there. Let's go keep going around the table and ask if y'all can introduce yourselves, to the great live stream viewers and listeners. Tell us a bit about yourselves, where you are, and yeah, then we'll learn a bit more. I want to hear more about the way station. I wanted to personally and effusively thank the way station for everything that they're doing, for working with us to set up and run the fundraising portal. They are incredible. We could not be doing this without them, because that's where we're driving the money to. That's where we're going to use to buy the gift cards for everyone. So yeah, I just wanted to personally thank y'all for helping us out with this, for the great work that you do. But let's go around the table and introduce ourselves to the folks watching.
So thanks for having me. I am Cheney Nesbitt, and I am the executive director for the Way Station.
Oh wait,
We have a couple
Cheney,
laptops in the room, so we're going to work on getting this noise figured out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, sorry, we're just getting like that little feedback. It's all.
Oh, that's perfect. We just moved Jamie to a different corner in the building.
Beautiful.
So anyway,
can
I'm
you
the
start
executive
again?
director
Sorry.
for the Way Station. We're a faith-based nonprofit here situated in Columbiana County. We have 3 locations. One of them is in East Palestine. We've been in East Palestine for 2 years, but we are 35 years old, and we serve people in 3 states and 22 counties. So our motto basically is we don't have any borders. So if people can get to us, we are certainly going to work to help them with their needs. We're so excited to be a part of this project. We all realize that the effects of the terrain derailment have gone on longer than anyone really anticipated. And one of the things that I have been saying from day one is that it is our responsibility as one of the biggest nonprofits in the area to ensure that we are positioned to continue to serve the needs of the people in this community and beyond in the long term. And we are thinking about how is this going to impact this village 2, 3, 10 years from now, and what is that going to look like for the way station? So I appreciate that all that you guys are doing, continuing to get the word out to the country. We are seeing gifts coming in prior to your broadcast today, throughout the broadcast already, literally from New York to California, Louisiana, and everywhere in between. So it's been fun for me to see where people are sending their gifts in.
Let's go.
And I will turn it over to Jamie. She's available now and set up to introduce herself.
Hello, my name is Jamie Wallace, and I am the president of the Unity Council for the East Palestine train derailment. I am a lifelong East Palestine resident. I have over 47 immediate relatives that live within the 1 mile zone. I started advocating for the people when my house was found to be unsafe back on February 14th, after the evacuation of our town was lifted. And I am so excited to be here today, not only because our people have been financially crippled from the derailment and are in need of Christmas gifts and help, but also because it brings awareness to the situation that we are dealing with. I truly feel like the only thing that's going to help us right now is prayers and awareness. So the more people that we can make aware of some of the struggles we're dealing with here in East Palestine, the better.
Oh yeah. Well, again, it is truly an honor to be on the call with all of y'all. I am Max Alvarez. I'm the weird dude from Baltimore you may have been hearing about the past week. And this is my podcast producer, Jules. We've been doing this show for years. As we've been talking about on the stream, we've been covering the stories of working people around the country. We've spoken to auto workers at the Lordstown plant near y'all, right? We've been speaking over the years with railroad workers who are driving the trains running through that area. And like, that's how we came to this. But then when we saw February 3rd, when we saw everything that y'all were going through, and we were just like hearing the devastating stories about the fallout from this controlled burn, quote unquote, the derailment, the lies, the answers y'all weren't getting, the lack of help that was coming from Norfolk Southern to from the EPA. Like it's unbearable, right? So what do you do when your neighbors are in trouble? You try to help, and that's what we're trying to do today on this live stream. But I really want to emphasize that the women that we're on the call with right now and the folks who are there setting up, they are helping and trying their best every single day. This doesn't go away for any of them. And so even though we are all here today in the spirit of fellowship and raising some money, please just don't forget that like this is not over after today, right? I mean, like we need to stay on this. We need to keep these folks in our prayers, in our thoughts, and in our news cycles, like for as long as as it takes, frankly. And so anything we can do to help there is important, and everything that y'all watching are doing to help us spread the word, it really, really means a lot. So thank y'all again. Now we've got a nice like little chunk of time here to get to know more about you all and hear more directly from you. But I just wanted to sort of ask before we do that, because since we got 3 folks on, does anyone have like a hard out in like the next couple minutes? Because Cheney, I think I did enlist you for like 15 minutes, but I didn't want to take liberties with your time. Do you have a little time to chat with us?
My husband is in the woods. The day is all mine. So you've got me for as long as you need me.
What a line. I want that on a shirt. Well, let's talk then. Well, first, actually, again, thank you so much to the Way Station. Thank you, Cheney. Thank you for working with us on this. Again, we're just 2 guys trying to help, and we couldn't do it without everyone there in East Palestine. I saw Chris Albright running around there, everything that they're doing, everything Joy Marie's been doing to help with, like, just everyone pitching in. We really, really appreciate it, and we're going to try to raise as much money as we can over the course of the day. And so, Cheney, I wanted to sort of check in and ask just real quick before we launch in the conversation, how we looking so far? You mentioned that we're getting donations from around the country, which rocks, and they were even trickling in throughout the week before we started today.
Great. So right now we are just shy of $1,000. And so we started the morning around 500-ish. So we've doubled that since you guys went live. And I anticipate that those gifts will keep coming in. You guys are getting have a great following, and I'm excited about the direction of these gifts, because we have seen, well, the Way Station specifically has gotten a significant amount of gifts this year for East Palestine, but so many of those gifts are very specific and very dedicated, that we have to follow those donors' restrictions. We've given away over $320,000. In addition, we've given away and helped distribute over 300 plus pallets of supplies that have come in from all over the country, including water, pet food, cleaning supplies, air purifiers, and I could go on and on and on and on, and how generous the citizens in our country are. And let me just point out, those came from individuals. They came from businesses throughout the country. We are not getting any kind of, local, state, federal support. If it wasn't for folks like you doing things like this, we probably would have never seen any kind of assistance. And, the Way Station, we operate out of the basement of a church. And at one point we were the only ones willing to tackle semi trucks. How do we make this work? We figured it out. We rented a forklift. We were able to get volunteers. Jamie's stepdad come in and drive that forklift for me, because we had to get these things unloaded. And we were willing to do that for our, because I don't live here right now, but I'm from East Palestine. My entire family is here. And this is just what you do. We are fortunate that we also have 3 thrift stores. And although people couldn't get into our East Palestine location that first week, they were able to access our other locations. So it was a great hub for us to take in-kind donations. We gave away over 3,000 items of clothing in the first 4 days because people really were coming in their pajamas. We were able to send people out with shopping carts full of food. And although the needs have changed throughout the year, we're seeing a lot of different faces that, because of the strain, the financial strain of this, they're needing our services more than they ever had before. And of course, there's going to be naysayers out there that say, well, what happened? You were able still to go to your job. You're able to still go to work. Why are you suffering through financial strain? A lot of it is the unexpected expenses, just to be able to have water when you want it. They never had to buy that before. People who want to be able to change their furnace filter more often than the standard once a year. I've seen furnace filters cost up to $50. That is a significant impact for people. On top of, as we all know, how the economy, everything seems to be raising in prices. So for us to be able to pick up the slack and provide people with food, provide them with free diapers. We purchase gas cards on the regular here. A lot of these families are still trying to travel back and forth between their hotel, their place of employment, which is now further away than their home was, going back to home to check on that, going to the assistance center. So we're able to step up and help out with things like that we never probably would have had to do in the past. But again, the gifts that we're given are oftentimes restrictive. And with this fundraiser, we're going to be able to say, this is for Christmas. This is for something that you get to pick out the toy. You get to decide what your kids want this Christmas. We never say no to a free toy that gets donated. But to be able to get your kids something they actually want, it's beyond priceless, especially now.
Yeah, that's so powerfully put and beautifully put. And God, like, again, just thank you for doing that work and keep doing it. I mean, like, it's just, again, that is unsung and such vital, life-saving, community-saving work that all of y'all are doing, and it's such an honor to be on the call with y'all. I wanted to kind of pick up on that and keep things rolling, and Jamie and Hillary, and bring y'all in here and ask if we could just use this time to say more about, like, introducing yourselves to the folks watching and listening, telling us a bit, more about where things stand in town now, like what folks are dealing with now. And yeah, we've spent so much time on this show around the country. Like, I don't want to keep making people tell their horror stories. I don't want to keep squeezing pain out of these folks. I want to also highlight that it's the community that has been fighting for what they need, to hold each other together, to provide the assistance that you just heard Cheney talk about. Like, that's incredible. And we want to really highlight that too, right? That those efforts are important. This isn't, and folks living in this area aren't defined by the horrible thing that happened to them. They're working people, regular people like you and me. And that's what we're all here. Those are the people we're here to help today. So, Hillary, Jamie, I wanted to bring you in here. Yeah, ask if you could say just more about yourselves, where things stand in the town, and yeah, if you could talk more about those community efforts to help one another amidst this crisis.
Yeah, thank you. I'll start because I didn't officially introduce myself yet. So my name's Hillary Flint. I am a former resident of Enon Valley, Pennsylvania, which is in Beaver County, Pennsylvania, but it borders East Palestine, Ohio. So I'm just under 4 miles away from what we call ground zero. I lived in a 4th-generation home that my great-grandmother built. We've all lived in that home. My father and my young siblings live in the home behind us. And so, this derailment takes away things from you that you can't replace. I now live in New York. Not New York City, I always like to say, just over the border. And that was because I didn't know how far I would have to go to get away from this. And I wanted to go somewhere where something like this probably wasn't going to happen. And it really changed how you look at, where you're relocating. Before, I was worried about being close to a Target and a Starbucks. And now, I looked at things like Where are what train cars come by? What facilities are polluting in the area? Are the farms around here organic? And it just really changes how you look at things. And I ended up in New York because they banned fracking, which was really important considering a lot of these chemicals from the derailment were, fracking chemicals, things that are used in making plastics. So I had hoped, this would be a safe space. And as we talk about, Cheney was talking about the financial constraints. I had to do this on my own. And luckily, there's Savage Joy, who's going to come on later, I wouldn't have had a bed if she wouldn't have, raised mutual aid funds and got that for us. I think hearing some hard numbers puts this in perspective. So in the first few months after the derailment, because I wasn't within a 1 mile radius, I did not qualify for the assistance center. And what's wild about that is I had independent testing proving very early on that my home was affected. They found vinyl chloride outside my home and ethohexyl inside my home. And so even when I had that testing data and went and said, hey, here you go, that didn't get me anywhere. So I ended up getting a second job very early on when this happened because the smell in my home was so strong. I'm a young adult cancer survivor. So, someone like me is a much higher risk. And so I knew I had to get out of there. And it took me about 6 months to be able to do that. In that time period, I was staying in hotels on and off. And that alone cost me over $7,000 in 6 months. And that was money out of my own pocket, working a second job, trying to save up money to also get out. And, I was able to do that. On month 7, actually, Norfolk Southern did reimburse my hotel costs. And that was only because every Monday I would email like all of my senators, I would email the governor, and just every Monday I would provide an update. So I was able to finally recoup some of that money. But that was money out of my own pocket. Now, that did not mean they were going to pay for my rental. If I had decided to stay in hotels or Airbnbs, they might have paid that. But because I signed a lease, because remember at that point, I didn't know I was ever going to get money from them. That meant that I am now permanently relocated. Even though it's pretty funny, and me and my grandma still have a home in Enum Valley, Pennsylvania, where we pay taxes, and now we're paying, double utility bills, upkeeping 2 homes, and those are all costs that, are falling on us. We have no help with that. And once we got to this home, we thought, okay, what do we bring with us? Well, guess what? Everything smelled. Everything in our home had the strongest chemical smell. And there were some things that I thought, oh, maybe I can bring this. So I would bring it up to the house in New York and I'd open the suitcase and I'd go, oh, no, and shut it and put it right back in the car because that's how strong the smell was. And so not only do you have to relocate yourself, you have to replace everything. So I was lucky enough to have some stuff, and I keep joking that it was like dumb stuff. Like I had stuff in a storage unit like art, decor, books, but I didn't have the things that I really needed in that storage unit. So when we got here, it was me and my grandma on an air mattress on the floor for like a month until someone helped with some mutual aid funds. And then that's how, we were able to get bedding and towels. And there's still a lot of things, like we still don't have a couch here. We still don't have a lot of those like very basic things. I always I look around, I'm like, I have art on my walls, but like I don't have silverware. And so, you're just working and working to rebuild your life. And I'm doing this right after a battle with cancer in my 20s, where I already had to go through the rebuilding of life. And so I'm doing it again. And with that, you learn, number one, how great community can be and how powerful it is when people you don't know help you out. And, Jamie and I didn't know each other before this, and now we talk all day, every single day. There can be beauty that comes from situations like this, but my God, is it tiring? And we shouldn't have to do these things. And that's why, Jamie and I started Unity Council for the East Palestine train derailment, because we said, hey, we're asking the same questions. We're all going through very similar struggles. Let's do this together. Let's build power. And not only for the issues that we're, facing, we're now talking to communities that have been through chemical incidents all over the world. And, it all started with the train derailment that went through and ruined our lives. But it's opening our eyes to how big everything really is. So I'm vice president of the Unity Council, and I also am director of communications and community engagement for a Beaver County nonprofit called BC Mac, where we're fighting the Shell Plastics plant, because people in Beaver County are getting hit by both sides with these really, hazardous chemicals. And then my wonderful president, who I couldn't do anything without, is Jamie. And I'll give her a chance. She's from East Palestine, of course. I really do a lot of the PA side of things, and we work together. And it's just people really don't understand how vital Jamie is in this fight. She is the number one person who we just need to uplift and give all the opportunities and all the praise, because Jamie just absolutely will not let anyone move on from this when there are people that are still unsafe in their homes. And that is a power that has cost her a lot personally, cost her financially, and she has sacrificed herself to fight for what's right. And we don't have that enough in this country anymore. And I think Jamie's going to be in the history books someday. So very happy to work with her.
Well, Jamie, I'm going to give you just a quick sec because I'm tearing up over that. So, like,
Right.
if you need a second to collect yourself, I mean, it's beautifully put, Hillary. Seriously, like, and I want to hear from you, Jamie. Everything, like, let's talk about you, Unity Council, where things stand now, the efforts to fight for this community that you have been on the ground floor on. And I just wanted to say to the live stream viewers that this is also an important point, what Hillary kind of mentioned earlier, that I really want to emphasize for everyone listening, is that when that train derailment happened and then that toxic death plume like went up into the air and you could see it from space, for Pete's sake. And Norfolk Southern drew a little circle around the derailment that was 1 mile radius and was like, okay, everyone in there will help, like, maybe pay for like their hotels and shit. But like, we're gonna do that for a little bit. Now we're gonna, I think they're gonna cut it off after like a month or two from now. So that's what they did. But like, anyone with 2 brain cells can look and be like, well, what if you live just on the Pennsylvania side and you're smelling all that shit? Like, what happens to you then? Like, this is why we're doing the fundraiser for folks living in the area and not just in a 1 mile radius, because we got like so many people were impacted by this. So Jamie, let's bring you on. Let's hear more from you. And please introduce yourself. Thank you for the work you do, and let's talk about what that work has looked like for you over the past year.
Like I said earlier, my name is Jamie Wallace, and I'm from East Palestine. And Hillary gives me way too much credit. I'm just the loudmouth. I'm warning you now, I'm the first one to tell you off and the first one to cry. I just feel my emotions very deeply. But it takes every single one of us. We all bring a different skill set into Unity Council. I was so blessed to have met Hillary because she already worked in nonprofits. So she already knew, how to get us funds to go to DC and, things of that nature. It takes my loud mouth, but it also takes the quiet person in the background that's doing the research or writing the newsletter or, and the whole idea of Unity Council was to bring together these impacted residents, but it has united so much more. When we talk about the good things, without the independent scientists that have come in to do testing on their own dime, without media outlets like yourself giving us a platform to speak and, create that awareness, without the other nonprofits that, helped us to get to New Orleans and New York City, like, it's really unified so many more people than just those of us that have been immediately impacted. And, again, they're talking about the financial losses. I lost my job the week after the derailment. I won't get into a lot of detail, but they just felt like this train derailment was going to impact my future ability to do my job. We were traveling back and forth from West Virginia was the closest hotel we could find. You have to remember we're kind of out in the middle of nowhere, so we have one hotel within close proximity. And then again, my house, they told me on February 14th, had a potential pathway to exposure. Sulphur Run, one of the most heavily contaminated creeks, is about 5 steps from my front door. So we lived in hotels for about 5 months. And then when I found an apartment to move into, and I'm talking to Norfolk Southern about replacing everything, they said, well, we're going to rent you furniture for a couple months. We'll rent furniture for your whole house. And I'm like, okay, but what do I do when those 2 months are over? And that's going to cost you a lot of money. So it was $2,500 a month they were going to pay. So I said, give me the $2,500. I will go to yard sales. I will go to my absolute favorite place to shop. And I'm not just saying this because Cheney's in the room, to the way station where you can buy secondhand stuff. I said, I'll pick stuff up off the side of the road. Like, just give me the $2,500. Now, the $2,500 was nowhere near enough to furnish my whole house, but it was better than the alternative, which was having furniture for 2 months and then having it take away or come up with $2,500 a month. And the things that people don't talk about is, my old apartment was $650 a month, all utilities included. Now I'm paying $1,050 a month. I have to pay all of my own utilities. So even though I was able to find another place, I couldn't find another place that was comparable money-wise. So even though Norfolk Southern was putting us up in this temporary relocation in hotels and stuff like that, people have spent their whole savings, trying to replace stuff in their houses. People that have had other costs that have come up, car issues. When you're driving your car and you're used to driving it 5 minutes a day in town, and now you're driving it, 40 minutes back and forth to work every day, and then going to the assistance center and all these other things, it's putting a lot more wear and tear on your car. So there are definitely things that have devastated us financially. Some of us, some people had enough money, I didn't. So this is really important. It's important for our children because our children have been traumatized. My daughter was 3, and I thought, well, she don't really know what's going on, About a month into the hotel, she asked me, is our house broken? And I say, yeah, our house is broken. Well, what about my toys? Don't worry about it. Mommy will get you new toys. What about all the other kids' toys? And, I told her, I said, don't worry, you're 3, quit stressing, Mommy got this. And she looked around and she said, Mommy got this. And then she told her grandma that she calls G, hey, G, Mommy got this. So that's kind of what I try to remind Unity Council, like, we got this. If a 3-year-old says we got this, we got this. And that's what we're truly fighting for as our children. The thing that I found most difficult is still trying to give my daughter a childhood while fighting for her future. While we're out there fighting for our community because no one else is, we also have our normal lives that we have to attend to every day on a daily basis. So that's just like one of the struggles that I deal with is, how to balance that. And there's just so many different issues. We talk about, well, Hillary and I kind of say, we're all fighting the same war, but different battles. We've had people that have slipped back into addiction. We have families that are facing divorce because one person believes everything's okay and the other person doesn't. Family members that aren't talking to each other. Like, the list goes on with these battles that nobody talks about. The PTSD alone. I know people whose PTSD is so bad right now that they can't work. They can barely leave their house without having severe panic attacks. So there are just so many different things that are tied to the issues here in East Palestine. And my biggest fear is this is going to happen again. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when it's going to happen again. This has been turned into this huge political issue. This is not political. This is human lives. That train didn't look to see if we were a red area or a blue area before it derailed in our backyard. And just like you said, there was no magic wall around the 1 mile radius. The chemicals were like, oh, wait, stop, guys. This is Pennsylvania. Let's not go in there. And Pennsylvania is ignored. We don't talk about Pennsylvania a lot. When we say that this happened right on the Ohio-PA border, you can literally take a stone and throw it from Ohio to PA where this happened. It happened right by the city drinking hole, the State Line Bar. It's called the State Line Bar because it sits on the state line. So, there were so many more people that were impacted than just East Palestine.
Yeah, and it's like, this is something that we've heard little bits and pieces about in the interviews that we've done with your fellow residents over the past 11 months, right? Like, the Albrights who we've been working with, that, like, it was in the midst of an interview with Chris and Jess Albright that the idea for this live stream came about, because Chris, like so many others, like in town that I'm hearing about, like, is feeling these effects. Like, these stories are all over the place. And, here we had one family that I was talking to saying, yeah, we had dual income, Jess worked, Chris worked. Chris was a healthy pipeline or gas line worker before the derailment. 2 months later, he's experiencing massive heart failure. He can't work. His life expectancy, like, is going down. Like, what is the family supposed to do in that situation? And that's what they were asking me. And I was like, I don't know, because in that situation, it's an impossible situation. That there is no individual answer. When people say, what can I do? You've been put in a situation where you can't do shit, pardon my French, to help yourself. Like, and so what we decided was, like, it's like we say to workers we talk to at their jobs, and they're getting exploited, or they're getting underpaid, or misclassified, or harassed. And they say, what can I do? And the answer is, on your own, there's not a whole lot you can do, but together, you and your coworkers can do a whole hell of a lot. And that's the ethos we're trying to bring to this. And really, we're just taking our cues from y'all, from the Unity Council, from the central word there, unity, right? Like, I wanted to again go around the table and ask about that, like, because again, we're here to raise money. I'm going to keep reminding folks about this. We're here to raise as much money as we can for the families in and around East Palestine who have been living through this nightmare, who have been fighting through this nightmare, but they need help. They're not getting the help that they need from the government, from Norfolk Southern. So we're going to try to help as best we can this Christmas so that these families can have a little extra money. They can, not worry so much. The holidays are supposed to be a time of joy, togetherness, rest, relaxation, food, football, all that good stuff. So, like, after everything folks have been through this past year, because of a greedy corporation, because of government negligence, because of all the people who failed them, right? We are here trying to help. So please go to the donation portal. You can find the link to it at the top of the description to this video. Donate everything you can. It is going straight to the way station, which Cheney has set up that portal for us. She's going to be giving us updates throughout the day on who's donating. The way station does incredible work. The Unity Council does incredible work. Everyone's pitching in to try to make this happen, to give the kids of East Palestine and their families a good Christmas. That's why we're here. I wanted to with the last kind of 20 minutes I got y'all, ask if we could talk about that. Right, because please.
I'd like to, I don't want to really talk on behalf of parents with kids here in East Palestine. We are in a unique position here at the way station where we see everyone from all walks of life coming into our stores, and they tend to be the most vulnerable when they walk in our buildings. But one of the things that really hasn't been addressed in this crisis, as much as I believe it should be, is the mental health of the kids. I know that there has been some donor support out there for some new programs to happen through the school district and some new sports related type things that are happening through the district. And I believe a lot of that is intended to help these students develop more of a sense of pride about their community. But at the end of the day, Jamie touched on it perfectly. We've got families that are divided. We've got families that are struggling on a daily basis if their decision to stay or their decision to go was the right decision to make for themselves. And they aren't necessarily including the kids in all these conversations. And the kids are just kind of being pulled along through all of this. And they're kind of getting lost in the shuffle of this madness called a train derailment and this division in a community. And so by doing fundraisers like this that are specific for the kids, not not general for a new program, not general for an activity that maybe 10 or 15% of the kids will participate in. This fundraisers is really going to specifically target those kids that we know in this community are struggling and suffering the most right now. And that's why I think this is just a phenomenal, phenomenal idea that Chris and Jess presented to you guys, and that you guys backed it up. And I'm really hoping that we see the results that we expect, and we're already seeing it now. We are seeing gifts have been coming on since we've been talking. We're getting gifts out of Iowa right now. So, I feel like we should have like some sort of state to state, head to head competition here. I
Let's
don't know, maybe
go.
Texas versus, I don't know, pick a state.
I'm going to be talking smack to, we're going to have some friends from Alabama on in a couple hours.
Oh, yes.
And I realize I'm talking to some Ohio adjacent folks, so I may be stepping in it here, but I'm a Michigan alum, so I'm going to be talking smack to the Alabama guys about how we're going to whoop Bama in the playoffs. But I apologize for whooping Ohio State on our way to get there. But yeah, like, come on, Michigan, let's get up on this. Jules, you're
That's
in
right.
Texas. Get Texas on there.
Right. I mean, is Texas part of the SEC? I don't really know college football, but I know not to mess with Alabama. And I mean, Ohio is formidable though. Those Buckeyes and yeah, that's all my contribution there. Yeah.
Cleveland Browns.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I had to.
Let's do it. Well, like, yeah, so thank you to whoever from Iowa is donating. Thank you to everyone again who's watching. Let's get a competition going, because yeah, again, Cheney's getting the notifications as soon as y'all donate. So we're gonna know, like, if we got a lot of love coming from the Midwest, but not enough from the West Coast. So let's get it going, gang. We got a long day ahead of us and a good cause to raise that money for. And with the remaining time that I got you, I wanted to kind of pick up on that. If we could we could center that side of this cause, right? We could talk about why it's important for folks in and around East Palestine, after everything they've been through, after everything the kids have been through, to just have a little bit of peace of mind and a little bit of support this holiday season. Jamie, Hillary, anything that y'all wanted to talk about? Anything you want to focus on?
I just wanted to say that this is like, when we talk about mutual aid and the support of our neighbors, when we talk about trying to find the good that's come out of this, all of the donations that we have received, residents have not received monetary donations at all. That's a whole nother story of where all those monetary donations from across the country may have went. But we do have people that have donated water, very basic water. We need water. We've gotten water from the way station. We've had people from all over the country, bring in truckloads of water. What we haven't seen is water from our government, water from Norfolk Southern. So I think as, American citizens, we kind of trust our government, and we think that they take care of people in a time of need. We're not being taken care of. I was one of those people who, I have a law degree, my undergraduate's in political science. When my husband said, what are we going to do when they lift the evacuation and we have to go back home? I said, we're going to go back home. If the EPA says it's okay, it's okay. Because that's what we're taught, to trust our government. As soon as I pull in my driveway that the creek runs along, and I all of a sudden feel like I can't breathe, my chest is burning, my eyes are watering, my lips are burning, I look over and I see chemicals free flowing down the creek. I didn't need a scientist to tell me that it wasn't okay. The things that I've seen, when people are talking about EPA cover-ups and government being owned by the railroad, if I would have heard you say that, Max, pre-February 3rd, I'd think, oh, well, this is one of those conspiracy theorists. He's going to pull himself up out west with a gun and fight off the government. And now it's like, wow, this is
now you're like, I'm going to join them.
Yeah, right. I was like, oh shit, where's my gun?
Yeah. But it's sad that we just blindly trust our government until we actually have to deal with them. I'd never had to deal with the EPA, so I thought EPA does what they're supposed to do. No, this has been so eye-opening. When Hillary talks about the things that this has taken away from people, It took away my physical home. It also took away my hometown. The way that it has divided my hometown, I don't want to live in a community where people turn their backs on other people that are sick. It's took away my love of country. My grandfather was a World War II vet Marine, died 2 years ago. I was always, taught to respect my government. On our way to DC, I saw somebody jogging with an American flag. Might be hillbilly dude, but I normally would have rolled down the window and yelled something patriotic. I cried. I literally cried because I realized that the working people of America built this country with the blood, sweat, and tears of themselves and their ancestors, and now it's being controlled by money. This is not the country that I thought that I lived in. Government for the people, by the people. When I went to DC the first time, one of the senior advisors I was speaking with was crying. And he said, we didn't know people were sick. I came back to East Palestine and they're like, well, how the hell didn't they know people were sick? Well, you had Governor DeWine sipping our water. You had the EPA saying everything that was fine. You had our city government that's accepting all the luxuries and not talking about human health, never mention it on TV. And what I realized is by the time what's going on the ground gets to the federal level, it's all politics. This is not politics. These are people's lives. We have been ignored for almost a year now. It's time for them to do this federal declaration. We need it. Our children need it. I mean, what's going to happen to our children in 10 years? We don't know. What if we can't work because we have cancer by then? You talk about health care. How can I ensure that I can get the proper care from my daughter if she ends up having cancer at 14? So while we have, these immediate needs and this need for just relaxation, people say you need to take a break it's hard to take a break when this is your entire life. I mean, even I'll be making dinner and think, oh, I wish I had my favorite pan from home. Take a break. Do I just not talk to any of my friends or family? And we forgot to mention the families that'll be spending this holiday in hotels. Families that are spread out now, that they'll be traveling, things of that nature. And there's just so much going on that there definitely is a need for people just to enjoy this Christmas. So thank you for doing this.
Yeah, and I think Jamie touches on a really important piece of the organizing we've done, which is, fighting for the future and understanding that it's so unknown right now. There are not a lot of there's barely any health studies that have done, they haven't researched combined exposures. And we weren't just, we weren't exposed to one chemical or two or three or four or five. We were exposed to tons of different chemicals, which then create new chemicals. And so the answers that we need don't necessarily exist. And that's really, really frustrating. And it's something that's hard to live with, right? Like I remember when I got cancer when I was in my late 20s and, your first question, I said, why? And they were like, well, there's a lot of different reasons, and you can try to figure it out, but sometimes this is just how life works. And, that's when I started looking at everything in the United States that was toxic. And so before the train derailment happened, I already kind of had that like critical thinking moment that Jamie was talking about, because I found out that the cancer I had triggered, it's essentially an environmental trigger had to activate this mutation I had. The mutation existed, for decades in my family line, but I was the first person to get cancer in my 20s. And, in a lot of the research that Jamie and I have done with lobbyists and nonprofits and independent scientists, we're finding out that the answers we need just don't exist. The answer to why isn't there. And so how do we safeguard ourselves, our children, the future? And really that starts with this disaster declaration. And, we had gone to Columbus to, fight the power of Ohio, and Governor DeWine saying, hey, you need to ask for this. And then it was handed to Biden. And now that's something, we're fighting for him to sign it. And we've had to become experts, in when it comes to healthcare, policy, toxins, and something we realized was there's something that's actually in the Affordable Care Act, which would provide protection for the future for our community. And it's called Section 1881A. And what it does is it says any community that, is exposed to an environmental toxin gets Medicare for life. And that seems really controversial. Medicare for life, we've, talked about Obama. We come from a community where, no one wanted Obamacare or the Affordable Care Act in general. And Jamie and I went to DC and we're talking to, super conservative Republican JD Vance. And he's saying, oh, yeah, yeah, I think you guys need that. You need Section 1881A. And we're like, what? And he actually wrote a letter asking for that, asking for a public health emergency. And so it's so interesting, you think that you don't have power and you think that these politicians know so much more than you, but here we were, me, Jamie, Jess Connard, a few other residents that came with us, and we're sitting down and we are educating these legislators like, hey, we've been through policies, and what do you think about this? Oh, what about this? Hey, how do we get on? We know we have a Superfund number, but how do we get on the national registries list? And I just remember a couple of the politicians, their jaws were dropped because they were like, how did these? Because we also are just everyday working people, a little bit hillbilly. If you check out some of the uncensored Facebook groups, they might say that we're trashy. And we're sitting there and we are telling these politicians, hey, here's what you need to work towards. And they're doing it. They did it. Ohio Senators Vance and Brown, bipartisan effort, have wrote letters of support for the things we lobbied for. And they couldn't even get those things for us. And it's just so interesting, like all these different ways we can safeguard our future that, we've had to figure out and we've had to fight for. And you would think if your state senators are, saying, yes, that's what this community needs, then why don't we have it yet? It's just, what does it hurt to protect us when there are unknowns? And that's why we, continue to fight. And this past week, Jamie promised me that we were going to make it into the White House for my birthday. So we'll see. But
if anybody out there can help me.
Yeah, we're trying to get Biden to sign this.
I may be able to assist, but I'm warning you, my plan is to hop the fence and be a decoy while you guys sneak in the front and I get tackled by Secret Security. So that's my best plan, but
well,
yeah.
Jamie and I aren't too fast, so we might need a Segway or something to hop on once we get over.
Okay. Well, I mean, but that's... Oh, please, Jamie, go.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to say one more thing about, Biden hasn't even been here to visit us yet. And what really gets me about that is he, of all people, knows of the struggles that we're going through. He lost his son to cancer that he attributes to the burn pits that he was exposed to, the chemical burn pits. The very doctor who studied the chemical burn pits and our veterans that were reporting symptoms, she found the pathway from those chemicals to the ailments is coming in to study East Palestine residents.
She's speaking on here later today, yeah.
Oh, is she? So it's just, when you have that personal connection, when you know the fears that a parent has, when you know what you've had to unfortunately watch your own family member go through, and to know that that's going to be the fate of a lot of us. My biggest fear, when they say, well, nobody died in East Palestine. We haven't died yet. And our death is not going to be a quick one. I don't know if you've ever watched someone die of cancer. I watched my grandmother die. It was not a beautiful thing. It was a year and a half of suffering, of her physically becoming a woman that I didn't recognize. So when you look at that and you think, well, people didn't die right now. But even the CDC told us, they said you've all been exposed to vinyl chloride. We don't know what to do about vinyl chloride in your body, but we can treat the cancers it causes. How do you think that hit when they weren't just talking about me, my daughter, my husband, my mother, my brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, every person I've ever cared about my life. You know, the CDC themselves came in, went door to door for one day, got sick, left, and never came back. You want to talk about the feeling of abandonment from your government? I feel so abandoned right now. And the only thing we could do was fight. You know, I always say, you know, as a parent, I don't have a choice. You know, there's no choice to lay down and die when you have a kid. And when they talk about, you know, all the hillbillies, and first of all, they didn't expect some of us to be educated. And they also underestimated our loyalty and our love of our family. We have those deep rooted morals that all are based around family. When people say I would fight to the death for my kid, those might just sound like words, but I'll fight to the death for my kid, and I am. You know, the reality of this, I don't get to retire and sip coffee and watch my grandkids play. I'm going to be fighting until they put me 6 feet under. And when we say we'll fight to the death for our children, it shouldn't just be about a burglar or a bear. I mean, this fight is bigger than any of those fights. And they don't know our willpower and our faith that we have and our morals that we have. And that, let's face it, they probably picked a couple of us are the most stubborn ones out of them all. And if they think we're going to quit, you know, the EPA asked, when's enough enough?
Yeah, I was just going to bring this up. The EPA has actually asked us, you know, when we were going to stop.
And my answer was, I'll stop when I know every single kid in East Palestine is being put into their bed in a safe home. That's when I'll stop. So get us there.
When are you gonna
And I
stop?
truly question the number of children that are sick in our community, that parents are not getting them seen by doctors, because the symptoms that we're seeing in the community aren't, you know, life altering and life shattering, but they are symptoms. They are directly related to the train derailment. But unfortunately, a huge percentage of people have been made to feel shame. Our parents are being made to feel like they're making it up, they're dramatizing. You're putting your child through something because they have a little bit of a bloody nose. And so we're going to have some really sick kids in this community who aren't getting the medical attention that they deserve because the parents are being made to feel like idiots for taking them to the doctors. It's just a shame what our kids are going through no fault of their own, because the parents just, they're not all as brave as Jamie. That's just the way it is at the end of the day.
Right. Man, I mean, you gotta, like, for folks watching and listening, like, you know, we're gonna try to keep you entertained, keep the energy up, get the donations going throughout the day, but we're gonna always need to come back to this, to the human stakes of everything that we're here, you know, that we're all pitching in to try to help however we can because of everything you just heard about. And so many other things that you haven't heard about and that you can't see if you don't live in the area. Again, I stress, when this live stream's over, you know, when those of us who aren't living in the area, you know, can go back to our regular lives, this is life for folks living in and around East Palestine. It doesn't go away. Like Jamie said, what choice do you have in that instance but to fight? And we need to stand and fight with them as hard as we can for as long as it takes, because that's just what you do. That's what you do when your neighbor's in trouble. That's what you do when your fellow worker's in trouble. That's what you do when your fellow human beings need help. You help them. And we not just because it's right and good on its own and necessary on its own, but because, again, this could happen to any of us. This kind of catastrophe could happen where you are living, unless you are living in some rich suburb or enclave where you don't have these rail lines going past your school or through your town. You're at risk too, buddy. So, like, you know, like, let's stop, segmenting the country with like this red state, blue state crap. I don't care about any of that. I love my hillbilly siblings, and I'm saying that as a fellow, as a Mexican like dude who gets the same weird looks in many of the same rooms that y'all are probably getting. But like, yeah, I will put my money down behind the Unity Council, behind Hillary and Jamie. Like, you put them up against Mike Tyson, I know where I'm putting my money, right? Put them up against Joe Biden, JD Vance, I know where my money's going. So just a huge shout out to y'all for fighting, for speaking up, for not shutting up, even though that's what they want you to do. And we are going to keep doing absolutely everything we can to help. We are not going to forget about y'all. And I'm begging everyone watching and listening to this not to do so, not to forget about them either, and to please, please, please donate what you can to the fundraiser. The link is in the top of the description to this video. All the donations are going straight to the way station. You've heard us talk about the great work that the way station is doing. She's right there. Like Nesbitt's right there. Like, this is a group effort. Everyone is pitching in. We're trying to give the kids of East Palestine and their families a good Christmas after everything they've been through, but it does not stop there. The fight, the struggle continues. We need so, so much more for this community. And it's folks like these incredible women on the call who are fighting every day to get that community what it needs. Even though
Can I give a quick plug?
Please. I was gonna go around and say please give us final plugs for the work you do, where folks can support it, and any final words you have about the fundraiser or anything you want to share with folks watching.
I just wanted to say that Unity Council did start a petition for President Biden to declare this state of emergency. I think we have like 25,000 signatures last time I checked, but the more signatures, the better. The way that people can help throughout the country is write your own legislators and let them know that we're here and that we're suffering and that, they need to support us. Your own politicians do. So that would be, my ask is, don't let this go by unnoticed, because like Max said, this could happen in your community. And not only are we doing this fight for our own community and where this happened, but for other communities so that this doesn't happen in your backyard. If they can do these health studies on my daughter that should have already been started 10 months ago, maybe that could have saved your child from the same fate that she has. So this fight isn't just about us. It's about every single one of you. And if you think that this can't happen in your community, I never thought it would happen in mine. I'm the same person you are. I watched these trains go by for 46 years. I thought about maybe my foot get stuck in the railroad tracks when I walk across, or you think about your car stalling in the middle of the railroad tracks and a train's coming. Never once did I think, what if a train carrying hazardous chemicals derailed in the middle of my community? So, I ask people, just as fellow Americans, fellow parents of children, to just, it's compassion. It's not about politics. It's about humanity. It's about having compassion. We're human beings. Now it seems like in the United States of America that human lives are just a cost of doing business. That's a sad place for our country to be. And unless we stand up together, it's going to continue to be that way.
Yeah, and just to go off what Jamie said, if people want to stay up to date on the latest work we're doing, we have a Facebook group, Unity Council for the East Palestine train derailment. And I want to end on a positive note, and just to talk about the power of organizing and the power of storytelling. We found out this week that the EPA has put vinyl chloride on their TSCA list. And what that means is that they are investigating it further, and it's possible that it's something that they will phase out in the future. And something that, won't be used every day like it is now. And I truly don't think that would have happened if it wasn't for, not only the derailment, but how a lot of us have advocated against these dangerous chemicals. We also have, there's railroad bills that are, unfortunately getting watered down, but there are ways that we can take our stories and use them to make change. And that's what we're doing here. And it's what we're going to keep doing. One of the next things we're going to fight about is, this wastewater that East Palestine might be accepting from the derailment site that I know Heather who is the executive director of Three Rivers Waterkeeper, talked about earlier, that wastewater is going to end up in the Ohio River, is going to end up in the Mississippi River, it can end up in the ocean. So this is so much bigger than our community. We see it, we're going to keep fighting for it. And I just hope that all the work that we do is not only going to, safeguard our future and our family's future, but I really think that the work that we're doing is going to protect people all over the United States eventually. So we're all connected. We are fighting for you. And I just thank everyone who's donated and helped us out. And please keep doing it because the fight is we're still in the war, right? So join us for the next battle.
I just want to say, as far as the way station goes, we're going to be here for the long haul. Like I said at the beginning, we're a 35-year-old nonprofit. We are faith-based, but we don't judge anyone by their faith or their lack thereof. And we're just in a unique position here where we have some flexibility. So even after the Christmas and holiday season, the needs are still going to be there. And if anyone wants to continue to support East Palestine and support the residents, they can do that through our website. You can designate the gift to East Palestine. You can make it very specific. But like I said, we've given out over $320,000 worth of support to the community. And a lot of that is, not a lot of it, a piece of that is just specific requests from residents. Everything from, we've bought brakes for people's cars. We've put tires on people's cars because they need to be able to get to work. That is a priority. We have bought hot water tanks. We've bought refrigerators. These are ways that we're able to help families now that we might not have been able to do in the past. We've got more families that are fortunately able to do some remote work, or their kids are able to stay at home now because they just still aren't comfortable with going back to school. And we've been able to supplement some laptops for those individuals as well. So, beyond the basics of food, clothing, hygiene that we support every single day, we're able to really step it up for the East Palestine residents who are finding themselves. And I can tell you honestly that most of the gifts that we've been able to help people with are a one-time ask. I need help here. I didn't expect to be in this situation. Are you able to help us out? And we are. There aren't very many people that, are taking advantage of the system, and they could. They really could, and they're not. We hear so many more times from people when we say, you can have more than that. Maybe you should take a little bit more food just in case. No, save that for somebody who needs it more than me. We're going to hear that way more often than ever anyone taking advantage of it. It's been an amazing experience working with residents. Every single time we've asked for volunteers to help, it's the residents. It is neighbors helping neighbors. They want to help each other out. They want to make sure that the people that need get it. And we just have been the facilitator of that. And we're, like I said, we're going to be here for the long run. We don't know how things are going to change. We don't know how needs are going to change, but we have the ability to adjust and fill in the gaps that are lacking from the county and the state.
Well, again, I can't thank y'all enough, Cheney, Jamie, Hillary, for coming on, for talking with us for the past hour, for the work that you're doing and continue to do, to the way station, to the Unity Council, to everyone who has been pitching in to help us make this fundraiser happen. Just seriously, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you, and thank you to everyone watching and listening for supporting this cause. I want to be respectful of our guest's time. I've got to let him go. But we are just two things I wanted to say. Now that we are in the East Palestine Eagles Club, we're setting up. The party's just getting going over there in EP. So we're
Bobby
gonna
Joe,
have,
come talk.
yeah, we're gonna have folks.
Come talk to him. Come talk to
we're
him.
gonna
They
have
want people to
folks.
talk.
We're gonna have folks kind of able to come on the stream through these stations that we've got set up. We're gonna be able to hear from them throughout the day. They're gonna be able to mix it up with me and Jules and the other guests we're bringing on. It's all for a good cause. We've got so much more coming, but I do want to let our incredible guests go now so that Jules and I can do a quick bathroom break. and we can bring on our next incredible guest. So before we go, Cheney, I just wanted to ask, what's the latest looking like on the fundraiser?
Well, we have breached the $1,000 mark, so we're at $1,025 in donations.
Let's go.
Phenomenal.
Let's go.
Yeah, keep it going.
Hell yeah.
Let's crash the way station's website.
Let's do it. Let's do it, baby. I'm down. You guys heard it, and we're doing a state-by-state challenge. Michigan, if you're out there watching, I can't talk shit to these Ohio folks or these Alabama folks if you guys don't show up and donate. So help a brother out here. Cheney, Jamie, Hillary, thank you so much for joining us. We're sending all our love and solidarity to y'all. Hopefully we'll see you back on the stream throughout the day. I want to let you go. I know there's a lot going on over there, but thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much for doing this for us. You don't know, without people like you, we would really be screwed. So thank you.
We're absolutely happy to do it. It's truly our honor. And again, just everyone watching and listening, the fact that we're already over 1,000 to this cause to help the kids of East Palestine have a good Christmas, help their families out after everything that they've been through this year, to help out with costs around the holidays. We really appreciate all your support so far. We've got many hours left. We're going to be here streaming until 10 p.m. tonight. It is 1:42 now. We've got Louis DeAngelis from Status Coup coming on to talk about his great reporting in a couple minutes. Louis, I know you're there, brother, and I promise we're going to get you back on, but Jules and I just need to take a quick bathroom break, so we're going to be back in 8 minutes. We'll see you guys back here. We'll be back with Louis. Thank you all so much. Remember, donate. Use the donate link in the description here. Share this stream around. We'll see you guys back here in a couple minutes.
I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Take care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems that I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Take care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems that I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, yeah, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, yeah, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, yeah, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, Gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see?
We live? We
We're
back?
Good. We're good. We're back.
All right, gang, we're back. First wardrobe change of the day. Y'all get to see my magnificent, ugly Christmas sweater. We are here in the Christmas spirit to try to raise as much money as we can for families in East Palestine so that they can have a little extra money around the holidays after everything that they've been through this year. We've been going live streaming since 10 a.m. this morning. We are going till 10 p.m. tonight. We've got a lot of amazing folks yet to come onto the stream. You've heard from some incredible folks already. Thank you to everyone watching, everyone who is engaging in the live chat, everyone who is sharing the stream around on social media, helping us get the word out. Please, please, please continue to do so. Please, please, please continue to donate to the fundraiser. The link is in the top of the description to this video. And the description of what we're doing is in there too. We're just trying to get money to this fundraising portal. We're asking folks in East Palestine around to sign up to let us know, you know, if they prefer Target, Amazon gift card, how many kids they got. That's it. Like and then we're gonna just send split up everything that we raise, divide it equally, and send it off once this stream is done. So we are already over $1,000 raised. Thank you to everyone who's contributed. Let's keep the love going. We got more incredible guests joining us on the stream today. We're about 20 minutes behind, but we're gonna catch up. Don't worry. And our guests are being amazing sports about it. So we're gonna have kind of two segments, sort of like Venn diagramming, crossing over here, but we got just incredible folks on the call with us. And I want to introduce our next guest. We got Louis DeAngelis here from Status Quo. Louis, what's going on, brother? Welcome to the live stream.
Thanks for having me and putting this whole thing together. I enjoyed listening to a good chunk of the last segment there, so good to see some familiar faces, and yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, really appreciate you being here, brother, and appreciate you having me on Status Quo earlier this week to chat about this, to chat about East Palestine, our respective efforts to report on it over the past year. Really appreciate the work that you've been doing. You've been there on the ground. You unlike so many other media outlets, you have not forgotten about the folks there. You have not let this story die. I want to just sort of start there. I want to ask if you could say a little more about yourself, the work you do, and the reporting that you've been doing on East Palestine.
Yeah, no, I mean, so I started reporting on East Palestine kind of, I remember the morning after hearing about it happening with the derailment, and this was before the detonation of the cars and everything, but I remember my colleague Jordan Sheridan, as he does all the time, texting me random news stories that are happening throughout the day and highlighting it, being like, this looks like it could be something. And then, you know, a couple days later, seeing the explosion, you know, when they decided to detonate these cars, you know, come to find out later, very likely didn't need to detonate them in that fashion, but that's a story we can talk about later. You know, seeing that happen and realizing, like, you know, holy shit, this is a huge ordeal. You know, making a decision to get out there for the first time. And I'll talk a little bit about that first trip because it was such a whirlwind. And I know we've got the other guests are on a tighter time frame, so I'll stick to talking about that first, and I can stick around for a little bit if you want me to, but I'm flexible, Max, so whatever you guys need. But you know, the first thing I remember rolling into town actually with my cameraman at the time, John Farina, who a lot of residents in town probably met when they were with me, or you know, when I was meeting with them. And the first thing we saw was a train rolling right through town a week after this happened, basically. And we're like, oh, this is going to be interesting. Next morning, we woke up and we went to that the Family Assistance Center that everyone's heard so much about at this point in time, and you know, realized the scale of how many people were being affected, how mishandled it was all being. There was we showed up at about 8:30 in the morning, and there was a line of 75 people or so out the door. The doors still closed, and it was just because at that point in time, people weren't getting a spot at the assistance center to be relocated to have reimbursements and all of this sort of stuff. And, it was just being severely mishandled. The federal government, the state government were all basically nowhere to be found. It was just a real horror show situation. And there were so many people who had so many questions. I'll say the residents couldn't have been more kind to me on any of the trips that I've been on. I mean, even on that first one, I remember just meeting with person after person, including on that first trip. Jamie was one of the first people that I met. Candace DeSanzo, she wasn't in that last group, but I remember Candace and Jamie on that first trip connected me to a whole lot of folks. And yeah, it was a total whirlwind. But I'll share one fun story from that first trip, though, just to be on the lighter side here and kind of plug some donations as well here. But I remember that first trip is when former President Trump was in town, and it was all, everyone was talking about at the time. That's a big deal, obviously, whether you like him or not. And, being a former presidential visit, it's not like posted like he's going to be at this place at this time and then move to this place at this time. And the way that we found out where President Trump was going to be ahead of time was from a text from a 10-year-old East Palestine resident. So Candace DeSanzo and her son Ronnie, so hopefully if Ronnie sees this, thank you, Ronnie. Ronnie took his mom's phone, and we had done an interview with him and his mom the day before, which was frankly heartbreaking. That was kind of the interview that I did that made me really just, I became obsessed with the story and trying to try to hold some people accountable. I was almost in tears listening to Candace. Her situation was so tricky, just like so many residents. But he heard from somebody else's parents that they were going to be setting up at the Roadhouse in town, which is a restaurant, and there was a tent being set up, and there was a whole bunch of police there. So we took Ronnie's advice and we went to the Roadhouse, and sure enough, about an hour later, enrolled President Trump and JD Vance and all these folks. And yeah, so we got the tip from a 10-year-old.
Hey man, you take the tips where you get them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shout out to our 10-year-olds on the
Ronnie.
ground. Shout out to Ronnie, baby. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. I got so many more questions I want to hear about that and about your subsequent trips there. Mm-hmm. But we're gonna keep Lewis on the call. We also got some more incredible guests joining us today who, as Lewis mentioned, have a sort of tighter window, so we want to be respectful of everyone's time. But Lewis has said he's got time to hang on with us, so we're gonna circle back and bookend this hour with more chat with him about the reporting he's done there on the ground in East Palestine. But I want to bring on our other incredible guests here, welcome them to the live stream. And I want to ask if we can go around and just start by introducing yourselves. Tell us a little bit about who you are, what you do, and then we'll dig into talking about your work. So, Dr. Galum, can we start with you, please?
Hi, it is my pleasure to be here with a couple of my team members, Genevieve Kulkarni and Paloma Cortez, who will have also introduced themselves. And we are among the groups that are trying to do health studies to hopefully help the East Palestine residents. And let me start by saying that having spoken with a number of the people there, I can't say enough to encourage people to donate to these amazing people who have endured so much. We've heard the challenges that they're under, having finances just to get clean water, just to get air filters. People are telling us because they're concerned about the food supply, they're traveling 30 miles to get fresh vegetables. People are sick and caring for sick family members, sick and unable to work anymore while trying to, care for other people that are sick, with kids that are having mental health problems and so forth. And it's honestly, it's just heart-wrenching. So I absolutely applaud this effort to raise money for those who've been affected in the East Palestine area. Before I sort of go on and talk a little bit more about our study, why we're doing it, what we're doing, should I go ahead and have Genevieve and Paloma introduce themselves? And Genevieve, do you want to say a little bit about what you've done in this effort and what your role has been?
Yeah, but I was also going to just say if you could say a little more about lift up your great work too. Introduce yourself real quick, and we'll toss it to your colleagues.
Okay, well, yeah, so we for those of you who heard the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine sort of 2-day thing, we are the study that is already doing many of the things that they recommended happen. They recommended that, liver be tested, and we're doing liver function tests. They recommended that reproductive testing be undertaken, and we're doing reproductive hormone testing. They recommended that children be included, and to our knowledge, we're the only study that has approval from human subjects review to include children if they're interested. They recommended that sample archiving be undertaken so that, as future money becomes available to test things, that there isn't money to test now, that can be undertaken. And also, as new information and ideas emerge that lead us to wish that we had collected samples that we could test from an earlier time, we'll have those available to test. They recommended that diet be assessed, and that because it is a potential cofactor that can make outcomes worse or better, and that's something that we're already doing. They were encouraging genetic assessments going forward, and for those that are interested, we are already sending out buccal swab saliva kits. And all of this, by the way, is under strong confidentiality protections. Every sample that you get at the Quest Laboratory facility is coded by a study number and a type of bird without your name. Everybody is assigned the same birthday as everybody else, so there's no identifying information. Any survey that you submit is also coded by these identifiers and not by your name. And we do have an NIH certificate of confidentiality issued for the study as well. And we want it to be your decision. So whether you participate in getting the clinical laboratory tests is up to you. Whether you participate in doing the wristband toxin assessment is up to you. Whether you participate in, we're now doing some mitochondrial testing. So a lot of the toxins released in East Palestine have toxicity by damaging mitochondria, which are the energy powerhouses of cells. And this is an area of our expertise. And we also have a long trajectory of working with people with mixed toxin exposures following the Gulf War, veterans with Gulf War illness and burn pit associated respiratory conditions. And I will give a plug to us by saying that I think it's us that kept pushing mixed toxins, mixed toxins, mixed toxins. Mixed toxins are different. And partly through the medium of Scott Smith, who I've been interacting with a lot, he pushed that message. And then we also, pushed the message that we need to learn from past mixed toxin exposures like, Gulf War illness and burn pit exposures. And I think that's now getting more attention as well. Also, by the way, in terms of people sometimes ask, how can participating, first, how is it relevant to Gulf War illness and burn pits? And both involve multiple different unrelated types of toxins in a mixture. And when there are mixed toxins, even if each of them is at a low level that would individually be safe, when they are put together, there can be significant toxicity, and there are many reasons for this. One is that many chemicals will actually impair the detoxification of other chemicals. Another that we are particularly interested in is that no matter what the chemical class is, most things that have potential to have toxic effects confer a substantial part of that toxicity by damaging these mitochondria that I mentioned and causing oxidative stress. That is known to be the case for the East Palestine toxins. We showed that for Gulf War illness, which is a chronic multi-symptom health problem that a good fraction of those that were deployed to the Persian Gulf theater ended up experiencing. We showed that the severity of that illness is tied to the severity of mitochondrial impairment. We're the ones that had that idea, pushed it for many years when nobody else was interested, and then showed that and not inflammation, which had been the main other theory, was in fact the underlying mechanism. And this is relevant also because not only are we seeing Gulf War illness type and burn pit type conditions in East Palestine residents, but this provides avenues for understanding mechanisms and potential protections and treatments. And in Gulf War veterans, we did a treatment study using coenzyme Q10, which is an over-the-counter supplement, using a high-quality, quote, bioavailability brand, meaning one that actually makes it into your body, which a lot of CoQ10 has trouble with that. And we showed that compared to placebo in a double-blind trial, significantly alleviated symptoms and improved objectively measured physical function. So we have hopes that the lessons that we've learned from the Gulf War illness scenario may ultimately be helpful in protecting against adverse health outcomes and possibly in helping to treat them once they occur for the East Palestine residents. We're already starting to apply right now for a small grant to try to include, potential treatments, testing of potential over-the-counter safe supplements that we think might lead to benefit in some veterans. So again, like, why is this relevant to Gulf War illness? Mixed toxins, shared mechanisms, shared outcomes, even the outcomes that we're hearing, like congestive heart failure, stroke-like episodes, migraines, those are all epilepsy, those are all, or seizure disorders, those are all well known to be strongly tied to mitochondrial function. So Gulf War illness and burn pit exposures are really, and the burn pit associated respiratory conditions we're hearing a lot in East Palestine, the chronic rhinitis, sinusitis, new onset asthma, other respiratory conditions. And we're starting to hear, sadly, some cancer types that have been tied to burn pit as well. So why our team? Well, we have the mixed toxin experience. I'm an MD as well as a PhD, which means that we can also try to translate this to clinical, benefit. I think that may be one of the reasons why we're already starting out by testing clinically relevant labs like kidney function and liver function and reproductive hormones and thyroid function and inflammation and oxidative stress, things that have been shown to be affected by East Palestine associated toxins. We have a history in the Gulf War illness arena of really being one of the leaders in driving understanding of exposure relations. And like East Palestine also, there's not good quality exposure data, but that didn't stop us from making progress in understanding which exposures were most important, in identifying objective biological markers that were tied to illness, in identifying underlying mechanisms, and in hypothesizing, testing, and documenting benefit of interventions that were very safe and made people better. We have been, I think Gulf War veterans would tell you that we've been a stalwart ally to affected veterans for, since the 1990s. We've stood by them, pushed hard for their interests. I wrote the first letters that led to what's called Service Connection for veterans for Gulf War veterans both in the UK and in the US who developed early onset Parkinson's disease. I'm the one that initiated the effort to get a CDC diagnostic code for Gulf War illness. So beyond our work in research, we've been a stalwart ally, and I think a lot of I think we could, share information that will tell you that we really have the trust and confidence of Gulf War veterans. In both cases, my interest in getting involved was partly motivated by hearing people say that, there's nothing to see here. People aren't. In both cases, it was said early on that, people aren't really sick, or it's on their head, or the chemical levels couldn't have caused it. And in both cases, we knew that was incorrect, and our hearts ached for the affected individuals, and we wanted to get involved to try to be helpful.
Well, I was just gonna thank you for doing so. I mean, because this is so important, and I want to bring in Paloma and Janavi here, but I just wanted to underline the thing here for people watching and listening. Listen to what Dr. Golom is saying. We're talking about Gulf War burn pit victims, and that is the well that we're drawn from to try to understand what's happening to people in East Palestine right now. The folks living in this town of 4,500 people who were just living their lives on February 2nd, and then everything changed on February 3rd when this train derailed right in their backyards, and this decision was made to empty all of this toxic crap into a pit and set it on fire and release the mouth of hell, or open the mouth of hell, and spew all this toxic crap all over the area. And all the while, as you've heard on this stream, as you've heard on our previous interviews with residents, folks were being told, everything's fine, you're good, just go back to your regular lives, while like they are literally feeling physically the effects of this stuff. They're smelling it, they're getting nosebleeds, they're getting headaches, like they're getting diarrhea, they're rashes. Like, they can tell something's wrong even though they're being told everything's fine. And we need folks like Dr. Galum and her colleagues to like give us the investigative like data we need and analysis we need to say, no, it was not fine. And it's still not fine. And so Paloma and Janavi, I want to also bring y'all in here and ask like what it's been like for you to work with Dr. Galum on this. Like, tell us a little more about yourselves and your involvement in this project. Whichever one wants to go first.
I can go first. I'll go pretty quickly. My name's Jonavi. I have been working.
Sorry, I mispronounced it. That's my bad.
Oh, no problem. But I've been working with Paloma and Dr. Galum for about 1.5 years now, on various studies within the group, and I try to be as involved as I can with the EP study that she has been running. I think it's extremely important based off of previous experiences we've had in the U.S. of environmental exposures and a lot of people being affected. I'm sure we all know there's at least 2 or 3 very famous ones. And I think what sets Dr. Galum apart from all the other people's running studies is her experience in burn pit exposures and how she's seen a lot of these symptoms before, and she's very passionate about helping the community, about helping the members who have been affected. We are very, very thankful to the EP community, the EP Unity Council, and you guys as well for, having this live stream for donations and stuff. And we are trying to do as much as we can for the community with the resources we have. So we've had Q&A sessions before. We're very open to answering questions and being as open as we can and giving you guys the most information that we can. And, as the more people that sign up, the more people we can help. So yeah, we're very grateful.
Let me put in a further plug for Jonavi. She's been super proactive in, letting all the rest of our team know about upcoming East Palestine events and being involved on Facebook and so forth. This is a passion for her as well, so we really appreciate that.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Genevieve, for doing the work you do. Paloma, what about you? Let's bring you in here.
Hi, everyone. My name is Paloma. I am a study coordinator for Dr. Galum at the Galum Research Group. I've been with Dr. Galum since 2019, working on studies mainly with Gulf War veterans, like she mentioned. But it's been a real treat and honor to be able to work, under and be mentored by Dr. Galum because, like Jonavi mentioned, she's a very passionate individual who recognized early on, the similarities that veterans exposed to the burn pits had and how that related to East Palestine. And so really just jumped on and wanted to take action and, help out the East Palestine residents by conducting research and gather more information. I've been able to do some interviews with some East Palestine residents, and it's really an honor to just be given the opportunity to gain insight into some of the struggles they've been dealing with and kind of document and give them an avenue to share their experiences and have that documented, because it's just the stuff they've been through is just tremendous. And also them, thank you for being so trusting and, giving us the opportunity to kind of, connect with you and be a part of our studies, because it truly is, research does take a while, but it's getting towards, how we can better help these Palestine residents. So yeah, I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for having us.
Oh man, we're excited to have y'all, and we're so grateful that you were there fighting the fight, because it is a fight that needs to be fought on many fronts. Right, I think that's one of the consistent themes that you're going to hear over the course of this live stream. Right, is that as we say all the time on Working People, like no one can do everything, but everyone can do something. Right, and right now it's like what are you going to do if you are a working class person living in and around East Palestine and you're going up against a multi-billion dollar railroad company that and a government full of their bought off politicians? Like this is not even David and Goliath, right? Like, so how can we help? How can we actually like try to turn the tables? That doesn't just mean providing mutual aid, but that's essential. It means like keeping the story alive, like Lewis and us and everyone who's been trying to cover this. Steve Mellon from Pittsburgh Union Progress, Joy Marie, like the folks that in these times, the folks who are trying to not let the story die. That's important too. You all watching have a role to play by keeping the story in public memory, keeping the folks in East Palestine in your hearts, in your minds, on your feeds, and writing to your elected officials, like writing to other media outlets saying you need to keep covering this. Like all of us have a part to play, and the work that Dr. Galum and Paloma and Janavi and everyone working on this is vital. Because we need this information to understand what is happening to people, and what can be done to treat that, and also like so we can say more definitively like what this catastrophe has done to folks and who's responsible for that. And I know I only have y'all for like 10 more minutes, so I wanted to kind of go back around the table and sort of like let's take a step back, because your boy over here, I used to want to be a medical doctor, but then I took a sharp left turn and I studied literature, and then I got my PhD in literature. So like I can't pretend to be able to totally parse everything that you guys said, but I think I got the gist. But just for dipsticks like myself who are trying to kind of extract this information, try to understand what this study's about, how long it's going to go, how folks can participate in it, and also like what makes this study and this team different from other efforts that are happening right now. I was wondering if we could just take 10 minutes to sort of talk about that a bit more for like I said, for dipsticks and laymen like myself, folks watching and listening right now. So Dr.
Yeah.
Bloom, why don't we go back to you?
Okay, so first off, how can people participate? They can reach out to us and can either email me directly, B. Golam, first initial last name, B as in boy, G as in girl, OLOMB, at UCSD, that's University California San Diego.edu. Or Genevieve, do you want to say how else people can get in touch with us?
Yeah, so we do have a Facebook page that is the Golam Research Group, and we have an email specific to this study that is grg-ep@health.ucsd.edu. We also have some information available on Instagram. We have a very active website, which is the golamresearchgroup.org, where you can find more information about how to participate and how to reach out.
Okay, and then in terms of like, sometimes people ask, well, how does this help us? Why should we participate? One thing that it gives you, that other studies, to our knowledge, do not, are a suite of clinical laboratory tests that you can share with your doctor. We have heard some East Palestine residents tell us that their doctors say, oh, we can't take these lab tests because it doesn't have your name on it, because we're protecting your confidentiality, and so the information has an ID. But we are working with those EP residents to provide a way that they can assure their physician that it is their data. But if their doctor doesn't want, for some reason, to accept that, there's nothing stopping them from rechecking the things that are abnormal. And I will say that we're seeing a pretty high fraction of abnormal liver function tests and high inflammation and abnormal reproductive hormone tests in the limited number of people that we've tested so far. People also want to know, like, how long after I get the labs will I receive the test results? And right now it's about a week after you get the blood draw before the lab test will get back to you. It was a little bit longer earlier when we were still working things out. How else could it be helpful to people? Well, some people have mentioned that even the process of filling out our survey brings their attention to issues that they can do that might help protect their health. We also do ask about a range of different impacts that the derailment and the associated health issues have had, and that can focus people's attention on things that are important to them and may be important for others to know about as well. Those who develop problems early on or are early participants in the study and show problems in certain areas like abnormal liver function, et cetera, that information can be shared with other East Palestine residents so that they know to potentially monitor for that, and their doctors can perhaps do things to protect them. As I mentioned, we also are a big theme in our survey study is to identify factors that confer protection or maybe aggravate risks so that we can let people know what things to avoid and what things they might do that might help protect them against the more serious adverse outcomes. For you and for your children, if later downstream you develop a health problem and wonder, gee, was this related to my East Palestine exposure, then again, people that were earlier on to develop those outcomes may provide the information that you really want. And also, even if you yourself are not affected, if you were near the derailment, we hope you'll consider participating because you can help your neighbor. The people that are not affected are important as well as the people that are affected because they help to provide that information on factors that may be protective, that might ultimately lead to strategies that will help protect other people and maybe also treat them as well. So I think in terms of, what's different about our study, I mentioned a number of the things, including the opportunity to get the laboratory tests and have access to them if you wish, the opportunity for children to participate, the opportunity to have a wristband with non-targeted toxin testing, which was another thing that was mentioned in the national academies that as far as we know, we're the only ones doing. So there are other people doing wristband toxin testing, but they're targeted to certain chemical classes. And I think it's important not to assume that we know what all the chemicals will be. That will be important because during the controlled burn, as it was called, many, many, many additional chemicals are created, not all of which we know. And so some of those may ultimately turn out to be very important as well. And in terms of, since all these exposures occur together, how could we possibly ever tease out which ones are important? Well, one way we can do that is in part through collecting genetic information for those who are willing to share their genetics, because as we learned with Gulf War illness, and this was something I proposed back in the 1990s that has been fully vindicated now, it turns out that genes that are involved in detoxification of specific chemicals, people that have abnormalities in those genes are at markedly elevated risk, and the degree to which that risk is elevated helps provide critical information on which exposures were important. So, for example, for Gulf War veterans, about 250,000 of them took these PB nerve gas pretreatment pills, and we suggested that people examine the genetics of PB detoxification. There's a certain enzyme involved in detoxifying it. And sure enough, people that have the rare variants that are tied to impaired detoxification, if they also had the exposure, their risk of illness is 40-fold greater. And that is something that people can't change their genetics based on media persuasion or suggestibility, and they already told us their severity of illness. So before they got the genetic testing, so they're not influenced by knowing their genetics in reporting their health problems. So that's really important information that is essentially impossible to dispute, that shows the causal role for that chemical class to illness. So I think those things, our history with mixed toxin exposures, our history standing by the affected community and helping them in ways beyond just the research, are, I think, exceptional sort of knowledge base about mechanisms that is really different from the knowledge base other people have had, and our ability to show which mechanisms were most important and identify a treatment based on that mechanism that conferred health. I think all those are reasons why we think our study is great. That doesn't mean you shouldn't also participate in other studies, but we do know that, there's maybe a limit to how much time people can put in, but the more studies you participate in, probably the more benefit the East Palestine community can get. But of course, we especially hope that you will consider participating in ours. And we have amazing people like Donovan and Paloma that really, really care about the people, and that we pick our people based on that.
I think that's beautifully put, and I just wanted to kind of end on that note, going around the table, Genevieve, Paloma, Dr. Golom, like getting your just final words here on that, like the importance of caring for people, right? And just like what it means to you all to as scientists, researchers, medical professionals, like working on this, but also as just fellow human beings trying to help, people in need of help. I just wanted to ask if we could go around one more time and just any final words you have to say about that, anything to the folks of East Palestine, and then I promise we'll get you out of here on time.
I guess I will say that we care. We're touched by the plight of those in East Palestine, and that's what motivated us to get involved. And that's what has kept us involved with our other mixed toxin exposure, affected community for these decades. And we know that there's a trust issue in East Palestine, and we would love to hear from you and answer any questions you have. We would have that same concern about trust as well, but we hope that we can persuade you that we're in this to help you, and that's what makes doing research worthwhile for our group, is that we care about the people that we get involved with and really want to do what we can to help them.
Yeah, I think exactly like echoing what Dr. Glam was saying. I think, having the unique experience of working closely with veterans and having similar stories of, no one believes me, I tell this to my physician and kind of, disregarded, and then coming and working with the East Palestine residents, very similar stories again. And I think having experienced that with Gulf War veterans, it makes us more open and more, willing to just listen and validate what people are going through and not disregard them. And I think that goes back to the humanistic aspect of it, and just being another human being and being there to listen to someone that's going through something really terrible, and seeing in what way in our capacity we can help, and as a future physician myself, kind of how I'm going to carry that forward someday to my own practice with patients. So yeah.
And I will say that Paloma has been accepted to medical school, so we're really excited for her. So,
Let's go. Yeah. You can't see Dr. Golom because you're calling in, but we're all like pumping our fists.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Paloma. All right, Genevieve, take us out. Any final words you've got?
Absolutely. I think one of the most important things for our group is the relationships and connections that we've built with veterans that have participated in our studies, which is very obvious from the fact that a lot of people who participate in our studies have been with us for many, many years. We have return participants all the time. We have a lot of people who send us emails and stuff completely unprovoked saying, oh, thank you so much for the work you've done. They find that Dr. Golomb and whoever works with them cares deeply about what they're feeling, about their issues, and how best that we can serve them. I'm pretty sure our website has a page of testimonials from people who have participated in our studies, and I think above and beyond all, we are extremely passionate about staying connected to the communities that we work with, and we hope that people from East Palestine can see that as well. So thank you so much.
And let me add one final comment, which is that we're hopeful that what we've learned over decades with one mixed toxin community can jumpstart the process for this next affected community, and that might help two different communities. That might add, meaning to the suffering that the veterans have had by allowing their experience to be helpful to another group, while at the same time we hope, accelerating the process of helping those in East Palestine.
Oh yeah. Well, that is the great Dr. Golomb, and we've got Paloma and Genevieve. All of them are working on this really, really important study. Folks who are watching the stream can go back and hear about how you can get in touch with them if you're living in EP, and also just everything you need to know about it. It's important that folks participate so we can get the answers that we need And so we can fight for accountability. We can fight to take care of folks who never asked for this, didn't deserve this, deserve so much better. And so Dr. Gollum, God, I keep sorry, Dr. Gollum, Paloma, Jonavi, thank you all so much for joining us on the stream. Thank you
And
so
thank
much
you
for the
for-
work that you do.
And thank you for doing this. And we're just really honored to be a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please donate.
Please donate.
Yeah.
And congrats again to Paloma. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Congrats to all you on the great work. We really appreciate it. And yeah, I know y'all got to go. So yeah, we will say bye. Solidarity from Baltimore. Thank you all so much again.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right, gang. We got more great stuff coming. It is 2:30, so we've been going for 4.5 hours. We're officially past the 1/3 mark. Again, we're going to be going here on the live stream until 10 p.m. Eastern time tonight. We've had some really incredible folks on the stream so far. We've got a computer set up in the East Palestine Eagles Club. We're going to have more folks from EP hopping on the call, saying hi, sharing their stories, chatting with me, Jules, and our incredible guests. A reminder, we are here doing this to try to raise as much money as we can to help the families of East Palestine around the holidays after everything that they have been through this year. The February 3rd Norfolk Southern train derailment, the controlled release of the toxic vinyl chloride that released just that massive black death plume over the area, the health effects people have been feeling since then, the property values plummeting, businesses struggling, answers not forthcoming from the EPA, from the state governments, federal aid not coming, the necessary aid not coming from the state or federal government, let alone Norfolk Southern, not nearly enough. So like these folks have been through hell, and yet amidst all that, they continue to fight for answers, for accountability, for any sense of normalcy, and we are trying to help them in that fight around the holidays this year. So we are asking folks if they can, please donate what you can to the donation link, which you can find at the top of the description of this video. All of the donations are going through that portal, which has been set up and is being run by the Way Station, a local nonprofit in the area. That we talked to the executive director of the Way Station earlier today. They do great work, and they are helping us to basically pool the donations there. We've been asking folks in town to just let us know if they need help. Sign up using a Google form. Tell us, what their email is, if they prefer an Amazon or a Target gift card, because that's the easiest way for us to get this money to folks quickly without gatekeeping it. We don't, like I've said before, like Jules and I, like working people, we're not touching the money. We don't want to touch it. We just want to help raise it. We've been working with folks on the ground to help make sure we can try to get whatever we raise to the families that need it as quickly as we can. So that's what we're here to do.
I'll add in too. I just want to further plug the Way Station a little bit. So I haven't had the honor to meet the executive director in person there, but I have met more than a handful of families in my reporting in East Palestine who, even before the derailment, would receive assistance from the Way Station. So that money is going to a good place. The Way Station will make sure that it gets to the right folks who could use the help going through all of that. So. Yeah, I mean, it's important with so many disasters like this. Unfortunately, it's there'll be all sorts of different ways you can donate, ways you can help. The Way Station is definitely a place that will make sure that money gets to the right place. So I just wanted to say that I talked to several people who before the derailment, during the derailment, the Way Station has been a place for folks reliably to go to if they need a hand.
Hell yeah! Well, and let's reintroduce you, brother Lewis, back on the stream in case folks hopped on during our last segment. We checked in with Lewis before our last segment. Lewis has been reporting on this for Status Coup. He's been there to East Palestine multiple times. He's been reporting on the ground. And as you heard, has heard firsthand from folks who have gotten much needed assistance from the Way Station, with whom we have partnered along with residents in town to make this whole thing happen today. So we do have some more guests who are in the waiting room We got the great Jeff Kurtz from Railroad Workers United. We've got a full hour where we're going to be talking with him and Glenn Oakhurst about the sort of railroad side of this. But I wanna just let them know that we're gonna come to y'all in a few minutes. But I want to give Luis a little more time to tell us about what it's been like being on the ground there and reporting on it. And I guess anything else that has come from that reporting, man, that you want to share with folks watching that you think maybe the country's not. No, if they're not watching us, if they're not watching Status Quo, what do you think they need to know from the reporting you've been doing?
Totally. And I mean, I'll tie some of it into the last guests who were, essentially researchers there, Dr. Galam and her group there. I haven't interacted with them directly, but I've interacted with a couple other studies and whatnot going on. And these are roles that should not have to be filled by, universities or independent research groups or anything like that. Our federal government should be doing this and taking care of these folks. They should not be relying on, not to call them random people, because these are really, really important experts in their fields on this, but the federal government should be making sure that that's happening. It shouldn't be just on the good graces of folks like Dr. Galam, like Dr. Andrew Welton from Purdue University, who's done a ton of testing on the, trying to test air and water and all this sort of stuff. He's been very open and critical of agencies like the EPA, who really should be trusted in town, but they're not, very rightfully so, because they have just led residents down all sorts of, we'll call them mistruths or falsehoods, whatever you want to call it. Going into reporting on this, I thought that the EPA was a fairly legitimate organization, and sure, they probably have some good people there, but I fully stand behind the residents of East Palestine, who 99% of them will tell you they don't trust the EPA at all. And unfortunately, I'm in that camp now after having reported on so much of what they have attempted to do, done, said in town, and how their story continuously changes. So, I mean, the work of folks like Dr. Galam and so many others is filling a gap that the federal government is leaving behind. And another thing that people don't realize is that people in East Palestine have not received federal assistance, state assistance is in the form of money at all. Normally a disaster or something happens, you need to relocate. You don't go to the person whose fault it was to get taken care of for this and try to help relocate you and whatnot. Usually it's a hurricane, FEMA comes in and they relocate you in trailers or whatever it might be. In this case, Norfolk Southern, who is 100% to blame for this disaster, Norfolk Southern, who then further pushed the unnecessary detonation of all of these chemicals, you're essentially going to the person who committed this atrocity against you and essentially left to beg these people for money to be relocated and money for, things that might have been damaged or lost, or reimbursements for hotels and food and whatever it may be. You're forced to go to the person who did this to you. To go ask for it. And in a lot of cases in reporting that I've done, residents who go to get that reimbursement money for costs that were associated only because of this thing that Norfolk Southern did are essentially left to feel like they are, doing something wrong by asking for this reimbursement. They're felt that, they're being told that at one point a resident was told that the gravy train was going to end soon. That is horrific stuff. And that could be totally avoided if the federal government, the state government, somebody else came in and acted as the middleman in all of this. There's no reason why these people need to go to Norfolk Southern to get assistance. There needs to be somebody else in there. You're going and dealing with the person who essentially committed whether you want to call it a crime or not, I don't know, committed a crime against you. You have to go to them for the help. It's insane.
I'll call it a crime.
There you go. Yeah. It should be. If it's not, whatever.
No, I think that's so important, because I've heard, sadly, so many similar stories, of folks, like you said, you have to go to the company that did this to you, and you have to be made to feel like a little piece of shit, pardon my language, for saying, hey, I need you to reimburse me for this hotel my family and I have been living in for 4 months because of your negligence and your greed, right? And then you're told that, you're just a greedy, a person trying to kind of squeeze this corporation for something you don't deserve. And it's like, are you kidding me? Do you know, like, actually Jeff Kurtz, one of our next guest has a really great idea about this, where he says we need to bring the corporate death penalty, where like a corporation is held on trial and said, you know what, you don't get to be a corporation anymore. We're dissolving you. We're taking all of your profits and we're dispersing them to the victims of your greed and negligence. I'm coming around to that idea more and more every day, right? But it's like, well, let's. I mean, well, and Luis, I want to give you another last word here, because I want to bring our next guest on while still having you on as well. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we get a good plug in there for the work that you're going to continue to do on this. We're coming up on the year anniversary of the derailment in February. So I just wanted to ask if you had any other kind of final points you wanted to make or plugs you wanted to give for what you're going to be focusing on moving forward.
Yeah, so I mean, moving forward, and it's a tricky one to cover. So, you know, the moving forward, I think the main focus that I'm going to be looking into is actually a lot of kind of what Dr. Ghulam is looking into, and it makes it tricky is the what is going to happen health-wise to folks, and it's the horrific side of this. I think Jamie or Hillary mentioned earlier when you had them on. There was a CDC meeting at one point in East Palestine. There were these like weekly town halls from the EPA and whatnot, and the EPA would never answer any questions about health. So they brought the CDC in, and a CDC person stood in front of a group of people and told them, I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but it is almost this verbatim, we may not know how to remove these chemicals from your body, but we know how to treat your cancer later. Which is, number one, to say that directly to people. I mean, it's horrible, but it was probably the most truthful statement made by a member of the United States government to these folks at any point in time, number one. But number two is, it's just, that is the unfortunate reality of when you have the EPA telling these folks 3 days, less than 3 days after this explosion occurs in their town, this intentional detonation of these chemicals in their town, that, yep, everything is fine, it is safe to return. That is what all of these agencies told these people. And people at the time rightfully trusted them, not knowing that, how corrupt and awful the system is and everything here. They trusted them, they went back. And then when people started getting sick, obviously, they don't need some sort of fancy detector to tell them something is not right in my house. Why does my house smell bad? Why does my basement smell bad? Why are my eyes watering? Why is my, the laundry list of symptoms that I'm sure many people who are watching this have heard. It's tricky. So I'm really going to be trying to focus on the health effects of this. Early on, I put a lot of attention into understanding the testing. That's something that I went really deep into that rabbit hole. I was fortunate to come upon a couple really good sources, some of whom fortunately would go on the record. Unfortunately, there's a couple that I just like pulling teeth to try to get them to go on the record, but I've spoken with former EPA officials who are fairly high up, former officials, PhDs who are university professors and whatnot, who are worried about their funding and can't, they're worried about repercussions from these agencies that in a lot of cases they're getting their funding from. So again, major props to Dr. Ghulam, Dr. Andrew Welton, and so many of these people. These are mostly like grant funded university professors and whatnot who rely on grants coming from the federal government. And then in a lot of cases, the research that they're doing here is pointing to issues that, could have been solved by the United States government earlier. So health effects testing, I mean, it's just another one of those horrific stories. And hopefully some of the your next guest coming on too, I think you said railroad workers, they'll have some insight as to like what can be done to prevent another East Palestine from happening again, because that is the thing that just blows my mind, is that, and we talked about this when you came on Status Quo on Wednesday, that there hasn't been a piece of legislation passed that's gone, that's actually signed into law at this point to try to prevent this from happening again. At this point, unfortunately, I just don't see a path to like East Palestine residents ever being made whole from this. I wish there was. Obviously, we can do what we can, but the least we could be doing is trying to make sure that this doesn't happen again in your small town anywhere across the United States, or big town. Frankly, this could happen anywhere. So it's been a lot. But yeah, if you want to see some of that, I mean, I've only been able to do this because of working with Status Quo. I freelance with them quite a bit. So, you can definitely check out Status Quo on YouTube to see got hundreds of videos from East Palestine reporting trips. I've spent over a month on the ground in East Palestine over the last year. So definitely encourage you to check that out, and definitely, you can stay tuned there for more coverage that we'll definitely be doing moving into the new year.
Oh yeah. Well, Louis DeAngelis, thank you so much for coming on the stream, brother. Thank you for the work that you do. Everyone watching and listening, go check out Louis's work. And as always, don't forget about this story, because we need to hold these goddamn companies and government agencies accountable for what they have done to our neighbors and brothers and sisters and fellow workers everywhere, and
Totally.
especially in East Palestine. So, Louis, thank you so much for joining us again, man. Keep up the good work, brother. Really, really appreciate it. You can hang on and hear Jeff and Glenn spit some fire, but I want to be respectful of your time, so we will let you go if you need to run.
Yeah, I am gonna run. I'm gonna run, and I'm gonna leave a little bit of a donation as well on my way out. So if you're watching and you have not done a donation yet, please go ahead, make that donation. That money's going to the right place. I'm sure a lot of families in East Palestine would really appreciate it. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Really appreciate it, brother.
Thanks.
All right, gang. So we're about 18 minutes behind schedule, but don't worry, we're going to get back on track. And we've got some incredible guests to help us keep the stream going, help us keep the information going. We're trying to entertain y'all, but we're also trying to inform y'all and all that good stuff. And so I'm really excited to talk to our next two guests here. One will be a familiar face and voice to Working People listeners and Real News Network viewers. We've got the great Jeff Kurtz. Jeff was a railroad engineer for many years. He was elected a state senator in Iowa. He's been just heavily involved in the union. He was the state rep for his legislative rep for his union. He is now retired, working in a volunteer capacity with Railroad Workers United. Jeff, really, really great to see you again, brother. And we've also got someone I'm really excited to talk to. Haven't got a chance to talk to yet, but we've got Glenn Olkhurst. Glenn, I really hope I'm pronouncing that last name right. Give me a thumbs up. Is that right? Hell yeah. Okay, so we got my man Glenn Olkhurst, who is the co-founder and general counsel of Rail Pollution Protection Pittsburgh, or RP3 for short. And Glenn, I wanted to ask if I could toss it to you two, because you've done so much and have just like so many incredible things on your CV. I wanted to toss it to you and ask if you could just introduce yourself to the good live stream viewers and listeners. Tell us a bit more about yourself and your connection to this disaster, and then Jeff, we'll bring you in here as well.
Well, first of all, I agree completely with Louis, because this is not how I envisioned spending my retirement. But I've been opposing Norfolk Southern since 2011. And we formed Rail Pollution Protection Pittsburgh with a mission to counteract the risks and impacts that expanding rail and related transport facilities have on adjacent communities in terms of health, safety, air, and water quality. So we're now mainly focused on rail safety and policy reform. That's what we're doing. And, hearing all that everyone has heard today, the reason this is all so frustrating is that you have really an unnecessary derailment and an unnecessary burn. And that has to do, in the first instance, with Norfolk Southern's own culture, top-down culture. And there was a poem. There was poems that were scratched into the wall of many locomotives, and it goes like this: uphill slow, downhill fast, product first, safety last. That just about says it all. And you know, the reason I'm saying that that derailment and the burn were unnecessary and avoidable, the root cause of that is you got to follow the money. And New York Times says that in the last 2 decades, the rail lobby alone, not even just the petrochemical lobby, also just the rail lobby has given our federal legislators $454 million. And what the rail operators got for that was an easing of safety regulations and restrictions. And what they got in return from Congress was based on their promise to properly self-regulate. And this is where that's gotten us. Corporate greed and regulatory failure have once again put the public at risk. And that's, you know, that's how we got here. Now, the other problem is that because they're for-profit companies, and it's, you know, it's never been a good idea to give that kind of authority to for-profit companies. And, you know, we have a history of that with Boeing and with Volkswagen. Much more dangerous to allow a railroad to self-regulate. So that goes to their implementing precision scheduled railroading, which in, you know, plain language is strict on-time departure and an arrival. Sounds reasonable, you know, for a business. Problem is, it involved a 30 to 40% cut in maintenance personnel that inspect the rail lines, on locomotive engineers who inspect the trains, and inspectors who inspect the rail bridges. So what could possibly go wrong?
So Jeff, I can see you like steaming out of your ears because, like, you know, this is something that you and I have talked about, right? So I wanted to ask if you could hop in here first, just reintroduce yourself to the good live stream viewers and listeners, and yeah, tell me what you think about that. Tell us, like, from your side as a longtime engineer and also someone who saw what this looked like on the state legislative side. Tell me what you think when you hear that poem of, what is it, uphill slow, downhill fast, profits first, safety last. Like, yeah, introduce yourself and tell us your thoughts on that.
Okay, Max, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I didn't know if you could or not. I've been having some problems with my audio, but yeah, my name's Jeff Kurtz. I hired out on the Santa Fe Railroad back in 1974 in Fort Madison, Iowa. My grandfather was a conductor on the Santa Fe. My father was an engineer on the Santa Fe. So pretty much my whole life, I've been involved in railroading. This problem actually started clear back in 1980 when the Staggers Act was passed and the railroads were essentially deregulated. There were some good things that happened, but instead of separating the good things from the bad things, we just let this whole thing grow like a cancer. And so the deregulation got out of hand. And that's manifested itself in some of the things that have happened to us as union members too. As you've seen lately, and this goes back a long ways too. Railroads have been allowed to step on their employees whenever they point things out that they don't like being pointed out. And so let's flash forward to 2007, after the Chatsworth wreck in California, which, well, I'd have a lot of things to say about that because I was pretty intimately involved in that, and I know people that were actually on the scene there in Chatsworth, but we can get into that some other time. But out of Chatsworth came the 2007 Rail Safety Improvement Act. And we have followed very few provisions of that law. 15 years later, we're still not following the law. One of the provisions was a whistleblower act, and it was good when it was first introduced, but as time went on, in fact, I was involved in a whistleblower case personally as a union officer. As time went on, they perverted the meaning to that to, well, what the railroads might be doing against these employees might be wrong, but they're doing it to everybody. They're not doing it to just this guy, so it's not a whistleblower case. And I've got all the paperwork on that I can show you. So consequentially, since all this has started, whistleblower cases every year have steadily decreased because if you file a whistleblower case, you're putting yourself out there. And you don't want to do that because they can find any little Mickey Mouse thing to charge you with, and it could take you years to get back to work if you ever get back because of the process with the arbitration and the Railway Labor Act and everything. And so people don't want to take that chance. I don't blame them. There was a lot of things that I let go because I had 3 kids at home. I didn't want to get myself in those positions. As time went on and I got older and my kids moved out, I got a little more radical.
Then I started talking more shit.
but then I could afford to, then I didn't have that much to lose. And so, after I retired in 2014, I stayed active. I would go to our labor chapter meetings locally and things like that. And I'd still talk in fact, I still talk to our rail employees. And I was approached in 2018 about running as a state representative here in this district. And I ran and I won. And it is amazing. When I went to Des Moines, it was amazing to see how little people knew about railroads. In fact, I had the Republican chairman of our transportation committee come up and tell me, he says, you will never get your name on any legislation as long as we're in charge. But if we have something, we're going to come to you. And I said, that's all right. That's fine, Brian. I can live with that. So, now that I'm pretty well out of politics, I say that the difference between our two parties is with one you get a crap sandwich, and with the other one you get a crap sandwich with ketchup. And that's I've seen that with this East Palestine debacle. You can watch what both sides do. They'll sit there and yell at each other, and they pretty much agree with each other on not doing anything. You listen not to the tone of the argument, but you listen to the words and you think, oh my God, these people, they agree with each other, but they can throw up so much crap that there's, people, if you only listen to the tone of these arguments, you think, oh, well, these people are for us and these people are for us. Boys and girls, it's not like that. It just is not like that.
Well, and we saw that last year, right? I mean, there was a lot of sound and fury, a lot of chest beating and puffing out, and both parties pretty much voted to force a contract down rail workers' throats. And that's always going to be the case, right? I have yelled plenty about Scab Joe Biden and like what he did to the railroad workers, but Bush did it in the 90s. Like literally anyone who is in that seat is going to do the same thing. So we can't get sucked into the partisan trap of thinking that one party cares more about us more than the other here. Again, actions speak louder than words. You want to show you care, show us that you care by actually doing something. And right now, on the legislative side, nothing has been done to prevent the eventuality of another East Palestine happening. And I want to go back to that because Glenn brought this up, right, about how just painfully and frustratingly avoidable all this was. Because that's what Jeff, you and I were talking about with other railroad workers all last year. You guys were all warning me. You were warning my colleague Mel Buer. You were warning anyone who would listen that, like, if the railroads keep implementing this PSR crap that Glenn talked about earlier, if they keep cutting costs, cutting staff, cutting corners, piling more work onto fewer people, making the trains longer and heavier and all that stuff, you're gonna end up with a disaster. And then like the rail strike was broken at like the end of November. 2 months later in February, 2.5 months later, we get East Palestine. So like it was impossible not to see the sort of connections there. But I want to ask you both if we could talk about that. Like if we're talking about the railroad side, on the labor side, on the regulation side, like why was this avoidable and what could be done to avoid it? Right? Because Jeff, you already mentioned one thing, right? The whistleblower part. I guess for folks watching and listening, the whole reason you need those whistleblower protections, well, there are many reasons, but like for the purposes of this discussion, because if workers are experiencing, the ill effects and even the hazards and safety hazards of these greedy corporate policies, but they can't speak out about it and let the public know that they are being endangered by this and they get fired for saying anything, then you effectively keep the public in the dark about their own endangerment. And that's like what we're talking about here. And we've interviewed folks who have suffered through this on our very show. We interviewed the great Michael Paul Lindsay. This guy, has been working on the railroads for 18 years. He loved his job. He was great at his job. He took it so seriously. You could hear it in everything we talked about. But he also was a whistleblower. He used his TikTok channel to point out that what people were hearing about what caused the derailment in East Palestine was not factually accurate, that from a railroader's perspective, he pointed out the problem with those hot box detectors, yada, yada, yada. He's fired. He has been full on attacked, targeted by Union Pacific, and he is now out of a job after 18 years of service. So that is one way that we can avoid this, is that workers need to have their damn free speech rights. They need to be able to speak up and tell us that we are careening towards danger, and we should not prioritize the profits and privileges of the corporations to fire whomever they want, over the free speech and the whistleblowing protections of working people. So that's just one way that we can address how do we avoid this. But Glenn, I want to toss it back to you and then to Jeff, to expand on that. In what other ways was this avoidable?
Yeah, well, self-regulation is an accident waiting to happen. We've got this PSR, on-time departure, and how that impacts the rail yard and explains this derailment to begin with. This train passed through 3 rail yards before it got to East Palestine. And what's happening in the rail yards is a nationwide problem. And I agree completely with Jeff. I have a really great example right here from the Conway Rail Yard, which is 20 miles down the road from East Palestine. Got Russell Pozowski, who filed a complaint in U.S. District Court, 21 years working for Norfolk Southern in that rail yard. His complaint says that he discovered 40 federal safety rule violations and took these hazardous trains out of service or delayed their departure. And this is a quote. His manager said they can no longer tolerate these delays because it's causing them to, quote, get their asses chewed out. And they said on-time departure was more important than adequate pre-departure inspections. So, you know, we were told initially East Palestine, that train derailed because of a leaky wheel bearing. So you got a rolling stock failure. That can happen in anybody's town, anywhere there's a rail line. But when you have a wheel bearing that's that close to failure, it visibly leaks oil. And so if it had been properly inspected at any one of those 3 rail yards before getting to East Palestine, it would have been taken out of service. You know, you got, Pazowski filed his complaint in May of 2021. It's still pending without regard to the outcome of that complaint, that charge. All the other locomotive engineers nationwide get the message, just what Jeff was saying. And, you know, you got the Guardian, their recent article said, quote, leaked audio reveals U.S. rail workers told to skip inspections. That's how you get an East Palestine. And this is, you know, this is going to happen all over. You know, you can talk about self-regulation allowed them to determine whether to use hot boxes, how far apart to place the hot boxes, what temperature to trigger an alarm. But you're back to the on-time departure, and I said on-time arrival. So Norfolk Southern has an actual written rule that says the logistics manager who gets the alarm from a hot box has the authority to tell the locomotive engineer to keep going or maybe just slow down. So ProPublica asked the other 6 Class 1 rail operators, do you have that kind of policy? 4 of them said no. One of those 4 said no one should ever disregard a stop the train alarm. And the other 2 didn't respond. But we're back to the self-regulation problem. They're allowed to determine how far to wear down their wheels, how far to wear down their rails, whether to inspect their bridges, how often. It's just, it goes on, and it's a for-profit issue. And this is squarely needs to be in the hands of our legislators. So you mentioned this, Max. We had Senator Vance standing there after the derailment, pounding his chest, as you say, saying this is never going to happen again. Well, Democratic draft, it got watered down to make it a more bipartisan bill. To get it out of committee, where it stands now, what Vance did was he modified in a very sneaky way a provision that required all of the DOT 111 cars, which are unjacketed, unprotected cars, that was the cars, the types of cars that leaked and derailed in East Palestine, to be out of the system by 2025. And he pushed that back to 2028, but he did it in a way that was called an amendment in total. So instead of just changing, you know, the date and letting everybody know from 2025 to 2028, he took out the whole bill and put it back. Well, people caught him at this. And he said, well, you know, we couldn't be ready in time. But there's a 2015 article from the biggest, you know, rail car builder saying it'll take us at most a year and a half, 2 years to switch them out of the system. And, you know, he did this because he's getting the most money from the chemical industry in Ohio. And so Norfolk Southern, they conducted this burn to get their tracks moving. You know, the National Transportation Safety Board did a hearing, a 2-day hearing. And at that hearing, it was established that the temperature in the car that that was raising a concern. Remember, they told us, well, you know, there's one rail car, it's going to explode. Well, what they revealed was that the manufacturer of that their oxyvinyl, they told Norfolk Southern within minutes of this derailment that those vinyl chloride cars wouldn't explode because they stabilized it by removing the oxygen, so it wasn't going to polymerization. It wasn't going to heat up. Didn't have any oxygen to explode. And all of the seals were working, functioning on those 5 cars. And that information was also given to C-Tech, which was Norfolk Southern's consultant, and it was hidden from the Unified Command and the Ohio governor. That's established in the record. And
well, and like just to hop in on that point, and Jeff, I want to bring you back in here as well, because what Glenn's saying here is like really, really important. But like we've talked about this earlier on the stream, right? We've talked about what we all saw. The train derailed on February 3rd. It was 2 days later that the decision to do the controlled release and burn off of the vinyl chloride happened, when like hell opened up and all that toxic crap got spewed into the air. And what we were told at the time was that you know, the decision was made because we saw the fire burning around the derailment site. People around the country were hearing that, oh, there's a concern that like if the stuff in that those tanks blows up, you're gonna have not only the same kind of reaction that you saw on the controlled release with all the stuff burning up, but you're gonna have shrapnel from these exploded cars going all over the place. So that was like, it was pitched to us as the best of 2 bad scenarios. But what we've learned later is what Glenn's telling us, is that the manufacturer of the vinyl chloride told Norfolk Southern, we see no signs that those tanks are going to explode. The fire marshal in EP was reportedly given 13 minutes to make a decision on that, right? And so Norfolk Southern was basically bullying everybody into getting what it wanted, which was, let's empty these tanks and light them on fire, not because, or purportedly not because it is the, I'll say reportedly to protect myself, but based on everything we're seeing, this decision was not made because it was the safest for everybody. It was the one that was going to get that rail line back open quickest. So, Jeff, I wanted to ask if you could like hop in and comment on that, because I know we got an EP resident who's going to be coming in a little bit, but just to kind of get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and I want to boil this down to the simplest thing that we could do. That train was way too long and way too heavy. I'm going back 50 years. I can tell you, we saw journals off before. Trains have gone in the ditch before. But simple physics will tell you that if you have a 4,000-foot train that's 3,500 tons, when it goes into the ditch, it's not going to make as big a boom as a 2-mile-long train that weighs 20,000 tons. And please, if you don't take anything else out of this whole podcast, insist on them reducing the size of the trains. And I'll tell you, I did not like the legislation as it was first proposed, the new 2023 legislation. One example was a provision that said that they'll study the length of trains for 12 months and then make a determination. To make that stronger, they should have said, we are going to study this for 12 months, and in the meantime, these trains are going to go out of these terminals no longer than 7,500 feet and 10,000 tons. And they could have put provisions in there on hazardous material cars and everything else. This is it. There's a lot of moving pieces to this problem, but the major pieces are pretty simple. I mean, reduce the size of the trains. There was problems with from what I heard, there was problems with the trip optimizer. That train had broken in two. It was a Decatur, Illinois crew that had it, and it had broken in two way before it got to East Palestine. And from what I understand, it was their trip optimizer, which is like a cruise control. They call it a train management system. But that's what broke it in two, and that's what I'm hearing from our local guys, is these train management systems are breaking these trains in two. If you violently break a train in two like that, all that is a prelude to a derailment. Now, you're not always going to derail, but it's going to make it hundreds of times more likely that you will. So, let's get away. Let's have locomotive engineers running these trains instead of these train management systems that all they're there to do is get rid of crew members, because they're not that efficient. They run the train much slower than an engineer would, and they can't adjust. In fact, when they get in trouble, they throw it back to the engineer. Yeah, that's the way it works.
That's like the Tesla autopilot going back to manual like a second before you crash.
Yeah.
Glenn, you got something to hop in on?
Yeah. Picking up on Jeff's point, back to that on-time departure, they're interested in throwing onto that train, when it's ready to leave, as many rail cars that are available in the yard. And so that's a grab and go system. And what happened with the East Palestine train is it wasn't built properly. There were empty cars, and behind the empty cars were very heavy rail cars. And so when you put on the Civil War era air brakes, that signal may, it goes car by car, it may go down and stop the cars in the front of the train, but it hadn't gotten to the back of the train, and those heavy cars pushed the lighter cars off the track, and we have a derailment, and it's because that was a 1.5 mile long train. You get a much more serious derailment. You get a disaster, and it goes back to allowing them these to self-regulate, and it's all a matter of profits. You make more money with a longer train, fewer engineers. But here's a critical point about that East Palestine disaster and the burn, and you touched on it, Max. What people don't realize at all is that line from Chicago through East Palestine, through the Conway rail yard, through Pittsburgh, through Philadelphia, to the East Coast refineries is Norfolk Southern's most critical east-west line in its entire system. And that line carries is the most intensive corridor for transporting hazardous waste and volatile oil in all of North America. And so East Palestine was sacrificed. because of the value of keeping that line running to Norfolk Southern. East Palestine was small potatoes, and Norfolk Southern knew that they were going to get reimbursed for the cleanup from their insurance company, from the wheel manufacturer, from the rail car manufacturers, and from the manufacturer of the vinyl chloride. And this is the key, because there's no legal basis for the manufacturer of that vinyl chloride to be responsible until and unless it comes out of the rail car. Once it's out of the rail car, then they share in the liability. And so there was no reason, because the NTSB proved with a graph that the temperature in that one car was trending down at the time of the burn, not up. And this is Norfolk Southern's way, to keep its most valuable line running, and to get reimbursed for the cost of the derailment. So Norfolk Southern screwed these people for decades. And that's what happens with self-regulation. Communities are going to suffer for decades. And Senator Vance and the other politicians who are taking all of this money, they're screwing, they're not doing their jobs. And the only way to solve that is with grassroots. I mean, we're a grassroots organization, and it's Norfolk's arrogance and total disregard for the communities and the safety of people that drives our grassroots organization.
And plug that org too. And let folks know what they can do to follow y'all and get involved, because we got like 5 minutes left, so I just wanted to throw that in there while you're on the topic.
Just do an email search for Rail Pollution Protection Pittsburgh. We have action items. We have campaign news with all kinds of exposés on every single rail issue we're talking about here, and suggested language on how to contact and what to say to your representatives. And there's also a failing here in Ohio and Pennsylvania on the state legislator sides. When you talk to the state legislators, as Jeff mentioned, they say, oh, it's preempted, we have no control, that's a federal problem. Well, there are 6 high volume rail corridor states who have implemented safety regulations that are not preempted and that are allowed. And I'll just give you one example. In Pennsylvania, there's no requirement that a railroad even post a bond or have adequate insurance for this kind of derailment. And if you look on Norfolk Southern's own annual report, they clearly say we don't have enough insurance to cover this kind of thing. But we're unprotected. Other states protect their residents. And so there's the solution. The other thing is, on Jeff's point, these trains are using air brakes, which go car by car. They should be required to have electronic pneumatic controlled brakes, which will stop a train 40 to 60% faster, because they go from the front of the train to the back of train at the speed of light. And that'll keep a derailment from being as catastrophic as this one. So there's lots of solutions.
Exactly.
You need to raise your voice, because it's going to be your neighborhood next.
That's very powerfully put, brother. I think that's really important for everyone to.
Let me end with this. I'll tell you what we're going to have. You're going to have a Norfolk nightmare coming soon to a neighborhood near you if you don't take some action. Help everybody at East Palestine. Give generously. It's almost Christmas. And then raise your voice.
Oh yeah, I think that's perfectly put. Jeff, I want to toss it to you with the few minutes we got left for your final thoughts, and then I promise I'll get you guys out of here on time.
Okay. Yeah, and as far as the braking systems, the electronic brakes, that is something that's going to be fought for years and years. Right now, we can make this 1,000% safer by reducing the size of the trains. If you want to run 7,500-foot trains or you want to run hazardous material, put distributed power on there. That makes the braking system even better. So, and that doesn't cost anybody anything. We can do that. We can do that in the next 5 minutes. And that's the kind of solutions that I want to go for, because when you start talking, like I said, electronic brakes, we're going to be talking about that for years and years and years, I guarantee you. But this we can do now, and we will make everybody a lot safer. I think one of the things that I do want to mention about PSR, if you watched any of the Surface Transportation Board hearings last year, you see that PSR is, yeah, it's about skirting, inspections and things like that. But the primary thing about PSR is making money. It's not about getting trains there on time, because if you watch those 2 days of hearings, nobody was happy. Nobody at all was happy. PSR is simply about making money for shareholders, and that's it. So as my ending statement, I would encourage everybody to get a hold of your legislators, tell them to vote on things as far as restricting the size of these trains. I mean, it's dangerous on so many levels, at road crossings, in derailments. It takes away the options that an engineer has. It reduces the window as far as, if something bad does happen. Like I said, this journal could have sawed off in a 4,000-foot train. We wouldn't have had near the damage that we did in a 9,300-foot train like this. So get a hold of your legislators and demand that they do something. Preemption, I've worked with preemption for years and years. And and railroads will bring this up in the State House. Yeah, you can't do this because it's preempted, except the statutes say that preemption doesn't apply if the state is doing it for safety reasons. So go after them. And
what you're saying there is that we can fight this fight for stricter regulations and on the state level, even though the rail companies are going to say, well, you can't do that because this is federally preempted, blah, blah, blah. But we can say, no, you're posing a hazard to our safety, and that overrides the kind of federal.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So make sure that you emphasize that to your lawmakers, and please give to these people. I mean, it was not their fault. I left a donation. If I can do it, I'm on a fixed income, for God's sakes, and I'm old. You can do it too. Just leave them something.
Well, that is a great spot to end on. We've been joined for the past hour by the great Jeff Kurtz and Glenn Oldhurst. Jeff, Glenn, thank you both so much for hanging out with us for the past hour, sharing your wisdom, your insight, your passion. Keep up the work that y'all are doing. Just a final kind of quick round around the table with Railroad Workers United. Glenn over there in Pittsburgh, just where can folks find you guys? And then we'll bring in our next guest.
Rail Pollution Protection Pittsburgh.
Rail Pollution Protection Pittsburgh. Everyone go Google that, follow them, support their work. Jeff?
Railroad Workers United. You can follow them. Just Google RWU and you'll go to their website.
Hell yeah. Brothers, thank you both so much for hopping on the stream, helping us raise money for a good cause. We really appreciate it. Keep up the fight. Solidarity from Baltimore.
Hey, see you later, Max.
Solidarity.
I'll see Jeff. Jeff comes to Baltimore. I'm going to see him in a couple weeks.
Yep.
I'll see you guys.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
All right, gang. So we are at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We've got a real treat coming for y'all. I believe we've got more folks from at the East Palestine Eagles Club that we're waiting to bring on, and we've also got one of our exciting surprise guests who's going to be joining us as well. The great Kim Kelly, author of the book Fight Like Hell: The Untold History of American Labor, available at your fine booksellers everywhere. Incredible journalist, incredible person. We're going to be joined by Kim, and we're going to go back to the East Palestine Eagles Club right here in just a second. Jules, how are you holding up, brother?
Oh, I'm good, man. I'm good. Hanging in there, man. We got Kim Kelly joining us here.
Hey!
Hey!
Oh my God. Pew, pew, pew.
I wanted a soundboard with fart noises and laser sounds, but I didn't get it.
The crime.
It is
Oh
a
man, I'm such an aggressive. Sean just changed the light bulb, and it's like pow. So I got to figure out how to make it
Y'all
not.
using the big light.
Look, Sean, is that? Oh, that's right. Actually, it might be nicer without it. Let's see. Are there humans watching this now?
There are humans watching
There are
this now, but
humans
we can
watching.
beat by. We can hang out while
Right,
you're fixing that.
No,
Don't
we're
worry
just
about
gonna
it.
we're gonna travel. Don't look at how messy my office is. That's where I hide my workers' present. Oh,
You guys are getting a live stream exclusive look into the.
is this too goth? Actually, okay, this works.
I love it, baby. I love it.
Staying red professional like always. This is weekend Kim, baby. Glasses on, hoodie on, making it work.
We got weekend Kim on the stream. Thank you so much for joining us, sister. And we should have also so you'll be able to also say hi to the folks at the East Palestine Eagles Club. That's
Hey,
the
go
other
Birds.
tile. Yeah, that's the tile that you're seeing. And so we're just waiting for them to turn on the cam and let us know that they're good to go. But we've got Kim here for the next half hour. I so appreciate you coming on the weekend with everything else you got going on. You know I love and adore you. So just real quick for folks watching and listening, and folks watching and listening in EP, tell us a little bit about yourself, the work that you do.
Well, hello. My name's Kim Kelly. I'm a journalist and an author of a book called Fight Like Hell: The Untold History of American Labor. It's back there somewhere, but we're doing goth vibes now. I'm sick of looking at it at this point, but it's a good book. You can find it on the internet or your local Union bookstore. I live in Philly. I've been a journalist for a really long time, but I've been covering labor for maybe 6 or 7 years now. And gosh, what else is there about me, Max? I like heavy metal and tattoos and saying swears, and I'm doing my best.
Yeah. So, as usual, I gotta hype up Kim because I mean, she's like, what can I say, right? I mean, like, first of all, as I've already said, y'all got to go read Kim's book because it's an incredible book. It's so full of rich labor history, working people's history, the history of struggle in this country, a history that we need to like connect with right here, right now, right? Because as we've been talking about on this stream, you know, no one's coming to save us, right? You know, like Norfolk Southern ain't coming to save us. And right now, it doesn't look like our elected officials are coming to save us. So, like, we working people need to band together like we're doing here and fight together for what we deserve. And that is the history of that fight is what Kim devoted years of her life to writing about in this book. And so if you need some inspiration, if you want to read about our history, right? The history of folks in this country, going back to like, you know, the first factories, yeah, to present day. Like you will learn so much from this book. You'll learn so much from Kim's reporting. She's been a columnist, a labor columnist at Teen Vogue. She's been published all over the place. She's been getting the new generation on the right track. She's just an incredible love warrior, as Cornel West would say.
Yeah.
And just a real, incredible friend and comrade. And I wanted to also introduce Kim to our other guest who is calling in from the East Palestine Eagles Club. I believe we've got Krista on the line. Krista, can you hear us? Hey. Oh, I think you are muted.
Yep.
So, hey.
There we go.
Awesome, Krista. So great to hear you. Can you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you are, and say hi to the good real live stream viewers and listeners.
Krista Graves. I've lived in this community in some form or another all of my life. I've been trying to do anything I can to raise awareness to help get people to understand the dangers that are here, to get them to understand there are things that can be done, and to do those things. Kind of sounds like you're screaming into a vacuum a lot of the time, or into an echo chamber, one of the two. I've learned a lot that I never expected to learn.
Well, I wanted to sort of kind of pick up on that because first of all, I just wanted to ask, what's the vibe at the Eagles Club? How you guys doing? How's it going over there?
Oh, it's really nice. The Eagles is decorated nicely. There's lots of snacks available. The company is great. The Albrights are wonderful people. We need more people to stop in and tell their story. So if you're from the area, come here. If you're in Darlington Township, if you're in Negley, come tell your story.
Awesome. Well, I was wondering if we could kind of do that while we've got you, because Kim, along with doing her book tour, along with reporting on many other stories around the country, Kim did a really important piece earlier this year about industrial accidents, right? And including East Palestine, and the costs that we as workers and as citizens are paying for actually a shocking number of industrial accidents that are happening all around us, right? So obviously, to everyone watching and listening, I just wanted to remind you that's what we're here to talk about. We are talking to folks from East Palestine like Krista. We are here to raise money for families in East Palestine after everything they've been through since the February 3rd catastrophic Norfolk Southern train derailment and the subsequent controlled release of toxic vinyl chloride that they burned into the air and that people have been feeling ill health effects from ever since. They've been lied to by the EPA, by Norfolk Southern. They have not gotten the help that they need. They've been through hell, but they continue to fight, and we want to fight with them. We want to help however we can. So please, if you're watching this, donate to the link that is at the top of the description to this video. All the donations we get are going to the Way Station, a local nonprofit in the area that has agreed to work with us to use that money to buy gift cards, Amazon or Target gift cards, whichever residents are telling us they prefer. And we're gonna basically close off the fundraiser at the end of this stream. Spread out the money evenly, get folks the gift cards they need so they could at least have a little extra help around the holidays after everything they've been through this year. I'm going to shut up. Krista, I want to toss it back to you and ask, introduce you to Kim. Kim is incredible. I wish we were all together in person, and we wish we could be there with y'all, hanging out.
Don't wish you could be here.
What's that?
They don't wish you could be here. Now they are off-gassing from those big blue tanks that they put in, and they've said on EPA's website, you will see the vapors. But don't worry, they're non-toxic. Meanwhile, everybody's home air quality monitors are going crazy. The migraines and the sickness and the recurring symptoms are coming back full force. If they might have tapered off for a short time just before that, but it's not good. So I wish we were together somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it. But I do, want to send all our love and solidarity to you and everyone at the Eagles Club, everyone in the area. Again, if folks are watching this or hearing about it, come to the Eagles Club, share your story, come hang out. We're doing what we can to spread the word. Krista, while we got you, I wanted to ask if you could say a little more about your story, right? I mean, about what life has been like for you since the derailment, what you want folks out there watching and listening to know about where things are now and why they should be supporting this cause and what they can do to help.
Nothing that should be done is being done. The health symptoms are being ignored. We're being told that they don't exist. Doctors will not document them. I was just at a neurologist with a loved one for memory problems. Was about 40 miles away from here, and she said, yeah, I saw in the news there's respiratory problems associated. I said, there's a whole list of symptoms, including neurological, memory, cognitive. neuropsychological conditions that are happening, but nobody will document it. And that's been, so many people have gone to the doctor and been told, well, we can't document anything related to the derailment. Suddenly they're diagnosing a lot of Lyme, a lot of MS, which were nearly impossible diagnoses to get pre-derailment. The symptoms, EPA keeps insisting they can't be related to the contamination, but these symptoms didn't exist in this town or the surrounding areas prior to the derailment. They keep telling us, well, everything's at a non-detect level. Well, I don't care. I was told by Stephen Lester, who was involved with Love Canal, and they have their own environmental advocacy group. He said that in the absence of knowledge, you always act to protect health. There's a huge absence of knowledge here. We have data that doesn't line up with symptoms. That's an absence of knowledge. And we have, at last I knew, 78 different chemicals that they're testing for when they were testing for air. I was told they discontinued air testing last time I spoke to EPA. 78 chemicals, the dioxins, the furans, possibly heavy metals, because there were all the train cars that burned, and there were 4 trucks that burned with lithium-ion batteries. So much unknown. And when I reached out to people from other former contaminated communities who had to fight through things like this, they said they didn't want the data then either. They don't want to document it. They don't want to accurately note all of this so that they don't have to take responsibility. What we have observed as a community through our community Facebook, so these are people we know. These aren't strangers. Like if you go, we have an uptick in cancers. We have a male in Darlington Township that was diagnosed with breast cancer in June, had to have a double mastectomy, had to go through chemo and radiation to make sure we lost an infant over the summer, and a loved one of that person came over to my house one day and said that was neoblastoma. There's been an uptick in breast cancer diagnoses. There's been an uptick in cancer diagnoses in general from people saying, hey, this is what I had happen in my life. In our little community groups, people coming out of remission, all kinds of illnesses, all kinds of neurological, so memory and cognitive problems, people losing their hair. And people think the nosebleeds are a very mild symptom until you realize that everything absorbs through a mucous membrane. That's certain medications are taken sublingually under your tongue so that it goes into that mucous membrane quickly. Those chemicals are burning through the mucous membrane and going into the body faster. They're not mild, like allergy-related nosebleeds. We have people with rectal bleeding. It's not being untangled and figured out where that's coming from. Marilyn Leisner, who was the last mayor of Times Beach, Missouri, came here. I think it was in September, and she was mortified when she saw the amount of people and the symptoms what their town went through before they even knew they were contaminated. They were contaminated in 1974, and the EPA knew it. And they chose not to tell them because they thought it would damage them psychologically. That seems a lot like what's happening here. Let's just pretend we don't know. Let's not talk about it. So they are damaging us psychologically too by telling us we're not experiencing what we're experiencing.
Gaslighting.
I'm going to try to get a hold of them and see if maybe they can participate, because they came to here and they didn't know when they were in town, because they did ask to stay out of town, and then they ended up in town. They didn't know it, and then when they got out of the car, they got terribly sick, and they didn't expect that. They didn't know to expect that because they didn't know where they were in relationship.
Where are
I have a 3-year-old grandson.
Go for it, Kim.
Yes,
There's
ma'am?
just a little bit of a delay on the internet side.
Oh, I was just gonna say, where Well, there's supposed to be people that care about these things. Where's like the state agencies? Where's the federal help? Where are your elected officials? Like this is sure they're obviously they're gaslighting, they're ignoring, they're trying to sweep it all away. But this has been happening for so long. Like there should be someone who is looking into this, who is able to help or at the very least like launch some kind of effort. I mean, even like Ohio's like the state OSHA or like the Department of Labor or the Department of Public Health, like what's what's happening? Like why are
Nothing.
who is supposed to be in charge here and what the fuck are they doing?
Who's supposed to be in charge here? I can't answer that 100%. I don't know if East Palestine's mayor is supposed to be in charge because this affected far more than the city limits of East Palestine. It went across state lines. The accident, the detonation was outside the East Palestine city limits, about 500 yards from the Pennsylvania line. A lot of the plume went directly into Darlington Township. So I don't know who. I don't know one individual who should be the point person, or I just know that nobody is. Nobody is hearing us and actually taking action. I've spent hours upon hours, either in person or on the phone with EPA at different levels. That's gone nowhere. Knowledge is power, and that's why I started looking into the past contamination incidences. They don't believe we should be here. They believe we should be bought out like they were bought out. We should be paid to be relocated because they destroyed and contaminated our living environment. I do not believe that this area will ever be safe again. Yes, they may have removed the majority of the contamination, but there will always be chronic contamination. There will always be chronic exposure. It's seeped into the walls of your homes, into your insulation, into the boards of your framing. They never cleaned the cricks. They just started doing a little bit of crick remediation in town, and now they want to take the contaminated wastewater that's been treated that other toxic waste places refuse to take, and they want to run it through our city's wastewater system and flush it down into the creek that goes directly into Unity Township, into Middleton Township, and eventually into the Ohio River. City council gets to make that decision.
Well, Kim, I wanted to bring in.
That's what I'm saying.
Like this is so bonkers, and it is such a system-wide failure from Norfolk Southern to the government, state and federal government agencies. Like we're going to say it over and over.
Don't they all want us to vote for them to continue to be in charge of us? I think Bob Casey's running for re-election. Why isn't his ass down there? He represents Pennsylvania, where I live too. Why? I mean, JD Vance can go fuck himself, obviously, but so
JD Vance's office has been in contact with me very regularly.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. Have they offered any other help?
They are trying. And I think the same is true of Sherrod Brown's office. I think they are trying. They need us to tell them what to do. So people don't understand that you need to tell your representatives what you want. A lot of people aren't at a stage yet to know what they want. I don't believe it's safe, and I do want a buyout for all the residents who want to leave. I do believe that the whole town should be evacuated permanently and the whole surrounding area that was affected. That's not what I'm pushing for. Buy those of us out who know it's not safe, who are not going to live here. All the people in relocation should have already been in that process. They have paid more in relocation fees than they could have paid to enable these people to find a home in a similar environment. I do believe our senators are trying, but I think there's a lack of direct, clear action that is wanted to be taken. They hear a lot of, we tell them frequently, these are symptoms, these are things people are experiencing. They need to know what we want them to do. The system works. I've used it in other situations before. You have to tell your representatives what you want them to do.
And Kim, I wanna hook this in to again the piece you wrote on industrial accidents to like just show that this is happening around the country, right? And also you yourself have been deeply invested in reporting on the rise of black lung again, like and the government agencies and employers who are telling coal miners and their families similar things to what we're hearing East Palestine residents are being told about the conditions that they're living in. So I was wondering if we could just bring that in here to sort of add to everything that Krista just told us.
That is one of the first things I was thinking about as I was listening to Krista. Just the idea of being told that your symptoms, oh, it's your fault. It's because you smoke. It's because of this. It couldn't possibly be because of this obvious cause that makes it more difficult for us to continue making money. There's a really good book called Soul Full of Coal Dust by Chris Hamby that really goes deep into this honestly kind of conspiracy to keep black lung sufferers and their survivors from getting benefits and getting care, because that's a whole other kettle of rotten fish. But yeah, as you said, it's all so intimately connected, especially when it comes to our health, like workers' health and safety. I just this past week went to Baltimore for the National Council on Safety and Health, something like that, conference in Baltimore, and met a ton of different people working on a ton of different aspects of public health, workers' health, safety, all of this. And it kind of killed me just how similar all the stories were, right? Like this is something that's happening to our people, happening to workers, but for some reason they're not being heard, they're not being taken care of, they're not being treated properly. It always comes down to money and profits. The same reason that people are being left to suffer in East Palestine is the same reason we have people our age in Central Appalachia, specifically in West Virginia, Tennessee, and Kentucky, who are contracting black lung after a couple of years down the mines. Just horrific, progressive, incurable disease that we used to think of as sort of an old man's disease, which is those old men shouldn't have had it either, right? But it's the pace at which younger people are contracting this horrific disease has really just skyrocketed. And we know this. This isn't a secret. There've been people reporting on this way longer than I have. And obviously MSHA, the Mine Safety and Health Administration, which is part of the DOL, they know about it. They've been trying intermittently to do things to address this. Right now there is a measure that does give me a little bit of hope. Obviously, it's not as strong as it should be. That's something that was really hammered home a few months ago when I went to Beckley, West Virginia, to sit in on the public hearing about this proposed rule, and heard from a lot of advocates and folks with black lung about the changes they really want to see implemented, because it still doesn't go hard enough. But essentially, we have this opportunity right now to the DOL, Department of Labor, has this opportunity to implement a new rule, basically regulating the amount of silica exposure that coal miners can be exposed to on the job. Right now, they're able to be exposed to twice as much as any other worker in the country. And silica is a substance 20 times more toxic than coal dust. It's found in quartz, in rock, in the layers of rock that miners are having to drill through to get to the coal that their employers want them to get to in these exhausted mines, coal seams in Central Appalachia. And when you breathe in that kind of rock dust, it doesn't take 20 years to give you black lung anymore. Now it can take a couple, it can take 5 years. I know a man only a few years older than me in Beckley, West Virginia, father of three, who has not only the most severe form of black lung, but it's also causing heart issues. That's something we're seeing among younger folks, because these kind of compounding comorbidities, because of just the intensity of just this type of black lung that they're dealing with. And the coal bosses know that this could be prevented. That is something that I do want to hammer home for folks that aren't following this or new to this idea, that like black lung is not inevitable. It is something that can be prevented if, like, it doesn't need to exist. If the proper engineering controls and ventilation plans and safety procedures and equipment are all implemented, no one would be getting black lung or dying in their 30s from black lung. And yet implementing those changes takes a little bit of time, a little bit of money, two things that too many coal bosses do not want to spend on their workers. Something that just this past week, or this past month at least, Ooh, just speaking of representatives, not all representatives are doing a good job, right? We'll just say that without getting too deep into all of that. But at the very least, there's one guy in Pennsylvania, Representative Scott Perry. No, Rick Perry, one of those, just a generic shitty white guy. But he is trying to block this proposed rule. He's trying to ensure that they can't. He just added an amendment to one of those big old bills, like appropriation bills or something that they're always doing in Congress. He added an amendment essentially saying that the MSHA, Mine Safety Health Administration, could not use any funds to implement it, which would just kill off the whole thing. And this is a person who represents Pennsylvania. Like, we're a coal state. We're part of the anthracite region. There are people here in the state he's supposed to be representing that he just completely threw under the bus with that amendment. And it's awful. Actually, the UMWA, United Mine Workers of America, the union, they just went to Washington to go and confront, or at the very least, like, stop by his office and ask him, like, why are you doing this? And it's just so disheartening to see that. Like, we have this opportunity that has taken far too long to come in the first place. We have this opportunity to do one little thing that could actually help with this horrible occupational health crisis. And there's people trying to stand in the way because maybe a coal boss donated to their campaign, or maybe they think they need to act a certain way because there's a letter next to their name. All that to say, I know I feel like I'm just giving a soliloquy at this point.
No, it's all important because, like, again, it's
all connected. It's all so connected. Even just going back to that article, which, full disclosure, I did have to Google up because I write a lot. I don't know what I say. In that piece, where I was writing about all these industrial accidents, when I mentioned East Palestine, when I talk about Philly, where our water got all messed up, or like where the Palmer's chocolate factory exploded this past year. We've had a wild year here. Nothing normal ever happens here. But according to there's a coalition to prevent chemical disasters. There's on average a chemical incident nearly every day in this country. Where the chemical incidents happen, like often where people live. How many people are dealing with the after effect of this negligence and greed? It is just such a huge, horrific spider's web of neglect and greed and malfeasance and ignorance and just plain old bullshit that impacts so many people across the country. And I'm just glad that we're talking about this. I'm glad that Max and Jules have been following this story for so long. I'm glad that you let me come on and talk about it. I'm glad Jacob, who just showed up, talks about it.
Hey,
Jacob.
We like,
and
I wanted to bring that in just because, again, Krista, and I know, and I don't want to keep you too long, but I do want to give you the final word here, Krista, before we go into the next hour. But it's just, again, like not at all to minimize what you're telling us, because what you told us is so important and so harrowing, right? The health effects that y'all are seeing and feeling, that your neighbors are seeing and feeling, all the while being told everything's fine. We've heard from previously on the stream that folks in town were told, like, we don't know how to get these chemicals out of your body, but we know how to treat the cancers for when you get them later. Like, that is an insane thing to say to people that you have just like destroyed their home and their lives. Like, I remember, Kayla Miller and Ashley McCullum, Christina Seislov, great folks in and around town who I interviewed earlier in the year, telling me stuff like this. They said, like, if I recall correctly, I'm paraphrasing, but they said, like, I worked my whole life to get the life that I had, to get the home that I had, the family that I had. And, like, no matter what Norfolk Southern pays, that's not coming back. Like, so, and this is what I really want to emphasize for folks watching and listening, is that Norfolk Southern, and you can hear CEO Alan Shaw testifying in front of Congress earlier this year, parentheses, fuck CEO Alan Shaw, pardon my French. But, like, he's there telling Congress that, like, we are committed to cleaning up East Palestine, and he gives dollar amounts. He says we're contributing this many million to, like, rebuilding the aquatic center in town, right? We've paid out this much to people who are living out of hotels for 5 months with their families. But, like, he reduces the damage and the responsibility of this company down to just dollars and cents. He's not talking about the lives he took away, the community that he destroyed, and his company's greed has, or they did their damnedest to destroy it. Again, like, you guys are holding together amidst impossible circumstances and fighting for accountability, but like, this company screwed you guys over, and they are talking about, oh, we paid some millions of dollars, it's all water under the bridge. After everything Krista told us, like, does that sound like enough? Of course not.
And the water is still going under the bridge. They haven't addressed the creeks. I'm sorry.
No, I'm losing it. I'm losing it here. I want, again, this is a family stream. We're raising money for a good cause, but I got some very not nice things that I want to scream about Norfolk Southern and Alan Shaw, but I want to keep the focus back on y'all. And Krista, I just wanted to turn it back to you and just ask, like, for folks watching and listening to this, Kim, Jacob, they're incredible. They're coming on to help bring more eyeballs to the stream, help us raise more money. I just wanted to ask, like, what else do you want to say to folks out there watching and listening, like, about what you're going through?
Something we hear a lot is if you're not happy or if you don't feel safe, why don't you just leave? Because it's that simple. This is a uniquely affordable area to live, to have a safe, previously safe environment, both in low crime and, not a dangerous environment. That's changed, but it doesn't change the income that people have or the community. We have a lot of families here that have multiple generations moving away from their whole family, because quite a lot of people who want to leave are not going to feel safe anywhere near here. We've done the research to be 20 miles from here in the long run, especially for those of us who were here through the initial event. It's caused a lot of, people are going to be moving states away, and that'll cause them not to be able to see their family. They don't want that, and then that hurts everybody in the family, because nobody wants that separation. They don't want to be moving away from their grandparents or their parents or their best friends, but it's going to happen. It touches absolutely every aspect of our life. It hurts the community members who think everything's fine. They're upset with us for advocating that it's not, because I'm afraid for their future and their children's future and their grandchildren's future. They may not be, but I've done the research. I've talked to the survivors of the previous incidences. I know what's coming. I don't know the exact numbers of each individual thing, but it's not good. And I just can't imagine staying here. If you can leave, but how do you leave? If you're a homeowner, how do you sell your home to another family to move into an area you don't feel is safe? If you're a renter, the rents here are very uniquely affordable. People are moving and paying hundreds of dollars more a month per rent, adding wear and tear on their vehicles and adding gas mileage. There's just not a good answer to just, why don't you just leave right now? And that's why I've been pushing the buyout. That alleviates a lot of that. That helps everybody, and that would go towards the renters. They would get a differential for the rent that they have here and what they would get in the future. It can be done. It's been done before, and it's not done by Norfolk Southern. It's done by EPA and FEMA, and then they go after Norfolk Southern for it. I just don't know how people think it is so simple to go. It's not that simple. Especially when you've worked all your life to provide a roof over your family's head. That's where you intended to stay forever. And suddenly it's gone. I have 2 children. I'm an only child. My parents have a house in the 1 mile. I have a house in the 1 mile, well, 1.2 miles. We plan to leave them each a house. Now we have 0 safe houses, in my opinion. They won't do indoor testing. They won't do indoor swipe testing. They won't test the building materials of the homes. They won't do meaningful air testing inside the homes. So there's nothing to go on to say that it's safe. Sick building syndrome is a very real thing. I know a lot of houses hung in very heavy gases. I live on the outskirts of town, and there was heavy gas hanging above my roof and down to the ground. And as I drove down the hill when I left Sunday night, when I had EMTs on scene calling me, telling me to go, I drove down the hill into Negley, and you couldn't see a car length in front of you. And it was not like fog where your light diffuses. It glowed blue. It left a metallic taste in your mouth. It was just different, and nobody in Negley was told anything. So there's so many more communities than just the city limits of East Palestine that were affected that are not being told anything at all. And then it goes back to, why don't you just leave? It's not that simple. We wish it was. We wish it was that simple. I stayed here all my life for my family, and now I'm going to leave here in some fashion to save my kids and my grandson. I'm just trying to figure out how to make it happen in a way that works.
Oh, Krista, I mean, again, like nothing we can say can ever, you know, adequately express just how unforgivable this is, what's been done to y'all, and how sorry we around the country are that you're going through it, and how much we are sending our love and solidarity to y'all, and how committed we are to not forgetting about y'all and to being part of the fight to get the aid and answers and accountability that you deserve and need. And I'm saying that to everyone who's watching and listening here. I'll say it again throughout the stream. Like, we're here for a good cause. We're here in the Christmas spirit, but we are talking about some real dire stuff here. We are talking about flesh and blood human beings who have been impossibly, horrendously wronged by greedy companies like Norfolk Southern and bought off politicians and ineffective or negligent government agencies that are supposed to be there to help them, to help us. Right? This is not okay. I can't stress, this is the farthest thing from okay. And even after this live stream's done, there's going to be so much more to do to fight to get this community the help that they have not been getting all year since the derailment. But while we are here, while we have great friends like those on the call, while we've got folks like Krista, the Albrights, and everyone down there at the Eagles Club doing what they can to pump folks up and get the stories out there, we're going to try to raise as much money as we can for the families of East Palestine so they can have a good Christmas this year. I wanted to beg everyone watching and listening to please hear what Krista's saying, hear what folks in town are saying, really listen, share their stories, and donate what you can to the fundraiser. The link to it is in the top of the description to this video. Krista, you are absolutely welcome to hang on, but I don't want to be, I want to be respectful of your time.
I don't have anything. I can hang out for a little while.
All right. Well, let's
Cool.
introduce you to the rest of the great crew we've got here. And I know that Kim's gonna have to hop off at some point. But we've got Kim on still. We've got Krista in East Palestine. We got my man Jules running the stream down there in Texas. We got me here in Baltimore. We got two new, fresh, fun, familiar faces here on the stream. We got my boy Jacob Morrison, co-host of the Valley Labor Report, Alabama's only Union Talk radio show. And we got my man David Griscom from Left Reckoning, writer at Jacobin. He's got a new venture coming up that we want to hear about. But I wanted to bring you guys on, ask y'all if you could just say a little more about yourselves to the live stream. Talk to Krista, and I'm actually gonna step out for 5 minutes, and I know we got Hayden coming in too, but since this is our Southern Power Hour, the Alabama Power Hour plus Texas, including Dave, because David's in Texas, I got another wardrobe change I got to do, so I'm gonna be right back. But Jules, hold down the
Oh,
fort.
I have a feeling I know what this is gonna be. All right, let's see it.
All right.
Oh, geez, a wardrobe change. Is he doing wardrobe changes all through the stream?
And
Yeah, they
Southern
you got like more
Power
sweaters
Hour.
and stuff, man. David and Jacob, it's so good to see y'all. Kim, man, I'm just like so happy to, it's a wonderful thing, man. I wish anyway, how are you boys doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I appreciate the opportunity to pay y'all back. Y'all, we have done a couple of these fundraising streams on the Valley Labor Report, and Max has always been a trooper. The first one we did a couple of years ago, he told me that he is not a morning person and to please schedule him for the afternoon. And so I said, all right, here's your 5 a.m. slot. So, and he dutifully picked it up, and
Yeah.
so I always want to do what I can to help him out. And when you were talking earlier about folks saying, if you don't like it, you should just have to leave, or if you don't like it, you should just leave. That really reminded me of what workers hear when we want to make our workplaces better. And it is just as it's not a good argument in either case, because workers should have a good workplace. I shouldn't have to go somewhere else. I shouldn't have to upend my life to have a workplace where I can make a good living, where I have decent benefits, where I'm not getting harassed or abused at work. And I shouldn't have to go somewhere else to have a say at work. And that's why workers unionize. That's why we come together and we hold elections, we bargain for contracts, and we don't let the boss just get away with whatever they want to do. Because we believe that it's our right and our duty as people who care about each other to stand up against the abuses of the boss, to stand up against the abuses of the company, and make sure that we have a say in our workplace, and we have an adequate portion of the value that we create, because it's not the executives in DC at Norfolk Southern, for example, who are creating the value on these trains. It's the engineers, it's the people who actually build the trains, it's the people who run the trains, and they should have more of a say over what happens there, just like y'all in East Palestine should have. Y'all shouldn't have to go to another community to have a decent life, to have a life.
But we do
that's
have
safe.
to.
Right.
It'll never be safe here again. They can't
Right.
fix it.
Well, and that's the corporate greed that we're talking about, because you shouldn't have to. You should be able to have a decent life, where you grew up. I would, where you have roots, and it's and so I feel for you on that, because I hear a very similar argument when I'm talking to people about organizing in their workplace, and the things that they hear from the anti-worker forces and their employers and stuff like that. So immediately when you said that, it definitely it felt very familiar.
Hey, I want to toss things over to David real quick to see if he were to introduce himself to the stream and things. Although I'm pretty sure if you're listening to Working People, I hope you know who David Driscoll is. But I've been looking forward to interacting with David for a little while. Because I watch his show all the time, and it's really good to know that there's somebody in the Austin area that's doing the broadcast thing like Left Reckoning, like that entire project is. So I want to give David a second to introduce himself, but as briefly as I can sort of make these remarks, 'cause I've sort of held back a bit during this. I will say that, Kim, David, and Jacob, you three, as I've listened and edited every episode of Working People, there are certain guests and comrades that stand out that hold a little special place in my heart, right? But I will say there's another dude, Nate Holdren, who has a book called Injury Impoverished. And this book really did a lot to inspire me. And it kind of hits on a collective thing that all of us, here, including you, Krista, like, he has this book, Injury Impoverished, and in the middle of the book, as he's detailing what seems like a really dry subject of the history of like injury employment law, um, uh, he has this chapter about the 1909 Cherry, Illinois mining disaster. And as he goes through and describes that, he has every name of every person who died in that disaster listed. And he asks the reader, he's like, if you would read every name aloud and then pause between them in order to sort of allow the full humanity of the subject lost at that time to resonate. And any interviews or people who have done that have been very emotionally, touched by that exercise in that book. And so part of that is the entire message of this book that seems really dry on its face about the history of injury employment law is meant to have the reader attempt to simultaneously hold like sort of the fact that there are people in this world that we consider irreplaceable, alongside with the predictable ways this world will treat them in employment, where they're replaceable at best and disposable at worst. And it's supposed to be an intolerable tension. And so that concept of holding those two things together, what you've described in your situation and what we've heard from other residents of East Palestine, is yet one more instantiation of this intolerable tension, of what is not supposed to be something that we can abide by, that we could tolerate in our society, that we should be allowed to simply move forward from. So as you've been speaking, that's what's been resonating with me, and so thank you, for letting me say that. And David, with that, please, would you introduce yourself to the listeners and stuff that way, please? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. No, and no, thank you for that. And Jules and Kim, it's very nice to be sitting across from y'all. See y'all from the other side of the screen most of the time, so it's very nice to be here and be here with everyone. Jabe, I see your ass a lot, but I always do hanging out with you too. Yeah, I mean, I'm a journalist here in Texas, and I also run a podcast called Left Reckoning. People can check it out. We do a lot of Southern labor and things like that, but mostly focused on Texas. And just doubling down on this theme that we're also talking about. I mean, what y'all are going through in East Palestine, is heartbreaking. It's such a confluence of failures of government, corporate greed, and then the difficulties that everyday people have when we try to get what we deserve. And it's something that is really incredibly frustrating to watch, and my heart goes out to all of y'all. And my hope is that continuing to spread the message, to get people united, that we can continue to fight so that people can get on their feet, and also so that we can fight to make sure that this stuff doesn't happen in this country. And just like even more broadly, I did want to say, because this is something that I know almost everybody here is sort of experiencing in some form or another. The right to home, not just a home in the sense of like having a roof over your head. Damn, that'd be a good thing. We don't even have that here, but the right to be able to live in your community. All across the country, one thing that I think is really damaging, and I think is really harming our social fabric, is how difficult it is to live in your home, whether or not you're in a big city like New York or LA, or if you're here in Texas, in Austin. I mean, Lord, I'm from here. I was born here. A lot of people I know can't live here anymore. And that's going on in Texas. That's going on in Philadelphia. That's going on in Jackson, Mississippi. And the causes, you could talk broadly. It's the economic system that we're under. But we really have to, I think, be able to uphold this as a basic right, because sometimes people want to leave, and that's a good thing. We should allow people who want to get out of their hometown too to be able to do that. But nothing makes me more mad than what we were just hearing about. It's like, well, then if you don't like it, why don't you leave, right? And whether or not it's poverty, whether or not it's mismanagement of the government, or if you're fighting against exploitation by your boss, or the politics in your hometown, that refrain is just such a horrible cacophony of cowardice, I think. No, man, I'm going to sit here and I'm going to fight, and I'm going to fight for my community, and we're going to figure out what we need to do and take care of ourselves. But yeah, no, nothing gets me as red as when I hear people say, "Why don't you stop complaining and just get a U-Haul?"
Well, I want to pick up on that. And hello, I'm back. Wardrobe change number 2. I know I'm gonna piss off a lot of folks in the Ohio side, but I gotta rep the Big Blue. Michigan is taking on Alabama in the college football playoffs, and we've sucked for ever since I've been a fan. So this is my one chance to talk crap to everyone on the stream, especially to Jacob and to Hayden Wright, Braxton Wright, everyone down there in Alabama. I love you guys, but Alabama's going down.
Max, Hayden's been in the waiting room for like 20 minutes.
What? Oh, let's bring Hayden on. Sorry.
I
Let's get
messaged you guys about it.
Yeah,
Let's get
and-
Hayden on so she can also get her shit talking meds.
Yeah, well, and I mean, Max, I don't know. You did say that Michigan has sucked all your life, and I noticed you said that in the past tense, as if they don't currently, because after all, they are a non-SEC team. So I don't know that it's even possible to be good if you're outside of the SEC.
Well, Jacob, tell me, how many are you guys undefeated? Are you guys undefeated?
Yeah, I think there was a
Ladies
team from outside of the SEC that might have had something to say about how good Alabama is this year.
Hey!
Oh well, the only football game I watched was the SEC championship, so that's how I'm. Adam told me this morning on the show that I'm stealing valor from football games.
Stealing valor.
Oh, you guys in your college football.
Sorry, we won't go too hard on it, but I
We
had
can
to
talk about the Cowboys Eagles,
Yeah, we can do that too.
Or we couldn't. Look.
Well, we got a full house here. We got lots of friends. We got our girl Krista there holding down the fort at the East Palestine Eagles Club. We are officially past the halfway mark on this 12-hour live stream. We've been going since 10 a.m. this morning. It is now 4:25 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to be trucking along until 10 p.m. tonight. A reminder to everyone of why we're here. We are here because our fellow neighbors, fellow workers, our fellow human beings in East Palestine and the surrounding area have just been put into a living nightmare. They have been thrust into a living nightmare by a greedy company, Norfolk Southern, whose train derailed in their backyards on February 3rd. It was Norfolk Southern pushing and bullying officials to approve the plan to do a controlled release of toxic vinyl chloride that released just, untold toxins into the air, into the water, into the soil, into people's bodies, right? They've been lied to. They've been told everything is fine. Their property values have plummeted. They've just been, sacrificed, as people have said on this stream already, but they refuse to just lay down and die. We all got to stand up and fight for ourselves because no one's going to fight harder for us than ourselves. And so we are all here to try to help them in that fight, to remind them that we won't forget about them, and to do whatever we can to raise as much money as we can so that the families of East Palestine can have a little extra cash for the holidays, because after everything they've been through, we want them to have at least some sense of normalcy, have a little bit of joy, rest, relaxation this holiday season. We don't know how much we're going to raise, but we're going to leave it all out on the field and try to raise as much as we can. We know that we got over $1,000 contributed around noon. So we'll get a check-in. We'll get an update about the fundraiser. But please, to everyone watching, share this stream with everyone you know. Share the fundraiser itself. You can find the link to it at the very top of the description to this video. Okay, that's why we're here. We've got a little less than 6 hours left, and we've got, as I said, a full house. We got the Southern crew. We got Jacob Morrison, who you heard from, co-host of the Valley Labor Report, along with the great Adam Keller. We got our girl Hayden Wright, who just joined the chat. Hayden, so sorry that you were in the waiting room. That's our bad.
Our bad.
Yeah, but we got David Griscom here. We got Kim Kelly here. But yeah, Hayden, since we just brought you on, why don't you introduce yourself to the good live stream viewers and listeners?
Hey everybody. So I'm Hayden Rod. I'm an organizer with an organization called Jobs to Move America. I'm also the UMWA, so United Mine Workers Auxiliary President for locals 2245 and 2368 in Brookwood. So coming out of the Warrior Met strike kind of changed my whole trajectory from being a public education teacher to going into being an organizer, because I believe that that's where we have to build power within the working class, and that's where we can have the most change. So really excited to see Jacob. Jacob's in Alabama, and I love his show. He actually just did a really cool live stream of New Flyer workers, and one of them signed their card. So I'm working on that campaign with CWA. See Kim repping a CWA shirt. So really excited about that. People try to say you can't organize and do things in the South. We're showing that that's not the case at all, that the South is where power can be built and be used. We saw it in the civil rights movement. We're going to see it now with the labor movement.
Hell yeah, baby. Oh, Jacob, were you gonna hop in?
No, I was just gonna say it was really cool to see that the New Flyer worker sign authorization card on our stream. I think that is the second authorization card signing that we have seen on our stream. The first one being Braxton, because we were simul streaming the DSA's fundraiser. Hey Braxton, yeah. So we've had
we see you back there.
So we have had 2 union card signings on our show live. I think that's some kind of record for Southern radio shows.
Oh, yeah. And Hayden, I guess for everyone who's watching, could you, like, again, we could talk for hours about it, but maybe just refresh folks' memory about, you know, how we all came together, right? The Warrior Met coal strike, you know, 2+ years. You were there. It was because, in a lot of ways, because of you guys and the work that you had to do over that long, drawn out strike. You were the one there in the auxiliary with, you know, like the other great folks down there that Kim's reported on, that we've published here at the Real News. But y'all were dealing with stuff like this. Like, how do you support families around Christmas when they've been on strike for 2 years, right? And you've been really, really helpful in helping us think through ideas for this live stream fundraiser. Jacob and Adam recently just held their own live stream fundraiser on the Valley Labor Report last month, raising money for striking workers in the South. So everyone here has contributed and inspired us to make this happen. But Hayden, I guess for folks watching this inside East Palestine and beyond, could you just maybe like give us like a little refresher on the Warrior Met coal strike, your involvement in it, and the work that you're doing now?
Yeah, so at the Warrior Met strike, we went on strike on April 1st. We ended up being out on strike for over 19 months before a return to work order was issued. But let's not forget, we still have 41 brothers that are being refused their jobs, that we're still waiting on the NLRB to step up and do the right thing. It's already been through the court system. They were found not to be any fault. There was no convictions made. The NLRB needs to do the right things, restore their jobs with back pay. So that's still currently going on here. And recently, we actually just gave out gift cards for those families that still have had their jobs withheld by Warrior Met. So really, we're going on over 3 years of a battle against corporate greed here in Alabama. So when we went out, it was about 900 workers. So 900 families on strike. And yeah, this is why this fundraiser really kind of resonated with me, because I know exactly how it feels for it to be the holidays and you just not know how you're going to make sure that Santa comes, that you're not going to know how that you can balance being able to pay your bills, that sometimes you're already doing roulette with and you're just picking which one you can pay at the time. And also to keep your kids from knowing exactly how bad things can be. Because during the strike for us, the kids really saw that as being their community. They were excited for the rallies. If we had a labor movement made up of strike children, our union density would be 90%. I mean, they were going to see their strike cousins. They were happy to get on that picket line. They were happy to come out every week to a rally. They got it. The kids were killing it. But the kids were kind of sheltered from knowing exactly what that meant financially for the families. And that was done because of that sense of community. And that's what I see East Palestine showing, is the community coming together and supporting each other and building that foundation and that love that kind of makes up the gap for what you're lacking in the financials. So doing things like a strike pantry is so important. But really, emotionally, for these families to be able to know that through this fundraiser, they'll be able to go and get a gift for their child, that's something that they won't have to struggle with. That's what I'm most excited to see.
Oh yeah. Right back at you, sister. We absolutely love Hayden. We love Braxton. We know Braxton's back there. Braxton's hiding because he doesn't want to talk. He doesn't want to hear me talk shit about Bama. But Braxton was also working at UMW, or working at Warrior Met Coal. This power couple was there fighting the fight for 2-3 years now. But you can just hear the passion, the fire in in Hayden's voice. I've said it before, I'll say it again. She is Mother Jones incarnate. And if you think that she's spitting fire now, just wait until, she's got a lot more coming. I promise you that. But yeah, I'm so excited just to see all of us here on the same call here, like doing what we can for this righteous cause. And, I wanted to also like make sure that folks all get a chance to kind of hop in and say their piece, and I guess like how we're all sort of approaching, like this, like how do we try to help, not only East Palestine, but how do we like look at East Palestine as like a sign of like what we are up against as working people, right? We are like, just like our ability to live in our own homes, to have clean drinking water, to not develop work related illnesses and injuries that are going to hobble us for the rest of our lives. Like it feels like we're just getting squeezed from the top down until there's nothing left. So how do we fight that? And like where can we find examples in the areas we live in, the work that we've done, that we can draw from, whether it be from Kim's book, whether it be from the folks fighting the good fight in Texas down there, like David. We were just down there reporting on the fight against like a massive, ridiculous sort of piece of legislation that, or a bill rather, that you're going to hear about more at the Real News. But folks are not sitting by and just letting that happen either. We got folks out in deep red Alabama, like still fighting for their rights at work, fighting for their communities. So I just wanted to kind of open it to the group here and ask, like, what you all have seen, like in your respective corners of the country, that or what you're seeing looking at East Palestine, that you think folks watching and listening should really take to heart, and how do we fight back against this?
I have to get out of here, but I'll leave you with just a little thought that I'm sure everyone else will expand upon and do a much better job of expressing. But just sitting here in South Philly, where we have problems upon occasion. Philly has, some stuff going on, always. But just sitting here and listening to everybody, seeing what they're going through in their communities and what they're covering in their work, something that I want to just sort of emphasize for all the people listening and watching is that it could be you tomorrow. It could be your community. It could be your workplace. A horrible industrial accident could happen just down the road from you. Your workplace, the safety conditions there could go pear-shaped, and something really bad could happen when you're just trying to get through the day. Your company could get sold to an even worse boss. You could be working in industry where the people in charge decide, like, oh, AI, that's a way better idea than actually paying human beings. There's so many ways that things can shift and turn on a dime. And so when you're listening to these stories and reading and listening to the work produced by all of these folks on this stream, just think about how close all of us are to being in those exact same shoes, and how little the people that are supposed to be running the country, who are in charge of us, theoretically, how little they care about it. So who does that leave? That leaves us. It leaves the workers, your neighbors, your community, your family, and your friends. We protect us. We're the ones that we know we can count on. That's how we all came together, by standing up for people that in the beginning we didn't know, and now we're in group chats with, and we do reciprocal streams with, and buy merch from, and send gift cards to. We're just a group of kind of random people from random corners of the country, and we've all come together to take care of some of our people, because the people in East Palestine are our people too, just as much as they are in Austin or Philly or Brooklyn, Alabama, or Baltimore. And I feel like I have a habit of being a little bit of a Pollyanna kumbaya type when I talk in these places, but we really are so much stronger together. And there is so much love and there is so much hope that can be found in the power of the working class. And I don't have all the solutions, but honestly, I just think the most important thing to hold on to, especially during a moment when things are so dark, when we have a couple holiday lights to look forward to, but the rest of the world isn't going to stop while some of us are under a Christmas tree or lighting the candles in our menorahs. We just have to stay strong and stay empathetic, and just remind ourselves that we're all we've got. So organize and agitate and listen and find as much empathy as you can, because Lord knows that's all we've got. And with that, I love you all so much, and I'm going to go work on the pieces I've been blowing off, because I am on deadline. So, as always, chaos reigns. But I love
God
you.
bless you,
Be
sister.
good.
Thank you
Bye.
so much, Kim. Thank you for
Bye,
giving us an
Kim.
hour of your Saturday. Thank you for lifting up this stream. And thank you for all the incredible work that you do. We love you right back. And solidarity from Baltimore, baby. We'll catch you later.
Next time.
All right.
I'll just say,
question.
like, yeah, no, I'll just say on that, like two things, just piggybacking off what Kim said, because like what happened in East Palestine is like again like a meeting of two massive problems, right? One is corporate greed that is putting everybody at risk, be it trains or all kinds of systems, and failure of government. And like a kind of comparison here is so awful news here in Texas that the one of the the appeals courts here in Texas just ruled that power companies cannot be held liable for their failures to provide power. And for people who might not be familiar, in Texas, we had an awful blackout that caused hundreds of deaths officially, and there are estimates that it was way higher than that. People who froze in that awful winter storm a few years back. And what happened there? It's a similar kind of story, right? Different scale, different scope. But what happened with the power grid in Texas? Why the hell is Texas not having power? I mean, this is like the energy capital of the country. Well, it's because power generation companies have been trying to save money. They haven't been weatherizing their systems. And you looked at all the investigative reporting that came out after it. Every single one of these power companies knew that there would be cold days in Texas. Look, it doesn't happen here that often, but it does, right? And it's something you should be prepared for if you're trying to have a reliable system. They all said, you know what? Whatever costs we incur if the lights go out, that's worth it for us to not have to pay this money. And it's also a really nice kind of lottery system because, if our power system is up and running when power's out, that means we can charge a lot of money for it, right? And that's a failure of government oversight over these power companies that provide a vital service for society, for people's lives. And it's obviously an example of the extreme corporate greed in this country. And there's a lot of work being done here, to fight back against these systems, to do different things. That's why Texas passed the Death Star bill, which is basically trying to supersede local governments from being able to pass their own kind of regulations in this state. But to maybe flip it and be a little bit optimistic, what gives us some kind of hope, what can inspire us? I just finished a book review for Jacobin Magazine on a book called Mean Things Happening in This Land, which is the history of the Southern Tenant Farmers Union, which was the first interracial union certainly in the South, and I believe in the country, at least the largest. And these were people farmers in the South in the 1930s and the 1940s, not really who you think of as like powerful folk. And they got together, they organized across racial lines, which was a unique thing, not just in the South, but across the country. They took on the plantation bosses, they took on the KKK, they took on corrupt local governments, and they even had to take on the federal government because the FDR administration, while they were trying to do some things, weren't doing enough for these folks. And these are people, you know, that are easily forgotten in history. People ignore the history of these folks. And yet, when everybody got together and got united, they achieved tremendous things. They completely changed Southern agriculture. They laid the groundwork for the civil rights movement in a lot of ways by connecting Black and white workers, particularly in the Western South. And one thing that's like, you know, when you read these histories, these are amazing, tough people, like tough as hell. But they were just normal folks, you know, just normal people from rural Arkansas, Western Tennessee. And that's the kind of thing that whenever I get depressed, whenever I see how difficult, you know, politics are, labor organizing are, all those kind of things, you know, I just say it's like, man, people have come up against way worse, and won. And that doesn't mean that it's easy or anything like that. But you know, at a certain point, you know, we should be able to take some inspiration from the incredible history we have in this country of, you know, working people coming together and achieving incredible things when they do.
Oh yeah. No, that's like, I think that's beautifully put, brother. And like again, it's I will say this as a final plug for Kim's book, which again everyone should check out. It's called Fight Like Hell: The Untold History of American Labor by the great Kim Kelly, who was joining us on the live stream for the past hour. I've had the honor of doing a number of book events with Kim, both for our respective books, but also just getting to interview her for, you know, the Pratt Library, Red Emma's here in town, other great venues to talk to her about her book. And this is what I keep coming back to, was like the world is in a really hopeless, dark, depressing place. And it feels like there's nothing we can do about it. And it just feels like we're taking L's left and right every single day. Like the bastards just keep winning and keep getting away with it. You know, because if there was justice in this world, Norfolk Southern CEO Alan Shaw would be at the bottom of the Mariana Trench right now, right? I mean, like, you know, like just there's this is ridiculous. But what we have in our own history is the path to the future we deserve, right? I mean, there are lessons in those stories of struggle that David mentioned, and in the stories of struggle that Kim writes about so beautifully in her book. Even if folks didn't immediately win those struggles, you don't win anything without fighting. And that's the point. The point is the fight is how we make history. We know which way history is going to go if we don't fight. And so that's, I think, really like the takeaway message that we're talking about here. And I wanted to, but also toss it to Jacob and to Krista. By any means, Krista, if you want to hop in, you got priority on the speaking list. So like, if you got something you want to say, and just raise your hand, and I'll make sure we toss it to you. But Jacob, I wanted to ask you if you know, covering this in the South for the Valley Labor Report, if you've had like thoughts on like looking at East Palestine, thinking about what we do to fight back against this, and examples you're hearing about from there in the South or beyond.
Krista, were you wanting to jump in? Okay, then, you know, one thing that obviously I think the real news has been the place to keep up to date on what's going on with the people of East Palestine. We haven't been keeping as up to date with it as y'all have, but one thing that I will say is, and I don't think I mentioned this earlier, I kind of got caught away with just how similar the rhetoric was. But I'm a union member and a member of the American Federation of Government Employees, and so my union represents newly president of the Central Labor Council in Alabama, in North Alabama. Yeah, so thank you, that's right.
Congrats, baby.
Thank you. My union represents EPA workers, and the EPA has a very strong a very big player in this. And I actually know some of the people that have been in East Palestine. Now I've asked them, like leaders of my union, And I've asked them if they were interested in coming on the show and talking about it, and they said that management, wasn't allowing them to talk to the media about this, and so that's a shame. But that kind of goes to one way that we could empower and support our communities is by supporting our workers, because just a really quick newsflash: people don't go work at the EPA to get rich, right? That's just not what people do. When people go work for the EPA, they could work at any other big law freak vampire blood-sucking company that they wanted to and make more. And now there are some, no doubt, that go work at the EPA as a stepping stone so that way they have that kind of thing, There's no doubt some of that, but the vast majority of people who work at the EPA want to protect the environment. The vast majority of people who work at OSHA want to make sure that workers are safe and healthy. The vast majority of people who work at the NLRB want to make sure that workers' rights on the job are protected. The vast majority of people who work in the wage and hour division of the Department of Labor want to make sure that workers get the pay that we are legally due. And so the common thread in all of those organizations, the Department of Labor, OSHA, Wage and Hour Division, the EPA, is they are, we get the EEOC. I mean, there's dozens of these organizations in the federal government. They're all chronically underfunded and understaffed, and particularly during Republican administrations, but it's not much better during Democratic administrations. But during Republican administrations, we have calls to totally eliminate these agencies. And that is obviously, close to me, it is a direct attack on my union, on my sisters and brothers, but it is also by, indirectly an attack on people like the folks in East Palestine. Because when we do not empower people to go after the corporate crooks and keep us safe and healthy and our environment and all of these kinds of things, then the companies will run that much more roughshod over us. And so that's and we have been talking about that. We've been interviewing leaders of my union, not about the East Palestine disaster and rank and file for my union, but generally about how unsupported they are by the White House and by people in Congress. And I've actually, I've had people from my union talk about how they have been very, very shocked that Biden has not fought more for funding for their agency. And it's a huge problem, because if these organizations should be some of the best paying, have some of the best benefits, so that we can attract the best people. And right now we have some of the worst pay, some of the worst benefits for similarly situated workers. And on top of that, we've got huge workloads. Now, I am not in one of these agencies, and so I work in a Department of Defense agency. And so, because of that, I do like energy stuff, actually. So I do a little bit of that, I'm part of the energy sector in the Department of Defense, but that kind of isolates me or insulates me from the political stuff. But that's not the case for so many other people in my union.
Oh man, and Krista, I wanted to bring you back in here, because I know we'll have Chris and Jess Albright hopping on in about 10 minutes. But yeah, also just wanted to give you a chance to sort of chat more with our great guests and talk for the next 10 minutes to the folks watching and listening to the live stream. And I wanted to ask you, like, if there are, again, after everything y'all have been through, the impossible situation that you're up against, everything you talked about before, like, if there are signs of struggle, hope that stick out in your memory, things you want to communicate to people watching about what they can do to help y'all and help themselves, because as we've all said, this could happen to any one of us, any of our communities tomorrow. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to say a little more before we let you go.
I wanted to let him know that is the Government Accountability Agency that protects whistleblowers. I have contact with two direct people, so if any of those EPA people want to speak up, I can help get them in touch with them if they can't search it under government accountability. Um, as far as EPA in general, when I look at the EPA's track record, they have a pretty dismal record for protecting human health historically. I don't think that that's each individual's choice when they go to work for a place like that. So, I mean, it's kind of a frustrating situation to feel for an employee and know they'd rather do better, but they can't. And I think that goes for all our alphabet agencies. You know, there's good people and bad policies, and people are stuck needing a paycheck. As far as what can be done, it was said earlier, write your representatives, write our representatives, any of the affected areas, you know. There's Columbiana County and Beaver County in Pennsylvania. Write your reps, write our reps. Let them know, like, you wouldn't want this. What do you think should be done better? Reach out to us. What do we think should be done better? If anybody in the community needs to talk, I am just a message away. There's a lot of us that have been in that position, just tried to always be there if we can. Whether we can help in some form or whether we can just be a supportive ear. I hope. I don't know about hope right now. I don't see anything in the works that lends to hope in our situation other than us taking things into our own hands. And I'm usually a very optimistic person. I don't know what else, aside from what we have been doing and it not being acted on. People need to understand that we can make things change, but we have to actually do it. Some folks are afraid to write their representatives. They don't feel like they're qualified. Some don't know what to say. Some have never done it. I will sit and help you write a letter. I will sit and help you get your thoughts in line for a phone call. I will try to do a three-way phone call with you if that's what you need, or I'll sit with you. I never realized how many people had never done that until recently. Or how many people thought that it was kind of out of their league, something that they weren't supposed to do. But they work for us, and if we keep on them and we do it in numbers, it does work. But doing it in numbers is kind of necessary, and doing it with a kind of unified idea of what we want is necessary.
Oh yeah.
We've lost friends and we've made friends. Some of the friendships that have formed or rekindled have really become very important relationships for a lot of us. And while we think about the people who maybe aren't as close of friends now, we're still hoping that they're okay in the long run. We're hoping that their idea that it's all safe and it's all good, we're hoping that that is true for them, even though the evidence doesn't really support that.
And Jacob, David, Hayden, I know we got to let you guys go in a few minutes too, and I super appreciate you guys coming on, having fun, keeping the energy up. But I just wanted to ask, while we got Krista on, if there's anything y'all wanted to say to her and to folks in EP before we let you go. Or to the live stream viewers and listeners, a final plug to donate.
Yeah, no, I want to say thank you to all of you for being involved. We really appreciate anytime anybody's willing to listen and try to understand what's happening here. That means a lot.
I just want to say I am honored to be able to do what little I can to support stuff like this, and I think it's a great cause, and I appreciate what the folks in East Palestine are doing to keep the story alive and make sure that folks don't forget about y'all, and that y'all are fighting for what you deserve. I think that's right and just and good and honorable, and happy to have helped you in whatever way I can.
Thank you.
And thank you. You know, really honored to be on the stream with you and everybody here. I do have a message for the viewers right now. It's a really good time. There's a link underneath the video right now. You can click on it and you can give 10, 15, 20, 50 bucks to help out some people who we desperately need to be supporting. So why don't y'all put some money in the pot right now and help folks out. It's the Christmas time. It's a good time to build community and things like that. And that's one thing. I mean, it's awful as much as it is the circumstances that seem to be bringing people together. But I'll tell you, it's a good thing to have people to come together with. And nothing worse is sort of going through something like this and being alone. So, the work that the folks in East Palestine have been doing to Palestine, excuse me, have been doing to, build community there. I mean, that's important. And then all the people viewing this from wherever you're at, it's important to show up for our friends and neighbors and fellow human beings. That gives me a lot of strength in these dark times that people are still out there willing to help one another out. And that's a beautiful thing.
And I just want to thank all of you for being courageous enough to agree to come on a live stream like this, to put yourself out there, to tell your stories to people that you don't know, that might not really know much about the situation going on there, to kind of be vulnerable like that, to let people know, like, no, things aren't okay here. I know earlier I was listening to Jamie when she was on talking about her 3-year-old daughter asking if her house was broken. I mean, that broke my heart. And to have that, I just appreciate you doing that and being able to talk about it. So I'm honored to be on here with you.
Something I think a lot of people forgot, even locally, the people who think everything's okay, is we're all having a normal life on top of this. We're having joys and tragedies and deaths and sicknesses. In addition, there's traumas happening that are unrelated all while we're going through this. I have my 3-year-old nonverbal grandson that lives with me. We don't know if he's sick. We don't know if he hurts. So, when you hear talk, we don't know. And there's so many varied situations for all of us. I just wish that the powers that be would get their heads out of their asses and do what has historically been done. Well, in the few cases it was done right, and help us get away from the contaminated environment. Help us go start over. But I appreciate every single one of you and the opportunity to do this with the Albrights. Can't say enough how much I appreciate them for setting this up, and I know it's about their time to shine, so I'm going to step off here. I just want to say thank you so much for all of your support.
Crystal, thank you.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas to the whole gang here. I love you guys to death. I can't thank you enough for coming on and helping us keep the live stream going, encouraging folks to donate. I think we are going to, we're back on schedule. We're at 5 p.m. Want to be respectful of everyone's time, so we're gonna say bye to our Southern crew. Once again, we've been joined by the great Jacob Morrison, the co-host of the Valley Labor Report. Everyone should check that out. It's on the radio every Saturday. You can find it on YouTube, podcast players. Go check out Left Reckoning, where my boy David Griscom is putting down the tracks every week, along with Matt Leck. Follow their channel, listen to their show, support what they're doing. Dave, I actually just do you want to plug the last thing real quick before I let you go? Give people a teaser.
I'm gonna give people a teaser because we haven't announced yet, but I'll tell y'all, doing journalism in any part of the country is very difficult, especially here in the state of Texas. And as much as I love writing pieces about Texas for Jacobin Magazine, I don't think I can clog the feed too much with Texas stories. So I think it's about time for some really good Texas journalists and writers to get together. This project is in the works. There's going to be a new publication coming out in the state of Texas that's going to be telling the story of working people. Really excited. Keep your eye out. Next couple of weeks, we're going to have a big announcement on that. So
let's go. That's what I'm talking about. All right, that's a great teaser. So follow David Griscom, support his work, and stay tuned for that announcement. And by God, do yourself a favor and follow Hayden and listen to everything she says and does to inspire you to keep fighting like hell, like she does every day. Hayden, where can folks go to learn more about you and the work that you're doing?
So you can follow me on Twitter. It's just @Hayden Wright, and posting updates about organizing going on here here in Alabama, and then just kind of uplifting events like this, supporting our brothers and sisters across the country. That's what we have to do.
Hell yeah, baby. Well, I love you guys. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, solidarity from Baltimore. We got another great 5 hours coming up for you guys. We've been holding it down since 10 a.m. this morning. We are going to be joined by our friends Chris and Jessica Albright, two other residents of East Palestine whom we've interviewed on the show. We're going to bring them on in about 8 minutes, along with some other special guests from all the way over in Harvard. And we're going to have them on at 5:10, but it's about that time for Jules and I to take a quick bathroom break. We will be back in 8 minutes. See you guys back here. Please donate to what you can. Share the stream. We'll see you back in a few minutes.
I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Take care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, girl, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work to do. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Take care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, girl, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, Gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, girl, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, girl, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work.
All right, gang.
Yeah.
We are back.
right. No, I got you.
Thank you for bearing with us. We've been here since 10 in the morning, and I've been drinking, as you've probably seen, too many Red Bulls. So we got to have some bathroom breaks built into the schedule. So appreciate y'all bearing with us. We are back. We've got a little under 5 more hours to go. We'll be streaming till 5 p.m. We got another great hour of guests here, including some familiar faces. And I could not be more honored and excited to have everyone here on the stream to help us carry on. And I just want to remind y'all why we're here. We are here, as you've heard throughout the stream, to raise whatever money we can to help the families in and around East Palestine who have been living through hell ever since Norfolk Southern's freight train derailed in their backyard on February 3rd, ever since the decision was made to do a controlled release of toxic vinyl chloride and burn it into the sky and spew toxic crap all over the surrounding area. People are not getting the help they need. They're not getting the answers they need. And so we got to do whatever we can to help them. And most importantly, we just cannot forget about them. We got to keep their names in our minds, in our hearts, and in the news, right? Don't let this story just go away, because their pain is not going away. The crisis that they're living through is not going away. And we knew that, especially now, after everything that folks have been through over this year, the holidays should be a time for rest, relaxation, hanging out, having fun, not working, just enjoying yourself and your family and your friends. And we want folks in East Palestine to have that as much as they can, and to have a little bit of aid so that they don't have to worry about how to buy presents or how to buy, the ham or the turkey. So that's what we are trying to raise money for here. A reminder, you can donate directly to the fundraiser. The link is at the top of the description to this video. Please, please, please donate what you can. If you can't donate anything, share the fundraiser with 5 people, right? Share this stream with anyone, with your networks. Share it on social media. The more people we get to the stream, the more people we can get to the fundraiser itself. So that's what we're here to do. Like I said, we're going to be streaming till 10 p.m. tonight. We've got more great folks on the stream now, more great guests coming. So let's get back to it, gang. I want to start by bringing on to the stream 2 incredible folks who I've had the honor of interviewing multiple times on the podcast here at Working People. And also, you'll see the other tiles of great folks that we're going to introduce you to in a second, who brought us all together and who are fighting the good fight over there in Harvard. And we want to hear about the work that they are doing, how they're fighting on the legal side, the academic side, the activist side. As always, everyone here, everyone on the stream is just pitching in what we can to help. And I really, really appreciate everyone for being here. And I want to, have us go around the table and introduce ourselves, starting with Chris and Jessica Albright, 2 residents of East Palestine. You see them there. Chris has got quite the hat game going on right now, if I do say so myself. But yeah, Chris, Jess, introduce yourselves to the good live stream viewers and listeners. Tell us a little bit about who you are, where you are, and how the vibes are down there in the East Palestine Eagles Club.
I'm Chris Albright, resident of East Palestine. I've been here for approximately about 9 years or so, something like that. We are here at the Eagles Club right now. We're getting a couple more people coming in. Hopefully it's going to keep picking up as the night goes on. Right now the Steelers are playing, so a lot of people, I'm sure, at home watching the game. I do want to take, very quick minute and say a couple very, very quick things here. First of all, I'd like to thank some of the people who have donated some things as far as corporate. We had some sandwich platters donated by Subway. We've had some pizzas donated by Anna Zone's Pizza, Homemade Pizza, which is a little pizza shop here in town. We've had some pork donated by Doyle's Butcher Shop, Doyle's Meats, which my wife is going to be making the pulled pork here very soon and bring it down. And we've had a gift card from Sparkle Market to get us some buns, barbecue sauce, and everything to make this event, good, along with the Eagles Club for letting us have it here at this establishment and making this happen for us. Secondly, I don't know how many people have done this yet, but I also want to thank you, Max, for doing this. This is a guy who doesn't live around here, who this tragedy has not affected him personally, truly, at all. He's not affected by this, and yet he is donating his time, 12 hours today, and plus what we've prepared for the past couple of weeks to make this happen. You ready for this one? On the day before his birthday. Tomorrow is Max's birthday, everybody, and he is donating his time and helping us out here. I mean, that's just a great human to do that, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank you, man. I really appreciate it.
Truly my honor, brother.
Thanks. Jules, you've been here all day too, and this is the first time I've met you. I appreciate everything you're doing with this too. This is amazing. This is something else that you don't have to do. Again, doesn't directly affect you, but you guys are taking time out of your lives to go ahead and do this, along with everybody else we're having on the show all day today. You know,
It's a Saturday right before Christmas. I'm sure everybody has plans. So, you know, we thank everybody for making those sacrifices to make something happen for the kids here in town.
Well, truly our honor, guys. I'm gonna be tearing up here in a sec. So before I do that, I also wanted to thank you both for all the work that you've been doing on the ground to help us make this happen. Getting all those, I mean, Chris, after everything Chris and Jess have been through, I've been on the phone with this guy like every night, and he's like, I got some sandwiches donated, I got this donated. Like, my man's been hustling his butt off. I mean, if you've heard our episodes with Chris and Jess, you know how much Jess does. Like, and just the amount of stuff they're doing. They're taking their kids to hockey games, like, and they've been through, everything they've been through. And it's just been such an honor to work with you guys to put this on. Whatever we raise is more than we had before, and that's good enough for us, right? But I want to really, again, encourage folks watching and listening, please help us get as much as we can, because every dollar is going to mean more toys, more, like more that people need at this time of year. So let's get that Christmas spirit going. And Jess, I wanted to ask if you could, also introduce yourself a little bit, and then we'll toss it to Professor Hanson.
All right. Yeah. So I'm Jess, and I've lived here in Palestine for over 20 years now. I have 3 girls that are 20, 18, and 8. And yeah, so.
Hell yeah. And we all met. We did not meet in East Palestine, Ohio. We did not meet in Baltimore, Maryland. I got to meet Chris and Jess for the first time standing in the campus of Harvard. And it was because the other great folks on this call brought us out. So I want to give them their daps. I want to bring them on. Professor Hanson, why don't you introduce yourself to the good live stream viewers and listeners? Tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, and your connection to this, and what y'all have been doing to help the people of East Palestine get justice.
Maximilian, thank you so much. So nice to meet you, Jules, and Chris and Jess. So wonderful to see you. I am here, and I'm John in these spaces, so you knock that professor stuff off. And I am here, frankly, because I adore Chris and Jess. Like so many people, I am moved by what's happened in East Palestine, as not just as its own tragedy, but as an illustration of spread tragedies in our society that are happening at an increasing rate. And I'm here because I work with amazing students, and we are, in a place at Harvard Law School where you'd think we would be devoted and focused on producing justice. And in fact, most of what we do and much of our graduates go on to operate and work in a system that is often doing real harm. And it is my privilege to be connected with people who are really trying to make a difference, both at the law school, like Simone and Haley, and people like Max, who I've met over the years doing his great work. And of course, like Chris and Jess, who are not only going through a tough time, but using it as a moment to devote themselves to minimize that for their community, and to also do something significantly for the world. And I will just want to credit them. When I reached out after the catastrophe and said, I'd love to have you come speak at the law school, would you be interested? And their answer was yes, when and how can we be helpful? Just like that. And immediately, not because they saw this as an opportunity to travel, which is the last thing they wanted at the moment, but because they realized it was a place where maybe they could get people's attention. So anyway, it's my honor to be part of this. I'm going to be quiet. The real reason I'm here is because I helped recruit Haley and Simone to come and join us.
Well, Haley and Simone, tell us a little bit about yourselves, what you do, and your connection to East Palestine and the work that you're doing around that.
I can jump in. Hi, everyone. I'm Haley. I'm one of Professor Hanson's students. I've had the opportunity to take a couple of different classes with him at Harvard so far, which has been wonderful, and also had the chance to hear, from Chris and Jessica at a couple of different times this semester, and have also just found their story really powerful and their commitment to their community really powerful, as Professor Hanson said. So I'll keep it short and sweet and pass it to Simone.
Well, I was gonna say, Haley, if you want to get it in now, John gave you permission to call him by his first names.
I can't.
I can't do it. Simone, let's bring you in here.
Hey everyone. So happy to be here. So privileged. Yeah, I'm here because I adore Max. I adore the Albrights. I was lucky enough to help organize the event where we had the Albrights and Max come out, which Haley moderated at and did a great job. And yeah, I mean, the story in East Palestine is just so tragic. And I think the other reason I'm here is because, like, as a law student, I'm just so angry at the way our law lets these big corporations just ruin people's lives with impunity. About to start my last semester of law school, so I'm excited to get out into the world and start suing them. And yeah, I'm just thrilled to be here. Thanks, Jules and Max, for putting it together. It's been great so far.
Oh man, again, I'm just so grateful to all y'all for being here, for being so awesome and being so supportive, and also just for being you, right? I mean, like, because, Simone, you and I talked about this a little bit when we were last at Harvard together. Like John said, you go to a law school like Harvard, or you go to most law schools, and these days you kind of assume that in a case like this, they're training the next generation of lawyers who are going to be representing Norfolk Southern, right? I mean, or people who are going to be working on the side that is screwing over the rest of us, right? Because that's where all the money is. That's the typical sort of narrative about law school, especially at prestigious institutions like Harvard. But it was so eye-opening and refreshing to walk back onto that campus, to be there with y'all and the Albrights, and to hear from everyone, to see the reception, to hear about the work y'all are doing. It just really gave me a sense of hope that, all right, it doesn't have to be this way. Like, we can get folks with brilliant legal minds fighting on the right side of history and fighting for us and our fellow workers against the people who are destroying our planet, destroying our communities, and destroying our family members in many different ways, right? And, I find that hope every time I talk to my brilliant baby sister, McKenna, who's also a law student at UC Berkeley, right? I look at her and I see, like, okay, we got a chance, right? I look at you guys and I think we got a chance. Like, we can still make this right if we get the right people in the right places and we're all pushing together in the right direction. We can really make a difference. And y'all are doing that, and John's doing that in a way that is not typical of a lot of professors, let alone law school professors. So I do want to really shout out you, John, and express my mutual adoration for you, for Simone, for Haley, for the Albrights. Like, y'all are all incredible people doing the work that needs to be done. And I wanted to sort of like just recap that event for a sec, because I'm curious, like, what the admins thought, John, when you brought this idea to them, what the students thought, yeah, Chris and Jess. Then I'm interested to hear, like, what was going through your mind when you got that email, let alone when you got to Harvard's campus. So, John, let's start with you and then toss it to Chris and Jess.
Absolutely. Well, loving all this. I just want to say, the hope that you take in your sister and then the work that law students are doing, I think, is well-founded. And I think this generation of law students is arriving to law school with the aspiration difference in the world that is better, to actually really try to help. I think they perceive correctly their futures are implicated here, their lives, their livelihood.
Did we lose John?
Oh no.
Oh no, John's frozen.
Oh no, John is frozen, man.
Okay, so let's get John back real quick. We'll pick up there, but yeah, Chris. Oh, John, can you hear us? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how long it took me to lose track. Sorry.
No worries. Just start again. My faith in the next generation of law students is well founded. They are coming to this work with blank.
With an aspiration to make the world better, and a recognition that if they don't, their futures, their families, their loved ones are really going to be harmed. And that that issue. My beautiful wife who is watching is reminding me that I've been frozen. So
Thank you.
She says it's better that way. So but that I just want you to know that there are a lot of law students who feel this way, and I think legal education is grappling with this. I think that legal education still tends to push people in the wrong direction. But the students themselves don't want that, and that's really important. And I would say that was, to answer your question finally, I think that was the reaction, that having people like the Albrights come and speak to us about the way these problems touch real people in real lives is such a contrast with the abstractions and distancing and numbness of legal education typically, and the detailed doctrinal formalistic questions that we engage in that really make these issues go away. To be able to hear from lovely people who are facing real problems connects with students in a way that nothing else in law school typically does. And I just want to say this is something we should encourage continually to try to build into legal education. And the last thing I want to say is to echo what I heard so many of your guests saying today, that this is about, it's not about lack of understanding that something can be done and it doesn't have to be this way. It's about coming together to work together to make it happen. And that I think is the message that we need to keep pushing and keep promoting, as well as promoting people donating to this wonderful cause.
Hell yeah, baby. Donate, please, everybody. Let's come on. We've seen the Christmas movies. Let's make the miracle happen. Chris, Jess, I'm curious. Yeah. After everything you've been through, the nightmare you've been through, and like, you know, if folks want to learn more about that, you know, I don't want us to have to relive all of that here, but again, we've gotten the honor to interview Chris and Jess on the show. A recent episode we published a couple weeks ago. You can check that out. If you want to hear the live recording of our live interview at the Harvard Law School, which we did back in September, that is also on the Working People feed, so you can hear that conversation. And if you want to know more, you should also read the great New York Times profile of their family that was published earlier in the summer. But so Jess, Chris, so you had the New York Times piece. And you get this email from this guy from Harvard. What was that like, and what was it like going over to Harvard and sharing your story with Simone, Haley, and everyone there?
Before I get into that answer, very quickly here, Professor Hanson and Jules and Max, actually. I just got a text from Ben Holbrook, who would like to also be a part of the Zoom if possible. I just sent the link. So Jules, I don't know if you were able to add him or not. I just sent him the link. I don't know if he's getting on or not, but he is another one of Professor Hanson's students who also did a mini documentary on us. I'll let him know here in just a very quick second. But when we got the email about going to Harvard,
I hope I allowed in the right person.
Try to find out.
There should be maybe 4 or 5 more joining. So
okay, it's a whole party here.
All right, let's get it.
Harvard party.
Let's do it.
Okay, so while they're filtering in though, but yeah, keep going, guys. So Jules can let folks in. Yeah, we're still live streaming. We got a full house here. We've been talking with the Harvard gang For folks who just joined, hello, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. We want to hear from y'all. We want to hear about the great documentary that y'all worked on about the Albrights in East Palestine. So I promise we're going to come back to y'all. But we were just, asking Chris and Jess to talk a little bit about what it was like for them to get that email from Professor Hansen, to go to Harvard, to speak to y'all, and what that whole experience was like.
Again, now we'll get onto that there. For me, it was very surreal, very unbelievable. I mean, like, how many people in this world do you know get a chance to go to Harvard Law School to speak on something that, unfortunately happened to them, but, somebody as prestigious as Harvard Law School. We all know what Harvard Law School is. It's not your typical college. I mean, everybody in the world knows about Harvard Law School. And for us to be invited there was something I still can't believe. I'm still living the high of being there. The hospitality that everybody put on there, it gave us, and hearing our story and listening to it and talking to us afterwards. Max, I was talking how great of a person you were, Professor Hansen. You are a superhuman being, yourself. I mean, in my mind, I've always pictured like a Harvard law professor as being somebody very stuffy, very cold, very by the books and everything, very uptight. And when we first met him, the first thing he did was came over and gave us a hug, in person. I mean, that's the kind of person he is. And he made us feel so very welcome and everything. And the whole thing was very surreal. And one other real quick thing, just a little update, guys. We are now up to 1665 in donations.
All right.
Puts us right at 1,700 with the cash that we've had brought in tonight too.
Here we go, baby. That's 1,700, and we've got 4.5 hours left. So let's raise as much as we can. Thank you to everyone who has donated so far. You can donate using the link at the top of the description to this video. Jess, what was it like for you?
It was pretty cool to be given the opportunity to speak to college students who will be going on to make a difference in the future, and feeling like potentially having the opportunity to impact their path and their future, and anything that they choose to do with their degree, and hopefully they choose to do something amazing and powerful and good with it. I have a daughter who's 20 years old, so she's right about their ages, and if they can have somebody with some kind of guidance, just kind of influence them towards, choosing the right path, I'm happy to contribute.
Hell yeah.
And the city itself is beautiful.
The city is beautiful. I do love Boston. I do love Cambridge. Final question. What did you think when you saw me walking up? You're like, wait, that's the guy who's going to interview us? You can answer that. I'll take my answer off the air.
I've told people, I'm like, when you see Max, he looks like somebody you don't want to meet in a back alley somewhere. I'm like, but when you get to know him, you talk to him, he is just a great human being, and he'll do anything for anybody. But at first impressions, you're scary.
I've heard this a lot. Yeah, so I was thinking it too. I was like, man, I'm gonna spook these guys out. So that's why I did not just rush at you with a hug. I wanted to start with a handshake. But yeah, it was so wild. But I was like there with you guys. It was blowing my mind to be, because I spent most of my young adult life dreaming about getting into that place and just imagining what my life would be like, as a Harvard grad and all that stuff. And I visited the campus with my family like 20 years before we were all there together in September. And it just all started hitting me at that moment. And I was like, man, I'm getting invited out here to interview these folks from East Palestine for these students who are actually doing something with that and actually doing something useful. Like, that was just a really mind-blowing and incredible experience for me as well. And you guys were so amazing. You were open, you were honest, even though we were talking about the worst year of your lives and like what it's been like to live through this. And I can't thank you both enough for trusting me, trusting John, trusting everyone in that room to open up so vulnerably, even though it was clearly incredibly painful to do so. I know it has affected people. I've heard people say, man, that really like hit me in the chest and it made me want to do more. So I really thank you guys. And I want to bring in our other incredible guests here. Simone, I know you got to hop off soon, so I wanted to throw it to you and to Haley real quick and just sort of ask, like, from the law grad side, like what y'all, like how y'all came out of that, and like, you know, like the ways that you were talking about putting that knowledge to use, and then we'll bring in, yeah, the great students who put together this incredible doc.
Yeah, I can take it first. Yeah, I mean, it was just incredible. It was so incredible to hear them hear their story directly. Definitely echoing what I'm not going to say his first name. I'll just say Hanson. I'll drop the professor part.
J-Bone.
Yeah. Yeah, echoing what he said, like it's so crazy how dry and abstract and distant and cold learning the law can be, and learning reading these cases where these horrible injustices have happened and like we don't talk about it. It's just sort of this silent thing. And so getting to hear directly from Chris and Jess, I mean, there was nothing like it. And we are so, so grateful they were willing to come out, to travel across the country, you know, to stay in a hotel, all this stuff. It meant the world. And, you know, we had lots of Harvard students there. We had students that came from other schools who had just sort of heard about it on Twitter, and needed to be there and listen. And so, yeah, it was just really wonderful.
Oh yeah. Well, Simone, thank you so much. If you do have to hop off, please feel free to do so. But I just wanted to thank you again for coming on. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Thank you for wearing a Santa hat so I don't look like a weirdo. It's just me and Chris holding down the fort right now. But I love the holiday spirit. Really appreciate it. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, sister.
Yeah. Happy holidays to everyone, and donate, donate, donate. See you guys.
Holidays, baby. Haley, what about you? I was curious if, like how you came out of that, and then, yeah, I want to toss it to the other folks on the call.
Yeah, no, I think for me, it was one of the more impactful, if not the most impactful, sort of events that I've been a part of or seen at HLS so far. I think, you know, Simone has it exactly right. It's easy to get into sort of this like day to day. You're doing the readings, you're going to class, you're writing papers. We just came out of finals, so you're writing the finals, all of those sorts of things. And you know, to what Professor Hanson said before, I think a lot of people come into law school really wanting to do good things for the world, and it can be very easy to get derailed. And, you know, having folks who are willing to come and share those stories with us just is very just helpful in keeping us on that path. But I think also, you know, to the extent that we're able to, you know, be part in some small way of bringing attention to the injustices that are out there in the world, I think that that is one of the most important things that we can be doing. Just as a sort of quick side note, when I first read this story, it brought to mind a lot of the things that we had talked about in my first year course with Professor Hanson. And I was visiting my partner's family at the time, and I had all of this sort of context and knowledge about railroads in particular and what that looked like and what those train derailments could mean for communities, and just the way that that was not even on my mind at all before that class. And if I hadn't had that class, I wouldn't have known. And if I hadn't had that class, I wouldn't have had the context to understand what was happening in East Palestine. And so I just am very appreciative of all of that. And I'm very grateful for the Albrights for coming to speak with us on multiple occasions. And it was very cool to see the documentary that the first year students put together this year too. So I'll leave it there, but yeah, just very grateful.
Oh yeah. So then on that note, J-Bone, are these all our first year documentary filmmakers?
They are. This is they're missing one member of their really great team, but you will just have to hear about it later. But I want to say these are not just 4 first-year students who put together a wonderful documentary with the help of the Albrights. These are 4 first-year students who've just completed their first marathon of law school exams, which I think any law school graduate will tell you is like the worst week or 2 weeks of law school. So I just want to acknowledge that and congratulate you all on that. And then I'll be quiet.
Wait. Were you just administering those exams?
I was a saint.
I want to congratulate my students for the hell I just put them through. Is that what you're saying, J-Bone?
I was miles away where they didn't know where I was.
All right. Well, hell yeah. Well, let's bring you guys in here. So can we go around the table? Please hop in, introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about who you are, what you're doing over there, what you're studying, and yeah, like your connection to East Palestine and making this documentary. Whoever wants to jump in.
Yeah, I guess I can go ahead and start off. Yeah, so we're all in the same section, obviously, so we take all the same first year classes, so we're kind of studying the same curriculum, just wrapped up, at least studying the same curriculum. Yeah, I myself, my name's Ben Holbrook. I'm from Germantown, Ohio. So it's about a town of 5,000, kind of 20 minutes southwest of Dayton, Ohio. So when Professor Hansen asked us to kind of rank these, the tort reports is what the small documentaries were called, rank our tort report topics, I had East Palestine, up at number one, and there was really nothing else I really wanted to learn about and kind of work on as much as this one. Yeah, I spent 1 year in the state legislature before coming to law school, and it was at the time of the derailment, so I was kind of able to see some of the Ohio statewide response, both from a couple meetings with like EMA, but also just kind of see just how it was politically navigated was really interesting, and also it was great to come back and revisit it, 10 months, 9 months, whatever it was, when we started working on the project after the derailment itself, and kind of, see how things had progressed and come along, or, failed to come along.
Oh yeah. Okay, who wants to hop in next? I'll call on people. I used to teach at college too, baby. I'll call on y'all.
Cold calling works. Cold calling. Caroline, you're up.
All right, that's it.
Hi.
Caroline, you're up.
Hi, my name is Caroline. I'm not from Ohio like Ben, but I'm from a small town in Missouri, so pretty close by. And my grandparents are from Ohio. My dad grew up there. And there's a train that goes right by their house. And as kids, we used to go out and watch the train go by and put little coins on the train tracks so that the train would flatten them and go collect the coins. So I was very aware of the train being like right outside, hearing it all the time. And so when I heard this story in East Palestine, I thought about how that could have been, my grandparents' town. That could have been any of those little towns, could have been the small town in Missouri where I'm from. And I remember hearing about it on the national news, and it was such a big deal. Everyone knew about it. And then no one really talked about it after that. And I think that happens often in these small towns. They just come up on the national consciousness, and then it kind of fades from everyone's memory. And I was interested in learning more about it, learning how the fallout had affected all the families in that town, and just learning more about what was going on. And thought it was a really cool experience to actually get to talk to people, get to talk to the Albrights. And both of you, thank you so much, and for sharing your kids with us. It was just really impactful to see how the law affects real people, and just see how the things we were learning about trains and liability and all of that, how that actually plays out in the real world, because it can feel very distant when you're in the classroom. And so it was really, really special to get to meet with you guys and work with you. Thank you.
Also want to second that Chris and Jess have the most adorable kids. So just shout out to the kids. Okay, who we got? We got Luke and Kieran. Who wants to go first?
I can go ahead and start us off. Yeah. Hi, I'm Luke. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. One of the main reasons I chose to do the East Palestine when we were doing the tort reports was that I came to law school for a couple of reasons, but the big one was I was fascinated with antitrust and corporate abuses of power. I wanted to learn more about that, how to fight it, how to regulate it. And East Palestine, when it happened, I did a little bit of research. I tried to get as much into it as I could, but it seemed like a textbook example of another corporation, their greed, causing the destruction of the community. And so when the opportunity came up to tell a story about it, I placed it number one. That was the story I wanted to tell and try to learn more about.
I guess it leaves me. Hi everyone, I'm Kieran, also a first year student, Professor Hanson's section. I'm from the Eastern Shore of Maryland. Um, and I mean, it was just such a great experience to do the tour report with y'all and to get to know Chris, Jess, Laney, and Evie. It was a really great experience. I mean, I had chosen to do this tour report, I think, less from the perspective at that time of the corporate capture or how irresponsibly we run the railroads in this country, and more just I think because of the way that the media kind of treated it. And I remember that in February and March, I literally couldn't scroll, 2 tweets on my feed without seeing the big, controlled burn on my screen, and it was all anyone was talking about for like 2 weeks. And obviously we talked about the politics behind all of that, and I hadn't kept up with the story much at all after. Just like everything else, it kind of faded out of the collective consciousness. And so I think I wanted to just see what was still happening in East Palestine and what wasn't happening. And so it was really exciting to be able to see and talk firsthand to the Albrights, and just be able to tell their story was a huge honor.
Oh yeah. Well, you guys did an incredible job, and I say this as someone who is in the business of video reporting. Right, it was really powerful. Just hearing from Chris and Jess, like just seeing that y'all really made them, their voices, their stories, their humanity the center of the story, and you let the rest of the injustice and the high stakes of everything really kind of be spoken through them and what they're going through. And I just like, yeah, that's something you can't teach, right? I mean, that's just a deep love of humanity that drives the work that we do. And so like everything else you can learn, you can always develop more technical skills, get better equipment, but you can't teach that. And so that was just so apparent from watching it the first time. And I've watched it numerous times, and I've cried numerous times watching it. And I wanted to let folks watching the stream know that we have shared the YouTube link to that mini documentary, which we are going to try to play at some point on the stream tonight. We have like 10 minutes left before the great Rick Smith gets here at 6. And so I wanted to use that time, if everyone's okay, to just sort of like get your all's thoughts a little more about the process of making that. But if anyone wants to watch it, you damn well should. It's in the show notes there. It's in the show notes to the previous Working People interview that we did with Chris and Jess. So you can find it there, and you should watch it. And we're going to try to use it to play on the screen for like 8 minutes later in the stream tonight. But 2 quick questions, follow-ups. One, how's everyone doing after finals or the exams? Give me an exam story. How bad was it, or how are you guys holding up?
It was kind of, I don't even know like how to describe it. Like I finished it, and it was kind of like a wave of like, I think I'm doing well, and then like an hour later it's like, oh no, it's like it's all over. And then like an hour later into it, you're like, no, I'm feeling, I kind of got it back, I'm feeling it again. And I ended my last assignment yesterday, and I felt really good about it. And then it just like something like just clicked like 4 or 5 hours later. I'm like, I think I forgot to do whatever it was, and now I feel awful about it. So I'll let it simmer for a month before I get grades back. But I'm hoping to just like forget that I ever even took exams for the next 2 weeks, and I'll worry about it next month. But for now, I'm trying to just put it in the past.
I mean, there's just something about trying to turn it off after you've had it on for so long that just doesn't fully click. I think it still hasn't fully clicked for me. Like, it gets dark in Boston at like 4:15 now, and our exams are done at like 4:30. And so it's completely dark outside. I had like no lights on in my house because I was just using all the natural light throughout the exam. And I closed out my exam tab, and there were just like 30 tabs staring back at me on my like 2 monitors. And I was just like, all right, well, what do I do now? I still haven't figured it out. And by the time I figure it out, it'll be time for next semester to start. But definitely glad it's over. And glad to be here. This is actually a really incredible, thing to be able to do. and again, I think really attach that meaning and that reason that we have for coming to law school, which is not to take exams, it is to help people in these sorts of situations.
Someone said this term to me, and I have adopted it as my own. I'm a tabulationist. So I highly advocate people clear out their tabs when they can. We also, real quick, got a special guest on the live stream. We got the pride and joy of East Palestine. Oh, I scared her off.
I said hi.
Hey, who we got? You want to introduce yourself real quick?
Me? Yeah. Tell them who you are. You need a whole chair? Yes, I do. Okay. I am Evelyn Aubrey. I am 8 years old. Talk to me. Talk to them. I don't know what to say. This is Abby.
Hi, Abby. Are you guys having
She's
fun
been
over
published
there?
in the New York Times. She had her own kids article published in the New York Times kids section before our family article came out. So, you know.
Wow. That I did not know.
Yes, she did.
Wow.
Yeah, but Evie's been there on. She was there on the last recording that we did with Chris and Jess. Yeah, she's a I think a regular feature on these interviews, and we absolutely love and adore hearing from her. So, Evie, you guys having fun over there? Is the party going okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, we
We have
got
lots of pizza. If anybody in the area wants to stop over.
We got pizza, gang. We got pizza
We
for
got
the folks
pizza.
in EP. For everyone watching and listening, again, this is what it's all about. We are trying to help great families like this, like the Albrights, like everyone who's been affected by this derailment. So please give what you can so we can help these folks have a good Christmas. They're there in East Palestine right now, holding down the fort. And Evie, it's so great to see you. Hang out, please. We're just talking to the folks at Harvard who brought your parents out and in September. So you know we're talking to them. We're talking to some of the students there who made the documentary about y'all that you know about, and we got a few more minutes here, and I just wanted to ask the gang here one more time, like yeah, I guess like what was it like making that documentary and putting it together, and I guess like anything you want to say to folks watching and listening, like about what you learned making that documentaries.
Can I be obnoxious and just jump in real quick?
Yeah.
And then they can answer that question, which I think this might set up. First of all, we're all here for Evie. I mean, this is let's not fool ourselves. The rest is yeah, it's the dressing, but we're here for Evie. Evie, really nice to connect again. And I want to make that point, which is, in a way, the reason that the Albrights, I think, meant so much to the students at Harvard who had the privilege of meeting and working with them is because they're just nice people. And, you know, Max, you were joking around earlier about how you might have scared the Albrights, right? We're always operating with these kinds of stories about who other people are, and oftentimes those stories are just forms of insulation from those people and what they may be going through. And you know, the New York Times article that featured the Albright family, including Evie, it did a really nice job of humanizing what was happening in East Palestine. And that is really one of our core problems, I think. And law reflects that problem of distancing people from other people and inserting rules and standards and formalities and all sorts of assumptions about those people and giving them names like plaintiffs and defendants or whatever. And all of those things, I think, are part of the issue, part of the problem that allow for power to be amassed as it is in the form of Norfolk Southern to do the kind of harm with impunity as it has, for example. And I just want to say, when each time the Albrights spoke to my students, whether it was over Zoom or whether it was in person, or as I understand from the students who did the video, it was meaningful in a way that nothing else was. And the night that we had a award ceremony for the different tort reports, I won't go into the details, but it was a big deal. And this group of students video won the Torty Award, which is a big deal. The biggest thing that they wanted to say was how meaningful it was to connect with the Albrights. And that's because they're nice people. They're people like all the people in East Palestine, like all the people who are, around the country who we may not know. And I just want to really underscore that for also the listeners as we're thinking about what Christmas might mean in East Palestine this year. It's been a hell of a year, a tough year, and a tough year for the kids, a tough year for the adults. And this is a really good time to think about that and think about what we can all do to make a difference. So I'm gonna end on that, but I just really want to thank the Albrights for being so open and sharing their experience with us, and thank these students for their willingness to connect as they did.
Oh yeah. No, beautifully put, brother. And we got a few more minutes here. I want to give them over to our first years here. Ben, I did just want to say one thing. I don't know if it works the same way with law exams, but I know when I was doing my PhDs, I had to do 2 rounds of the qualifying exams, which sucked. I had to do that in the same year. And what I learned is that whether you pass by a lot or a little doesn't really matter, as long as you fucking pass. Sorry, pardon my language. So like that's what I would say is, like, as long as you get over that hump, baby, the rest is in the rearview mirror. So don't stress out too much. But yeah, from the rest of y'all, I guess just like, since we have a few minutes here left, any kind of final words you wanted to share with folks about folks in East Palestine or folks watching about the documentary, or about anything else that you wanted to talk about before we break?
Yeah, I guess just briefly as a way of big picture, I mean, all the things we learned in Professor Hanson's class, we kind of talked a lot about corporate accountability, and you kind of just get bombarded with all these like really terrible examples, and it kind of gets like overwhelming and like depressing after a while. And then because it's so overwhelming and it's seemingly so frequent, you don't really know where to start with tackling any of this. And then, you just have the opportunity to talk to a family that's actually on the ground and kind of give the effects like some real like poignancy. And then it's a good starting point, kind of, as we kind of been talking about, just humanizing the stories. And then once you start with the people, I think just, the policies or the legal fixes just kind of work themselves into place, as long as you kind of start with that goal in mind.
Hey, so if I could just jump in real quick, I'm somewhat of a professor myself. I was adjunct at like A&M Corpus for a little bit, man, and I will just say that it warms my heart to hear from several students here a sort of heartfelt and authentic concern with the sort of qualitative, the quality of injustice that the Albrights and everyone in East Palestine, is speaking towards. Because, I think we all know what it's like to almost fall off a ledge, and that sort of jolting feeling, but maybe not all of us know what it feels like to have the sensation of falling off a ledge when a check engine light pops up, like there are severities of like sort of what we'll say, broadly injustice. Like, you can have agentic possibilities in your resultant situations on things that are not of your choosing, but then there are the degrees of injustice I feel get more severe as the elimination of agency is. So when we talk to people in East Palestine and they have nowhere to turn at times, or they don't know what to do because the situation is something they've not experienced before, I think, man, it's part of what we're speaking to is what you talked about, John, with like the humanization of like interacting with the Albrights has given the need to address and not forget, and to do something for and to make a difference on behalf of, like, it. You can't understate what that humanization does towards the inspiration towards action. But I just want to say that the recognition of this, like it's like everyone in East Palestine has been like visited by like a sommelier of injustice in a way. It's a particular awful, terrible type that not many people could speak to or have experiential, things that they could impart to advise on that way. And it's part of why we're all here. And just I started this by saying, as a former professor, I mean, if you'd seen some of the students I've taught, man, I can't even get them to email me ahead of time or to let me know about some. So the thoughtfulness, the degree of thoughtfulness, you guys, by just recognizing the qualitative aspects of this as well, is something I meant to comment on and say thank you as well, so.
I was gonna say, don't worry, baby. If there's one thing I've learned from Harvard to community college, no one reads the damn syllabus. I'm just a little tease for you guys, but we got the great Rick Smith in the waiting room, so I do want to go around and just give folks a final word here. Jess, Chris, I'd love for you guys to stay on, meet Rick. But I wanted to give our Harvard crew another turn around the table real quick to say any final parting words you guys got. And then we'll get you out of here on time. So anyone who hasn't gotten a chance to say their final words.
I guess I just wanted to again really extend my sincere thanks to the Albrights. I mean, working with you was such an honor, and I think that if I was in your situation, I would not want to talk to the media. I wouldn't want to talk to people from Harvard. I wouldn't want to thrust myself into the spotlight more than I already had to be. And just wanted to say that I think that your speaking to us has really, I think, lit a fire under a lot of people at Harvard, including myself, to want to keep fighting against injustice and keep, working towards solving these problems that we've been talking about. And just wanted to say thank you. And thanks for the invite to this stream as well. It's been an honor to be here as well.
I just want to echo Kieran's comments again. The Albrights, thank you guys so much. When I'm doing this tour report, I think I speak for a lot of us when we said when it felt like this is like one of the most important things we're doing like right now. Telling a story that the fact that you guys were so honest about the pain, I think really resonated with law students. It got under their skin, but in a good way. Made it very clear this isn't just law. This isn't just a job you're gonna have. This is going to be something you do that impacts people in a viscerally deep way. And to have my classmates come up to me and talk to me about that, it felt like some good had been done and that we had really made an impact. And it was an honor to tell that story, and it was an honor to see it have such a big impact. So thank you once more.
Come on in, y'all.
I'm just going to thank everybody for coming. I've got nothing more to add that hasn't been said, but I am going to popcorn this group so they know this is my cold calling. So Caroline, then Ben, and then Haley, you all should close off.
Just wanted to thank you guys once again. It really was so impactful to talk to you. And like Luke said, it started a lot of conversations in the class about what our careers look like and what kind of impact that makes. So I think that wouldn't have happened if we hadn't had that one-on-one connection with you guys. So just wanted to thank you so much, and please stay in touch. We'll hope to stay in touch with you guys, and thank you.
Yeah, I guess to echo it even further, thanks again. It was great to work with you. It was great to hear your story, and I'm glad it was something we were able to learn first semester 1L. If this was something that a project I had worked on, or a connection I was able to make, deep into my third year at law school when I already had my job lined up. I don't know how how it would have changed trajectory or not, but it was really good to talk to you at the time that we were able to talk to you and start thinking about these things that you set us to thinking about. So we appreciate that a lot.
And I think this is just sort of building off of what Kieran said before, but I can't imagine being thrust into this really unimaginably horrible situation and really thinking so much as you all are about your community, thinking about putting together an event like this, and bringing in donations to support kids and families. And that's something that I really aspire to, and that's something that I'm taking away from meeting both of you as well. So just thank you for all of that.
Well, thank
Well,
you.
thank you to all of you for putting your heart and soul into doing the documentary that you did. We appreciate the work that you're doing in school and will do after school. We definitely hope to stay in touch with you guys. You have a bright future ahead of you, and I hope that you can relax after your tests and enjoy your holiday with your families now. So,
One of the small things about the tragedy that has happened to us, one of the positives that I've been able to take away from it is having the opportunity to meet some amazing people like everybody on this screen right here. Emily Baumgartner from the New York Times, Brian Kaiser from the New York Times, everybody I've met, amazing people. And this wouldn't have happened, unfortunately, in a way, if we didn't have this train run. So, in one way, I'm very thankful that we've all had the chance to meet you guys, and just you're all amazing people. And again, from the bottom of my heart, thank all of you guys.
Oh yeah. And I want to echo that as well, because in more ways than one, we would not all be here on this live stream doing this fundraiser for the families of East Palestine if it wasn't for y'all, right? Because again, John and his students brought us all together. Because Chris and Jess came to Harvard and spoke so openly with me, with the audience, that's where this came from, right? That's why I did the follow-up with Chris and Jess, and I've been in touch with them ever since, and we decided we got to do something to try to help around the holidays. So seriously, I also wanted to let you guys know over there at Harvard that, that's had a difference as well. Just having us there has led directly to us all being here and trying to do more to help. So thank you for everything that you do. Echo what Jess said. Everyone go get some rest. After those exams, go burn whatever you need to burn, punch whatever you need to punch. Get some rest, y'all. Thank you so much for spending the past hour with us. Thank you, John, for everything you're doing over there. And guys, get out there and keep fighting the good fight. Help us fight on the right side. The corporate overlords and the bastards who are destroying the planet, they got enough good lawyers. So we need you. We need you guys. We need the reinforcements. Thank you for being part of that. Thanks so much, y'all. We'll see you later. Bye, everybody. All right, gang, we are at 6:09 p.m. We got 4 hours left on this bad boy. Night has fallen on the East Coast here, but we still got the great Chris and Jessica Albright over there calling in from the East Palestine Eagles Club. And we've got another exciting guest who's been hanging out in the waiting room. We got the one, the only Rick Smith of the Rick Smith Show coming on, and Rick was gracious enough to have me and Chris on his show earlier this week to talk to us about what's been happening in East Palestine, and to plug the fundraiser that we're doing now. Rick, brother, it's so great to see you, man. Thank you so much for joining us. How you doing, man?
Max, how are you today? You look very festive.
Thank you. I was gonna say my sweater is more lively than me at this point because I've been in this seat since 10 a.m. But I'm holding it down, brother. I'm hanging in there.
No, I know exactly what you're going through. I've been there, I give you credit for being the guy who's willing to do it. Good on you, brother.
Thank you, man. And welcome to the live stream. Thank you so much for coming on a Saturday with everything you've got going on. Thank you for having me and Chris on your show. Thank you for the work that you do. I wanted to formally and visually introduce, I guess you've met Chris when you interviewed him, but this is his incredible wife, Jess. Jess, Chris, this is the great Rick Smith. Rick, they're calling in from EP as we speak.
Good to meet you guys. It was good talking to you, Chris, and nice to meet you as well.
You too.
Well, and Rick, we've been having fun here on the stream. We've been talking to folks in EP. We've been having fun. Special guests like yourself help us get the energy up, get folks to donate to the live stream fundraiser. A reminder to everyone, we are here trying to raise as much money as we can for families in East Palestine so they can have a good holiday, so that they can have at least a little bit of help at this time of year after everything that they have been through since the Norfolk Southern derailment upended their lives on February 3rd. You can find the link to the donation portal at the top of the description of this video. All donations are going to the Way Station, a local nonprofit in the area that we've been working with, that Chris connected us to. We had folks from the Way Station on earlier. They're doing great work. And yeah, every penny we get through that donation portal is going back to the community. We've been asking folks around town to let us know if they need help, if they want a gift card from Target or Amazon, because that's what we're going to use all this money for. So we've got 4 more hours to raise as much as we can. We got the man Rick Smith here to help us get over the next threshold. So Rick, I wanted to ask, just for folks who have been watching this throughout the day, folks in EP who are watching and beyond, if we could just talk a little more about you, the great work you've been doing, how long you've been doing it. Just tell the folks more about yourself and the Rick Smith Show.
Well, I'm a 35-year Teamster. I fell into talk radio, and somehow we have fallen our way onto the Talkers Magazine Top 100. I tell my labor friends that I'm on a list of the top 100 talk shows in the country, 95 of which hate you and wake up every day to destroy you. So maybe we should be pushing programs like yours and like mine to get working people all on the same page, so that we have something to be fighting for. We have information to be fighting with. You know, the sad reality is the right wing does such a masterful job of pitting us against each other, slicing us, dicing us, that, you know, events like this are things that bring us back together. And I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. I don't care what hat you wear, red or blue. These are moments where, as a country, we come together and we take care of our brothers and sisters and our friends and our neighbors. That's why I think what you're doing is so incredibly important, because it is about that. And that's why we at the program here, we want to give out some of our working class hero t-shirts, if we can do that.
Yeah, we'd love that.
For a donation of $50, make a $50 donation. We'll get you one of our working class hero t-shirts, extra large and 2X. We kind of ran out of all the other ones, but you know, they're American made, union printed t-shirts, and for a small donation of $50, it's going to make somebody's Christmas just a little bit better, somebody's holiday a little bit better. And isn't that what this holiday is supposed to be? It's supposed to be about charity. It's supposed to be about helping, especially folks who have struggled so much, as we have seen in the people of East Palestine over the last year.
Hell yeah. So you heard it here, folks. First, gang, if you want a working class hero shirt, union made from the great Rick Smith Show, they will send you one. We got XL and 2XL for anyone who donates 50 or more. So please, you know you want one of those shirts. I want one of those shirts. I'm going to donate another 50 so I get one of those shirts. So yeah, so please, thank you, Rick. That really, really means a lot. And to everyone watching, you got to get yourself that swag. So please kick in $50 or more, get yourself one of those shirts. Let's raise as much money as we can. And I want to pick up on, well, 2 things. Before I pick up on that, I also wanted to emphasize something that you said, which is that, you know, you're yourself longtime Teamster, you're a working man yourself. Like, you literally come off your shift into the station, right? Like where you are now.
Yeah, I just got home from work. That's why we're so late in your broadcast, is because got to pay the bills. I drive a truck for an LTL trucking company. I've been in the LTL trucking industry over 30 years. 35 years. Jeez, it's getting long. But that's my job. My passion is about fighting the good fight. It's about fighting what has become the class war. And I started this program 18 years ago because a truck driver buddy of mine said, "Hey, you know, we'd make more money if there was no union here." I said, "Then why are you here?" Because what he had been hearing day, morning, noon, and night, Limbaugh, Hannity, O'Reilly, and he was just regurgitating what he was learning through osmosis. And what I decided is we needed some balance in the airwaves. We needed a working class voice. There are very few working class voices out there who are saying, what's important to working people. I look at what's going on in East Palestine, and it should be of no surprise to anyone that it's been completely lost in the news cycle, because our news is all about outrage candy. It's all about keeping us angry at each other, so we don't actually ask real questions and ask, why did this happen? How did they allow precision scheduled railroading to take over the industry? How did they allow the consolidation of railroads into a handful of mega corporations? How did they get, what was it, 10 people on a train at one point, and now they want to go down to one? When I was a kid, Max, we used to run around and we used to jump on and off the trains. And there was a guy in the caboose who would shoot salt guns at us. It was fun. It was fun, but that was that guy's job. And they had multiple people on the train to make sure that it was safe, to make sure that dumb kids didn't do dumb stuff. Now they want to have one person, and eventually, this is coming. They're not going to want anybody. They're going to want to automate it because, human error. No. We need to get back to figuring out how to hold these massive corporations who are making billions of dollars, how we're going to hold them accountable, especially in moments of tragedy like this. Corporate America has gotten used to spinning off the costs of tragedy onto we, the taxpayers, and we, the working people, and the families who get screwed left behind. Maybe this time we can change that.
Well, and preach, brother. And I want to kind of ask about that. Given that you started the show 18 years ago, and a lot has changed in the country, in the world, and in the labor movement since then. And you've been part of that, right? You've been putting out that message, right? You've been trying to get that balance back on the airwaves, get folks the info they need, the way of thinking they need. And that's what I've always loved and appreciated about your show is you have such a great way of sort of just bringing things down to eye level and talking about the world as it exists to us, right? And I wanted to sort of ask what you've learned over the course of doing that work that you feel we can use in our struggles today, right? Because I think one of the reasons that I tell people I'm so invested in covering labor is I just think it's good and necessary, and I believe working people deserve better, and I believe the people who make society run should be running society. And so there's a whole lot there. But on top of that, it's when I look at the world today, when I watch the media that you're talking about, when I see how much they try to divide us, pit us against one another by race, nationality, state, language we speak, the job that we work at, what team we support, anything and everything they can use to pit us against each other, they will. But when folks are fighting for a better workplace, when they're fighting for a better life with their coworkers, when they are deciding to take that step to form a union or to reform their union or to go on strike against their employer, you got to work with the people you got. You got to work with the Trump voter and the lefty nut job. If you guys don't work together, you're gonna lose. And there's something valuable to be learned in that about how working people all around the country are learning to overcome their differences, or at least learn which differences they can put aside to work together towards a common goal. And we're trying to imbue that spirit here so that we just fight harder for our fellow human beings, but in East Palestine and beyond. But I wanted to ask, with all your experience, what you found in talking about working people's issues from a working class perspective that you think can help us break that sort of just pitting us against each other and putting us ourselves in boxes and all that crap.
Yeah, you take off, I say all the time, it's not about red hat or blue hat, it's about hard hats. It's about getting back to work and rebuilding this country. And for me, one of the things I said when Joe Biden became president is, in order to reunite this country, we need to reunionize. We need to get workers, just as you pointed out, back fighting for the things that make our lives better instead of over the things that divide us. And what's happened, I look at one of the most divisive issues of this moment, the transgender issue. 30 years ago in my workplace, this came up. Ross went away, came back as Rosie. Do you know who cared? Nobody. Nobody cared. Rosie came in, did her job, got the same benefits, same pay, same working conditions, same everything that the union contract afforded everyone, Ross included. And nobody cared. People went about and led their lives. When did this be about the destruction of humanity? For me, it's simple. We fight for better wages, hours, conditions, so that you have the best opportunities to lead the best life that you can possibly do. Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. What Ross or Rosie did in her life did not bother me whatsoever, and it shouldn't bother anyone else. We should be fighting for opportunities for ourselves and our families, and then sharing those opportunities for them to do their thing as well. So for me, it's that idea of, if we can reunionize this country, bring it back to the 25, 26% union density that when I started in the work world, when I started in the LTL industry, it was 85% unionized. It's down to about 10% right now. What's happened in that industry is wages have gotten worse, conditions have gotten worse, work's gotten worse, but the employers have gotten wealthier. And this is where the reality is. You know, when Jay Gould famously said, "I can pay half the working class to murder the other half," they're not paying anymore. We're simply doing it to ourselves. And you know, to bring it back to where we are, if we were more united, if we were not pitted against each other in this urban versus rural, red versus blue, if we weren't pitted in this, maybe the response in East Palestine would have been a little bit different. Maybe it'd have been a little bit sooner. I don't know. But I know our divisions are what has been tearing us apart, and we cannot continue to allow it to happen. We have to keep coming back together and fighting for our brothers and sisters and fighting for fellow working class folks. At least that's my view. I'm curious yours.
You talking to me or the Albrights?
Anyone. The Albrights. Yeah, if the Albrights have I would love to hear what their thoughts are.
Well, bringing up unions, the job that I worked up until April, due to medical issues, was a union job. And my previous jobs before that were not. Minus whenever I first got out of high school, I went into Stillman. But you know, for the long stretch of time, they were not union. When I got the union job, I was making a pretty good living. I had a lot of perks. I had vacation time. I got benefits. You know, it's been great working under a union. Now, you know, this is not the union's fault at all, but because of this train derailment and because of my medical condition, by the end of this year, I got a very big feeling I'm going to lose my benefits. And I don't know what to do with that now. Because, you know, and again, I haven't worked since April. And again, we don't know which road we're going to take and how we're going to be able to handle that part. We're going to have to cross it when we get to it. But to go back on that, though, for the first time in a long time, I was working a union job. And I was making money. And I was getting vacation. I was getting all those great things that unions afford people to do. You know, there was always a good check and balance between, you know, the workers and the bosses, and everything was kept up very well. And we all got along very well, and we all made the same thing. We all did the same thing. Everything was great. You know, now what?
I'm so sorry to hear that. I mean, but to the point that you're making, and this, Max and Chris, go to what I've been saying, you know, every day that I do this show. Union job, better life. It's that simple. And I knew that as a child of 8 years old, growing up in a housing project on the west side of Cleveland, where the neighbor got a job at Ford, and immediately you saw their lives get better. They had food at the end of the month. The kids got better clothes. They got a secondhand bike. They bought a used car. Eventually, they moved out of the projects altogether. So as a small child, you know, union job, better life was a frame that I understood. And, you know, it's my Teamsters union that pulled me out of poverty and gave me the opportunity to have my kids never see the horrible stuff I grew up viewing as a child, the empty cupboards, man's inhumanity to man, however you want to frame that. My kids are never going to experience that. because of the union card I carry in my wallet. And I think every working person should hear that, should understand that, and should internalize it, just as you have articulated as well, Chris.
Well, and like the other side of this, which has come out in the discussions we've been having on the stream all day, right, is you know, we've been talking a lot about what tragedies like this, like, you know, the sort of silver linings or the unexpected like connections that are made. You know, there you can still find light in dark, really dark places, right? And Chris mentioned, right, out of this incredibly dark and horrible year, we've gotten to connect with each other. We're on this call. Like, you know, we were just talking to the Harvard students that, you know, brought Chris and Jess out to speak to the or the professor at Harvard who brought them out to speak to their students. You know, like that wouldn't have happened without this. It doesn't justify the tragedy, but like there is light to be found here. There are these kinds of moments force us to remember what really matters. As you were constantly reminding people, Rick, on your show, you're like that. Like, I think the thing that I find so refreshing about your show is like this doesn't fucking matter as much as you think it does. Like, you know, like you just like you're playing the boss's game by letting these like divisive like kind of issues, whether they're culture war issues or whether they're just like ways to convince some working people to think that they are better than other working people, right? I mean, like all those different things that are put into our brain, you have such a great way of kind of using the fact that we all work for a living and we've all got to put a roof over our heads, food on our table, take care of our kids. We want a good, comfortable, dignified life, and we want to pursue our happiness, right? And like those are the basic issues that I think the vast majority of us can say, yeah, I want that, I need that, we all need that. I don't care who you vote for. I still think that you deserve that as much as I do, right? And so like I think that that's really beautiful. But to like go back to the sort of the light that is come out of like this dark situation that I've been thinking about is that I was covering the railroad worker struggle last year, as we were all trying to talk to railroad workers and lift up that struggle long before the national media was like, oh crap, there's going to be a railroad strike. Where did this come from, right? I found myself, it was very difficult to get people to listen to these workers until it was a national story. Because it, you know, they was like, oh, well, I don't work in the railroads. You know, that's for whatever reason, I couldn't get enough people to listen. Then East Palestine happened, and I think like more and more people have started making the connections of like, well, what the workers were fighting for, if they got it, we might not have crap like East Palestine. Like if these places were properly staffed, if workers were taken care of and not run into the ground, if they were listened to about how long the train should be and shouldn't be, right, then we would not have avoidable catastrophes like East Palestine. So I think what we're seeing from Hollywood, the Hollywood strikes, I see you wearing the SAG-AFTRA shirt, from Hollywood to the railroads to practically everything else. It's like the corporate overlords are pissing everyone off on the consumer side and the worker side. They're endangering our communities. They're polluting our communities. So it feels like out of this darkness, out of this desperate place that we're in, it's at least becoming clearer who the real enemies are and how the rest of us are all being hurt by the same forces.
Yeah, it shouldn't be this hard. I mean, we shouldn't need a catastrophe to tell us, you know, which side we're on. And I know, you know, my entire life we've been told we're all going to, you know, we're going to all be millionaires. We're all going to have corner offices. We don't need to do those dirty manufacturing jobs because we're all going to get, you know, Harvard educations. And like I've driven by Harvard. They never let me in. But, you know, the reality is we still need people who are going to do work. And that work has to have dignity. And I say this about every president who comes into office. I want them to return reward to work. If you get up, I don't care what you do, and you do what's expected, you work your 40 hours, you bust your behind, you should be able to keep a roof over your family's head. You should be able to put food on the table. You should be able to take a vacation every once in a while. You know, back to the old bread and roses strike. Yeah, bread, yes, but roses too. Yeah, we want basic necessities. but we also want some of the good stuff in life too. We don't want it all. I don't want to make a killing, but I want to make a decent living. The fact that we have a handful of people, we'll say the Waltons, who control more wealth than more than half of this entire nation, and the employees that make them that wealth have to go to their state governments and ask for health care and food stamps and for school lunch programs for their kids is deplorable. And it should make working people angry across the board. And yet we're told, no, those are the people who are the problem. No, those are the people who are making this country really great. Those are the people who are showing up and busting their ass so that we can have these billionaires. And I keep saying, for Christmas, please dig up Dwight Eisenhower. Bring me back the Eisenhower tax code so we can tax these bastards out of existence and have the wealth trickle down like we were sold. We were told trickle down was going to be rivers of gold and honey. It was going to be like manna from heaven. I've been trickled on all right. It's yellow, but it ain't manna from heaven. So the reality in all of this is the sooner we find our way back together and take off the red hats and the blue hats and put on a hard hat, the sooner we get to rebuild this country, which again, and I don't want to get too political because I know that's not what this is, but I think Biden is moving us in that direction. The fact that we are on the path to end neoliberalism makes me thrilled. The fact that we're talking about reforming and changing some labor laws makes me thrilled, which is why I think these events, these moments should give us an opportunity to come back together. And as I said at the beginning of this, reunionize America so we can reunite America.
Man, but like you said, just to think that it took this long for at least the public to wake up to the how BS the trickle down theory is. That's, for as bad as things have gotten, for as much as working people have been squeezed, for as far down this road as we've gone, and we've got a long ass way to go to turn things back, it's at least good to know that people are yeah, trickle down is BS. It did not trickle down. We're just all getting screwed. And these fat cats are all just they got more wealth than God and they're destroying the planet. So maybe we should do something different. Now, what we do next is up to us, right? What happens next depends on what we all do now. And that is why I'm so grateful to Rick and to everyone who is also a fellow member of the Labor Radio Podcast Network, which we at Working People are honored to be a part of as well. I encourage folks, go listen to Rick's show, go listen to the other shows in our network, because when you hear the voices of our fellow workers, when you hear about them fighting the fight, whether it's in their workplace or in their communities, whether it's folks rallying to try to help our fellow human beings and fellow workers in places like East Palestine, right? That's where you remember that, you're the one who makes history. We make history. It doesn't just get handed to us, that we've just been taught that. So we got to remind ourselves that whatever happens next, we have a stake in determining the direction if we fight hard enough. And Rick is reminding us every single day what it looks like to fight. And he's talking to the folks who are fighting that fight. And Rick, I know I gotta let you go, and I want to be respectful of your time, but just I wanted to ask if you had any final words for Chris, for the folks in EP, for the folks watching the live stream, and also let them know where they can find the Rick Smith Show.
We'll start with that. Free Speech TV is in 70 million homes across the country. You can find it at freespeech.org, or just go to the ricksmithshow.com. You can grab the podcast, all of that stuff there. So that's out of the way. Follow me on Twitter and social media at Rick Smith Show. All that's out of the way. For the folks in East Palestine, I wish you guys the healthiest, happiest Christmas possible and holiday season possible. I'm hoping that everyone digs deep into their pocket and sends a couple of bucks to make sure that this is a memorable holiday for everyone after such a horrific tragedy. And again, I'm hoping people will clean out my t-shirt drawer, and if you donate $50, we'll give you a Working Class Heroes t-shirt from our Working Class Heroes tour. And I'm wishing you guys from my heart the best holiday possible.
That is the great Rick Smith. Chris, anything you want to say to Rick before we hops off?
I really, really appreciate everything that you're doing, what you're doing, just to spread the word about East Palestine, and not just with us, but with everything that you're doing like that, getting the word out, letting people know what the situations are out there. I just got to meet you earlier this week, and I'm already a fan. I will be, watching what you do and supporting what you do. And I appreciate what you do, and just like everybody else that I've had the pleasure of meeting it very recently, you're a great human being, and devoting your time and doing things like this means so much to a lot of people. So thank you.
I'm just your brother. The reality is we're in this together. And I wish the best for your health, for your family, and the best in the new year. Max,
Thank you.
good on you and Jules for doing this. Amazing event. I know how difficult this is. I've done this kind of stuff over the years. So kudos to you, and best to you and your family in the holiday as well.
Thank you, brother. Right back at you. Solidarity from Baltimore, the great Rick Smith. Thank you for joining the stream, brother. Really appreciate it.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. Real quickly, guys, I do have one little small update. We're up to 1935.
All right, let's go. Let's go.
Let's keep it going.
Let's get past the 2,000 threshold, gang. We've been live streaming since 10 a.m. this morning. We just spoke with the great Rick Smith of the Rick Smith Show. Rick was gracious enough to have me and Chris on his show earlier this week to promote this live stream. And if you missed it, Rick did say here on the stream that if anyone out there is watching and you give $50 or more to the fundraiser, you will get a Working Class Hero shirt from the Rick Smith Show, which they made when they did their great Working Class Heroes tour around the country. So get yourself some Rick Smith swag, contribute to a good cause, give what you can, and share the fundraiser around. We really, really appreciate it. We are at 6:38 p.m. Eastern time here. We're on the home stretch, just about. We're a little over 3 hours left in the live stream. We want to raise as much money as we can. We got more great guests coming on to help us keep the energy up, help us keep the solidarity flowing. And we got my man Chris Albright over there in the Santa Penguins hat, calling in from the East Palestine Eagles Club. Chris has been working his butt off to get food donated, to get folks there. I couldn't have done this without him and all the many people who have been pitching in to help. But yeah, Chris and I have been like working our butts off for the past few weeks to try to make this happen. And we've got some familiar, friendly faces for the podcast listeners on the stream right now. We got my man Adam Johnson from Citations Needed podcast. You've seen his bylines all over the place, including here at the Real News Network. Everyone should check out Adam's great work. You should check out his column at Substack called The Column. And we got my man Doug Williams here, just like fucking, I mean, if you want to know an organizer's organizer, if you want to hear stories from the trenches of the labor movement, you need to pull up a seat at a Waffle House and just listen to Doug talk. But Doug, Adam, thank you both so much for joining us on the stream, guys. Really appreciate it.
No problem at all.
Thanks for having us. You guys have been doing this for what, 7 hours, 8 hours?
Eight and a half.
That's a lot.
I don't know. Time is an illusion at this point.
That's a lot. Well, I'm hoping I'm like,
circle.
I'm hoping I'm like, they call The Rock franchise Viagra. He sort of shows up to like the G.I. Joe movies or the Fast and the Furious and just kind of injects some energy. I'm gonna be live stream Viagra for you guys. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna come in here and bring energy.
Let's do that.
I can't quite bench press as much as The Rock, but it's the same idea.
Yeah, but like rhetorically, you do.
Yes, I lift the heavy lifting rhetorically / my rhetoric is my triceps, my denouement is my squats, my words are my triples.
Sure.
Let's go with that.
Yes, Adam is just a brilliant writer, brilliant commentator. If you guys are not listening to Citations Needed, you need to correct that yesterday. But yeah, Adam, just I guess I gave the little introduction, but tell us a little more about yourself for folks who are watching this in East Palestine and beyond. Tell us a little bit about what you do, the kind of work that you do, and yeah, I mean, you guys, you've been talking about the railroads as well. You talked about East Palestine. Like, just give us a little more of an intro to you and the great work you do.
I do media criticism. I'm a media critic. which is to say I write, and then I have a podcast where I criticize media that we perceive as being bad or reactionary or sort of cynical. And I've been doing that for, gosh, 6, 7, 8 years at this point. I don't know. Podcast just entering, I think it's on its 7th season. So, and then I write for Real News. I write for a few other places, The Nation, and my Substack, incidentally, which can be found at finer Substack stores everywhere. And yeah, we did cover some of the media narratives on East Palestine when it happened. But yeah, I'm glad you're doing this. You said you almost raised 2,000. Is that right?
Yeah, we're just at the crest of 2,000 right now.
1935 right now.
All right, well, we can do better than that. You're 1935. Okay, all right. Yeah, let me try to promote this bad boy here. Let's get some asses in the seats.
Thank you, bro. Get that Viagra.
Yeah.
Into the stream.
Franchise Viagra.
Speaking of Viagra, franchise Viagra. Doug, while our boy Adam's blasting out the stream, thank you, Adam. I want to bring you in here. Ask if you could, to the folks watching and listening, introduce or reintroduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do.
Would you like me to reintroduce myself? My name is Doug.
Yes.
So, you know,
this is a bad bookshelf. I gotta
grew up in Suffolk, Virginia. If you've ever eaten anything from Planters Peanuts, you have eaten something from my hometown. We are the peanut capital of the world. So grew up in rural Virginia. Have sort of been a adult nomad of sorts. You know, I've done labor, community, political organizing since I was 15. It's just sort of my thing. You know, I learned from two of the best, my father and my grandmother. And I, you know, currently work as a union organizer, sort of transition into this role from being a labor educator for the past 5 years. And, you know, when you think about it, organizing is education of another sort, right? So, you know, you go into a lot of these places where they might have a vague familiarity of unions, but you know, like the way our media ecosystem is, you know, up until the last, I would say, couple of years, what you found was that when unions were covered, right, it was always for something negative. It was always for something bad, or even when workers decided to stand up for their rights, what you found was that, you know, there was always, the media was always spinning it a different way. You know, I distinctly remember when John Deere went out on strike a few years back, and an Iowa television station, fantastic hat, the triplet.
Yeah. We got another wardrobe change, gang. We got a new hat on Chris.
You know, hey, you know, triple the hat, triple the donations. Y'all donate to this.
I like it.
Right?
I can't see though.
But no, so, you know, John Deere goes out on strike, and this news station in Iowa was like, they post on Facebook, is there anyone who is having the operations on their farm affected by the strike? Please let us know. And obviously they're not asking that question because they're going to do some sort of deep pro-union analysis, right? It's going to be, you know, look at these guys, like, you know, going out and disrupting your life. But I think in the last few years, we've started to see that narrative change, where you have folks like Real News, where you have folks like Rick Smith, who been on his show a couple of times over the years, where or you have the Valley Labor Report in Alabama. I mean, I remember when I wrote on, me and my friend Brian, our personal blog, The South Lawn, that was briefly sort of syndicated by the Century Foundation. I was one of only two bloggers about labor in the entire South, right? Like me and a journalism professor at Ole Miss. And now, it's everywhere. People are talking about labor. People are talking about their rights. But as I used to teach people, if labor organizing was about here, we'd be Iceland, right? Because even the most hard-bitten anti-union person understands exploitation, the devaluing and unvaluing of their labor. They understand it here, but they have to understand it in their heart. And that's the job of an organizers, to be that catalyst to help workers organize themselves, right? So, it's my life's work. And, I'm happy to sort of continue that, right? That's a little bit about me.
Hell yeah. Well, and like it's a perfect segue back to Adam, right? Adam, I don't know if you heard all that, but we were talking about even just the difference that Doug has seen over the career of organizing, of like the difference it makes when you've got more media that are educating people on their rights, reporting on labor struggles, not in the shitty way that we all grew up with, that's very anti-labor. And of course, these are the waters that you swim in as a media critic. So I was wondering, like, even in the course of starting the show, if you've noticed like any sort of changes in the way that people are approaching that, whether it's labor or anything else. But also, yeah, I just wanted to ask a little bit about the East Palestine coverage that y'all were doing in the wake of the derailment.
Yeah, well, I mean, anyone I think who's been a labor reporter will tell you, because I'm not, I'm a media critic, but Sarah, who is going to be joining us in a minute, my partner who runs Workday magazine at the University of Minnesota.
Shout out to Sarah and Workday magazine. Everyone go subscribe.
She's been doing labor reporting before, like way before I was, Mr. Left Wing guy, back when I was bartending and doing all kinds of drugs and sort of aloof to the world. And she'll tell you that it's changed radically. I mean, it's totally, it has improved. The problem is I really think it's gone from like 1% to like 9%. Like it's still, if you talk to, it's like most people, a lot of these narratives haven't trickled down, and that's kind of I think that's kind of where we're at. But I do think it's progress. I think Doug's right. Like if you just look at the way labor is framed 15 years ago versus today, it is getting better, and it's kind of against my interest as a left-wing media critic to say things are getting better, but sometimes they do, and so you sort of have to acknowledge that. Otherwise, you're not credible. And I think that, but again, I still think there's a way more to go. So like we've done several episodes on anti-union talking points. We did, we sort of do your basic ones that one kind of hears. Third partyism. It's gonna just wreck the economy, all these kind of talking points, and we try to break them down, because I've heard them in my daily life. I'm from a very anti-union state. I'm from Texas originally, and obviously I grew up in a conservative household, as Max, I know you did too, so we've sort of heard them all, right? You and I both grew up listening to an ungodly amount of Rush Limbaugh, so we've heard them all. That's where we first bonded, is you're like, wait, your dad made you listen to Rush Limbaugh 3 hours a day like you did? I'm like, oh yeah. This is why, like in Face Off, where like the tagline is like, to stop his enemy, he must become him, or whatever. Like I know the conservative mind. I know it like deep down. And like, I remember when one time Trump was like going on some rant about environmental regulations of dishwashers, and a lot of liberals on Twitter is like, I don't get this. And I'm like, have you never met like a normal suburban Republican? They're obsessed with like petty government and environmental regulation. Like people in the 90s used to bomb, like, become terrorists because of like blind salamander restrictions in the water. I mean, it's we sort of get that mindset, and so I always start from that position when we do the show. It's like, we used to straw man him as the conservative uncle, but it was actually a thinly veiled version of my dad. Because I don't want to smear the poor guy. There's always there's sort of like it's very tropey. Everyone sort of has seen the things like, well, unions used to make sense, but they don't, today they don't make sense anymore because we're not digging coal, even though we are. We're not digging coal. We're at Starbucks, and it's like, well, why would Starbucks not have a union but coal didn't? Well, because coal's like a lifetime job, and those jobs are transitory. Okay, you realize that coal before unions was a transitory job, right? It was not a lifetime. The reason why it became one is because of the union, things like that, right? And this sort of image in your head and all those tropes you sort of work to debunk, and there's things where I think you see things really kind of begin to push around the margins or be kind of chip away at those tropes that I've seen is really twofold. Number one, I don't want to put too much stock into this, but I think a lot of media, both print and TV, becoming unionized helps a lot. I think that it really does raise consciousness levels when people in media themselves are in a union, which wasn't really the case until 5-10 years ago. I think that is not the perfect solution, but I think it does help sort of make people more aware of it. And two, I think it's the work that the unions themselves have done. I mean, look at this stuff. Obviously, you have UAW played in the media like a fiddle, I think, to a large degree, which is almost unheard of in my lifetime. Mostly because the leadership of a lot of unions, let's be frank, was a little bit more complacent, a little bit more deferential. Didn't really fight those big ideological battles. Sort of begun from a position of weakness, etc. I don't want to name names here, but I think that's kind of changed. I think a lot of that had to do with a lot of entryism and a lot of activist work to sort of get into those positions. I don't want to give away where the sleeper cells are, but they're there. I think that you do notice a difference in tone, a difference in militancy, which again I think just almost always rears better results, and people see that. I know there is some dispute about whether or not the UAW agreements were the best they could get, but ultimately like those were way better than you would imagine. Again, I think a decade or two ago, right, in terms of actually delivering for members. And then I think when people see that, when they see the sort of even when media tries to disparage it, they still make it seem awesome. Like NBC News says, and then he wants a 4-day work week and wants a 50% raise. And then they're like, can you believe that? And then, Jim Cramer has a brain aneurysm. And then you're like, and the guy, for a lot of people at home are like, oh, that's greedy. But then it seeps into their head. They're like, wait a second. Because even if they get half of that, that's a 25% raise. That's why can't I have that? And then they say, well, you can have that too. It's not mutually exclusive. You can come join our union. You work at Tesla, you work at, a non-unionized factory, you work at Toyota, whatever it is. You can come in the South. You can join us too. And I think that all that cultural shift, I think, and again, tight labor markets, whatever, having an NLRB, I'm going to do something I don't usually do, which is praise Joe Biden. But I think even having like a better NLRB, it helps a little bit, right? So I think, but again, to the extent to which Biden's pro-labor or whatever, he's responding to those forces to remain politically relevant. Because it used to be you could just tell unions to go fuck themselves and they would just automatically pull the lever. Am I allowed to swear on this? We're like wearing Christmas.
Yeah, you're good.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, we're like raising money for toys for children. I'm over here like, and then fuck this guy.
I've been good. I actually have not been.
You have a Christmas sweater on, so it seems weird. I wish I had known. I would have worn mine. But anyway, I think that's changed. I think that's positive. Again, I think people who actually do union organizing could probably speak to this better than I do because I'm a podcaster. I don't talk to people. I just yell at them. But that's the sort of vibe. That's the vibe I get in the ether. Obviously, there's much more labor reporting. There's more consciousness. There's way more labor activity. And I think that is definitely improvement. I do think in terms of the big picture, like ideological work, in terms of people's misconceptions about unions, anti-union prejudice, a lot of the again, I think very glib, the sort of cultural tropes. And she's home. Hi. Are you going to join the live stream? 1 second, she's coming. She's joining the live stream.
Hey.
This is not incidental. She was actually scheduled to join, but she had to.
We got the great Sarah Lazar.
She had to stop and get ice. We're having a holiday, a Hallmark movie, ironic Hallmark movie watch party. Although I'm not even sure if it's ironic anymore, to be honest.
Is it? I was gonna say, is it ironic? Love Hallmark.
We're watching.
How many times we talked about Hallmark movies, Max?
I was about to say, Chris, weren't you guys just going deep
The title is. Wait for it. Hold on. This is good. So I didn't realize there's actually a subgenre of Hallmark Christmas movies. of cozy murder mystery Hallmark Christmas movies. Are you familiar with this? Which strikes me as a little
cozy murder mystery.
yeah,
Cozy murder mystery.
which strikes me as a little glib because when I first heard that, I'm like, well, what about that's kind of like a traumatic thing to be murdered. How do you make like a cozy? And they're like, they kind of gloss over it, and they're like usually very old, and they don't have a lot of friends. And I'm like, okay, so it's called Murder She Baked: A Plum Pudding Mystery.
Oh my God!
Here's the poster. You can see the
Murder She Baked. Outstanding. Outstanding. So this is what, if for everyone watching who maybe only like knows their Twitter avatars, this is what Adam Johnson and Sarah Lazar are doing on a Saturday night.
To be fair, we're having people over. It's not just we're not doing it by ourselves. If we did it by ourselves, it would be kind of sad. But I feel like if it's a social thing, it feels less sad.
I agree with you, but I'm still going to give you shit for watching Murder She Baked.
I'm doing. All my friends are out of frame. I swear, they're coming.
The movie sounds kind of dark. I'd say it sounds.
Did you have to tell your friends Murder She Baked?
I missed the punchline. Murder She Baked. Yeah, I don't. Hopefully, she's not baking.
Sequel to Half Baked.
It's not a Hannibal Lecter situation.
This begs the question, though.
Yes.
And then this is apropos, and also we may have, one of our other special guests who let us know that she may have to hop on earlier at 7. We're gonna see if she's coming on. I don't want to say anything until we know if she's coming on. But like while we're waiting on that, while we're on the topic, I was talking to Chris about this the other day because like we were like, what are the go-to Christmas like movies that you got to watch every single year, and what's the top one? So I want to pose that to the group. It better not be Murder She Baked, but like what's the top 3 like every year Christmas rotation movies?
I mean, I'm cliche, but I genuinely think it's one of the greatest movies ever made, which is It's a Wonderful Life. A very, very good movie with a like vaguely lefty message, but also is maybe a little bit, but also bourgeois. I love that movie. I try to watch it every year. It always gets me choked up. I don't cry because of course not. And then, hey, Sarah, you're joining?
Hi, Sarah Lazar, editor of Workday Magazine.
Can we just take the headphones out? Is that going to be too much reverb?
Yeah, you should be fine.
All right. Hold on a second. Microphone system. Hello, can you hear us?
We can hear you. We got the great Sarah Lazar joining Adam over there in Chi-Town. Sarah, can you hear us?
Yeah. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey.
So hello, welcome to the live stream. Thank you for joining with us. Sarah's the incredible editor of Workday Magazine, and she's just done incredible work before that at In These Times and a billion other places. Everyone should be following and reading her work. Sarah, we were in the midst of a very, very important group question, which is, what is the top Christmas movie that you got to watch every single year? So Adam said It's a Wonderful Life.
What can I say?
Oh my gosh, did Adam tell you what we're about to watch right now?
I should.
Unfortunately.
He wants to know what's your go-to Christmas movie, not what we're watching tonight.
We did hear all about Murder She Baked.
a plum pudding mystery. You have to get the whole. Speaking of exploitative non-union labor, you know how they make those movies in Canada, right? That's why they make them so cheap. We did an episode on the Hallmark schlock, and we had David Roth on talking about it, and
we have a guest in the waiting room.
And then we had a guy call in who said, I used to work for them. They're still horribly exploited. He came on with a masked voice, like the kidnappers for ransom, and he talked to us about it. It's actually pretty interesting. Anyway, go ahead.
But wait, let's pause real quick because I want to also pose this question to our next guest. We were gonna have her on at 9, but she did inform us that she would be able to hop on a little bit sooner. So we're gonna have a big group affair. We're gonna ask her favorite Christmas movie. We're gonna try to raise some more money for the families of East Palestine. We got the only Senator Nina Turner joining the live stream in just a second. And while Senator Turner's getting set up, I just wanted to remind everyone watching and listening why we are here. We've been live streaming since 10 a.m. this morning. We're going to 10 p.m. tonight. We got 3 hours left. We are trying to raise money for families in and around East Palestine so they can have a little extra help around the holidays after everything that they've been through this year. The fundraising link is at the top of the description of the video that you are watching right now. Please donate what you can. As Rick Smith of the Rick Smith Show said earlier, if you donate $50 or more, he'll send you a Working Class Hero t-shirt. And if you can't donate, just please share the fundraiser around to as many people as you can. We got 3 hours left. Let's help these folks have the Christmas that they deserve. Senator Nina Turner, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh, almost. So she's still getting set up. So sorry, I didn't mean to jump the gun.
How are you?
Hey, we got her. Senator Turner, how's it going? Welcome to the live stream.
Well, it's so good to be here, Max. How are you, darling?
I'm hanging in there. I am high on the Christmas spirit, but also a lot of Red Bull. But the solidarity's been going all day. We've got a great a group of folks here on the call. We've got Chris Albright right there in the Santa hat. He's calling in live from the East Palestine Eagles Club. Chris is I've been working with him the whole time to put this thing on. Chris, this is Senator Nina Turner.
It is great to meet you. Very, very, very nice to meet you.
Me too, Chris.
And we got our my podcast producer, the great Jules Taylor. He's been running the stream. He's the man behind the show. We've been holding it down since 10 a.m.
Wow.
Real quick, too, Max. I'm sorry, Jules. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go right ahead.
I was just saying it's wonderful to meet you.
You too, Jules. Thank you.
I do have somebody else who's been waiting here for a decent amount of time. I talked to Jules earlier. We're going to try to get her on. She's another resident. So I'm going to have her come on if you guys don't mind and have her tell her a little bit of a story.
Come on, yeah, we'd love to. And to everyone else on the stream, you know, we are so grateful for any time that you can devote here. If you gotta hop off, let us know so we can go to you so you can like say a final word. But yeah,
I'll be here all night.
Yeah, let's bring her on, Chris. I want to toss it to Senator Turner and ask her if she could just introduce herself to the live stream, say hello, and anything you want to say to the folks in East Palestine right now.
Yeah, Max, it's great to be with you. I want to hear the resident first. Can we do that? And then you bounce back to me?
Yeah, so we're getting that up. Hi, can you hear us?
I'm Sharon.
Sharon.
Yeah. Sharon. I just want to preface this with a couple things. Number one, my hands are shaking because I do not like public speaking. I've been trying to avoid it for 50 years. But also, I'm not an East Palestine resident. I live on the Pennsylvania side. Luckily, my two children do not live anywhere near this area, but the whole rest of my extended family does. Hundreds of people are between a mile. I'm the furthest one out. I'm 20 miles out. So the next thing I want to show you is the map that probably, maybe some of you have seen before, but it wasn't just East Palestine. This is, you could probably see my hand shaking, but this is the day of the burn. So there's, I don't know if you can see Pittsburgh, but it went right over there. I don't know if my house is, you know, way close in this map. And a lot of us, it's funny how some of us, I didn't even find out till that day they were going to do the burn. There was no news. I didn't find out till I got an alert from our Beaver County on our Pennsylvania side saying everybody within a 1 mile radius to evacuate. And that's the first I'd heard of it. I'm 20 miles, so I didn't, you know, I just started searching for information. And once I found out what was going on and what they were going to do, I trying to watch the clock so that I could turn my heat off and came over, watch the wind direction, and I watched because they knew an inversion, we were having a weather inversion, and they knew the wind was only going about 3 to 5 miles an hour. So by the time I think the burn was an hour or two late, so I had my heat off for quite a while. And then I watched the wind speed. We saw the maps of where it was going. I knew that the wind was supposed to change direction about midnight. So at midnight, I went out to check the air. And that was a mistake because then I had a sore throat, burning nostrils for months. So the wind still hadn't picked up at my house. So I went back in and I checked again at 1. And then at that time, it seemed like the air had cleared out. It wasn't that chloriney chemical smell anymore. So I knew it went over us. You know, I knew a huge area had been affected. And they tell us this turns into phosgene, or I'm not good at remembering all these chemical names, but it's whatever they use to gas people. So anyway, I knew I could turn my heat back on. Maybe I shouldn't have turned it off because I did save my filters. I knew to save my filters. And they didn't tell anybody to do anything. They didn't tell anybody to turn your air off, seal your windows. You know, as a matter of fact, they went around town after a few of us in these groups on Facebook started mentioning save your air filter. Well, then suddenly they were passing everybody out free air filters. You know, probably just to throw the evidence away. I have one cousin who's like 1.2, 1.4 miles. It's way too close. I made a few notes so that I wouldn't forget what to say because I am shaking and I apologize.
Well, I would just say you got nothing to apologize for, sister, because you do.
I know. It's just that my public speaking skills, ever since a speech teacher made fun of me in front of the class in high school, I don't handle it well.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. Your witnessing and testimony is incredibly important for people to hear. So thank you so much.
Thank you, because I don't have a lawyer. I don't expect to get anything out where I'm at because they can't even. And this is why I've been focusing on the East Palestine group, the people that need to be moved. Because if we can't even get them to admit that those people should be moved out, how are they ever going to get to me 20 miles out? They're not. So I've been trying to at least be there for those people. And like I said, I haven't done any. This is my first interview because I'm terrible at it. And it's just gone on so long, it's unbelievable. You know, the lawyers drew up maps. The lawyers drew up a 30-mile radius and said, okay, you can join, you know, you can file suit if you're within this 30-mile range or you've been in that 30-mile range for a couple hours during these dates. You know, we all live there. My whole family. And it's scary because I think that we've been so beat down for the past 3 years that everybody's too tired. I don't know very few people in my family who want to stand up and speak about this or stand up to the, you know, I mean, you're standing up to the government. It's not like you're just, you know, your local mayor or something. This is huge. And I think that's part of the reason they're sweeping it under the rug is because they know how huge it was. And they're probably all shitting in their pants too about what to do about it. I show you that map because they're just focusing on the dirt they dug out, you know, and they say it's all safe now. It has taken all the creek rangers, all the citizen scientists to prove to them that it's still all over the creeks. And why is it in the creeks? Because it's seeping out of the ground still. It's under the city buildings. And they're trying to tell people it's safe to go back. The whole thing is just, you know, you don't know what to do. What good is the lawyer going to do me? One lawyer, I've gone to a few meetings, but I haven't signed up with anybody. But the one, I specifically remember him saying, it's up to us to show how it's damaged us. We have to prove, the burden of proof is on us to prove those damages. So all those people downtown have to get sick first. All those businesses downtown have to have their businesses hurt first before they can say, well, these are the damages I have. It's totally ridiculous. Sorry, I'm gonna.
No, I was
and I want
actually
to
going
say
to ask.
also, since I'm 20 miles out,
Keep going. Keep going. Sorry, there was a
since
delay.
I'm 20 miles out, I avoid this area. I avoid this area. We had a live, another news channel had a live downtown here, and I did come back. I come this way to shop. I come this way because my sister lives over here. I come this way because every farm I love to buy produce and eggs and meat from is in between my house and here. And I don't feel safe buying that stuff anymore. So I've been over near this direction 2 times the week afterwards, and you could smell it. You could smell it in Lisbon, where I got my hair cut. You could smell it in, trying to remember the little town outside of East Palestine where I went to the lawyer thing. But you could still smell it. It was the week after. They're telling everybody to go home. But the lawyers at that one said, this is our 9/11. It's going to be decades and decades of lawsuits until we can see any kind of compensation, relief, whatever. So that's one thing. So just from being close to town 2 times the week after, and the night it came over my house, and then the wind shifted at 1, and it went back, back over my house eventually and went back the other way. Just from that short exposure, I had symptoms. And they don't want to, I went to their little health department thing just to document my symptoms. And it was a joke. It was on the Pennsylvania side. And we did a tele appointment where I had a health department nurse sit beside me. We couldn't get the video to work, so we did it by phone, and me saying, well, the nurse is looking at my pictures here and looking at the timestamp on my pictures here. This is the chloracne I had down my arm for months. I ordered, the doctor, of course, the doctor said, well, have you changed detergent lately? Have you done this lately? Have you changed this? It's like, no. And it seems too far after the derailment for it to be from that. And I said, I'm trying to tell you, and the nurse, look at the timestamp, nurse. I'm trying to tell you how long this has been going on. And you're trying to tell me, anyway, so I got those doctor records back. And of course it says it wasn't from derailment. So, who could we go to? Who could we go to? There's no one to go to. And I have been to town once for another news station that had a live. And that same day, maybe it was the day before, I can't remember everything exactly. Someone in town said, the smell is really bad today. What is going on? And everyone else agreed. And I'm like, okay, I'm trying to contact everybody I know to contact about the live that they're going to do later that night. And I'm like, why? Why are we doing this in East Palestine? Why can't we do it outside? And wouldn't that make a better headline to say, oh, at the last minute, the live stream had to be moved because the chemical smell was so bad in town. I smelled it tonight coming in. It's obvious. These people around here who live right here might be used to it, but I'm not. It is obvious. Sorry, so yes, I had symptoms. Mine are mostly gone, but I have some other weird ones popping up here and there that, nobody knows what that is, and you never had that before. And I don't know. I just want to say that I think a lot of people believe the authorities because that's what we were taught forever. And it can't be true that they would do this to us, just leave us here. And they're too tired from all the other fights this past 3 years. I'm exhausted personally. I don't have time for this. None of us do. Now it's Christmas. We don't have time for this. We want to spend the last amount of good time with our families that we can, while we can, because the world's on fire. So I thank everyone who's fighting so hard for us. I'm trying to do what I can, but it seems like most everybody wants to close their eyes and say, oh no, but the EPA told me this, it's okay. Everything's safe. It is not safe. And we will find out in years to come how many cancers we come up with. And I also want to say another close relative had to move many, many years ago because of a cancer cluster, because they lived so close to a toxic waste incinerator plant or whatever. So where do you go? They've already moved once. Where do we go that's safe? So somehow we have to get everyone to realize, why do we need all this plastic? It may not be necessarily to get rid of it completely, but do we need to throw away forks and spoons at every baby shower and every this and every that? It just doesn't make sense to me. You know, and when I was growing up and I was getting married, I'm in my 60s now. If you had a shower, and I'm not picking on anyone doing this, because we've been conditioned to do this. You know, we had our showers in the church basement, and we reused their silverware and plates. It's just a small example of all the little food containers. You know, you want to get rid of oil for cars, but do you not realize all the oil that's used for all this disposable plastic little thingies? It was foisted upon us. We never asked for it. But now the newer generations, that's what they're used to. And it's going to be a hard sell to go back. And I try to pay attention to all the different angles. And I've seen so many of the podcasts. I watched the podcast. I'm going to get this wrong, but I think it was Iowa Senator. He's retired now, but he used to be a railroad engineer.
Oh, Jeff Kurtz, yeah.
How many, what did they call them? They weren't technically derailments yet, but they were car separations.
Yeah.
Has gone from a couple a year to a handful a day. So this will happen more and more and more. And you got 2 and 3 mile long trains now. It's going to happen more and more and more. And we don't have anywhere to turn to, because where do we move? Do I move closer to the plastic plant that I live beside now? You know, what are they doing to our environment? Do I move to, you can't. You can move to the middle of nowhere, and someone's probably buried some barrels of chemicals there years ago. It's just everywhere. We're being poisoned left and right. And I guess that's about all I have to say.
Well,
Thank you
sister,
for being patient.
Oh, I can't thank you enough for sharing your story with us, sharing your thoughts with us. And I mean, like what you described, I really hope people listen to and hear.
I hope they do too, because it's the whole Northeast, and it's not just the Northeast. Because I got up in the clouds and it's everywhere. You can't tell me the clouds don't look different now. It's coming down on everyone eventually.
Well, and I did just want to say, like, you know, again, everyone here, everyone watching, you know, I know we need more, but everyone here is sending all of our love and solidarity to you. We know that we're also just fellow people, you know, in our different parts of the country. There's only so much we can do, but we want to do whatever we can. But I really want to make sure that folks watching and listening, like, kind of really take to heart everything that we're talking about here, because again, the live stream is going to end at 10, but the nightmare that folks in East Palestine are living through will not. It has not stopped since February 3rd. And as we're hearing here, like, I mean, that nightmare is creeping around all of us in different parts of the country. Like whether you're in Flint, Michigan, or Jackson, Mississippi, Navajo Nation, or farming communities that are getting their well waters poisoned by massive hog factories. I mean, like the sacrifice zones around us here in Baltimore, in Curtis Bay, they're basically a sacrifice zone because of the CSX terminal there. So how many of our communities are we going to sacrifice until we have nothing left? That's the stakes.
That's it. There's nothing left. They're just taking and raping and pillaging everything, poisoning everything.
Max, I'm sorry to do this. I have a hard out at 7:15. I do have to go. Sarah's gonna stick around. Everybody, it was a pleasure to meet you. Sorry I couldn't be around longer. I just have something I have to take care of, but thank you so much. And thanks for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Enjoy the Hallmark Christmas movie. We were talking about our favorite Christmas movies before we hit the top of the hour, but we're so grateful that we've gotten a chance to talk to you and hear directly from you. Like I said, you are among friends, so at least I want to say, A, your public speaking is great. Your teacher is an idiot and wrong, and I will punch him in the face. B, you are among friends, and I wanted to just ask our incredible cast of folks if y'all had any words of support or solidarity or anything you wanted to share while we've got everyone on the call.
Yeah, I'm glad, Max, you said something about that teacher. I've been seething ever since Sarah, correct, said that about that teacher. We know there are many extraordinary teachers, but that particular teacher and the fact that what they said to you, what they poured into your spirit is still impacting you that many years later is just a further testament that who's in the classroom does matter. And I agree with Max. You were extraordinary. You gave your testimony here today that is going to touch many hearts. I did come to East Palestine on February the 21st with a dear friend of mine, and the guide that took my friend and I around was John Russell, who has grown up around there. And I'm telling you, just the devastation, the heavy heart. I could smell it too, just coming in there and just everything that you described. This is not over. This has been an epic fail of government. It really is. And Sarah, I really took to heart when you said people are just tired, beat down, just even too tired to fight.
We're exhausted.
Yeah, and I get that. And then when you combine that with life, just life and in general, even without what happened to you all in that whole radius, life is happening to everybody. The government failed, just flat out. And not the local government, but state and federal government failed, and they're still failing. And I totally agree with you that many years later, we're going to find out the exact devastation that this has caused. We worship as a nation at the feet of corporations. We allow corporations to do anything to people in this country and also other people, other working class and poor people in the world. And it is absolutely catching up with us. So I am just so happy that Max and the rest of the team, that they're having this fundraiser. I want to say to people under the sound of our voice, please donate to help the residents of East Palestine be able to enjoy a wonderful Christmas and even beyond that, because they need activists and organizers to continue to push. Sarah, when I came there, I was on national TV. Well, I do a lot of national TV, but one of the things that I said on one of my appearances on CNN is that it was abhorrent, at the time that this was going on. And I know President Trump came in, and I know that the majority of the residents in and around that area voted for President Donald J. Trump. And some people on the neoliberal side were saying that the people in that community got what they deserved because they voted for Mr. Trump. And I said on national TV how abhorrent that was, that nobody deserves that. No matter who the hell they voted for, they don't deserve that. And so just the complacency, the lack of humanity one to another, it shows, and it can come out of anybody's mouth. It doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat, libertarian, country, rock and roll, R&B. Sometimes people can be so insensitive to the feelings and the needs of people. And because our political environment is so toxic to that point, that people of high note, people who are highly regarded, people who have big platforms could fix their mouths, as my grandmother would say, don't fix your mouth, to fix their mouths to say that about the residents of East Palestine. It really got to me. And when I was there, people were really surprised to see me there. Definitely the community does not have a lot of African Americans living there, but that wasn't the main reason why they were shocked to see me there. I was told by residents that they were shocked to see me there because I was a Democrat, that Democrats did not care about the pain and the suffering of those residents because they are Republican. And I hate to say it, so many people on the Democratic side, not all, but too many of them of note, did reek of that kind of of lack of ability to have compassion and throw the damn politics out the window, the bad kind of politics that consign people to not being able to live a good life and not really caring. So, sir, I want you to know that there are people like me and Max and Sarah and others who are on this call who really care deeply, Jules and Douglas, just all over this country who really do care. All the time you don't necessarily maybe hear those voices, but people do care because they know what happens over there happens over here. The fact that you said it's not just East Palestine, it is Pennsylvania, it is other areas in and around too, because air has no boundary. Water has no boundary. Dirt has no boundary. It's only human beings that act and comport themselves in this way. So we are lifting you up. Again, those who can donate, it doesn't have to be a lot of money, just a little bit goes a long way. There's an African proverb that says that many hands make for light work. We need more hands donating what you can, doing what you can where you are to help our fellow sisters and brothers and family and friends in East Palestine, because but by the grace of God, there go any one of us. So we are lifting you up. We're going to continue to fight. I hope that that lawsuits continue to persist, even if got to sue the government. Definitely got to sue Norfolk. They definitely need to be sued. And hopefully something good will come out of the suffering that the people in and around East Palestine have had to endure and will continue to endure.
I really want to second everything that Nina Turner said. That was so well put. You have our solidarity, you have our support. I hope that listeners can donate what they're able to. And, I just want to acknowledge something, which is, for a moment, East Palestine was in the national and international spotlight, but then the cameras went home and the media interest faded, which makes your testimony more important than ever, because the problems that unfolded in that horrible incident are still impacting residents and having a ripple effect, which you so eloquently described. And I also want to lift up people like Max, who are truly modeling what it's like to stay on a story long after it's the popular thing to do, long after it can grab you headlines or grab you clicks. And, Jules as well, in your role at Working People podcast, and plenty of other folks, not to limit it just to you two, but I just really want to name how hard the struggle becomes when the cameras go home, the empathy dries up, the interest dries up, but the problems don't, the issues remain. You're still in a community struggling that really deserves to be heard. So much appreciation to everyone amplifying that story, and to you specifically for continuing to speak out. Yeah.
And I just want to say, one, I really resonated with that teacher story. When I was in high school, one of my big ambitions was to get into politics. And so I actually mentioned this in a class, and my teacher was like, "Oh, for what party?" Hello, Lumi, it's my cat. And at the time I was a Democrat, so I said Democrat. He said, "Well, I'll never vote for you." I'm just like, bro, what? Like, why? I don't care if that's actually true. Why would you tell a kid that? Like, and so many of these people, it's like they get that little bit of power and they turn their unhappiness outward onto others. So, I really resonated with that. And also solidarity to you, echoing everything everyone else has said, as I like to say, when I'm out here doing organizing, or when I'm, teaching a class about labor, stuff like that, the baseline of our movement is solidarity. If you don't get solidarity, you don't get shit. And that's what it boils down to. Sort of last thing I kind of wanted to say was, when I was thinking about parallels to what happened in East Palestine, my mind went to the train disaster in Lac Mégantic, Quebec, in 2013. train carrying all from the Great Plains derailed in this Quebec town, killing 47 people. It was described as literally like a bomb on wheels, right? But the more I listened to your story and the more I really started thinking about the sort of aftermath and the reaction and people wanting to move on and, like this is over now and blah, blah, I could not help but think about Flint and how the president of the United States went to Flint, Michigan and drank a glass of water and said, "Oh, the water's safe here, right? Water's safe here. There's nothing to worry about." And as we all know, that wasn't true. And it's really telling how our country treats people that they deem to be disposable. And they're not. But they don't have the money, they don't have the media cachet, they don't have the political connections. So these are just like those people over there, right? And if you have long-lasting health effects from what happened, or your community's not the same, and as you said, we got to see damages before we can diagnose and say what's going on. It's a sickness. It is a sickness of our society that we deem what Jesus would say, the least of these, right? As people who don't deserve the basic tenets of a secure and good life in a country that is the wealthiest on earth. And it's despicable. It is plumb dumb despicable. And for y'all to even have to continue to fight to keep your name in the news and keep your cause out front. This should be a constant effort on behalf of all of the forces of our government and our society to right this wrong. And listen, you might think in East Palestine that there are people out there, there are a lot of people out there who have moved on, that don't care. Well, there's at least 5 people here and many more who have donated, that do. And our solidarity is everlasting. So, thank you for sharing your story and letting people know about what is going on and the struggles that y'all are having, because maybe this way we can bring this stuff out to light and we can get, more people fighting with you in the trenches. So thank you. Absolutely.
Hell yeah, baby.
I'm so sorry. I have to jump off, but I just want to say thank you so much for all the work that you're doing, for inviting me on, sending all my solidarity and good wishes, and just appreciate all of you.
We appreciate you, sister. That is the great Sarah Lazar, editor of Workday Magazine. Everyone should read Workday Magazine. It rocks. Sarah rocks. Sarah, thank you so much for coming on. Thank your husband, Adam, for coming on. Have fun watching Murder, She Baked, the Hallmark classic. Really, really appreciate you. And I want to be respectful of everyone else's time. So I promise, we can kind of wrap this segment up. And Jules and I will take our final break of the night before we have our final stretch here in a couple minutes. So I have so many thoughts running through my head, but I did want to offer our other guest, if you got to hop off in a sec, if you wanted to share any final words before I go on my own kind of rant, because Douglas and Nina have got me, they got the fire coming through me, so I want to yell about some stuff.
Yeah. I, James Baldwin's spirit has been on me as of late, and one of his quotes, "Not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced." And we're gonna face these things. It's not just, I mean, what happened in Palestine and Flint, Michigan, and Jackson, Mississippi, and other places are just the canary in the coal mine here about what is happening all over this country and actually all over this world. I was on with Chris Cuomo last night on News Nation, and Chris Cuomo actually came to East Palestine and did a town hall. And I am going to ask him. I'm not sure, if they will do it again. But just, Sarah, you have been such an inspiration. I hope that they would be willing to come back. We got to keep shining the light on what is happening there so that people understand that we are all interconnected. If they do it to you, they'll do it to anybody. They'll do it all over the country. Things like this are happening all over the country. And just the indifference, the callous indifference that especially people with fancy titles have, to Douglas's point, if you're not seen as wealthy enough, then people don't really care enough because power is wrapped with money. Money is wrapped with power. And it really is an absolute sin and a shame in this country that it is worshiped to this extent that we feel as though people are expendable. There are no expendable people. And we do have the means. We just need people with the political intestinal fortitude to do what is right. And oftentimes throughout our history, when there's ever been a push for justice in all of its forms, it didn't happen because somebody with a fancy title all of a sudden got a conscience. It happened because ordinary people put a little extra on their ordinary so that extraordinary things could happen. And we must recapture that moment right now for all times, because justice, as much as we would like to think that it is a destination, it is not. It is a journey, and every generation is charged with advancing the lead, keeping the lead, keeping the things that we have achieved and advancing that lead for ourselves and for other generations. So we are in this fight with you and the residents in and around East Palestine, Ohio, from East Palestine, Ohio to Pennsylvania to other places in this country where just the neglect has taken hold. It would be one thing if we were a poor nation, but we are not a poor nation. I am beyond disgusted. In a bipartisan way, this Congress just passed for this current president an almost $1 trillion military budget to make war. But yet, when it comes to lifting up the people in this country, when it comes to our domestic tranquility, they can't come together to do that. So it is going to be up to each and every one of us in who have good conscience, who understand that we need a social contract one to another to continue to stand up and to continue to fight. So I am humbled and absolutely honored to be in this fight for justice in all of its forms with each and every one of you. Max, thank you so much for your work. Jules and Douglas and Sarah, for the courage that you had to tell your story, to talk about what is happening to you and to your family. And you are a reflection of millions of people in this country. So thank you for using and lifting your voice.
That is the one, the only Nina Turner. Nina, thank you so much for hopping on this stream on a Saturday, no less. And I know you were traveling, and I mean, but just thank you, sister, for everything that you do. Thank you for lending your powerful voice to this noble cause. Thank you for the work you're also doing, folks. We'll see behind Nina Turner, the We Are Somebody. This is also just to speak to the spirit of solidarity. She's working to create a national strike fund so that we can support our fellow workers out there who are fighting the good fight elsewhere. So she means it. She's putting the money where the fight is, right? That's what it's all about. And we really appreciate you taking the time to come on the stream tonight. Nina,
thank you, Max. Much. Thank you. And thank you for being on our advisory board. And as Max, yes, I forgot to talk about, but we are a capacity building organization for working class people, both unionized and non-unionized, because we're all workers. And I often say, unless you got a sugar daddy, a sugar mama, or sugar somebody, we all work for a living, and we need a worker solidarity no matter where you are on the pendulum of workers. If you got to work, You may be blessed to be in the upper echelons of that working class, but we all work, and we need to have the kind of class and caste solidarity that will be necessary to turn this thing around. So go to wearesomebody.org. Nothing but love for each and every one of you, and I look forward to our next assignment. Merry Christmas and happy holidays to everybody.
Merry Christmas. Solidarity from Baltimore.
Solidarity.
And God, okay, this has been the jolt that I needed, because I mean, again, we're talking about such heavy stuff, and we, again, I just can't thank you enough, and everyone over there in East Palestine who've been sharing these stories with us. And I can't thank you, Doug, enough for giving us your time, spitting your fire, spreading that good spirit of solidarity. Jules, I love you to death. We've been doing this since 10. We're almost there, baby. We got 2 hours and 40 minutes left. We're going to take our final break of the night before our final push. We got more great folks coming up in the stream, but I did just want to kind of offer a thought here, right? Because everything that everyone said is spot on, and it was so powerfully put. And I'm just so overwhelmed by the spirit of generosity and solidarity that we've seen throughout the day. But yeah, the points that we were just kind of talking about, I think really bear us sort of sitting with, right? Because this is something, Jules, I know you and I have talked about before, maybe on your show even. But this is a message for all of us, right? Because we've been railing on the people who have failed our brothers and sisters and siblings in East Palestine. And there are many, but we are talking about the company, Norfolk Southern, that failed them. We're talking about the state and federal government and government agencies that have failed these people. We were talking about the media that have failed to stay on their story and demanding accountability until we get accountability. The failure has happened on so many unforgivable levels. But we have a role to play in here too. We have soul searching, to do here as well. I don't think we're bad people for forgetting about this or that story because we live in the 21st century. And I say this as someone who works in the media. I know how hard it is to keep your attention on a single story when it feels like a million bad stories are coming in the door every single day. That's not your fault. That's not my fault. Living in that world is tough. But I need us all to understand that the role that we have to play here requires us to do work on ourselves, to decondition, right? To take off that kind of conditioning that we've grown up with that has led us to believe that any of this is okay, that has led us to feel like we can carry on with our daily lives while a tremendous injustice, a horrific injustice like what happened to the folks in East Palestine, is not a national crisis that we are all mobilizing to address, right? The very fact that this could be going on 11 months after the derailment, that folks, like Sarah, like the Albrights, like everyone we've heard from today and more, that they could just be left to live in this nightmare with no help, or very little help. The fact that is not a national outrage, that we are not up in arms about it, that we are not, breaking down the doors of the halls of power demanding answers and action, right? That says something again about how we are conditioned to live in this world, and how that conditioning is not, it's not going to give us what we need to build the world that we deserve. Right, because what I think Jules and I talked about maybe this time last year, maybe it was earlier in the early days of COVID, but I talked about how I can remember as a little kid going with my mom up to LA, right? And I mean, my mom was like my BFF. We would go and check out my mom, Regina Alvarez. Shout out, Mom. Hi, Mom. I know folks have been watching back home, but yeah, my mom and I, we went to museums. We would go to LA. We'd just hang out, have fun. And I cherish those memories. But I do remember, as a little kid, what it was like to kind of drive from Orange County to LA, to walk around the city and to see more unhoused people than I was used to seeing. And to see the ways that people around them were acting and ignoring them and conditioning themselves to turn off that part of your humanity that tells you as a little kid, why is that person living on the street? Why is no one helping them? Why is no one freaking out about this? This seems wrong, right? Why don't they have a bed? Why are people actually talking meanly to them? Right? As a kid, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand how, like, something like that could happen. But as you get older, every day, you just start to accept it. The world tells you that's not your problem to fix. That's not something that we can fix, or maybe they deserve it. Even worse, right? I mean, like, those horrible lessons that this is what got me thinking about it, is when we were talking about the teachers and the imprint that a bad teacher can leave on your psyche by saying something so unfeeling and stupid and mean-spirited, by not valuing, like the life and humanity of all their pupils, all of that. Like, if a mean comment from a teacher can leave a lifelong imprint on you, imagine what the mean-spiritedness with which we treat our fellow human beings living on the streets does to those people. Imagine what it does to us, what it does to us to again see so much injustice all around us, and to tell ourselves that it's not our concern, that there's nothing we can do, and that in fact this is fine and bearable. It's not bearable. Like we cannot keep going on with this. Like, I think that's again my just sort of cliche, quixotic sort of plea here, is that there's a crisis of imagination here too. There's a crisis of feeling. There's a crisis of our hearts having been closed off over the course of living in such a brutal, unfeeling culture, in such a rigged economy that treats us so poorly and pays us so little, in such a screwed up political, scene here in the United States that constantly pits us against one another, to the point where people could say with a straight face, who cares about the people in East Palestine and what they're going through because they voted for Donald Trump? Like, how much of a monster do you have to be to even think that? Let alone to say it out loud and not feel embarrassed, not feel ashamed, not feel like there's a black stain on your humanity. Right? I mean, that is a sign of how far away we have gotten from one another. And if anything, I just hope that watching this stream, listening to the stories we share on working people, listening to the folks in East Palestine, just reminds you of what you knew as a kid before the world beat you down into accepting the unacceptable. This is wrong. This is absolutely wrong. This is unbearable. This is unforgivable. We cannot let this keep going. We've got to do something. We've got to try to help these people now on this live stream with what little money we can give, and please give everything you can. But much, much bigger. Like, we've got to stop accepting this, because this is unacceptable. We cannot accept our fellow workers being exploited, mistreated, having their rights trampled upon because they're trying to organize for a better life and a better workplace for themselves, which is their right in this country. They are getting fired. They're having their lives ruined for exercising their right. And they are exercising that right to try to improve their lives. And yet we're watching those rights be violated left and right. And just like everything else, we kind of say, well, not my concern. There's nothing I can do. That is unacceptable. So it doesn't have to be everything. You can't fight every fight. No one can do everything, but everyone can do something. We've said it a number of times before, but I just want to leave folks with this hopeful plea, right? That let's start here. Start in that place that makes you think those awful things, or that ask yourself how and why we are able to go on with our lives while folks in East Palestine are going through everything you've heard about today. Right? There's something there that we need to work on in ourselves so that we don't close ourselves off to our fellow neighbors, our fellow human beings, our fellow workers. Right? Because if we don't start there, none of the other goals that we have, none of the fights that we need to fight and win together are even going to be a possibility. So please, Don't forget about these people. And don't forget what you knew when you were a kid, that you and your fellow human beings matter, that your lives matter, and they matter more than this. And with that, I want to thank again our incredible guests over the past hour. I want to thank my man Doug for hopping on. Doug, give us a sign off here before we take our break. Tell folks what you're working on. Any final messages you got for the folks in EP?
I mean, righteous fire, right? That's what you just spit. Like, felt that in my bones. And again, if you can donate, folks, please give. Please show a bit of financial solidarity to these folks during a tough time. You know, the holidays. No one wants to wake up on Christmas morning to an empty tree, right? No one wants to be devastated like that on a day that's supposed to be about love and joy and togetherness. So please, please give what you can. And I'm proud and I'm honored to have been even just a little part of this over the last hour and a half. So thank you for inviting me on. And y'all, let's get this done.
Let's get it done, baby. Keep up the fight over there, brother. Keep doing the great work that you're doing. Keep organizing the world. We appreciate it, brother. Thank you for giving us your time, your insight, your passion. Really appreciate it. And we'll let you go because we know it's late. And Jules and I got to take our final bathroom break of the night. So thank you again to Doug Williams. Thank you to Adam Johnson. Thank you to Sarah Lazar. Thank you to Nina Turner. Thank you to everyone who's come on the stream over the course of the day. We've got a little over 2 hours left before we're done with this thing. We've got the great Savage Joy Marie coming on the stream in a few minutes. So Jules and I are going to take a little break here, get our final win, second, third, fourth win, whatever one we're on this time.
Yep.
Yeah. Go to the bathroom. We'll see you guys back here. Let's see. Let's get rolling at 8:05 p.m. Eastern time. It is 7:54 right now, so we'll see y'all back here in 10 minutes.
I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems that I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work to do. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems that I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems that I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems that I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I Gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. Taking care of business, woman, can't you see? I gotta make it for you, and I gotta make it for me. Oh, sometimes it seems, girl, I'm neglecting you. Well, I love to spend more time. I got so many things to do. Oh, I got work to do. I got work, babe. I got work. I got a job, babe. I got work. I got work. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do. I gotta make it for you. Got so many things to do.
All right, gang. We are back. Final wardrobe change has happened. This is my other Christmas sweater. And we are joined by the great Savage Joy Marie. Welcome to the live stream, sister.
Thank you so much. And I actually have an additional special guest.
This is a big one, gang. Also, Jules, yeah, you have not properly introduced your cat to the stream.
Oh man.
Oh my God, look at this. We got two babies on the stream right now. Oh.
This is Duchess Snodgrass Von Dumpling the Third.
Oh,
And
Duchess.
she has her little sparkle outfit.
Oh my God, I'm
Her
dying.
little dress, your holiday dress. We need to raise money. I'm freaking adorable, and so is this kitty. And we need money. Please give money to the people of East Palestine. I mean, look at these faces.
Look at the faces. Oh my
Yay.
God.
Thank you,
This is
baby.
too much.
So this
Too
is
much.
Fifi.
Hi, Fifi.
Fifi doesn't really like
We are
being
totally
held.
pimping our animals to get donations. Let's
Totally
go.
Pimping the animals. This is how she pays the rent. You know?
You know,
Thank you for your
Duchess
service.
was actually Miss November. She won a shelter calendar like 13 years ago. And
Oh,
she was
wow.
Miss November.
Oh wow, that's incredible. Well, now I feel bad. I should have brought my kitties to the studio. It is my
Right.
long held dream that I could find a way to have my little babies like running around the studio so that I could just curl up with them and cuddle and fall asleep.
I knew you were a cat person.
Oh yeah,
I
we
knew it.
got 4.
Damn.
You know, I take it one
Um,
step further, man. I thought about like forming a podcast that has to be done like in bed. You know, to really,
Oh,
you don't have to leave the comfort of like if you could fix a mic and a camera to where you're just like hanging out, and then it could become its own thing and be its own like comic relief when you're having really intense conversations, but you're just like hanging out with like a sleep
Yeah,
mask
put it on OnlyFans and then be like, but actually.
But actually, we're talking to a professor of philosophy today about, you know, what is freedom or something, you know.
You know,
I'm gonna
I
read theory.
I really love this idea because it's tickling all my Russian literature nerd nerve endings here. Because there's actually a famous Russian novel called Oblomov, and it is about a wealthy guy, a bourgeois guy named Oblomov, who spends the majority of the book on his couch, and like it's not a great book. I mean, I didn't really like it. I got the point, but after a while, I was like, okay, I get it. But I feel like, yeah, Jules, if you did your own like Jules Blomov like redux and podcast, it's an Oblomov for the 21st century where we're podcasting from bed now.
Right.
I was actually like, I legit was the first person. I've been watching since 9:57 this morning.
Oh my
And
God.
I learned you were an English major as well. I did not know that.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, so I'm a literature nerd, but like I veered into Russian literature. Like,
Oh.
like there's a long story behind this, dear live stream viewers and listeners, that we won't have to go into. But like, I was always a literature dweeb, but I was, working to be a medical doctor like my whole life because I didn't see literature as like a profession. It was just a thing I liked.
Yeah.
But yeah, then I got to college and I hated organic chemistry, and all I could think about were the Russian novels I wanted to read. And like our family, we didn't know. We were like, yeah, I could be a professor. That's a cool job too. We had no idea how messed up higher education was, but yeah, here I am a few degrees later with a lot of knowledge about literature. But I am.
Well, how do you pronounce Nabokov? Is that correct, or do you say Nabokov?
I mean, I always said Nabokov.
That is the correct way. I approve.
Is it the brothers Karmanov? The brothers Karamazov? What? How do you say that?
Bratya Karamazovoi.
I knew you were Russian, guys. Guys, oh my God!
It's all coming out. I'm a Russian agent. It's my cover's blown. No,
My real name is Svetlana Bubush, and I come here. Nobody's supposed to know, but I feel at home now, and I just share.
Svetlana Babushka. That's got to be the name of your next dog.
Yes, Svetlana Bubush.
I promise I'm not a Russian agent. I'm just a dumb Mexican American kid who didn't realize you can't get a job with 3 degrees in Russian literature.
But you can't have bragging rights.
You do got bragging rights, but what am I bragging about?
Yo, man,
I know to English people like me, I think you're fucking awesome.
Oh, I appreciate
I will tell you this, Max, man, you inspired me on my road trip down from New York to Texas. I found an audio book of the brothers Karamazov, or whatever you just said, right? And so I was like, 19 hours of an audiobook, what a coincidence. I got like a 26-hour drive. Maybe I could try to fit this in there, right? So I listened to this like grand novel, and it just, Dostoevsky had a way of like getting to a point where it's like, I don't really care what happens with these 7 characters now. I've been listening to this for long enough. And it's through this like quitting of listening to the audiobook that I kind of absorbed a Dostoevsky sort of lesson about the length of life and how, I don't know, one gets kind of exhausted and we fall into roles, and you just, I don't know, like, life is how it is as it lands upon you, and you make the most out of that given conditions. And I don't know, there's something beautiful about it. But anyway, so I stopped listening to that about 3/4 the way through. But I thought of you for most of that on the way down, of like, what would Max, I can't quit for Max. I can't, but maybe there's something I could learn out of this in quitting that Max might, something like, but I did think about that quite a bit. Yeah.
Oh my God, I'm just imagining like the scene of Jules getting pulled over somewhere in the middle of America and, getting his hands up against the car while Brothers Karamazov is coming through the speakers.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. I mean, I could
We have a serious issue here.
What's that?
I said 10-4. We have a serious.
Yeah, this guy's. We got to throw this guy in jail.
Like 10-4. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
Well, and the key word that you mentioned there, Jules, is exhaustion. That is definitely an experience one feels when reading big, heavy books of 19th century Russian literature. But not to go too far down that road, because I could yak on about that all day. But I want to, remind folks once again here in our final hour and a half of the live stream. We've been going since 10 a.m. We are here to raise as much money as we can, as you know, for the families of East Palestine and folks living in the area who've been affected by the catastrophic Norfolk Southern train derailment on February 3rd of this year. You've heard throughout the day the absolute nightmare these folks have been put in and have been living through and have been fighting through. We have been trying as hard as we can to keep the spirits up, even though we're talking about some really, really heavy stuff. But I hope more than anything, what you take away from this is that our fellow human beings need help. We need to be there for them, however we can help. Just by not forgetting about them, by keeping their names and their struggle in public consciousness, by fighting to pressure our elected officials, demanding answers and accountability from our government agencies, from Norfolk Southern, right? And fighting harder for one another so that this doesn't happen again, and that these folks, their life is never going to go back to normal, right? And there's no way that Norfolk Southern can just pay out of its pocket enough to buy back what it stole from the people living in and around East Palestine on February 3rd and on February 5th. But they damn sure can give a lot more than they've given now. And in the meantime, we are doing everything we can to try to raise some money for these families so that after everything they've been through, they can have a little bit of peace of mind around the holidays. They can, buy that extra gift that their kid wants. They can have a nice family meal. Anything that we can get is more than we had before we started this stream. So please, 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 in our final 2 hours here, let's raise as much as we can. The donation link is in the top of the description to this video. If you can't donate yourself, please send it around to 5 people who could, right? Anything helps. We really, really appreciate everyone who's donated so far. Thank y'all so much for watching us. Thank you for donating. Thank you for sharing the stream. Thank you for caring. Now, like I said, we got another hour and a half left. Don't worry, we're not going to just talk about Russian literature, although if the live stream demands it, we will. But we are incredibly fortunate to be joined by our sister in arms, the great Savage Joy Marie, yet another beautiful human being who has been staying on this story, trying to cover it as best she can. She has been posting regular, live streams, video reports on her YouTube channel. She's gone to EP herself. Joy, I wanna like, since we jumped the gun, I wanna formally bring you in here and yeah, ask if you could just like introduce or reintroduce yourselves to the great live stream viewers and listeners. Tell us more about yourself, your connection to EP and the folks there, and the work that you've been doing on your channel this year.
Yeah, I've done my show almost 7 years now. And I started as just an activist and a voter who just wanted answers. And this was before indie media like really blew up. So I just wasn't seeing the questions being asked I really wanted them to. And especially with, politicians and things as such. So I just did whatever I could to get people on and get congressmen on and get candidates on and just, actually hold them accountable and ask what needed to be asked. But I started as an activist and an organizer, and that's kind of how I've continued. As far as EP, I really learned about it as a journalist. My girlfriend, Jenna, she lives in Pittsburgh. She sent me the day it happened. I live in Pennsylvania as well. And she's like, Joy, oh my fucking God. See, this is why they put me after dark, because I swear a lot, just a heads up. But she was like, Joy, you need to see this. And I covered it that very night. And then the more I talked to, residents in and around EP, I began becoming so close to them. And, So it started out as like a journalist interviewing people, but as an empath, like it changed like immediately when, you know, I felt such a connection to them. And then after interviewing some of them, you know, we just stayed in contact. And still, 10 months later, I still talk to many of the residents in text every single day because everything changes. And, you know, I have them still calling me, some of them just sobbing, saying, I cannot get out of bed anymore. I can't do this. And it's so hard to tell them, yes, you can. You can keep doing this because I have those days. So I can't, you know, how can I just be so freaking sure that, yeah, you can keep going? Because if I were in their situation, I don't think I would be half as strong as someone like Jamie or Hillary. Those women inspire me so much. And I see them just constantly fighting. And I know they have their bad days too. I talk to them on those days. But so many of these people are such inspirations. And even as an activist and organizer of so many years, I did not understand what solidarity was until I started organizing with people in East Palestine. I did not, you know, these people were not even activists before. And, you know, shout out to Unity Council. I mean, the way these people organize is like, I've worked with people who have organized for 10 freaking years who can't do what East Palestine has done. And they've just inspired me so much. And so I did a mutual aid thing. I raised over $8,000, and my friend Jenna and I brought some U-Hauls of diapers, groceries, pallets of water, you know, kids' clothes, just whatever we could, and had a big Medicare for All rally in Lisbon, which is the next town over. And then I still had some money left over from what we filled the U-Hauls with. So I posted my phone number in a bunch of EP Facebook groups, and I said, if you need something, text me. So I just began shipping out orders specifically. A lot of people needed newborn diapers. That one hit me. I was like, damn, like, or a lot of diapers for babies under a year old, or tons of clothes for kids under 5. You have back to school supplies, you know, just like Hillary said, you know, we were able to get her a bed and bedding, and, you know, Jamie's 3-year-old Kyla, we were able to, I ordered her a, like Kyla all new furniture for her, you know, her bedroom and stuff like that, because a lot of people don't realize, but when you relocate from East Palestine, even if it's metal, if it's wood, regardless, you can't just scrub that shit down. Like, everything is done, everything, your clothes, anything. Like, my one dear friend Chrissy, who I know is not able to be here today, but she's one of my dearest friends ever. And, you know, one of her things that upsets her so much is she said, you know, the one thing I want so bad is the ornament that I hang on my tree every single year of my daughter's handprint. And we all know those. We all made those. And that's like a plaster, you know, doesn't matter. She couldn't take it with her. So I think, you know, it's so important that people understand that not only did these people lose their livelihoods, their jobs, things like that, they've lost their homes and everything in it, everything. Like Jamie said, you know, Kyla, they take, you know, toys off the road if they can. You know, she had to get rid of all her toys. I know a lot of the little kids I've tried to help out, and it's so upsetting because it never stops. 10 months in, and it's only gotten worse. So I'm so thankful that I have been able to connect with so many residents and been, they're my family, like for life.
I can feel it, sister. I can, and I can see it in your commitment to them and your refusal to give up on them. And I know that, like it can feel impossible, and like we're trying to carry water in our hands, trying to help as little podcasters where we are. But we see you and we appreciate everything that you're doing, your passion, your love for folks there in EP. And we've actually got another EP resident on the call, calling in from the East Palestine Eagles Club, where our friends the Albrights and folks in town have been hanging out, eating some good donated food. Let's see. Can you hear us all right, brother? Is this Darren?
Yeah, that's Darren.
Darren, thank you so much for coming
Hey,
on the
hi.
stream.
Hey, first of all, I thank you, Max, Jay. Thanks for doing this. Appreciate Joy. She's been to my house. Joy did come and visit us. And I mean, you can talk about so many things, but it's like Chris said earlier about the unions. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I mean, we're living through this nightmare here in East Palestine almost a year later. It's just like nothing happened. It was like you farted under the covers. I don't know how to describe it. It's just to me, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's criminal, but nobody seems to think the same way that I think. I don't think I'm that far left wing that something happened here that was a travesty to all the people, and it's just like nobody cares.
It's wild, man. You gotta be left, right, up, down. That's just human decency. That's just common sense. Like, you can't do this to people and then just say, like, go on with business as usual. That's insane. And I wanted to ask you, man, if since you're just coming on the stream, before we sort of dig into that, we got folks watching, we've had folks donating from around the country. Folks are watching on YouTube right now. I wanted to take a quick step back and ask if you could say a little more about yourself, your roots in EP, your life in EP, and anything you want to share with folks about what life has been like for you since February 3rd.
Absolutely, Max. I'm 60 years old. I lived in East Palestine my whole entire life. And, we used to be a tight-knit community, and that's kind of wavered. But when this tragedy first happened, I was down at the weigh station, as part of your guys' live stream here. And there was truckloads of water coming in. And not only truckloads, but there was like one case of water coming on a FedEx truck from Minnesota. There was, one truck of water from some upstate New York, FedEx to East Palestine. Our government gave us absolutely nothing. Nobody gave us anything. But the people in the country, they knew what happened to us. It's like something it happened somewhere else. This crap happened somewhere else. But you know what? This time it was our turn. And life will never be the same here. I mean, the division in town. When this first happened, we had emails and stuff from everybody all over the country. Well, the first thing that Norfolk Southern is going to do is try to divide you. And I thought, oh, not here, not in East Palestine. We're 4,700 people. Everybody knows everybody in this town. But by God, they divide us. They divide us. And it's neighbors hate neighbors. It ain't our fault.
I mean, like, so I know for folks watching, like I've said this before, so I'm trying to just collect my thoughts, man. And I just genuinely appreciate you sharing this, both of you. This is heartbreaking. This is horrible. That none of you deserve this, and I know how painful it is to share this over and over again after everything you've been through. So I just really wanted to thank you for being open, being vulnerable, for sharing your story with us. And we're so sorry for everything that's happened, and we're gonna fight as hard as we can for as long as it takes to get justice here, because this is so unjust. This is so unforgivable. And I know that, obviously we're doing the live stream here. We're the show Working People. Every week we interview workers about their lives, their jobs, their dreams, their struggles. And so we're coming to this with a sort of labor mindset, right? That's just who we are. That's how we think. That's what we do. But that doesn't mean that's the only way to understand what we're talking about here. I just wanted to preface what I'm going to say, because I keep thinking about just the eerie and horrifying echoes of what folks like Darren and his neighbors are going through in East Palestine after what Norfolk Southern has done to them. And what I hear from workers around the country, like Starbucks workers trying to unionize their store, and 2 years later, they don't have a contract yet. Half of the people who started the union drive have been fired. They've been harassed. They've been retaliated against. And then the longer that Starbucks or companies like that violate workers' rights, bully them, and push them around, the more that the people on the shop floor start turning on each other, because they're like, well, we haven't gotten that contract that you said we would have gotten if we unionized. Or that's how the bosses think, whether it's CEO Alan Shaw of Norfolk Southern and the executives and shareholders there, or whether it's, your manager at your local store. Like, divide and conquer is the single best tool that the order givers of our society have ever had at their disposal, to pit us against each other instead of taking them on and fighting them and holding them accountable for what they have done to us. So again, that's not the only way to understand this, but I just hear so many echoes of that kind of struggle that I hear about every week on this show, where people who are fighting the good fight but are being trampled upon and stomped on and disrespected, they start turning on each other and they start fighting. Like, that's how the bosses win. That's how Norfolk Southern wins, by abandoning this community. Our governments have abandoned this community. Our media have largely abandoned this community. And so the longer you go living in this nightmare without any help, with nowhere to go, you're going to you're going to start fighting. Like, I hope people are hearing this and understand, again, what we've said throughout the stream. This live stream is going to end at 10. The nightmare is not going to end at 10. So please don't forget about these folks. Don't forget about this cause after this live stream is over. Keep fighting. Keep fighting however you can.
Well, that's the thing, Max. I mean, this happened to us this time, but it is going to happen again. And it is going to happen somewhere else. Somewhere else, there's going to be in East Palestine, Ohio, and the same shit's going to happen. And, somebody got to take the bull by the horns at some point and try to fix some of this crap.
Yeah, maybe I can jump in here, man. But Darren, thank you for sharing all of that. What comes to hit me out of this is and what's been echoing in my head is related to, when I listen to Chris Albright talk, right, about being a man and not being able to provide for his family. I think about something I've been reading a bit lately, an author named Christopher Lash, who wrote a book called Haven in a Heartless World, and he asked the question, is the family home the middle class home? Is it still the last place where perhaps a human being could have their worthiness or their worth not derived out of their economic contributions? Maybe that's the last haven in this heartless world. And he asked, is it still a haven in this heartless world? And the whole premise is that is the middle class being squeezed to where these havens will not exist. And part of what these conversations have brought up for me is that there's two ways to actually ensure, man, that that haven doesn't exist. One is, yeah, squeeze the middle class, but two is just destroy the fucking homes, right? In a way, it's like when for a second, man, like, I moved back home here in Texas, and I look at my stepfather as a man who's provided for his family, and the source of his pride and identity as a man has come from providing for his family. And also, providing, protecting, and parenting, right? Making sure your children can go out into the world and live their life as autonomous beings that are gifted with the same sort of morality and ways of making their world, or making their ways in the world. That it's a source of pride and identity. And so for my stepfather, I felt like watching him, like, things happened to where, like, I moved back from New York. My sister was living here. My stepbrother moved back in for a while. It was like the Royal Tenenbaums for a second, but I started to see how what you're speaking to with watching the things that you've built, and I know I'm not trying to equate the two things. What you've experienced is far more severe, clearly. But the eroding away of, like, the sort of the protection against, like, from forces that you yourself as one person cannot battle on your own, right? So, like, whether those are economic forces, whether there's unforeseen catastrophes that destroy your ability to provide, to protect, that take away your identity as a man to even do the things that you need to do for those you love the most. And a lot of this powerlessness is from the feeling that these are conditions enforced and things not of our choosing, yes, but through forces that we can't, like the wind or something. Like the cosmos has thwarted us, and it's just like this resulting condition with no distinct point of where we can point to and apply the pressure and blame and hold accountability and ask for justice and seek restorative justice. Like, it's actually not a formless, shapeless thing. It's actually a couple people up at Norfolk Southern. And I've been thinking this whole time is that, Max, who are at the top. The names of the people at the top in Norfolk Southern. But one person I haven't heard, and I don't know if anybody knows, who is the mayor of East Palestine?
Trent
The mayor of East Palestine is Trent Conway.
Okay.
And he just, and conveniently, he's going to resign as mayor to run for the seat that Bill Johnson vacated to be the president of YSU.
Fuck Bill Johnson. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, I mean, that's we all
know Bill Johnson. He doesn't like us much in East Palestine either, but Bill Johnson resigned his seat in the House, and he's going to be the head of Youngstown State University, the president. And now our mayor, Trent Conway, has resigned, or he's going to resign his mayorship and run for Mr. Johnson's seat.
Well,
you can't make this shit up.
No, you can't. Like, this is some days when I hear,
like, I've never talked to anyone who likes Trent, like, ever. So, what do you think the chances are, Darren? Like, what do you?
I mean, to me, I thought he had we just had a mayoral election a month ago, and he won the mayoral seat again. I couldn't believe that happened. And now he's going to resign that and run. I still think that it goes back to, the power to be, whether it be Norfolk, whoever, somebody's backing all this, I believe this whole derailment is bigger than our town or the Norfolk Southern. I think this is like way up there. Again, just my opinion, but somebody's calling the shots here, and I don't think the EPA is playing by the rules. And anybody that's been around here can blatantly see that. If I would have heard what happened in East Palestine a year ago, and if I would have heard this would have happened in a third world country, I'd say there's no way. There's no way they can blow up all them chemicals and 3 days later say, "Oh yeah, it's all safe to come home." I mean, it's like a bad movie, and I'm living it. I'm here. I don't know what. everybody knows everything, the whole deal. I just, I, most time, if you have a crowd, you have one smoking gun. We have 100 smoking guns, but none of them matter. So who's calling the shots? Who's calling the shots, folks? I mean, like I say, it's us this time, but it's going to be you next time.
Well, and I want to pick up on that point, kind of hooking it back to what we were just talking about, right? Because this hits real close home to me as well. Jules, you know this. We've talked about it many times. It's where this show started. And again, like Jules said, I'm not equating the situations, but I'm trying to kind of connect the dots here because I think that there is a lot of connective stuff here. But I started this show years ago, right? I didn't set out to be a podcaster, a journalist, a editor, anything like that, right? This show started like 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when I was a temp warehouse worker and factory worker in Southern California in the midst of the Great Recession, working 12, 13, 14-hour days after going to the temp agency at 3:30 in the morning and just hoping that I got an assignment so that I could, have some money at the end of the week. All the while, our family back home was in the midst of losing everything, like so many millions of families did. And eventually we lost our own house, the house that I was raised in, the house I grew up in, the house that my family, my dad, a Mexican immigrant who was born in a lean-to shack in Tijuana and, came to this country, became a citizen, married my mom, had a family, had a house, raised a family, and then, it all got blown up seemingly in 2008. And I just saw how much it hurt him and my mom and how much it hurt us. And I saw how deeply they were punishing themselves for having gone through this loss. Even though it was a worldwide recession, it was a global crash caused by greedy people, and we were all paying the price for it. And when the time came to try to save the economy, we threw, all of our resources around the banks, and we let families like mine and so many others just fall down the cracks or the gaping hole at that point. Right. And so I say that because what you were saying really resonated with me, Jules, is that, just imagining for my dad, for my mom, for the millions of other families, what it meant to lose that sense of self that they had in the home that we had, where we lived as a family, that sense of place, that sense of belonging, that sense of accomplishment, and purpose. Just having that ripped away because of this rigged ass economy and punishing ourselves as if it was only our fault, as if we had done something horribly wrong that we were deeply ashamed about but couldn't talk about, even though so many people were going through the same thing. And it just like when you lose that dignity, that sense of place, that really damages you. It damages your soul. It hurts you as a human being. It hurts you as a man, as a woman, as a parent, as a provider, right? And it took so many years of experiencing that for me to say, I got to do, something's got to change, because if we keep going down this road, we're just going to lay down and die and never recover and never really return to who we were before 2008. Which is why the very first interview I ever did on this show was with my dad, Jesus. And we talked about it. We talked about his life. We talked about the recession. We talked about, losing the house. We talked about, his life before that, voting for Donald Trump, like everything. He opened up in a way he never had. And I'm so, so grateful to my dad for doing such a brave thing and talking so openly with me about that. But it really does underline your point, Jules, and everything that, Darren and Joy, that we've all been sort of talking about, right? Is like, there is no safe haven on a burning planet, right? There is no safe, plot of land in a country like this that is giving everything over to the profit-seeking prerogatives of greedy companies. and telling the rest of us to just hope that we were born somewhere or live somewhere where there's not going to be a industrial accident that causes our water supply to get poisoned, a train derailment, any like a uranium mine, poisoning our water, just the examples are so many that I can't even talk right now. But just that's what we've been talking about all night is like, how many how many zones of living in this country? How many communities like East Palestine are we going to sacrifice until there's nothing left? And what is that going to do to us as people? Like, how are we going to have any sense of safety? Of how are we going to live and pursue our happiness as which is the founding principle of this country? How can you live freely and pursue your happiness when you are living in a situation like the folks in East Palestine?
I totally agree, but I gotta say, it infuriates me that we even have to make this point. Like, where the fuck is people's empathy? Why do we have to say it could happen to you? It's like, I don't even live by train tracks, but I see the pain these people are going to, and it's like, yes, absolutely, it will happen again. But people as a whole, especially in this country, as Americans, we're so freaking privileged that we always think, it's not really happening to me or someone I know. So, yeah. And then suddenly it does. And they're like, oh my God, why is no one talking about it? Well, maybe start caring about people before it affects you, because you may be one of the lucky ones and it may never affect you personally, but that does not mean you shouldn't care about it. Every single freaking person, especially in the country it happened in, should be flipping their shit at Norfolk Southern. It should not be just us protesting and stuff like that. This shit should be like going on. Everyone in indie media should be talking about this, and they're not. And shout out to you, Max, because me and you are the only independent media who has ever done any mutual aid for East Palestine, and that is not okay. Because if you do cover places like East Palestine, what you should do is, instead of it, to me, it feels exploitative to be covering it all the time and then racking up these super chats, and you can't even buy them a freaking pallet of water that's $199. No, come on, dude. We all got to do better. And also, this goes out to the viewers as well as shows who aren't talking about it. Get in the comments. Say, why don't you talk about East Palestine? Talk about East Palestine. Have residents on. I could connect you with 36 residents right now. We like indie media and people with platforms have to do better. They have to. I look at even some of the people who were on today, they didn't post about this on their page. Like, I'm not going to call people out by name, but like, we need to do better. If you have a platform, speak about this shit. Because, like, until you go there, like, I covered this for months before the first time I went to EP. And once I went to EP, like, my heart felt freaking destroyed. And it shouldn't have to take that for people to, comprehend the magnitude of this. Everyone needs to talk about this. I know it's not that sexy or that shiny object anymore. I get it. But these people are about to lose their freaking housing in a month and a half. And then what? They all go back to a place that's completely toxic, or they live in their cars. Then what happens? So it's not like this shit's gonna go away. Sorry, I just
No, I mean, we're getting.
I just get heated.
This is what this is for. This is for us to get the bile out and
then
have
I
some
get
righteous
savage.
rage.
That's how it goes.
I'd like to jump in and say, these Palestinian people they're very proud people. They're very strong people. I mean, they don't want a handout. We're not looking for a handout. We just want things. We just want things that were like they we're in February 2nd. We're not looking. Norfolk Southern can take that $25 million park and stuff it somewhere. That's not what we want. We want to know that we can drink our water. We can let our kids play in the grass. I'm 60 years old. What happens in 20 years is probably really irrelevant to me. But I have 9 grandchildren that live in this town. And they, this is the United States of America. They should have the best chance at secession anywhere in the world. This is why we live here. This is why we are supposed to be the greatest country in the world. It's great that we have been impacted by this, and some more than others, but I don't know. We're not begging. Don't get me wrong. We need a hand. If somebody falls down, the manly thing you do is give them a hand and pick them up. We don't want nobody. We don't want paved streets of gold. We just want to know that we can live safe and healthy. It's not too much to ask. And I don't believe the EPA is doing anything to provide us with that. There's been no transparency. There's been no honesty. From the very first, the lies about everything. Everybody knows the story. I don't have to go into that. Come on. Aren't we supposed to, be? I don't know. I just get so frustrated about what is going on here. To me, it's black and white. And to it, people all around the world know how big. I've been interviewed from people from Japan, from Ireland. They're really interested on this tragedy, this catastrophic, toxic waste dump that we had. But the people here, oh yeah, let's build a park. Let's do this. Oh, we got to get the business going. Yeah, well, great. I'd love to see the business going. Don't get me wrong. I've lived here longer than probably 3/4 of people in this town, and all I wanted to do is to be able to live safe and happy. Nothing else. I don't want anything to know. I can drink my water, I can breathe my air, and I don't have to worry about it. To me, that's it in a nutshell, fellas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that is not too much to ask at all. Quite the opposite, in fact, right? And I want to circle back. I want to direct, because there's a lot of a lot of pain, a lot of heartbreak here, but we also got a lot of righteous rage that I want to direct at the people responsible for this. I want to remind folks that while we are trying to put presents in people's stockings here, we're trying to be part of the Christmas spirit and help out this community in their time of need. But we also got lumps of coal for some of these pieces of shit, and I'm talking about Alan Shaw, and I'm talking about everyone over there at Norfolk Southern. I'm talking about the people at the EPA, the state and federal governments who've been lying to these folks. But let's talk about Norfolk Southern for a second, because the details have come out over the course of the live stream. But for folks who have been watching and listening to this throughout the day, maybe we just should put it together for a second, because there are a couple details here that are worth mentioning before we close out in an hour. One is that, as we mentioned near the beginning of the stream, after the derailment and the toxic burn-off of vinyl chloride, we all saw it. We saw that horrendous, massive black death cloud that you could see from space, right? And Norfolk Southern comes here with a little compass and draws a 1-mile radius around the crash site and says, okay, everyone in that circle will help out. Like, we'll reimburse you for hotels and Airbnbs while you and your family go live in them for 5 months, 6 months. That's not fun. It's not fun to be living in a
9 months here.
What's that?
9 months here.
9 months in a hotel.
I'm a half a mile from the derailment.
That's it. Like, that's not a vacation, right?
No.
That is hell. And then Norfolk Southern, as residents have told us throughout the year, like, we'll talk to you like you're a piece of shit for saying, hey, give me the money that to cover the costs that I'm incurring from living in a hotel because you ruined my town, right? And so like there's that. And so as we've talked about, like that big death plume, that didn't just stay in a 1 mile radius. That goes all over the area. That goes all over for miles and miles and miles. So that's one thing to point out about Norfolk Southern being pieces of shit on top of the derailment itself, on top of them pushing, as we talked about with Jeff Kurtz and Matt Weaver, other railroad workers today. We talked about how Norfolk Southern was really pushing folks on the ground on February 5th to do the controlled release of vinyl chloride, to burn all that shit. They gave the local fire marshal 13 minutes to make a decision, even though the manufacturer of the vinyl chloride that was in those tanks said they saw no signs that those tanks were going to explode, and that the Norfolk Southern did not need to do what it did, right? So what we've heard from railroad workers is that Norfolk Southern did this because, not because it was safer or better for the town, but because it would get that rail line back on track sooner and keep their profit train running. That's why they did it. That's why these people are living through hell, for profit. Not for their own safety, not for their own protection, for profit, right? So that's one thing I want to mention. The other thing, Joy Marie mentioned it, Norfolk Southern, you may have heard earlier in the stream, they're telling residents the quote unquote gravy train is going to run out soon, i.e. we're going to stop paying for your hotels once we hit the year anniversary of the derailment. And then families like Darren's are just like, yeah, go back to your homes and, you know, deal with it, basically. And then the last thing I was going to say, and then I want to toss it back to Joy and Darren, is the detail that always gets me is that not that it's like not appreciated. Sure, it's nice. It's not enough. But Norfolk Southern's like going around and putting out press releases and getting puff pieces in media that are saying like, oh, Norfolk Southern is building up an aquatic center in the town and dumping millions of dollars into it. And it's like, well, again, thanks, but like people need their homes. They need their lives back. They don't need a nice aquatic center that only some people in town will be able to enjoy. Like this is bonkers.
That's it, Max. That's it.
Before you toss it back to Joy and Darren, I just want to piggyback on what you said as well, man, because you know, I wonder how many people in East Palestine who are homeowners also had children in the military, because if you don't own a home, if you're not part of that middle class, then like perhaps joining the military or your children joining the military is like a vehicle to get to that middle class, perhaps owning a home one day, American dream. And then if you do buy a home and you have children, then, you know, at some point you feel like maybe it's a good thing and virtuous if your child defends those channels to home ownership, right? And I heard someone earlier in this stream that mentioned kind of what they lost and what it cost to replace this stuff, and they mentioned that they lost their love of country, and that made me stop for a second, because like so many other things have during the course of this 12-hour stream, right? But that the love of country was something that was lost due to something this way, and I think that's a very valid argument to make, that the American dream is centered on home ownership, right? It's centered on having a white picket fence where you can have with your family, with a dinner table, with holidays, and to understand that when you think back on this, if anyone from East Palestine said to me they don't have a love of country at this point, I would say I understand why, you know, because it's not enough to, you know, sell you this dream and have you buy into it and do everything required of you to achieve it, right? But to know that this country doesn't even give a shit about, you know, what is important to you, what the dream that they sold you, but also like they sold your love of country to Norfolk Southern, is what they did, you know? And now that those homes are gone and they're removed, the very thing that comprises that dream, they're also content to ignore you, or content to, and the only way that anyone gets their hometown back, or anyone is able to rely upon their water not being poisonous. The only way that gets accomplished is by coming together. Because again, these are not like market forces or whatever, something abstract and without a pressure point. These are real people with names and addresses. And there are also agents and people that should be on our side, like the mayor, right? Which is just a complete moral failing on its own, which deserves its own sort of, day in court for that. But yeah, everything you're telling me, man, is, I think about the ways that middle class families freely give of their son and daughters to the military, and how that shit's got to stop because of stories like we've heard today. And that everyone's love of country needs to suffer some blow to it. I'm a musician, man. I don't have any savings. I don't have any sort of retirement. I don't work a 40-hour job unless I have to, but I'm committed towards that for the sake of doing what I feel like I need to do, right? And that's my own life path, man. But it's awfully convenient considering that, like, I didn't really expect to be able to own a home anyway because I didn't join the military anyway. But I have another songwriter friend, and I wrote an article in a magazine that I occasionally write for about him a couple months back. And my friend James, one of the last times I hung out with him, James was well-to-do, man. James had a 40-hour-a-week job, had a mortgage, had a wife, a dog. And within the span of COVID hitting and the country fracturing, he ended up getting a divorce, having to sell the house, couldn't afford it on his own. And he's living in upstate New York. And the guy, the last times I hung out with him, I was like, man, and he was planning on moving to Texas. And I said, how's COVID changed with you, man? We were hanging out right when New York started to ease up its restrictions. And this guy looked at me and he said, I'll tell you how it's changed me. He said, I don't believe in the future anymore. And that hit me like a concrete blanket. Like that hit me something like, and that resonated in my mind until I spoke to him again just a few months ago. James is living in Austin, Texas, and he's playing music. Wherever he can get, he arrived there like a year and a half ago, and he'd already played over like 350 gigs. So he's just gigging everywhere, right? And he says the best day or the worst day playing songs beats the best day working, hands down. But he also said, man, my car's in the shop, and I don't know how I'm going to make it to next week's gig. I'm in a rental, and am I a bad week away from catastrophe? Yes, I am. Am I happier? Yes, I am. Do I feel a little bit more unstable? Yes, I do. But he said everything is precarious. Just every state can fire you, no matter what, for no reason, right? Almost every state anyway. Not only that, but the things that we think of in this world, like the American dream and home ownership and all that, is not as stable as he thought it was or could be. And in stories like these things today, I mean, you guys, early February, you're sitting around hanging out thinking nothing's going on, and then there's a train derailment, a literal train derailment, which fucks up your entire life, and without recourse now. And if anything comes about this, I mean, other than asking viewers to donate what they can with the link in the top of the YouTube description, man. Other than that, it's the desperate need that we all need to come together and apply pressure to a common pressure point. And these people have names and addresses. We know who the stockholders are, right? There are ways that we can come together to take action towards this, but the only way that the people of East Palestine or Palestine are going to have drinkable water or a hometown again or any sort of restorative justice is by approaching these issues in numbers. And we need the numbers. We need people to come together. So thank you for sharing all that, thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Well, and let's so speaking of the names and addresses and the put coal in Norfolk Southern stocking, what other tidbits about our beloved rail company do you guys want to share with the live stream viewers and listeners? Anything else about this shitty company that we can share with folks about to remind them again who the villains are here?
I don't know. I don't know if it's a shitty company or the shitty EPA, but when they drained these 5 cars of vinyl chloride, that obviously that they weren't going to blow up. they drained them, they burned them, they built their rail line over top of these pits and ran their trains on them for 3 months till they decided, you know what, maybe we ought to pull up them rails and clean this shit up. 3 months, max. And not only that, I mean, it's so I live here, and on both sides of the rail line, where the EPA some way told them they had to clean up. They drove sheet piling down both sides of the rail track, and they cleaned all their property up first. All their stuff had to come first. And then, where this train wrecked, I'm a resident here, I know the whole day. It's in a wetlands where all this shit happened, was like a swamp. So, I mean, I don't know. If you spill wine on your rug, do you wait 3 months to clean it up, or do you pretty much get it when it happens? There's been so many things that the people of East Palestine were totally wrong since this shit all started, and nobody cares. Nobody. I mean, half the people in East Palestine don't care. I mean, it's baffling to me that I'm 60 years old. I was a union bricklayer my whole life. I very rarely spoke at all. We'd go do our job, maybe stop and have a couple beers after work, and then we get up more and do it again. I mean, that was a routine. I have spoken more in the last 10 months than I have in 60 years. And I don't care. Maybe somewhere somebody will hear me talking and address this. It's baffling. I'm not Harvard educated or anything like that, but Jesus, come on. I mean, you can see right and wrong. I mean, I don't know where to go. I mean, you harp on this and that. The CDC came in and said, "Oh yeah, you was also exposed. We don't know how to get rid of the chemicals, but we do know how to cause or treat the cancer that it's going to cause." Now, that's one smoking gun. But that was gone. Nobody said nothing about that. That like water under the bridge, and like Max said earlier about the owners of the chemicals said there's no way that you need to blow these up. They're not gonna implode. There's another one. And now, if it wasn't for Rick Chai, a chiropractor in town, going in the creeks and showing the blatant contamination in the creeks, they wouldn't have done anything like that. It'd been swept under the rug. And now, 10 months later, guess what they're doing? They're trying to suck the sediments out of our creek. 10 months later, I mean, come on.
Unreal, just absolutely unreal. And Joy, I know. So I nice. I
wore this when I went in to bombard freaking. Oh my God. What the hell's his name?
Well, that's what I was just about to ask you about, because I have to I got to run to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back, but I wanted to toss it back to you and say, talk about how you your recent coverage and how we're talking about it's not just Norfolk Southern, it's the EPA. I mean, tell us a bit about some of the explosive coverage that you were publishing over the past couple months. I'll be right back.
Jenna, I assume you're watching because you're my biggest fan. If you are, please put the link to my full recording. So basically myself, Jenna, and another resident, Christina, who you're going to hear from shortly, we went into Mark Durno's office in East Palestine. I texted him the night before and said, "Hey, I'm a journalist. I'm going to be in town till tomorrow. Can you meet with me?" He says yes. His assistant gets back to me and says, "I want a list of questions ahead of time." I said, "I don't do that." So then they started ghosting me. So I was like, okay, so here's what we're going to do. I gave Jenna my phone and she brought a tripod and we just went in. And I was like, "Hi, Durno said he was going to meet with me and now he's ghosting me." So the three of us sat down with Durno and I recorded a 91-minute discussion with him, which is legal in Ohio. It's a one-party consent state.
Oh, wow.
And the things that he says on my recording are so just explosive. Poor choice of words, but that's the only one I can think of. It is so damning and so disgusting. Fucking, excuse me, Aaron Brockovich was even on the news talking about it. Like it's hardcore. He says things from you know, he acknowledges they were let back home too soon. I told him about how I was violently ill when I went there the second time, and he was trying to say that it was that people get sick because they eat meat and peppers and onions and garlic. Jenna brought up one of the people who now has alopecia, who has chemical burns on their scalp, and he laughed, literally fucking laughed. And then Jenna's like, that's not funny. And he goes, I know. And he did it again. He acknowledged that not everybody in the EPA says things correctly when they're on the air. I mean, the list goes on. It's truly incredible the amount of stuff on that tape I recorded. It's absolutely incredible. And he never asked if I was recording, and I would have done it anyway because I really don't give a shit. But it's being used in several lawsuits now. So it was freaking worth it.
Wow.
And somebody told me, you know, Norfolk may want to subpoena you because they're subpoenaing a lot of people because they're scared. And I said, you know what? Bring it. Because if they subpoena me, I get to go there and they get to freaking play the whole thing. So please, I am begging you, please do. I will come back to EP in a heartbeat and let's play the whole freaking tape. News Nation confronted, you know, Durno about what was on the tape. And of course, he was flippant. He admitted on the tape he lives 45 minutes away from the office and travels to and from each day. And I'm like, gee, why is that? Like, you know, just the amount of stuff on there was truly just mind blowing. I couldn't believe that he was so transparent and disgusting in front of me and a resident who has met with him like a dozen times, and he has never said any of those things in front of her or anyone else. And just like 91 minutes, I'm recording this idiot.
Wow.
It was absolutely incredible. And I guess he's a little pissed at me because I did it, and I really don't care, because you should not have this public and private personality bullshit. These people deserved answers. And if there is no transparency whatsoever, and if the only time you're going to speak to me and a resident and be, you know, transparent is if you don't know I'm recording, then I'm going to freaking do that, because it gave people a hell of a lot of answers. And I am so freaking proud I did it. I am so glad. And I know Max was, you know, he was sending it to people like, you guys got to cover this. So yeah, I'm freaking glad. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to listen to that. I wasn't aware of the conversation, but you're right. The one party state thing is you hit him with that left.
Oh,
jab,
that's
they
what
don't-
I was.
yeah.
That's why I initially brought it up about Norfolk Southern, because Mark Durno was like, you know, he was talking about Norfolk Southern and everything, and I said, well, who in hierarchy, who is higher, EPA or Norfolk Southern? And he said EPA, and then he said, well, we're negotiating with Norfolk Southern, and I'm like, wait, hold up, you're negotiating with them? Why? You just said you're higher on the hierarchy, so why are you negotiating? Like, it's things like that now we have tangible proof that, you know, of things that are going on behind that residents knew were going on, but now we have tangibles to actually show, you know, that the outside community and a lot of the residents' lawyers who are representing them.
Well, I mean, it's hard to. I mean, I think we've all learned about, or at least we've all had a sort of hyper accelerated educational course in why government institutions shouldn't be trusted, or, you know, or how they can fall under the influence, like the EPA we're talking about, or the CDC for that matter. You know, I mean, I've been thinking about how I remember vaguely. I have memories of, like, after Fukushima, the EPA talking about acceptable levels of cesium or something to that end. You know, it seems like if there's if the well is poisoned, well, we'll just mess with the acceptable range of metrics instead of saying that it's poisoned, sort of deal.
Well, I mean, but that's like, that takes us right back to February 3rd, right? Because, you know, I was screaming about this, you know, on a bunch of different interviews, because that was like one of the knee-jerk responses from Norfolk Southern and from a lot of folks in the media, where people were like, how could this train carrying these chemicals that can do this much damage, how did no one know what was on that train, or why was it allowed to just run roughshod like through this town like that? And what people were saying was like, well, it was in compliance with existing regulations. It's like, well, then the regulations aren't good enough. Like, then there's a real problem. Like, the very fact that again, like, the money in Washington, the lobbying that comes from these Class 1 freight rail carriers, to say nothing of all the other big companies and big business interests in this country, like, they have bought the farm, man. Like, that is where they're investing, you know, a chunk of that money to make sure that government doesn't step in and tell them what to do. And because, you know, normally you have, in a unionized workforce, you have more worker control over what a company does. But in the case of the railroads, you kind of don't, because as we heard from railroad workers earlier today, and as I've yelled about many times on this show, the railroads are not governed by the National Labor Relations Act. They're governed by the Railway Labor Act, which essentially makes it impossible for rail unions to have the kind of say and a seat at the table that other unions may have at other workplaces. So the mechanisms of accountability here have been so thoroughly diluted and so thoroughly rusted under the weight of endless piles of money and people asleep at the wheel in elected office. And then you get a catastrophe like East Palestine, and everyone's pointing the finger at everybody else, and no one's taking responsibility for how they put us and our neighbors in this position, right? And so that needs to be the response. Not that it's okay that you know, we didn't have to force companies like Norfolk Southern to tell communities like East Palestine what's on their damn trains, or that they are allowed to carry all that stuff with Civil War era braking systems that the government has not mandated that they update, or that they have trains that are close to 3 miles long that the government has not said need to be shorter. Like, these are all examples of how, you know, like, policy failure contributes to the kind of greedy practices that have put the people of East Palestine in this devastating position. Like, so this is such a tangled knot of failures on all sides, and we need to be mad about that, and we need to channel that anger into something productive. We need to do something to pressure these, either vote those pieces of shit out of office and vote people in who are going to help. Use your power as citizens to pressure them. Use your power as fellow countrymen to keep this story in our public consciousness. Don't let the media forget about it. Don't let folks move on from this, because as we've heard throughout the day, folks in and around East Palestine, you know, they can't move on from this. This is their life now. This has been their life since Norfolk Southern and the many, many other people and government agencies who have failed them have put them in that position. And I wanted to shut up for a second because we have another familiar face on the stream today. Christina Syslov, I recognize you over there. I haven't seen you in a minute. We got, we're in our final hour here. We got about a half hour left. Please donate everything you guys possibly can to the fundraiser in the last half hour. Let's raise as much as we can for the families so they can have a good holiday season after everything they've been through. But in the final half hour that we are here, we got two more folks from the area calling in from the East Palestine Eagles Club. I've had the honor of talking with Christina on multiple occasions in the past, but I want to toss it to you guys and ask if you could, hop in and introduce yourselves to the good live stream viewers and listeners. Tell us a bit about yourselves, where you're from, your roots there, and anything you want to share with the folks watching.
I'm Christina Seisloff. I'm from South Beaver, Pennsylvania, which is part of Darlington. I'm 5.9 miles from the derailment, and I lived in the area my whole life. And so where I live now, I have lived there since 2010. So.
My name is Randy Gavin. I am a East Palestine resident. I live around 1 mile from the derailment zone. I've been living here for about 10 years. I moved from Pennsylvania out to Ohio. I've been covering this since the night it happened. I was out the night it happened and got footage, and I've been on this ever since for the last 11 months.
Well, tell us about that. Okay, so what have you found? What do you want? Let's talk about what you've seen.
First of all, where's my Eddie? Is he not there?
He's at home.
Oh, 4-year-old Eddie is a pistol. I was hoping he was here because he'd get donations for sure. But second of all, Randy, pimp your channel.
Your channel.
My channel, you guys can find me in it's America, not America, just America 2.0 Media. All my videos are there from the night of the derailment. I went down to the derailment zone the following morning and actually walked the derailment zone until I got in trouble. All my creek videos are on there. Just pretty much the last 11 months is all on there. If anybody ever wants to go through and watch and see what kind of contamination we are dealing with here in East Palestine.
And yeah, I guess so definitely folks go check that channel out. Can you say the name one more time?
Okay, it's America 2.0 Media.
America 2.0 Media. You've got a living archive from the past 11 months.
Yes.
Where you can see directly what y'all have been seeing over there in EP. I guess, like, for folks who are watching the stream right now who haven't gone to the channel yet, any sort of like highlights, like I guess things that you not highlights, but like things that you want to like highlight for people that you've seen that you think, you know, if you're not living in EP, maybe you don't think about this, but this is the shit that we're seeing every day.
Yeah, I think the main highlight to start with would be the night of the derailment. I was I don't know, maybe 300 yards away on a hillside. I was down there until about 4 in the morning. Till they started pulling the fire department out, and there was still stuff on fire. So that kind of gave me an idea that something was going on. Something was burning that probably was toxic just by the smell in the air too. You might want to start with that because the whole time I was down there filming that, I didn't say anything because it was one of them breathtaking moments that it was just so much to take in. And this happened in your town that I just couldn't find words to explain what I was watching. That would be something maybe to start with. It gives you the vastness of actually how big the flames were. There's also videos on there of the vent and burn. I did catch that. There's some drone footage on there of flying over the cars. But the main focus on a lot of stuff people focus on is the creeks, how contaminated they are. Tons of footage of that. We, I don't want to say we proved the EPA wrong, but they would say chemicals ain't in this area, and we would find it. They would say it's not in the banks. I would dig in the banks. It's in the banks. A lot of footage of that. If you want to look at the creek, you think of it like a Picasso painting. You know how it swirls and just colors and stuff. That's what our creeks look like around here.
Yeah, the live stream that I did here in this seat from the Real News Network, I think this was what, Christina, was that back in June when you and Stella and Kayla,
Yeah.
this was after we did our podcast with Ashley McCollum and Kayla Miller and you, and then we did the live stream. I used a photo of one of those creeks where I was
Yeah.
like, it looks like I'm looking at a painting with the
It
colors.
still looks like that.
Yeah.
That's insane. That is
Yeah.
nuts.
Bubbles.
And they're telling you it's fine. They're saying,
Yes.
yeah, that's okay. It's literally like the Simpsons fish with 3 eyes, and like right next to the nuclear plant. It's like it's bonkers to me, and I just wanted to commend you, man. And Joy, this goes for you too, because I say this as someone who also works in media. Like, we need that stuff. That is so invaluable, especially when we're being lied to by other media channels and other government and corporate, officials who are telling us everything's fine, go back to normal. Like, you are carrying on a tradition that makes me think of, like my great colleagues, Stephen Janis, Taya Graham. They report here at the Real News every week as well, with a show called the Police Accountability Report, and they are embedded in the cop watching community, right? This community of guerrilla journalists who are using their phones, their cameras to do the work that local media, national media won't do anymore. So, like, again, the theme of the night is, if no one's going to help us, we are all we've got. And it's important to keep a record of that stuff. I'm sure you got it all backed up, but just knowing how shitty YouTube is, just make sure you got that hard drive buried under a floorboard or something. But thank you for getting out there and doing that, because I know at great risk to yourself, your health, but that having those images, that video is important. So from one journalist to another, and to you, Joy, as well, going in there, recording that, sharing it with the world, and everything else you've been doing, it matters. It's important. Thank you for doing it.
Well, Christina was with me in that during that recording, and we both heard Mark Durno clear as day, who also was one of the people in charge of Flint, mind you, before he came to EP. He told us over and over, right, Christina, the water is fine. The water's great. Nothing is wrong with the water.
He told us the water is, he can guarantee the water's okay right now, but in 10 years, he can't guarantee that.
Cool.
So he's acknowledging their sentiment. It's just, we're not going to see it right now. It's okay. I mean, you can drink it now, but you might get sick in 10 years. So
unbelievable. Well, Christina, tell us a bit of your recollections of that day, and also, like, again, like, for folks, who maybe were watching that live stream we did back in the summer, like, I guess just fill us in what life has been like for you over there, because you were really making an important point in the recordings that we did, which we've talked about on this stream, which is that, we live on the Pennsylvania side, but that doesn't mean that we're not getting all this toxic shit blown all over us just because we live a couple miles that way. Like, that massive cloud doesn't stop at the Pennsylvania border and decide to turn around. And you've been fighting that fight along with others to say, like, hey, like, we need help too. We're affected by this too. So yeah, could you just tell us a little more about that fight?
With what you had just said, I actually went to one of our representatives in PA earlier on at an open house that they had. And I told him, I asked him, why are we so sick? Like, if we weren't affected by this? And I said, he turned around, he said to me, well, just because you saw a black plume of smoke go over your house doesn't mean you've been affected. And I knew from then how this was going to go. Now, from what I've heard, is that he refuses to talk to certain people now. But my representative, where I live, it's a different guy, but he had more recently decided to reach out to our state government and to Norfolk Southern to see if there was anything that they could do for my area, but I haven't heard from him recently either. But with the Mark Durner recording, actually, I didn't even know that Joy was recording it.
I know, neither did her, Jenna.
No.
And then Jenna, we left, and you know, it's funny when we left, Christina goes, I'm sorry you didn't get an interview for your show. I was like, girl, I got it all. I got it all.
Some of it, I guess some of it I got emotional through, but I guess it was stuff too that needed to be said. I had just recently gone in also and talked to Mark a few weeks ago, and he had asked me personally if I thought that if the EPA was lying to us. And I said, well, yeah, but I also think that there are some things that they've told the truth about. But I went ahead and I told him, I said, look, this is how it is. It's like on February 3rd, Norfolk Southern came in and took everything from us. And then the EPA came in and took the rest.
Did it online?
So, I mean, that's from like how I feel. That's the feeling I get from other people I've talked to. But that's just like, that's what it is.
And I think one of the most damning things on that recording is that Durno actually acknowledges that residents have PTSD.
Mm-hmm.
And I could not believe he acknowledged that, because that shit is so real. Oh my God. There are people like, even they were like, oh, let's do something for the residents. Let's have a 4th of July fireworks thing. Well, people were texting me like, Joy, I started having panic attacks because the fireworks reminded me of the sound of the train. And like, there are severe mental health ramifications from all of these things. And guess what? They don't have health care. And one of the things, you know, I talked about in our meeting as well was, you know, the lack of health care. I kept saying, where are these people supposed to go? Because you have a freaking clinic who doesn't have any specialists whatsoever. And they're telling people, well, we don't know how many drugs you've taken, and maybe that's why you're testing positive and shit like that. And you're saying, well, you know, you may be saying you have to get a freaking prescription to get a vinyl chloride test, and it's $700 out of pocket. Like, why? And, you know, I'm asking him this shit, and he's like, oh, we're waiting for the NIH to come in. They're going to do studies and stuff. And I'm like, does that give people health care? And he's like, well, what it's going to do is look at the numbers of blah, blah, blah. And he brought up the NIH all throughout that 91 minutes. And then it turns out over a month later, oh, they're never coming. They decided they're just going to keep doing things on Zoom. And then, I mean, Christina has become a freaking scientist. Like, Christina blows my mind. Like, she's like dropping names of chemicals I never heard of. Her 4-year-old Eddie, he's like pronouncing words I never heard of, like, and because they kind of have to, you know what I mean? So Christina, I mean, I tell you all the time, you inspire me so much. I mean, you are so freaking intelligent, and you actually are the person who told me about how they found out that the numbers the EPA was putting out were complete bullshit, and they were putting a decimal off. you know, all their numbers, they were like moving a decimal over accidentally, I'm sure.
Yeah, they're I think he's their like attorney general, the EPA's general. And they had actually put that out in a report from themselves.
I think the detail that I always come back to that shows just how darkly comical and farcical this whole crap is. I think I first read this in the New York Times profile of the Albrights, who we'll hear from again when we conclude in like 15 minutes. We'll say bye to them and everyone watching. But I think it was in that profile that I read the detail about, was it the CDC guys who came in and they were like, yeah, based on the tools that we're using, this house is fine, and they couldn't stay in the house because the fumes were too much, so they had to run out. So they're literally running out of this house they can't that they can't stay in because of the fumes and the chemicals, when their little Ghostbuster reader is saying, oh no, there are no chemicals in this house. Like, that is the level of absurdity that we are talking about here.
Well, and also, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say that was actually Norfolk Southern's contractor, CTEH.
Ah, that's right. It was the contractor. Thank you.
And then one of the other things, you know, is the night of. Okay, so you have firefighters, you have police, you have whoever, you know, EMTs, all these people. And the firefighters, they have like full on like hazmat suits, all this shit at their disposal. Well, people were evacuated by their neighbors telling each other. Nobody came and knocked on their door. Nobody came and said, you have to leave. It was people calling each other and saying, hey, I think we should leave. Or, you know, it was neighbors telling other neighbors. So y'all have hazmat suits and you're not going door to door. That right there, I was like, okay, even they're scared. This shit is serious.
Mm-hmm. Right. I mean, I remember in the first conversation I recorded with Christina, Kayla Miller, and Ashley McCullum, like, that was a detail that one of them said. I think it was Kayla who was like, she saw one of the local officers like on the road, and she goes up to him and she's like, person to person, like, do you think I should evacuate? And he said, like, lady, I don't even want to be here right now. Like, the second my shift is over, I'm out of here. And she was like, that's all I needed to hear. Right. It reminds what you were just saying, Joy, like, it suddenly brought back this memory of like Robin Williams stand-up comedy special, which I thought was hilarious as a kid, but he has a bit about this. He's like, I love how when you're at like the dentist office or a doctor's office and they're taking x-rays and he says, and I quote, they put a little lead bib over your balls and then they hide behind a concrete wall and they say, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Just stay there. Like, that's what we're talking about. Like, the guys in hazmat suits telling the people without hazmat suits, you know, you're good. You know, don't worry about it. Nuts. So we've got about 13 minutes here because Jules and I remembered that, to everyone watching, we're going to get very close to 10 p.m., but we are going to close the stream at 9:50 because YouTube, if you do a live stream for longer than 12 hours, it erases the live stream afterwards. So that's why we're ending at 9:50, but we have been also backing up the recording from today. So like, we're going to try to put a lot of this stuff on the podcast feed. So even though the fundraiser will be concluded, we want all of the great conversations we've had today, all of the important stories from folks in East and around East Palestine. We want those to live on. We want people to have access to those. So we will be working on that. But we are going to be winding down the season of Working People. It's the holidays. We've had a long season. We've been covering this and other stories as best we can, all year. But I did want to just let folks know that we are on the final turn here. We got about 12 minutes left. There's so much more to say even after 12 hours. but I just like I wanted to give us like the last 10 minutes to sort of reflect, big picture stuff, like talk directly to folks watching and listening to this about, why we got to stay committed to this fight, how we can help, what we can do, what we can learn from this. And to everyone watching, I'm gonna kind of shut up. I'm gonna toss it back to our folks in EP and to Joy. But just wanted to give folks one final note of encouragement. We got 11 minutes left in the live stream. Please donate to the fundraiser. Help us provide whatever funds we can to these families so that they can have a little extra help this holiday season after everything that they've been through. So, okay. Last few minutes, let's sort of like take a step back. Let's reflect on this wild, insane, ridiculous year you all have been through, the struggle that goes on, and what folks can do to help. Any kind of final thoughts that you all want to share with folks watching and listening right now?
I think one thing that I always think about is that communities, whenever this happens, if it ever happens again, they need to stick together instead of be so divided like all of us have been here. There's going to be people that come in and try to act like everything's okay. And for some people, they're not, some people aren't sick right now, but they might become sick later. But like everybody needs to stick out for their community members and not for whatever is going to come to tell them differently.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. I get asked numerous times by numerous reporters, why do I continue to go down in the creek and expose myself to these chemicals?
Yes,
I do get.
I yell at you.
Yes, I know. I do have side effects from it. I just deal with it. The way I look at it is, I'm fighting for people that I know and people that I haven't never even met yet in town. We're coming up on 1 year. What's it going to be like in 5 years? 7 years, 10 years down the road. And, people's going to be looking back and be like, oh, okay, well, they were on to something here. Maybe we should have listened to them. I'm hoping this is more of maybe a wake-up call for other communities to, kind of don't take the results given to you. Take it in your own hands to, call in your own independent testers. Analyze it for yourself. Don't rely on a government agency to tell you if it's safe or if it's not safe. If you still got people getting sick, then obviously it's still not safe.
Absolutely.
I think, oh my God, like Max, you know me, I could talk for like 100 hours, but especially if I'm passionate about something, which is pretty much everything. But I think, I'm just so freaking fortunate to have met people like my dear friend Christina and Jamie and Hillary and Randy, and like it's freaking changed my life. And I know it sounds trite, but it has. I tell them all the time, they're my family. And I think I've protested for environmentalist reasons and stuff, like way before this and stuff, but like being immersed in it has really just changed perspective and hit me to my core. And it's also inspired the way that I think about pretty much everything. And, and it makes me look at the way others are speaking and such. Like if you complain about capitalism, you should be all about talking about EP. because there is nothing more capitalistic than environmental terrorists coming in and like trying to destroy an entire community. So things like that. So I think it's, there's all of these, these connections between, so many things, be it healthcare or monetary or, whatever. Like I said, I started as a journalist, but because of being an empath, that's how this turned up, and it's just become something I just talk to everyone about, and it's so important to people watching. I cannot stress the importance of donating. My brother Darren's right. East Palestine people are proud, but I'm going to tell you right now, as someone who knows the people and their kids, these kids, like, seriously, like, I'm going to give a shout out to Zusa. She is a 7-year-old. She's been living in a freaking hotel for over 10 months with her 7-year-old. She's not the only person. So think about that. Like, think about how that would be to have to lose everything, to have, to come out in your pajamas, and that's all you have. You have to leave your toys behind. You have to leave everything behind. And now you live in a freaking hotel for over 10 months. And they're not the only ones. So like when you donate it and this money goes to these kids, like you may think, oh, it's kind of like a Toys for Tots or something like that. No, this is not the same kind of thing. These are legit kids who have had everything stolen from them, everything, including their home, their family. Everything's been turned upside down. And if you have the opportunity to even give $5, if that gives a kid in a hotel like a new freaking Spider-Man toy or something, like I know we're all broke, but like it may seem nothing to us, but that's, trust me, and it helps the parents too, because I've been talking to parents who were like, I can't give my kids everything I want to give them this year. This is our first Christmas after all this shit. And that helps the parents too, because they still feel like they can give something. So, yeah, even if it's a few dollars, seriously, this is so freaking important. And also, like Max said, do not stop talking about this. Please, please, please don't. If you want to follow me, Savage Joy Marie Man on Rockfin and YouTube. I do a lot of shows with these great people and what have you. So definitely, and thank you so much, Max. I love you, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Joy. Thank you for everything you do. Thank you for helping us get through the final 2 hours here of the stream, and thank you for fighting so hard for the folks in EP and everyone else. We love you right back, and yeah, can't thank you enough for all your help with this. I don't know. I feel like after 12 hours, I may. Well, I'm not talked out, but I'm just really sitting with kind of everything folks have shared with us today, and the incredible amount of love and solidarity and humanity alongside so much pain and frustration and anger, righteous anger, and the things that have been done to y'all is, as I've said many times, unforgivable, unbelievable, and unacceptable. Like we cannot, as I said earlier, we cannot let ourselves accept this as the way things happen. We just can't. Because what future is are we going to have for ourselves? Like what world are we passing on to our kids where we say, this is a world in which this could happen to you too. So hopefully you live in the right place. Good luck. This isn't the Hunger Games, right? For Christ's sake, pardon my French. I mean, we're supposed to be better than that. And I'm not just saying we as Americans. I'm saying we as people. Humanity is better than that. And I just want to thank everyone for showing so much humanity in helping us put together this stream. You know, we're a ragtag bunch of podcasters. I got me and my man Jules over there in Texas. We've been doing this show for years, and we wanted to help. And you know, we know it's not nearly enough, and not nearly as much as this town deserves, these families need, but we hope it will help. And we just cannot thank everyone who helped enough for everything that y'all did. And I really want to thank Chris and Jessica Albright as well for taking all my annoying phone calls, for doing the interviews with us, out of which the idea for this live stream came. Christina, are the Albrights over there? We just wanted to wave bye to them and thank them.
They are. Hold on.
But to all of you watching, seriously, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for sticking with us since 10 a.m. this morning. Thank you for sharing the stream, engaging in the live chat, listening and caring about these folks and their struggle. And I want to give, actually, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I hope that you all find some time over the next few weeks to be with the people who make you feel kind and brave and healthy and happy, as Kurt Vonnegut would say. And with that, I just wanted to thank y'all one more time. I wanted to send my love and solidarity from Baltimore, and I wanted to give the Albrights the final word to close us out. Jules, I wanted to thank you again, brother, for doing this with me, charging into battle with me, hosting this 12-hour live stream. My man made it happen. But yeah, Chris, take us out, man. Final word. We gotta cut off the stream in a minute. But any final word you wanted to share to close us out? Ebby, you as well. Anything you want to say to the folks before we close out?
Merry Christmas.
Be louder. Talk louder. What you say?
Merry Christmas.
Hey.
I would just really want to thank everybody who made this happen. Jessica Conrad, Hillary Flint, everybody who's been on this podcast, this live stream today, everybody who's donated today, Jules, Max, you guys taking the time out of your day, all day, to do this on a Saturday. We, the residents of East Palestine, can't thank everybody enough for being a part of this, for helping us out, for donating the money, for donating their time. Everything that everybody's done has been overwhelming, and we really, really want to thank you guys. It's been tremendous, and it's been a pleasure to talk with everybody that we've had on today.
Oh yeah, brother. Thank you for everything, man. I love the hat. I guess for folks watching and listening, final update on the fundraiser. What'd we end up with?
Last check I got was 2,815.
All right, gang. So we made it almost to $3,000.
Let's get it at least to 3, you guys.
Let's get it.
Least.
So
Come
someone
on.
like in the next 10 minutes, donate. Let's get it over to 3,000. We're gonna, thank you to the Way Station for handling that, and we're gonna get folks the gift cards as quickly as we can. We're gonna close off the fundraiser in a few minutes here, but let's get it up to 3,000 before that. We love you guys. We love everyone over there in East Palestine. We are with y'all. We will not forget about y'all. Chris, brother, thank you for fighting this fight with us. Nothing but love and solidarity to you, your family, and your town, brother.
Again, thank you, Max, Jules, everybody. When me and you first met, Max, back at Harvard, I never thought we would be doing anything like this, or becoming friends and talking the way we have, and putting something like this together. So thank you. And doing it on the day before your birthday. You're getting old, man.
I'm getting old. Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to go now, if you guys don't mind. I'm going to go sleep for 24 hours. But thank you guys so much. Sending all my love and solidarity from Baltimore. This is Max Alvarez for Working People. My man Jules Taylor for Working People signing off. Solidarity. Happy holidays, everyone. We'll see you next time.